In an era where the martial path flourishes and everyone's vitality can exceed 1000, your vitality is not only pitifully low, but you also consistently rank dead last in every written exam, dragging the entire class's average down to the bottom. The brothers you used to hang out with have abandoned you, believing you are completely useless. Even your head teacher claims you have zero talent for the martial path and uses this as an excuse to force you out of the class. Facing the disdain of your classmates, you sign the withdrawal agreement without hesitation. The very second you step out of the classroom, ding! Host detected killing a mosquito. Vitality bonus system activated. Chapter 1, Forced to change classes at the start. Not signing? Look at your vitality. What right do you have not to sign? Dead last in the class, you're nothing but a burden. Because of you, Class 33 missed out on the school's top 3 rankings. Do you have any idea how much your classmates have lost because of you? You've caused every student in our class to lose at least one vitality pill per month. And yet, you still have the audacity to insist on staying in Class 33? Eugene, I'm laying it on the line today. This class transfer agreement, you're signing it today whether you want to or not. Inside the office, Ren, the young head teacher of Class 33, slammed a transfer agreement heavily onto the desk. He glared aggressively at Eugene. Ren had an ordinary appearance, but after being refused by Eugene, his expression had turned somewhat sinister. Eugene had a frail build and appeared utterly listless, his eyes clouded with a sense of trance-like daze and confusion. At this moment, Eugene's mind was in a state of absolute turmoil. He never expected that as a corporate drone, simply working overtime until the early hours for half a month straight would cause him to drop dead, unable to hold on any longer. He had transmigrated into this high martial world where mana awakening and monsters ran rampant. Having just arrived, he hadn't even had time to fully integrate his memories before he was summoned by Run to sign a class transfer agreement. They intended to transfer him from Class 33, ranked 4th in the entire school, to Class 36, which sat at the very bottom of the rankings. This move directly affected his martial path resources and treatment. Setting aside individual martial path rewards and focusing solely on class rankings, Class 33's 4th place status allowed Eugene to receive 4 vitality pills every month. However, if he were moved to Class 36, he would receive only 1. A single vitality pill was worth a full 10,000 yuan. How could he possibly be willing to give that up? Agreeing to the transfer would be equivalent to losing 30,000 yuan every month for nothing. I never even earned a salary that high in my previous life. As for him being dead last in the class, Run had transferred out every single student with lower vitality than him, so naturally, he was left at the bottom of the rankings. I'm not signing. Staring at the overbearing Ren, Eugene was filled with indignation, yet he still chose to refuse to sign. That's right, we're not signing. Standing beside Eugene was a sweet and cute-looking classmate named Ria. She was Eugene's friend and was doing her best to advocate for him. Ria's tone was firm. Teacher Ren, if you want Eugene to sign, you can, but unless you compensate him with enough vitality pills to cover the losses from switching classes, we will absolutely not sign this transfer agreement. Compensate vitality pill. Hearing this, Ren sneered without concealment. As the bottom-ranked student in our class, how much has he benefited and how many vitality pills has he received for free just because our class is among the top in the entire school? When he was collecting those vitality pills in the past, why didn't he stop to think if he deserved them? Why didn't he return those vitality pills to the classmates whose rankings he was dragging down? You've become addicted to getting things on the cheap, haven't you? So now, if you can't get a bargain, you feel like you're being cheated? To think he actually wants compensation. Does he even deserve it? Ren's face was filled with disdain and contempt for Eugene, and even a flicker of disgust flashed across his features. But when he turned his gaze toward Ria, a flash of anger crossed his face. Ria, as a student under his supervision and one of the top-ranking students in the class, actually dared to defy him, her head teacher, for the sake of Eugene. How utterly insolent! Why is he not worthy? Ria seemed not to notice Mr. Ren's fury. She was about to say more when Eugene pulled her back. Ria looked over in confusion, only to see Eugene suppressing his anger while standing up for himself. Teacher Ren, whether I, Eugene, am worthy or not, that vitality pill was allocated by the Education Bureau, and it is what I deserve. However, by forcing me to change classes, the loss is caused by you. If you want me to sign, you must compensate me. Ha! Hearing this, Run looked at Eugene with some surprise. With a brain capable of figuring out that logic, how can you be such a waste when it comes to the martial path? He felt slightly astonished. Most people wouldn't be able to think through this point so clearly. However, he didn't dwell on it, instead adding a couple of contemptuous remarks. Then, Run changed his tone and continued, "Nevertheless, everything I do is for the sake of Class 33. I haven't embezzled your vitality pill. As for the vitality pill you lose by switching classes, it will naturally go to Hang, the student you are swapping with. If you truly have the capability, go and take it from Hang yourself after the class transfer. If not, then go obediently to Class 36, that is where you belong. Hang, what do you say?" As he finished speaking, Run glanced toward the other side of the office at a burly student who had remained silent, though the joy on his face was hard to conceal. That was Hang. Sitting next to Hang was the expressionless head teacher of Class 36, Mr. Chen, who was nearing retirement with hair turned half white. Mr. Chen felt much like Eugene at this moment. His heart was filled with stifled resentment, yet he can only choose to remain silent in his helplessness. Mr. Ren is right. Hang nodded repeatedly, casting a provocative glance at Eugene as he chuckled. Eugene, as long as you have the strength, you can come to Class 33 to find me anytime after the transfer. If you can defeat me, not only will I compensate you with 3 vitality pills, but I'll even give you my own extra one. How about that? You. Eugene clenched his fists in fury, but before he could finish his sentence, Rhea spoke up for him again, "Shameless. Your vitality is so much higher than Eugene's, how could he possibly be a match for you?" Hang shrugged and said with a smile, "Exactly. His vitality is poor, so he belongs in Class 36. My vitality is high, which is why I should be in Class 33. As for you, Rhea, your vitality is high, yet you choose to be friends with a loser like him. Is there something wrong up here?" Hang pointed to his head and finished with a cold sneer, "And don't forget, after the reshuffle, Class 33 will almost certainly rank in the top 3 of the whole school, maybe even first. By then, as a member of Class 33, you'll receive at least 1 extra vitality pill every month. Why bother sticking up for Eugene?" Hang had already fully embraced his identity as a member of Class 33, completely failing to notice that Teacher Chen's face behind him had turned so dark it looked ready to storm. Rhea bit her lip hard. "What business is it of yours? Regardless, we earned these vitality pills. Aren't you afraid of the scene we'll cause if you keep this up?" Eugene's expression was equally somber as he shot a cold glare at Run. TCH, if it weren't for Teacher Ren, would Eugene even be able to collect his monthly? Hang let out a cold sneer, intending to say more, but was cut off by a dismissive wave of Teacher Ren's hand. "Enough, don't waste any more breath on them." Ren said coldly, "Eugene, I'm not afraid to tell you, even if you refuse the transfer, I have ways to make you leave this class. At worst, I'll just find an excuse to have you expelled. I can arrange transfers for over a dozen students. How hard do you think it would be to expel you? Why do you think all those students who were forced to transfer in the past eventually chose to sign? You have 2 choices today, either transfer or be expelled. The choice is yours." Run issued a final ultimatum to Eugene, and judging by his expression, he seemed entirely certain of what Eugene's choice would be, as if he had him completely under his thumb. Expelled? Eugene and Rhea were both struck as if by a bolt from the blue upon hearing this. Even Teacher Chun from Class 36 couldn't help but let out a silent sigh. How can there be a teacher like this? Eugene glared at Rin with fury, the fire in his heart nearly impossible to suppress. He had never encountered such a brazen teacher. It was as if the word shameless was etched right onto his face. "I'll sign." Eugene spat out those words through gritted teeth, a fire smoldering within his chest. "Eugene, you can't sign that." Rhea tried to stop him in a panic, but Eugene had already signed the class transfer agreement, leaving a trace of resentment on her face. Ran looked on with immense satisfaction, while Hang was beaming with pride, appearing visibly thrilled. Taking the agreement, Ren's voice became exceptionally cold. "All right, go back and pack your things, then report to Class 36. A teacher like you is truly the black sheep of the profession." Disgusting. Yi-jin gave Ren a look of pure loathing, turned around, and walked out of the office. Ren stood up in a rage. You bastard. Do you believe I can have you expelled right this instant? Mr. Ren, since Yi-jin has already signed the transfer agreement, he is now a student of my class 36. Whether or not to expel him is no longer your concern. Teacher Chen, who had seemed invisible all this time, finally spoke up. Whether to speak for Yi-jin or to preserve the last shred of his own dignity remained unclear. Humph. Ren let out a cold snort and did not pursue the matter further. Outrageous, this is simply too much. Expelling someone just because they refuse to change classes? Yi-jin, you really shouldn't have signed it. At worst, we could have made a scene. I don't believe Teacher Ren would actually dare to expel you. Why did you sign so quickly? Honestly. After leaving the office, Rhea continued to grumble. She was indignant at Ren's coercion, frustrated by Yi-jin's submission, and especially resentful that Yi-jin had signed the papers so hastily. Sigh. All of Yi-jin's pent-up frustration and anger could only dissolve into a helpless sigh. It wasn't as if he wanted to be transferred, but as someone with no one to lean on, how could he possibly go up against a teacher? He had no choice but to compromise. Buzz. At that moment, a mosquito flew through the corridor. Feeling irritable, Yi-jin swatted at it with a casual palm strike. The next instant, Yi-jin froze. Simply because he saw a notification. You have killed a mosquito. The following items can be dropped. Please choose. 1. 1 vitality pill increases vitality by 1 VP. Can be consumed or directly converted into allocated points. Note, the amount of vitality VP dropped varies depending on the creature killed. 2. 1 vampiric drain art fragment. Collect 10 fragments to obtain the vampiric drain art. This technique allows the user to siphon the vitality of living beings for healing purposes, with excellent results. System? Yi-jin, who had been consumed by frustration and rage, suddenly felt the crushing pressure lift. He was so overwhelmed that he nearly wept with joy. Yi-jin suppressed his excitement and quietly continued listening to Rhea's complaints. This is just great. Your vitality was already poor to begin with, and now that you've switched classes, you'll be getting 3 fewer vitality pills every month. There are only 3 months left until the martial trials. How are you supposed to increase your vitality now? When will you ever reach the vitality realm? Yi-jin couldn't help but look at Rhea. But even if I had more vitality pills every month, weren't they all taken and used by you anyway? What difference does it make whether I switch classes or not? Chapter 2, The Deception and Schemes of a Green Tea Bitch. What are you talking about? Rhea was momentarily stunned, then her mouth puckered and her eyes instantly reddened, looking deeply aggrieved. Yi-jin, how could you be like this? You gave me those vitality pills of your own free will, and now you're saying such things about me? I'm angry. Yi-jin was speechless and simply turned to walk away. Hey, stop right there. Rhea was stunned at the sight. She hurriedly ran forward, grabbed Yi-jin, and said huffily, Yi-jin, what do you mean by this? Just because you were forced to change classes, you're taking your anger out on me? I don't owe you anything. Apologize to me right now. Yi-jin still couldn't be bothered to speak. He stepped past her and continued walking toward class 33. Rhea was somewhat dazed. She felt as if Yi-jin had become someone she no longer recognized. She ran forward again, grabbed Yi-jin's arm, and began to sway it gently in a coquettish manner, whispering, I'm sorry, okay? My tone was a bit harsh. Yet Yi-jin continued to ignore her. Rhea pretended as if nothing were wrong and said, actually, if we have to change classes, so be it. There's no need to be angry. There are only 3 months left until the college entrance exam anyway, so it's just a loss of 9 vitality pills. It's fine. After speaking, she quietly observed Yi-jin's expression. Seeing that Yi-jin's face was calm and his thoughts unreadable, she didn't dwell on it further. Next. Rhea's thoughts shifted as she continued, but Yi-jin, with only 3 months left until the exam, you can't afford to stay depressed like this. It's already been 3 months since the accident with your parents. You need to move on. It's time to give serious thought to the future. As she spoke, she placed a heavy, deliberate emphasis on the word future. The future. Eugene repeated those two words, his gaze fixed on Rhea with a complex expression. A surge of joy rose in Rhea's heart, and a look of longing immediately appeared on her face. That's right, the future we plan together. Once we sell your parents' house and get those few million, I'm certain I can quickly break through from the vitality realm to the aperture opening realm, and you'll be able to reach the vitality realm in no time as well. At this point, Rhea tilted her head toward Eugene and asked with a hint of anticipation in her voice, by the way, Eugene, let's finish the house transaction this weekend. Eugene stopped and looked at the cute and sweet Rhea, feeling a deep sense of injustice for his former self. Eugene said calmly, Rhea, let's break up. Break up? Rhea froze instantly, her expression gradually shifting into one of utter disbelief. She stared at Eugene in shock. She never imagined that Eugene, who had always been completely submissive to her, would not only refuse the plan they had long agreed upon but would also go as far as to break up with her. This was entirely beyond her expectations. No! I don't agree. Rhea refused sharply, as if unable to accept the reality of it. Her voice echoed through the empty corridor. Fearing she might attract the attention of teachers and classmates, Rhea hurriedly pulled Eugene toward the corner by the restroom. She glared at Eugene in fury, her flat chest heaving violently. Why? Why are you doing this to me? Haven't I been good to you? After your parents' accident, I was the one by your side when you were at your most helpless and heartbroken. You're ranked dead last in our class, while I'm in the top 10. In class 33, where no one wanted to be your friend, I chose to be your girlfriend. Even though we didn't go public, you're actually breaking up with me just because you're being forced to change classes? How can you do this to me? In this entire school, so many people have pursued me and I turned them all down. I was the one who chased you, and now you're the one breaking up with me? Eugene, you toyed with my feelings. You are despicable, shameless, and vile. Rhea was like a frenzied tigress, repeatedly pounding Eugene's chest. Eugene, whose strength was far inferior to hers, was beaten until he nearly lost consciousness. After venting her rage, Rhea took a deep breath and looked at Eugene with reddened eyes. Take back what you just said, and I can act as if none of this ever happened. She seemed to still be fighting for this relationship. Stop pretending. Do I really have to spell it out? Eugene rubbed his chest and said coldly, everything about you is an act. The girlfriend act, the staying by my side, it's all fake. We were in the same class for 2.5 years without ever interacting. Yet, right after my parents' accident, you suddenly started showering me with care and concern. It was all for my vitality pills, all for my money. Over these past 3 months, I gave you every single one of my vitality pills. You even swindled me out of the 600,000 credits in my parents' accounts just to buy more for yourself. I've become this frail and sickly because of the grief over my parents, yet I haven't taken a single vitality pill in 3 months. Not only are you selfish to the core, but you actually have the nerve to say you've been good to me? It was one thing to swindle me out of my vitality pills and money, but you actually had the audacity to go after my family's house. Who exactly is the one doing the deceiving here? Who exactly is the one being despicable and shameless? Eugene looked at Rhea coldly, feeling a deep sense of sorrow for his predecessor. In the aftermath of his parents' accident in the rift, when his spirit was at its most broken and dazed, Rhea had seized the opportunity to deceive him. Not only were his vitality pills and money swindled away, but even he himself. In a sense, he could be considered to have been killed by Rhea. Had Eugene used those vitality pills himself instead of giving them all to Rhea, he wouldn't have fallen so ill from suppressed grief that he failed to catch his breath, ultimately meeting his end. You know everything? Rhea stared at the strangely unfamiliar Eugene, completely stunned. This statement also served as indirect proof that everything Eugene had just said was true. Rhea quickly snapped back to her senses, her voice rising in a fit of exasperated rage. You knew all along? If you knew I was faking it, why did you stay with me? Suddenly. The words had barely left Rhea's mouth when a realization struck her. Gritting her teeth, she snarled, I see now. You did this on purpose.
You were intentionally toying with my feelings, weren't you?
At this thought, Rhea glared at Eugene with a murderous expression, looking as if she would strike him the moment he dared to utter the word yes. Eugene felt the malevolent aura emanating from Rhea, faintly sensing a trace of killing intent within it. This sent Eugene into a fit of rage. Not only had she deceived him, but after being exposed, she actually harbored the intent to kill him. It was his first time encountering such a green tea bitch.
"Pa!" Eugene said disdainfully, "Don't assume everyone is as disgusting as you. If I had known what kind of person you were earlier, do you think I would have stayed with you? Don't make me sick. Since you didn't realize it before, how did you suddenly find out now?"
Rhea caught onto the key point, her eyes fixed intently on Eugene, as if trying to read something from her expression. It had to be said that while a green tea bitch might be manipulative, she certainly wasn't stupid.
"Have you never learned the phrase sudden enlightenment?"
Eugene stared at Rhea without flinching, a cold sneer playing on his lips.
"It only clicked for me back in the office. You seemed to be fighting tooth and nail for me, even at the risk of offending Rin, but in reality, you were just trying to provoke him. You wanted him to fire me so you could drive me into a corner, leaving me with no choice but to sell the house."
Eugene looked at Rhea coldly.
"Am I right?"
"Too much of a good thing is as bad as too little," Rhea gritted her teeth, reflecting on her actions.
"It seems I was a bit too impatient."
"Humph, if it weren't for you looking like a pathetic piece of trash on the verge of death, I wouldn't have been in such a rush. I just didn't expect that not only would you be fine, but you'd actually see right through my plan."
"Damn it." After a moment of self-reflection, Rhea glared at Eugene with resentment.
Realizing that all her plans had come to naught, she felt a desperate urge to strike him down then and there. But suddenly, a thought occurred to her. As if performing a magic trick, Rhea's anger instantly dissolved into a smirk. She let out a soft snort and said, "Fine, we're breaking up. You're just a piece of trash in the vitality realm anyway, who knows if you'll ever even break through to tier 2. I was getting tired of playing house with a loser like you. However, don't say I didn't warn you, you'd better prepare yourself to hand over that house." With those words, Rhea turned around and headed straight for Class 33. Hearing this, a sudden sense of foreboding surged in Yi-Jin's heart. He chased after her and asked, "What do you mean by that? Are you saying they can force a purchase of my house?" "Of course." Rhea looked back with a sweet smile. "Because after the two of us discussed the price with them earlier, I accepted their deposit in your name. So, even if we break up, you still have to sell that house. My dear brother Gene, consider this my parting gift to you." Rhea smugly waved her hand at Eugene. "Damn it, you shameless bitch." Eugene couldn't help but fly into a rage, wishing she could tear Rhea's face to pieces, but the latter had already walked away without looking back. "Damn it." Eugene slammed her fist hard against the wall, feeling a ball of fire burning in her chest. This woman is truly malicious. Phew. Eugene took a deep breath. Instead of returning to Class 33 to pack his things, he turned and walked into the restroom, washing his face at the sink to calm himself down. Looking at his haggard yet youthful reflection in the mirror, Eugene felt a sense of unreality. However, he quickly composed himself and looked down at the mosquito carcass in his palm. The system prompt was still there. A thought immediately flashed through his mind. Option 1. 3 Vitality Realm. Dichlorvos. Swish. As Eugene made his choice, another prompt appeared, but this time directly within his mind. Obtained 1 Vitality Pill. Consuming it can increase vitality, or it can be converted into stat points at will to directly allocate toward leveling up. Additionally, the Vitality Pill can be retrieved from or stored in the conscious space at any time. Not only can it be converted into stat points, but it can also be taken out and stored at will? Looking at this prompt, Eugene couldn't help but feel a stir in his heart. In that case, there are many possibilities for maneuver. Eugene didn't dwell on it further. He noticed an extra space in his mind, where a crimson pill was resting, only about the size of a pinky finger. The pill was encased in a layer of transparent foam, giving it a sense of being untainted by the dust of the world. Meanwhile, Eugene also discovered that a status panel had appeared in his mind.
Name, Yi Jin. Level Vitality Realm 989 1000 VP. Art Savage Elephant Tempering Art 96% Army Breaker Fist 93%. Stat points 0. Looking at the status screen, Yi Jin couldn't help but show a look of joy. As long as he had the system, he had the confidence to face any pressure. My predecessor's talent was indeed poor, with only 989 VP vitality. Yi Jin shook his head inwardly. The first realm of the martial path world is the vitality realm, which is divided into 4 tiers. One can break through to tier 1 upon reaching 1000 VP. His predecessor had consumed numerous vitality pills, yet after so much cultivation, he had only reached tier 1. His talent was indeed far too poor. Allocate points. With a single thought from Yi Jin, the system complied immediately. In an instant, Yi Jin's vitality rose to 990 VP. Although only 1 point of vitality was added, Yi Jin felt his previously weak and lethargic self recover significantly. He no longer had to worry about following in his predecessor's footsteps. This mere 1 point of vitality packs more of a punch than Red Bull. Yi Jin couldn't help but marvel in his heart. This was the first time he had truly experienced the benefits of cultivation and the system for himself. Since I'm only 10 vitality points away from a breakthrough, then. Yi Jin's eyes fell upon a mosquito on the bathroom wall. With a sudden thought, he immediately raised his hand and slapped at it. Clap, clap, clap. 1, 3, 5. Every time he swatted a mosquito, the prompt remained the same as before, offering 2 types of drops, vitality pill and art. Without exception, Yi Jin chose the vitality pill every time, converting them into stat points to allocate to his level. Every point of increase in vitality brought a significant improvement to Yi Jin's overall state. A fly. Suddenly, Yi Jin looked at a fly on the wall, and a thought struck him: surely this system doesn't only drop items for killing mosquitoes, right? With that thought in mind, he slapped it. As Yi Jin expected, the system prompt appeared again, but it was different from when he killed the mosquito. 1 fly killed. You may drop the following items, please choose. 1 vitality pill increases vitality by 2 points. 2 1 bottle of dichlorvos. This is a poison used to kill living creatures. Use with caution. As expected, killing other insects also yields drops, and the vitality pills are even better. But, to think it can even drop items unrelated to level? Yi Jin looked at the prompt and couldn't help but be stunned. He hadn't expected that other items could actually drop. However, Yi Jin's surprise soon turned into delight. Having more options is naturally better even for someone with decision-making difficulties. It's always better than having only one choice. Option 2. After Yi Jin made his choice, a bottle of dichlorvos appeared out of thin air within his consciousness space. He didn't pay it any further mind and continued killing mosquitoes. In just 10 seconds, Yi Jin swatted 4 more mosquitoes, gathering enough for the vitality requirement. Allocate points. As Yi Jin issued the command, the status screen changed instantly. Level Vitality Realm 0 2000 VP. At the same time, as his level broke through, Yi Jin felt a surge of vitality coursing through his body, as if he had undergone a metamorphosis, leaving him with a sense of inexhaustible strength. Compared to his previous weakness and lethargy, he was like a completely different person. However, judging solely by his appearance, aside from looking much more refreshed, there wasn't a significant visible difference. Refreshing. Yi Jin carefully sensed the changes in his body and felt a wave of refreshment. After washing the bloodstains from his hands, he wasted no more time and headed toward Class 33. Was Yi Jin really transferred out? I'm not sure, but given Mr. Ren's track record, calling Yi Jin to the office was definitely about changing classes. Exactly. Look at Ria's grim expression. It must be because Yi Jin was transferred. It's better this way. Now there's no one left to hold us back. Before even stepping into Class 33, the noisy chatter reached Yi Jin's ears. To say he didn't care would certainly be a lie, but at this moment, Yi Jin was no longer as furious as he had been before. With a calm expression, he walked straight into Class 33. The classroom, which had been buzzing with discussion and even a bit rowdy,
suddenly fell silent, so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. To an outsider, it would have seemed as if a teacher had just arrived. Eugene walked to his seat in the back row and began packing his books as if no one else were there. All 39 students in the class watched Eugene in silence. He, who usually had little presence, had unexpectedly become the center of attention. Yet, not a single person spoke a word of consolation or asked him to stay. Their faces were filled with expressions of indifference, joy, and excitement. Some students even cast glances of disdain, contempt, and disgust toward him. It would not be an exaggeration to say he was loathed by the entire class. Even Ria was staring at Eugene with cold eyes, a fire of fury burning within them. Seeing that Eugene hadn't even spared her a single glance, Ria gritted her teeth in secret. She pulled out her phone and began typing rapidly. "Mickey, once Eugene transfers to your class, find an opportunity to help me humiliate him. The harsher the humiliation, the better." After sending the message, Ria continued to stare at Eugene. As for the ugly attitudes of these classmates, Eugene acted as if he hadn't seen them at all. It didn't take long. Eugene finished packing his things and left class 33 without once looking back. Woohoo! He's finally been transferred out. From now on, everyone in our class is at the vitality realm or above. If it weren't for his parents' situation, he should have been swapped out 2 or 3 months ago. Now that this dead weight is gone, our class 33 finally has a shot at taking first place. First place. First place. First place. Listening to the cheers behind him, no matter how much Eugene tried to remain indifferent, he couldn't help but clench his fists. Just then, Ren and Hang walked over from the other end of the corridor. Seeing this scene, smiles appeared on both of their faces. Ren looked at Eugene and said comfortingly, "Eugene, as the saying goes, it's better to be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. In our class 33, you might be trailing at the very back, but in class 36, you might just become the top student in your class. Keep it up, Teacher Ren has high hopes for you." Finally, Ren even had the audacity to walk over and pat Eugene on the shoulder. The black sheep of the flock. Eugene glanced sideways at Ren, uttering only those few words, yet they caused the veins on Ren's forehead to throb with rage. However, he did not dwell on his anger at that moment. Instead, he looked at Eugene with a flicker of uncertainty and suspicion. When he had clapped Eugene on the shoulder, he was shocked to discover that Eugene did not seem to be in the vitality realm, but rather at tier 2. Although it was not particularly obvious, he had nonetheless sensed it. But how could this be possible? He was, of course, perfectly aware of his own student's martial path level. Eugene's vitality had been stagnant for 3 months ever since his parents' accident. He hadn't made any progress whatsoever. But now, just after being transferred out, he had suddenly reached the vitality realm? He found it difficult to comprehend. Ren looked at Eugene, and thinking of the phrase, "the black sheep of the flock," he felt an uncontrollable urge to slap him. However, catching a glimpse of Mr. Chen looking over from outside the office, he ultimately suppressed his anger, let out a cold snort, and headed toward class 33. Eugene, meanwhile, patted his shoulder with disdain as if he felt it was dirty, then wiped his hands on his pants with a look of disgust. Ren didn't see this scene, but Hang did. Hang immediately said, "Eugene, thank you for your 3 vitality pills. I'll make good use of them and strive to break through the vitality realm into the aperture opening realm as soon as possible, so our class 33 can charge to the top spot." Just as Hang spoke, Ren happened to turn his head and see Eugene's actions, causing his expression to darken instantly. However, after hearing what Hang said, he felt a profound sense of satisfaction. He is nothing but a piece of trash. Even if he managed to break through to the vitality realm by some stroke of luck, he remains a piece of trash. There was no need for him to lower himself to such a person's level. As for Hang, Ren couldn't help but steal another glance at him, feeling that this kid really knew how to handle things. Just then, seeing Teacher Ren's expression soften, Hang walked over to Eugene and whispered, "It's a pity I can only take your spot and get 3 extra vitality pills. If only I could take over your girlfriend too. That Ria is quite a beauty. I wonder if I'll get a chance, hee hee." Hang looked at Eugene provocatively, as if he could already see him flying into a rage. To his disappointment, however, Eugene showed no signs of anger and remained perfectly calm.
Eugene even started to laugh. "I'm not sure if Rhea would ever be interested in you, but there is one thing I'm certain of: if you ever have a girlfriend, there's a high probability she'll be interested in me in the future."
"You're asking for it."
A simple sentence sent Hang into a fit of rage.
He grabbed Eugene by the collar, his right hand clenched into a fist, barely restraining himself from striking. However, after glancing at Run, who signaled him to stop with a look, he eventually pulled his fist back.
Hang quickly regained his composure and sneered, "You? A piece of trash like you?
You're talking as if I was the one chased away like a dog.
Don't forget, you're the one being forced to change classes. Besides, she won't be as blind as Rhea." Leaving those words behind, Hang ignored Eugene and turned to walk away.
However, Eugene's next sentence nearly caused him to explode in fury once again.
"We'll just have to wait and see."
Chapter 4, Provoked right after switching classes.
"Mr. Chen, I'm your student now.
I look forward to your guidance and support." Eugene ignored Hang and walked quickly over to Mr. Chen. However, having forgotten how to interact with teachers, he subconsciously slipped into the professional mannerisms of the corporate world. Mr. Chen laughed in spite of himself. "You little rascal, you're just a student at your age.
Where did you learn to talk like such a seasoned professional?"
"It's my first time switching classes, so I'm a bit inexperienced. I hope you don't mind my awkwardness." Even though Eugene wasn't actually a high school student, facing the nearly 60-year-old Mr. Chen, he couldn't help but rub his hands together, looking rather embarrassed.
Sigh. Hearing this, the smile on Mr. Chen's face gradually faded.
He patted Eugene on the shoulder inside. To face such unfair treatment and still maintain this kind of mindset, it's truly remarkable. Eugene shook his head and said, "Complaining won't help anything, I can only accept it for what it is."
A trace of helplessness appeared on Eugene's face.
In reality, Eugene was well aware that Mr. Chen, standing before him, was the one who had suffered the most injustice. The group of students with the best vitality in Class 36 had essentially all been transferred to Class 33 by Run. With every such reshuffle, the frustration in Mr. Chen's heart was likely not a fraction less than Eugene's own.
"You're right."
Mr. Chen looked at Eugene blankly, deeply agreeing with what he had said. "Complaining is useless, it's better to just accept it calmly, it makes you feel a bit better."
"You're more open-minded than I am." Teacher Chen sighed again, said no more, and turned toward the corridor. "Follow me, let's head back to Class 36.
These words made it clear that even though he had experienced high-achieving students being transferred away many times, he still couldn't quite make peace with it.
Teacher Chen, his heart must be filled with bitterness.
Eugene followed behind Teacher Chen, looking at his loose martial path uniform and the worn-out cloth shoes on his feet.
It was easy to imagine the immense psychological toll Teacher Chen had endured through the numerous student reassignments.
He didn't even bother to spend a modicum of effort maintaining his professional image as a teacher. His entire demeanor exuded an air of listless resignation. Eugene, having just been forced to change classes, couldn't help but feel a sense of empathy. If he didn't have the system, he probably wouldn't be any better off than Mr. Chen. But this time, Ren has miscalculated. "I have to prove myself, and while I'm at it, stand up for Mr. Chen."
Eugene secretly clenched his fists.
Without overthinking it, he quickly followed Mr. Chen down the corridor to Class 36 on the other side. In the third year of martial path cultivation, the school's overall layout does not consist of high-rise buildings, but rather takes the form of traditional courtyards. The ninth courtyard of senior year. The ground floor is where martial techniques are explained, such as fist techniques, leg techniques, and swordsmanship. The upper floor is for cultural lessons or lectures on vitality art tempering. Each courtyard houses 4 classes. The courtyard where Eugene and the others are located is the ninth courtyard of senior year, containing classes 33 through 36. There were 2 classrooms on each side of the corridor. After leading Eugene into the classroom, Teacher Chen gave a customary introduction. "This is Eugene, who has swapped classes with Hang. From now on, he is a member of Class 36. I hope everyone will support and help each other. Let's give him a warm welcome. Clap, clap, clap." A sparse scattering of applause rang out, sounding anything but welcoming. Many students didn't even bother to move. They cast a lazy glance at Eugene before returning to their own business. Even quite a few students who had been transferred earlier looked at Eugene with eyes full of resentment and jealousy. Teacher Chen seemed long accustomed to this, and Eugene didn't mind either. Eugene gave a brief self-introduction, then walked to the middle of the classroom and sat down in the seat that originally belonged to Hang. You still couldn't escape it, after all. As soon as Eugene sat down, his chubby desk mate leaned in and whispered, "That Ren is a real piece of work. After everything your family has been through, he still had the heart to force you to switch classes. You know what he's like. It was only a matter of time." Eugene shook his head. Seeing the big guy, a long-absent smile finally flickered across his face. The big guy's name was Chang, and he was a good friend of Eugene's. He had been the last one forced to switch classes. If it hadn't been for the tragedy involving Eugene's parents, Eugene likely would have been transferred to class 36 along with Chung 3 months ago. That's true. Chang nodded and didn't chat further with Eugene. He sat up straight and began to listen to the lecture attentively. On the podium. I have an announcement to make. Teacher Chen said, just this morning, a spatial fluctuation appeared near Panshan City. I heard that a new rift will be opening in the area. For those of you who don't live on campus, be careful when you're away from school. Don't go running off to join the commotion. Yes. Got it. No way. Sparse responses echoed through the classroom, showing little concern for Mr. Chen's warning. Instead, they were full of interest in the new rift that was about to open. Many students began to whisper among themselves. All right, class begins. Teacher Chen didn't mind and started the lesson, carefully instructing the students on how to refine their vitality, specifically how to absorb vitality pills and convert the vitality within the pills into their own. Teacher Chen's explanation was extremely detailed. As he spoke, the students who had been whispering among themselves all began to listen attentively. In fact, regarding the methods and directions for refining vitality, and even specific arts, Teacher Chen had already explained them many times before. But even so, he patiently explained the material again during every single class. The students, in turn, listened attentively and took notes time after time. Eugene was no exception. Through Mr. Chen's explanations, combined with the memories of Ren's teachings, Eugene realized by comparison that Mr. Chen was far more experienced and a better lecturer than Ren, a young teacher who had been in the profession for less than 3 years. By the end of the lesson, Eugene had gained a great deal of insight. He subconsciously glanced at the system and was astonished to find that, in just a single class, his savage elephant tempering art had increased by 2 percentage points. It jumped from minor mastery 96% to minor mastery 98%. Eugene was very pleased with this. However, compared to the system directly allocating vitality points, this rate of improvement was still far too slow. Unfortunately, stat points can only be allocated to vitality, and cannot be used for art proficiency. He also currently has no idea how to allocate points to art proficiency. He still needs to figure it out slowly. Eugene, your complexion looks much better today. Just after class, Chun leaned over, sized Eugene up, and teased, "What, did that Rhea actually have the heart to give you a vitality pill?" Facing Chang's teasing, Eugene felt a slight sense of embarrassment. Over the past 3 months, although the relationship between him and Rhea had not been made public, Chang, as his friend, was well aware of their involvement. And Chang had advised Eugene many times, warning him that Rhea had ulterior motives and didn't truly like him, but was instead after his vitality pills and money. However, his predecessor had refused to listen. Even when Chang saw his poor condition and intended to give him half a vitality pill, his predecessor couldn't bear to consume it himself, wanting instead to save it for Rhea. This made Chang very angry, and the two of them had a massive row over it. Eugene said in a low voice, "We've already broken up." "Holy crap, you guys finally split. I told you that Rhea wasn't sincere about you." Chang couldn't help but throw an arm around Eugene's shoulder, feeling happy for him. But suddenly, a thought occurred to him, and he asked with a frown, "Wait a second, you didn't get swindled out of everything and then dumped, did you?" I was the one who initiated the breakup. Yi Jin's tone carried a hint of helplessness. Cheng's words weren't entirely right, but they weren't entirely wrong either. Ria had indeed fleeced him of everything. Not only were his vitality pills and money gone, but even his house had been schemed away. At this point, he didn't even know how much of a deposit Ria had already collected. To think you were the one who initiated the breakup, it seems you really did get swindled hard. Cheng patted Yi Jin on the shoulder as a gesture of comfort, no longer teasing him. He was just about to ask exactly how much Yi Jin had lost when he was suddenly interrupted. Oh, if it isn't Yi Jin, the Phoenix Tail of Class 33. I heard that after coming to our Class 36, you're planning to be the head of the chicken. I wonder if you have the guts to test yourself against me. Ria's cousin, Mickey, stood beside Yi Jin with her arms crossed, looking down at her. She looked fresh and delicate, but her words were laced with provocation. Yi Jin, I'm just a girl, you know. Surely you wouldn't be too afraid to accept a challenge from a girl, would you? No way, right? No way? Chapter 5, even if your face is whiter than your backside, it won't do. Was it Ria who told you to do this? Yi Jin looked at Mickey coldly, his tone calm and unaffected by her provocation. It doesn't matter who told me to challenge you. Just say whether you accept or not. Mickey refused to answer Yi Jin's question and continued her taunting. What, are you scared? No way, a guy afraid to accept a challenge from a girl? You're not worried about getting beaten to a pulp, are you? Ha ha. He's such a coward. Mickey let out a sneer, then tilted her head toward the others, seeking their approval and hoping to get her classmates to join her in mocking Yi Jin. Just as she had planned, a group of students turned their gaze toward them. Ha ha ha, exactly. He is a total disgrace to us guys, bah. Ha, he has been coasting on the perks in Class 33 for 2.5 years, so how is he still such trash? Were all those vitality pills fed to a dog? Damn, just thinking about it pisses me off. Why were we the ones swapped out first? Letting him get all those vitality pills for nothing is just so unfair. TSK, trash is still trash, and a loser is still a loser. No matter how many vitality pills he takes, it's still useless. If I remember correctly, he's only at the vitality realm, right? With that level, he actually thinks he can be number 1 in our class? Ha! As if he's worthy? All sorts of mockery, sarcasm, and even verbal abuse filled the air. This caused many students who were originally uninterested to crane their necks and look over. Is this what students are like? Listening to the waves of mockery, Yi Jin felt a tightness in his chest. He had long forgotten what his student days were like in his previous life. He originally thought that with his adult mindset, he could easily handle these frictions between students, but now. Yi Jin suddenly realized that the ridicule and insults from students were even harsher and more ruthless than those of adults. They acted with complete disregard for the consequences. They simply vented their malice without restraint. Yi Jin looked at Mickey coldly, and just as he was about to speak, Cheng stood up first. Shut up! Cheng, unable to contain his frustration, scanned the rest of the classmates and snapped, damn it, we were all kicked out by Run. Do you really think you can rank yourselves into first, second, or third class? Yi Jin was the last one to be transferred. At the very least, his vitality is higher than you lot who were the first to be driven out. If he's trash, then what the hell are you? You don't have the guts to curse at Rin, so you take your anger out on Yi Jin? You people really have some nerve. And you, Mickey. Ignoring the reactions of the other students, Cheng turned his gaze back to Mickey and barked at her. The martial path makes no distinction between men and women, it only cares about level. Your vitality has already reached Tier 2, while Yi Jin is only Tier 1. You are inherently stronger than him, so why on earth should he accept your challenge? If you're so capable that you're using gender as a provocation, why don't you go challenge Rin? Not only is he a boy, he's a man. If he accepts your challenge, that would be far more prestigious than challenging Yi Jin. Do you even dare to go? Cheng looked at Mickey with equal provocation, gesturing for her to go challenge Run. None of your damn business. Mickey's face flushed red from Cheng's retort.
Ignoring him entirely, she stiffened her neck and glared at Eugene, sneering, "Eugene, what's the point of hiding behind someone else? Don't you have a mouth of your own? Do you always need others to speak for you?" "Eugene, ignore her. She's a lunatic. She has the nerve to incite our classmates to insult you, yet she won't let me speak up for you. How shameless." Cheng immediately stepped in front of Eugene, not wanting to see her get bullied. "It's fine." Eugene patted Cheng, signaling him not to worry, then looked coldly at Mickey. "It's not that I can't accept your challenge, but what's in it for me if I win?" The students' expressions immediately turned to ones of interest upon hearing this. "You still think you can win? You must be dreaming." Mickey seemed to laugh in anger, her small chest heaving violently as she looked at Eugene with utter disdain. "You actually want a reward? Why don't you weigh yourself first and see what you're worth? Do you really think you can win?" Eugene couldn't help but snap back. "Are you out of your mind? Since you're so sure you won't lose, why come to challenge me and insist that I must accept? So I deserve to be beaten by you, and I deserve to be humiliated by you, is that it? You've got some nerve. Even if your face is whiter than your backside, it still won't fly. What a joke. I've never seen someone so shameless. Get as far away from me as possible." Eugene finished his cursing and waved his hand dismissively, as if shooing away a pesky insect. "Eugene, you're vulgar." Mickey's face flushed crimson with rage, especially at the remark "your face is whiter than your backside," which made her feel as though her classmates' gazes toward her had become somewhat peculiar. Mickey glared viciously at Eugene, wishing she could pick a fight with her right then and there. However, she restrained the impulse. "Fine, since you want something out of this, let's make a bet." Mickey stood with her hands on her hips and said huffily, "Go ahead, what do you want to bet on?" "Eugene." Cheng tugged at Eugene's clothes, trying to stop him, but Eugene signaled him with a look to stay calm. Eugene turned back to look at Mickey, pondering for a moment before asking, "You receive 3 vitality pills a month, right?" The school distributes vitality pills based on 2 criteria. One is class ranking. For a class like Class 36, which ranks last in the entire school, every student in the class receives 1 vitality pill per month. The other method is distribution based on an individual's level. Vitality Realm, 1 pill per month. Vitality Realm, 2 pills per month. And so on. Since Mickey is at the Vitality Realm level, the monthly allowance of vitality pills would be 3. What are you trying to do? Mickey was suddenly startled by Yi-Jin's question, and it instantly clicked for her. Don't tell me you want to bet 3 vitality pills with me. That's absolutely out of the question. Why not? Are you afraid? Now it was Yi-Jin's turn to taunt her. Mickey stammered, "It's not that I'm afraid, I just don't want to gamble with my own vitality pills." "Fine then, since we're not betting vitality pills, let's use money. 30,000 yuan, how about that?" Mickey said indignantly, What's the difference between this and 3 vitality pills?" Eugene immediately grew annoyed. "This isn't okay, that isn't okay, then why the hell are you even challenging me? You're not just poor and unable to cough up 30,000, are you? You." Mickey's face flushed red with rage once again, even more intensely than before, until her entire face looked like a monkey's backside. Just then, a classmate reminded Mickey, "Mickey, you're bound to win, so what are you afraid of? Just take the bet. If you win, that's 3 vitality pills." "Exactly, bet him. His strength is inferior to yours anyway, there's no way you'll lose. Go for it, we've got your back. You're definitely going to win. 3 vitality pills. If you win this, it's like getting a whole month's worth of martial path resources for free." A crowd of classmates, eager for drama, chimed in one after another to persuade Mickey to agree. "Fine, you're on." Ultimately, egged on by her classmates, Mickey agreed. Eugene nodded in agreement and asked, "So, where are we fighting? In the classroom, or?" "No. We'll fight in the courtyard. There's more room to move out there." As soon as Mickey said this, a massive stir broke out among the students of Class 36. Yo, it looks like they're trying to make Eugene lose face in front of all 4 classes. Why? Such a public humiliation, is there some kind of grudge between them? No idea, but who cares? It's not us who's being embarrassed anyway. This is going to be a good show. Yi Jin's expression turned cold. He knew Mickey was acting on Ria's orders, but he hadn't expected Ria to try and humiliate him this way, right in front of 4 classes. It could be said that no mercy was shown whatsoever. Mickey looked at Yi Jin provocatively. You're not going to back out now, are you? I'm not as shameless as you. Yi Jin gave a cold laugh, ignoring Mickey, who was nearly driven mad with rage, and said directly, then let's set the time for before the first period this afternoon. Great! Mickey agreed through gritted teeth, shouting one last threat before leaving, by the way, I don't know how to hold back. If I end up wounding or crippling you, don't blame me. Yi Jin responded flatly, since you've come to that realization, I won't say anything more. Mickey sneered, humph. After you lose this afternoon, I'll see if you're still as silver-tongued as you are now. Just make sure you don't start crying. Vitality, Blood, First Stage. Chapter 6, Desert Eagle. A Bountiful Harvest. Yi Jin, you were too impulsive. You really shouldn't have made that bet with her. You're only at the vitality realm. The gap between you and her is quite significant. As soon as Mickey left, Cheng couldn't help but sigh, clearly skeptical of Yi Jin's chances of winning. Yi Jin smiled and said, don't worry, it'll be fine. By the way, what exactly is Mickey's vitality? Yi Jin asked. See, you don't even know her vitality level, yet you agreed to the challenge. You're being too reckless. That's 3 vitality pills on the line. Cheng felt anxious on Yi Jin's behalf, but despite his worry, he answered the question. During Mickey's last test, she was around 200 VP in the vitality realm. It's been another week since then, so I'm not sure of the exact figure now. What about you? How's your vitality looking? Are you confident? Cheng looked at Yi Jin nervously. It was clear that he was genuinely worried about Yi Jin losing the challenge. Hard to say. Yi Jin shook his head. With his current vitality, he certainly wasn't confident he was trailing by a full 200 points. However, he still had time to improve. Hearing this, Cheng could only sigh helplessly. Yi Jin remained as stubborn as ever. Whether it was his previous trust in Ria or his current decision to accept the challenge, no one could talk him out of it. I'm going to take a leak. Seeing that the second period was about to start, Yi Jin stood up and headed toward the restroom. At this time, there were almost no other students in the restroom. Yi Jin quickly searched for flies to swat, and in the blink of an eye, he obtained 3 more bottles of dichlorvos. When the class bell rang, Yi Jin returned to the classroom right on time. In the high schools of this world, almost everyone focuses on cultivating the martial path. As for traditional cultural subjects, it's not that they aren't taught at all, but they are taught very little. The focus is primarily on explaining cultivation, arts, types of monsters, rifts, and so on. Despite possessing the memories of his original self, Yi Jin still acted like a sponge during class, frantically absorbing the knowledge of this world. Yi Jin's earnest attitude caught Cheng slightly off guard, but he didn't give it much thought. Time flowed by in the ocean of knowledge, and in the blink of an eye, the morning classes came to an end. As soon as school let out, Yi Jin stood up impatiently and said, Cheng, I need to head back home for a bit, so I won't be joining you at the cafeteria. All right then. I was actually planning to treat you to a meal to celebrate you finally coming to your senses. Cheng felt a touch of regret. Yi Jin waved his hand and quickly left the school, hailing a taxi at the entrance. Driver, take me to the foot of Panshan Mountain. You got it. With a roar of the engine, the taxi sped away. 10 minutes later, Yi Jin arrived at the foot of Panshan Mountain. I wonder how much I'll gain this time. Yi Jin felt a sense of anticipation as he headed up the mountain along a small path. After only a few steps, he spotted an ant and immediately stepped on it. The familiar prompt appeared once again. You have killed an ant. You may choose one of the following drops. 1. 1 vitality pill increases vitality by 1 VP. 2. 1 bullet. Bullets? Yi Jin was momentarily stunned. He truly hadn't expected that killing an ant would drop bullets,
and there was no description regarding their caliber or model. It was somewhat beyond his expectations.
A pity I don't have a gun. I wonder what I'd have to kill to get a gun drop.
Eugene shook his head with a hint of regret, suppressed his curiosity, and then selected the vitality pill. I've killed 3 types of insects now, and all of them dropped items. It seems my hunch was correct. Killing any living creature should result in an item drop. This discovery filled Eugene with immense joy. Eugene continued his ascent, keeping an eye out for ant nests along the way. It didn't take long. After climbing only a few dozen meters, Eugene found an ant nest nestled at the base of a massive tree. With a single thought, Eugene took out a bottle of dichlorvos. To avoid being tainted by its scent, he threw the bottle from several meters away. Bang! The glass bottle struck a tree and shattered instantly, allowing the dichlorvos solution to seep into the anthill through the soil. Eugene did not wait for the chemical to take effect. He left the path and headed deeper into the woods. Before long, Eugene located another nest of ants. After throwing another bottle of dichlorvos in the same manner, Eugene continued his search through the woods. Ha! A snail! Eugene suddenly spotted a snail on a rock. His heart stirred as he brought his foot down to crush it. Killed a snail. The following items can be dropped, please choose. 1. One vitality pill can increase vitality by 5 VP. 2. A small, shrinkable, crude shelter. Spatial capacity of 1 cubic meter. If multiple crude shelters are obtained, they can be stacked to expand the internal space. A crude shelter? Eugene's expression turned somewhat peculiar. He finally understood that the system's drops were incredibly diverse. Anything, whether he had heard of it or not, could be dropped. Eugene stared at the prompt, sinking into deep thought as he considered which choice to make. Suddenly, Eugene thought of a certain possibility and made a decision, option 2. The next moment, Eugene discovered that a square grid had appeared within his consciousness space. The grid didn't look large, measuring 1 meter in length, width, and height, but the internal layout was fully equipped with everything one might need, including a kitchen, living room, and bedroom. Eugene cautiously observed his surroundings in the woods. After confirming no one else was around, he walked to a relatively hidden spot and took out the square grid. Next, Eugene picked up a stone, placed it inside, and then attempted to store the square grid into his consciousness space. Clatter! To Eugene's disappointment, while the square grid was successfully stored, the stone inside fell out. What a waste! That just cost me 5 VP of vitality. Eugene shook his head with regret, though he wasn't surprised. He had previously attempted to use his consciousness space to collect books and failed. This time was merely a slight disappointment. He continued his search for ant nests. A moment later, Eugene spotted another bee. After killing it, he was once again presented with 2 choices. A vitality pill or a bottle of honey water. Alright, if bullets can drop, I suppose honey water appearing isn't that strange either. Eugene had already grown accustomed to these oddities. Feeling a bit hungry, Eugene chose the honey water to stave off his appetite. He began walking back while sipping the water. The dichlorvos had just run out, and he was worried that if he delayed too long, the drop notification might disappear, which would be a huge loss. In the blink of an eye, Eugene returned to the first anthill. From a distance, he could already smell the pungent scent of dichlorvos, and simultaneously, he saw a dense cluster of prompts appearing. At a glance, there were at least 100 of them. This caused the corners of Eugene's mouth to curl up in delight. Without wasting any time, he quickly made his selections. Option 1. As Eugene continued to make his choices, the stat points on the status screen kept increasing, reaching dozens of points in the blink of an eye. Ha! Suddenly, Eugene noticed a drop notification that differed from the ones he received for killing other ants. He caught himself just as he was about to make a subconscious selection. 1 queen ant killed. You may choose one of the following drops. 1. One vitality pill increases vitality by 2 points. 2. One handgun. A pistol? Eugene's breathing quickened. In his previous life, he never had the chance to handle a firearm. He hadn't expected that less than half a day after crossing over, he would be able to obtain a handgun.
One must understand.
Despite already being in the vitality realm, he still had to take cover when facing an ordinary person armed with a gun. The lethality of such a weapon was such that even someone in the vitality realm couldn't withstand being hit in a vital spot.
Option 2.
As Eugene made his choice, a pistol appeared within his consciousness. Upon seeing it, he couldn't help but grin, a Desert Eagle. This gun carried quite a reputation. Eugene suppressed the urge to take it out and fiddle with it, continuing with his selections.
With the gun secured, Eugene also chose 10 rounds of ammunition, opting for vitality pills for all the remaining slots. 2 minutes later.
Eugene status screen.
Stat points 156. Phew.
Eugene let out a long breath, the excitement in his heart becoming almost impossible to suppress. The speed of harvesting stat points was simply incredible.
And
this was even with many ants managing to escape after being soaked in dichlorvos. Otherwise, a single nest would have dropped even more vitality pills. Eugene, however, was quite satisfied with this. He continued running toward the second ant nest, gaining another 100+ points of vitality. As nest after nest of ants was harvested, the stat points on Eugene's system continued to climb. During this process, Eugene spotted another Desert Eagle drop, but he didn't pick it up. One was enough for his needs. However, while harvesting another anthill, Eugene noticed a suppressed Desert Eagle among the drop options. He didn't let it pass and immediately chose the second option. This Desert Eagle came from a deaf queen ant. Just like that, after more than 10 minutes, Eugene made his choices and began to allocate points.
Name, Eugene.
Level Vitality Realm 500 2000 VP. Art Savage Elephant Tempering Art 99% Army Breaker Fist 93%. Stat points 960. Refreshing. Eugene felt the surging vitality within his body, his expression one of pure intoxication. He did not use up all of his stat points with his current vitality realm level of 500 VP, defeating Mickey was no longer an issue. He could save these vitality points and add them later. After all, it was just a matter of a single thought. He needed to be somewhat mindful of his progression speed. Ron had already noticed his breakthrough earlier. Eugene certainly hadn't misread that look of sheer bewilderment in his eyes. It was essential to hide his true capabilities, and he'd better come up with an excuse to explain the rapid rise of his level in the future. This was necessary to avoid being dissected for research or targeted by those with ill intentions. But I'm still 40 points short. Let's make it a round number. With that thought in mind, Eugene continued his busy work in the woods. Since many ants were fleeing, he didn't need to search specifically for them and quickly stepped on 40 more. He had rounded it up to exactly 1,000 stat points. Not a bad harvest. Eugene smiled with satisfaction and headed down the mountain. Arriving at the foot of the mountain, Eugene sniffed himself. Detecting no scent of dichlorvos, he headed toward the school with peace of mind. After grabbing a quick bowl of noodles at the school gate to satisfy his hunger, Eugene strolled toward the classroom in high spirits. At the same time, inside the third grade 9th courtyard, students from all 4 classes had already heard about the challenge and were waiting for the drama to unfold. As the start of class drew nearer and nearer with still no sign of Eugene, many students began to sneer and scoff. Where is Eugene? Don't tell me he's actually scared? Heh, he probably caught wind of Mickey's actual vitality and got spooked, so now he's too afraid to show up. This is just pathetic. At worst, he'd just lose. A grown man, yet he's too cowardly to fight? Disgraceful. Damn, this guy has no spine at all, does he? Mickey and Hang both looked utterly disappointed, then began to laugh mockingly without restraint. What a coward. Rhea was also gritting her teeth in anger. However, she cared more about her image. She didn't resort to mockery, but instead kept cursing Eugene in her heart. Eugene, why aren't you here yet? Chang was somewhat anxious, constantly glancing toward the courtyard entrance. Suddenly, sensing something, he sprinted out of the courtyard and looked toward the sound of footsteps. Spotting Eugene's brisk figure, he immediately let out a loud holler. Eugene is here.
Chapter 7, A Kick to the Chest. Crying from the blow. Heh, Eugene, I thought you were too afraid to show up. Mickey glanced at Eugene, who had just entered the courtyard. With her chin tilted slightly upward, she looked at Eugene with a proud expression, seemingly brimming with confidence for the challenge. Accept the challenge? I highly doubt it. Before Eugene could even speak, Hang interjected with a snide remark, maybe Eugene knows he's outmatched and is planning to forfeit directly. After all, he's only at the vitality realm. Even if word spreads across the whole school that he surrendered without a fight, he probably wouldn't find it that embarrassing. Right, Eugene? Hang looked at Eugene with a fake smile, but his words were a clear attempt to goad him, placing heavy emphasis on the phrase surrendered without a fight. He was terrified of missing out on a good show. Eugene frowned, looking at Hang with a look of disdain. He really wanted to say, how can someone who chose to switch classes have the nerve to talk about surrendering without a fight? But after a moment's thought, Eugene kept the words to himself. Mainly because it would offend too many people. Nearly half of the students in Class 33 had transferred over from Class 36. If Eugene actually said those words, the area of effect damage would be too great. He would offend all of them, leading to unnecessary trouble. Should a group brawl break out, Eugene believed that with his current level, he would be completely unable to withstand it. However, Eugene was not the type of person to take a verbal loss. He continued to look at Hang with disdain. Stop jumping around here like a clown, you're blocking our duel. You. Hang clenched his fists in fury, itching to land a punch on Eugene first. He had indeed successfully provoked Eugene into accepting the challenge, yet Eugene had dismissed him as a mere buffoon. Crucially, now that Eugene had agreed to the duel, continuing to argue would only draw the ire of the onlookers. I'll see how arrogant you can be after you're defeated. You piece of trash, bah. Hang could only grit his teeth and spit out those words before stepping aside. He stood there with a cold gaze fixed on Eugene as he walked toward the center of the field, eagerly anticipating his defeat. Beside him, Ria's face was also filled with anticipation, waiting for Eugene to be crushed and publicly humiliated. She didn't forget to shoot Mickey a look, signaling her to humiliate Eugene as ruthlessly and miserably as possible. Eugene couldn't be bothered with them. She walked straight into the center of the courtyard, stood before Mickey, and said in a cold voice, "Let's begin." Quite confident, aren't we? Too bad confidence alone is useless. Mickey was deeply dissatisfied with the calm expression on Eugene's face. If she was going to humiliate Eugene, she naturally wanted Eugene to appear as cautious, terrified, and timid as possible, but none of those traits were there. None of this could be seen on Eugene's face. Humph. Mickey let out a furious shout, raised her fist, and charged straight at Eugene. She looked fresh and delicate, with a somewhat slender build and fair-looking fists, yet the edge of her punch was incredibly sharp, and her momentum was exceptionally fierce. Facing her felt less like fighting a high school senior and more like squaring off against a highly accomplished professional boxer. Phew! Eugene also clenched his fist, suddenly unleashing the army breaker fist. The moment he threw the punch, Eugene felt a surging vitality boiling within his fist, giving him the illusion that he could shatter anything in his path. At this moment, both were brimming with confidence in their respective attacks, neither dodged nor evaded as their fists collided head-on. This reckless clash, reminiscent of two hot-headed amateurs, left the other students momentarily stunned. Such a scene was truly a rare sight. Bang! The two fists collided and recoiled. Mickey's right arm suddenly jerked back, and her body involuntarily took a step backward at the same time. A visible flicker of pain flashed across her face. In contrast, although Eugene's body also paused for a moment, she did not retreat a single step, and her expression remained perfectly calm, without the slightest change. Not only that. His eyes turned cold as he seized the opportunity to close the distance, throwing another punch toward Mickey. Damn it! Ignoring the pain radiating from her arm, Mickey instinctively raised her left arm to block as she saw Eugene rushing toward her. Bang! It was another solid hit from the army breaker fist. Under the force of this punch, Mickey felt a surge of immense power travel through her left arm, indirectly slamming into her head. In an instant,
Mickey's entire body stumbled involuntarily, lurching heavily toward the right. At that exact moment, Eugene swung her left arm, launching a left hook that cut through the air toward the right side of Mickey's face. Mickey's expression shifted drastically, ignoring the pain. She instantly raised her right arm to shield the temple on the right side of her head.
Bang! Yi-Jin's punch landed with solid force. However, just as Yi-Jin's left fist struck Mickey's right arm, Mickey was also preparing to throw a left hook, hoping to regain some ground. But her fist had barely begun to gather power, and before she could even throw the strike, Mickey seemed to see something that terrified her, causing her pupils to shrink instinctively. Yi-Jin's right foot was already raised, thrusting fiercely toward her chest. Ah! Mickey let out a sharp cry, instantly crossing her arms in front of her chest to block the blow. Bang! Yi-Jin's heavy, powerful kick slammed into her stacked arms, sending Mickey flying backward and crashing to the ground over 5 meters away. Not a single classmate moved to catch her. Put! As she tumbled, Mickey couldn't hold it back and spat out a large mouthful of fresh blood, staining the front of her clothes red. She struggled to stand up, but felt an unbearable pain in her chest. Her arms, in particular, felt as if they would snap just from supporting her weight. Terrified, Mickey stopped struggling and collapsed limply onto the ground. How is this possible? Mickey's eyes were vacant and her hair was a mess. Her mind was a blur, unable to believe this was real and unwilling to accept the fact that she had lost. SSS. He won? Just like that? Holy crap, he really didn't hold back. The sound of sharp intakes of breath suddenly rippled through the courtyard. It wasn't because Eugene was exceptionally powerful, nor was it because the fight was particularly spectacular. Rather, the scene was completely beyond their expectations. It was supposed to be Mickey challenging Eugene, but it was Mickey who ended up getting crushed. It was a total one-sided beatdown. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say Mickey was utterly defenseless. Furthermore, what left them even more speechless was that, facing a girl as lovely as Mickey, Eugene didn't hold back in the slightest. Not only did he strike her in the face, but he also kicked her in the chest, showing absolutely no sense of gallantry or tenderness. This caused the gazes of many girls toward Eugene to turn significantly colder. He actually managed to defeat Mickey? Hang frowned as he watched the scene. This was not the outcome he wanted to see. Recalling what he had just said, his expression turned somber. At the same time, he was deeply perplexed. According to the information he had received, Eugene was still a step away from the vitality realm. However, what he was demonstrating now showed that he had not only broken through to the vitality realm but had seemingly done so quite some time ago. He looked toward the other students of Class 33 in confusion, including Rhea. As it turned out, everyone seemed quite surprised by this outcome. Rhea, in particular, stared at Eugene in a near daze, looking utterly astonished. One might even call it shock. Clearly, no one had anticipated this result. Holy crap, Eugene! It turns out you broke through to the vitality realm ages ago. No wonder you accepted the challenge. Chang rushed over to Eugene, unable to resist pumping his fist and exclaiming in surprise. I just happened to have a breakthrough by luck. Eugene didn't want to say too much, maintaining a humble demeanor. Just as Eugene was about to walk toward Mickey, he suddenly heard Rhea's angry interrogation from behind. Eugene, when did you break through to the vitality realm? What does it have to do with you? Eugene glanced at her indifferently, his eyes cold. You? Rhea flared up in anger, then hissed through gritted teeth, I see now. You've been deceiving me all along. You even hid the fact that you broke through to the vitality realm from me. You bastard. Deceiving? Eugene turned to look at Rhea, his voice growing even colder. Who exactly is deceiving whom? Do you want me to recount everything you've done in front of everyone? You, humph. Rhea glared at Eugene through gritted teeth, but in the end, she didn't dare say anything more. She was someone who cared deeply about her image and didn't want to be seen as a liar by students and teachers. Even though it was the truth, she still wanted to keep it hidden. Their interaction piqued the curiosity of the classmates, and some even started heckling, urging Eugene to tell them exactly how Rhea had deceived him. However, Eugene naturally had no intention of actually doing so.
Even though it was his predecessor who had been deceived, if word got out, he would be the one losing face, and he would be the one subjected to ridicule. Yi Jin had no intention of inviting trouble upon himself. Yi Jin walked quickly over to Mickey. Looking down at the silently sobbing girl, he heartlessly extended his right hand. "Stop crying. Give me the steaks first." "Yi Jin. You bastard." Mickey stared at Yi Jin with resentment, her teeth clenched and her body trembling with rage. Originally, many students hadn't noticed she was crying, but as soon as Yi Jin spoke, a crowd of curious onlookers gathered around, making her wish she could just disappear into the ground. How humiliating. Chapter 8, Eloquence. A challenge to hang. Holy crap, she actually got hit so hard she cried? Ha, I told you so. A girl as delicate as her was bound to cry for ages after taking a punch. You guys might not know this, but she previously claimed she was going to beat Yi Jin until she cried and was broken. Who would have thought she'd be the one crying? Ha ha ha. She got what she deserved. Quite a few students gathered around to watch the spectacle, their words filled with mockery and ridicule. They weren't about to show any mercy just because Mickey was a girl. Even among the female students, hardly anyone spoke up for Mickey. Yi Jin. It's all Yi Jin's fault. That shameless, despicable bastard. Listening to her classmates' mockery, Mickey cursed Yi Jin furiously in her heart. She recalled her arrogance before the challenge, boasting about how she would make Yi Jin cry, or even cripple and ruin him. In the end, she was the one who ended up crying after being kicked flying, and her injuries were far from light. At the thought of this, Mickey felt her face burning with a stinging heat, overwhelmed by a sense of utter humiliation. Fortunately, Rhea ran over at that moment. Back off, everyone. We're all classmates, can't you show some decency? Rhea's expression was grim as she shooed the students away, preventing them from crowding around and, more importantly, stopping their continued mockery of Mickey. Because even though the insults were directed at Mickey, whenever Rhea caught Yi Jin's gaze, she felt as if she were being subjected to a silent, piercing ridicule. Rhea helped her cousin up and looked coldly at Yi Jin. "I'll pay her debt to you. Hand it over." Yi Jin reached his hand directly toward Rhea. His gaze remained calm, yet it made Rhea's teeth itch with resentment. She immediately took out her phone and quickly transferred 30,000 to Yi Jin, not forgetting to let out a cold sneer. "Humph, what kind of person bullies a girl? Even if you break through to the vitality realm, you're still a piece of trash." Yi Jin, who had already turned to leave, spun back around upon hearing this. However, he only spared Rhea a glance before shifting his gaze toward Mickey. "Mickey, I truly feel that you deserve better." Yi Jin shook his head inside. "You came to challenge me at her request, hoping to humiliate me only to be humiliated yourself. And now, instead of comforting you, your cousin scolds you for being worse than trash. How truly pathetic. Not only were you used, but you were also berated for it. Such a deep sisterly bond you two have. I've certainly learned something new today." Yi Jin's voice reached Mickey's ears, causing her body to stiffen as she lay huddled in Rhea's arms. Rhea's eyes were burning with a rage that looked ready to erupt. She hurriedly explained, "Mickey, don't let him drive a wedge between us. That's not what I meant." After offering her comfort, Rhea glared at Yi Jin again and cursed, "Yi Jin, you are despicable. For a grown man to use such underhanded tactics to sow discord between us, don't you feel any shame?" "Ha? Could it be that I misunderstood?" Yi Jin seemed puzzled and spoke with great confusion. "You say I'm trash, but I defeated Mickey. So what does that make her? Doesn't that make her even worse than trash? It's not as if, even though she was beaten by me, you can still claim she's better than I am? Is there such logic in this world?" Yi Jin's words left Rhea gnashing her teeth in rage. She suddenly realized that, having awakened from his grief, the current Yi Jin was remarkably eloquent compared to the nervous and shy person he had been when they were together before. It was as if he had become a completely different person. You're taking things completely out of context." Rhea was so incensed she was momentarily at a loss for words. After a long pause, she finally snapped in frustration, "I'm targeting you specifically. Even if you are in the vitality realm, you're still trash in my eyes.
Is there a problem with that? No problem at all.
Yi Jin shrugged, appearing entirely unbothered, as if he didn't feel the slightest bit of shame. This left Rhea somewhat stunned. Before she could even process it, she heard Yi Jin continue, "So, there's nothing wrong with saying that Mickey is even worse than trash." Since he had already been called trash and had no good reason to defend himself, Yi Jin naturally didn't bother trying to prove anything.
However, he was not the type of person to take an insult lying down.
He decided he might as well drag Mickey down with him, while simultaneously disgusting Rhea in the process.
What did a little bit of dignity matter anyway?
Besides, he had just won a duel. Even if he were called trash, it wouldn't have any real impact on him. But Mickey was different. Having just been defeated only to be told she was worse than trash was like adding fuel to the fire. It was a soul-crushing blow.
Yi Jin. You're absolutely shameless.
This mutually destructive tactic drove Rhea to the brink of madness, and she couldn't help but roar in fury. She realized she was no match for Yi Jin in an argument. She was being completely outclassed in verbal logic, unable to gain even the slightest upper hand or advantage, leaving her heart filled with stifling frustration. She bared her teeth and glared at Yi Jin, itching to get into a physical fight with her. The presence of over 100 onlookers made it even worse. Although they said nothing, they were all pointing and whispering at her and Mickey, their eyes seemingly filled with ridicule. This made her feel utterly humiliated, and her heart burned with indignation. Mickey buried her head deep in her cousin's embrace, sobbing even more uncontrollably. Fortunately, Hang stepped in at that moment to break the tension for them.
Yi Jin, that was impressive. I never expected you to be in the vitality realm.
Hang walked over with a beaming smile, seemingly offering praise, yet his tone was laced with sarcasm. He seemed to suddenly recall something and asked with feigned realization, "By the way, Yi Jin, back in the office when you were switching classes, I mentioned that if you have the capability, you're welcome to challenge me anytime. If you win, not only can you take back the 3 vitality pills I took from you, but I'll even give you my own extra one as well."
I wonder when you're planning to challenge me. Or is it that you simply don't have the guts?
Hang looked at Yi Jin provocatively, appearing impatient for the challenge to begin.
He hoped the challenge would happen immediately and once again employed his method of goading. Yi Jin glanced at Hang indifferently. "Wait until you've received the vitality pill, then we'll talk." Upon hearing this, Hang's eyes lit up instantly, and he said immediately, "Then why don't we set the time for the challenge now? The vitality pills are being distributed this Friday."
"Fine." Hearing Yi Jin's crisp and decisive answer, Hang was momentarily overjoyed, yet he also felt a faint, nagging sense that something wasn't quite right.
It wasn't until Rhea's voice rang out that he finally understood.
"You idiot, if he challenges you and wins, he gets 4 vitality pills for free.
But if he loses, he doesn't have to give you anything."
Upon hearing this, Hang immediately stepped in front of Yi Jin, raising an eyebrow as he said, "Yi Jin, Rhea is right.
This challenge seems a bit unfair, don't you think? Shouldn't you put up some stakes as well?" "Unfair?" Yi Jin gave a disdainful laugh.
"This so-called challenge was proposed by Ren himself, and you agreed to it. If I win, I'm simply taking back the vitality pills that belong to me in the first place.
And you have the nerve to tell me it's unfair? If you don't want to duel, no one will force you." Yi Jin left it at that, not wanting to say more.
He believed that even without any stakes, Hang would still agree to the challenge.
Because he knew Hang, just like Rhea, wanted to make him lose face and humiliate him.
The only difference was that Rhea wanted to drive him into a corner so he would be forced to sell the house, while Hang wanted to prove he was superior, making both the class transfer and the seizure of Yi Jin's vitality pill seem perfectly justified. It could also be seen as an attempt to silence others.
Sure enough.
As soon as Yi Jin finished speaking, Hang said urgently, "Of course I agree, but we could also add some extra stakes, don't you think?
How much do you want to bet?"
Yi Jin looked at Hang with a faint, knowing smile.
Hang smiled and said, "For vitality pills.
It just so happens that in the vitality realm, I can claim 4 vitality pills every month."
"Well, do you dare to bet?"
"Great." Yi Jin nodded with a smile, and Hang was also very pleased. The two looked at each other, both feeling certain of their victory. Meanwhile, the other classmates looked at Eugene as if they were looking at a fool, feeling that he had been blinded by a single win. A mere vitality realm challenging a vitality realm. If that wasn't being a fool, what was? Today was Monday, and there were only 4 days left until Friday. No one believed that Eugene's strength would advance by leaps and bounds in just 4 days. Unless a miracle occurs. I thought he was a smart guy given how well-spoken he is, but it turns out he can't handle being provoked. Challenging the vitality realm is just plain stupid. He really is a fool. Even if he just got 3 vitality pills, he shouldn't just give them away for nothing like that. That hang is so lucky. Not only did he get 3 vitality pills for free, but he'll pick up another 4 for nothing in a few days. I'm so jealous. Good grief, why don't I ever have luck like that? That's because there are too few fools. Not a single student present had any faith in Eugene. Even Chang had no confidence in Eugene, but as his friend, he naturally said nothing, merely sighing inwardly. As for the sisters, Ria and Mickey, they could only sneer at Eugene's choice. It was as if they could already see the miserable end awaiting Eugene after his defeat. What is everyone crowding around here for? Suddenly, a loud shout rang out from the courtyard entrance. 4 teachers walked into the yard, 1 leading and 3 following the one who had spoken was Ren, who was at the front. The 4 teachers were quickly briefed on the challenge. Ren looked at Eugene once more with uncertainty and suspicion, while Mr. Chen frowned. He glanced at the injured Mickey and said in a low voice, "Eugene, Mickey, come to my office with me." After speaking, Mr. Chen headed toward the office. Eugene followed behind with an unruffled expression, while Mickey, racked with pain, could only follow while being supported by Ria. Ren thought for a moment and followed them into the office as well. Chapter 9, Ren's Fury. The Savant Excuse. Tell me, what exactly happened? Teacher Chen looked at Eugene and Mickey, his expression extremely stern. Despite the mana awakening, the school does not prohibit challenges or duels after students begin practicing the martial path. They even turn a blind eye to gambling on the outcomes. However, as a relatively old school teacher, he was still somewhat angered by the occurrence of such incidents. In particular, Mickey had sustained significant injuries. If any lingering issues were left behind, it would have a considerable impact on her future cultivation of the martial path. However, alongside his anger, he was also deeply surprised in his heart. Eugene had been transferred to class 36, and like Ren, he was well aware of Eugene's level. However, the Eugene that Ren described as being in the vitality realm had not only broken through but had even defeated Mickey, who possessed 200 VP in the vitality realm. This made him very curious. Eugene glanced at Mickey, and seeing her head bowed in silence, he prepared to speak. Instead, Ria beat him to it, saying, "Teacher Chen, there was just a bit of friction between them, it's nothing serious." Is that so? Mr. Chen gazed intently at Mickey and Eugene. Mickey nodded vigorously like a chick pecking at grain, and Eugene did not refute Ria's words either. He had only been in class 36 for half a day. Whether it was the matter regarding the house or the grievances between him and Ria, there was no reason to ask Mr. Chen for help in resolving them. A person's worth lies in their self-awareness. Humph. Since it's just a minor friction, why go as far as a challenge, and even dare to bet vitality pills on it? Teacher Chen let out a cold snort, his expression turning sour. Do you think your vitality is so high that you can look down on 3 vitality pills? Or do you think your vitality is so low that losing 3 vitality pills won't make a difference to you? In the face of Teacher Chen's reprimand, both of them chose to remain silent. Seeing their silence, Teacher Chen's tone softened slightly. Having low vitality is nothing, but no matter how low it is, you cannot give up on your cultivation. In this world, the martial path is the very foundation of your existence. 3 vitality pills, at the very least, can increase your vitality by 20 or 30 VP. They can also provide some hope for breaking through to the second realm in the future. You must cherish them. After speaking these words with heartfelt earnestness, Mr. Chen cautioned, "I'll let it slide this time, but don't let it happen again." Agreed. Both of them nodded silently. And including Ria, none of the 3 mentioned the scheduled duel between Eugene and Hang. Having finished his reprimand, Mr. Chen looked at Mickey with a sigh and instructed, "Hurry to the infirmary for treatment.
Don't let this delay tomorrow's field training." Training? All three looked at Teacher Chen in surprise.
The so-called training was, in fact, an opportunity for them to hunt exotic beasts or monsters. Students like them spent most of their time in school being young and relatively weak. They had few chances to enter a rift or venture into mountain forests inhabited by exotic beasts for practical experience. Therefore, prior to the martial trials, the school would arrange a hunting expedition for them. In other words, it is to let them see blood and engage in life and death combat with exotic beasts. This is so that they can fully exert their strength during the martial trials and achieve excellent results. However, there are still 3 months until the martial trials, and according to past convention, the field training should only take place 1 month before the trials.
Why is it starting tomorrow?
It all felt incredibly rushed.
Despite the trio's bewilderment, Mr. Chen offered no further explanation.
He simply waved them off, urging, "Go on now. I'll be explaining everything about the field training to the whole class shortly."
Understood.
Ria nodded, excused herself from Ren, and supported Mickey as they left the office together.
After the two of them departed, Teacher Chen turned his full attention to Yi Jin. He was just about to ask a question when Ren unexpectedly spoke first. "Yi Jin, what is going on with your vitality?"
His tone was not merely inquisitive, it carried a hint of interrogation and a sense of urgency.
This greatly annoyed Yi Jin, who immediately shot back, "What business is it of yours? You scoundrel!" Ren slammed the table in anger, pointing at Yi Jin and rebuking him. "Yi Jin, what's your attitude? As a student, do you not even understand the basic respect for your teachers? Who taught you to speak to a teacher like that?" "My former homeroom teacher taught me."
Yi Jin's tone was flat, but to Ren's ears, it felt as if he were being cursed out to his face.
He stood up abruptly, his entire body trembling with rage. He looked like a man experiencing a massive surge of adrenaline. "What did you say? When did I ever teach you that?"
Ren glared fiercely at Yi Jin, suppressing a powerful urge to slap him across the face. Yi Jin glanced at Ren and said in a calm voice, "Since you never taught me, why are you getting so worked up?
You aren't the only former homeroom teacher I've had. You..."
Ren was so enraged that the veins on his forehead bulged, and his entire face turned a shade of purple. To an outsider, it might have looked as if he were on stimulants.
Bang!
Rendered speechless by fury and feeling a stifling tightness in his chest, Ren slammed his fist onto the desk in an outburst of frustration, shattering one of its corners. "I don't know what kind of dumb luck you stumbled into to break through to the vitality realm, but there's no need to be so damn smug about it." Ren spat out the words with a cold sneer before storming out of the office. He was afraid that if he stayed any longer, he wouldn't be able to resist the urge to lay a hand on Yi Jin.
TCH.
Yi Jin let out a disdainful chuckle at the remark, a reaction that happened to be caught by Teacher Chen.
However,
at this moment, Mr. Chen looked at Yi Jin with a peculiar glint in his eyes, a faint smile unconsciously tugging at the corners of his mouth. He seemed quite satisfied with the fact that Yi Jin had made Ren eat humble pie. When Yi Jin looked over, Mr. Chen quickly cleared his throat, masking the smile that hadn't appeared on his face in a long time. He offered a meaningful reminder, "Well, Yi Jin, don't be too reckless in the future.
If you offend someone narrow-minded, it's easy to bring trouble upon yourself." "Teacher Chen, I'll keep that in mind."
Yi Jin was, of course, well aware of Teacher Chen's well-intentioned warning.
He wasn't actually being reckless, he just couldn't stand Ren's tone.
The classes had already been switched, and Yi Jin was no longer a student in his class, yet Ren still used that interrogative tone. That condescending attitude made Yi Jin extremely uncomfortable. Unable to hold back any longer, he had lashed out in response.
"Good, as long as you understand." Teacher Chen nodded, then asked the question that not only Ren was deeply concerned about, but he was as well. "By the way, Yi Jin, your vitality, when did it break through to tier 2?
Yi Jin had already prepared an excuse and replied without hesitation, "I'd been under a lot of mental stress lately. I'm not quite sure how it happened, it just broke through naturally." Yi Jin's answer was somewhat vague, and he didn't specify a time. However, upon hearing this, Teacher Chen did not press further.
Instead, he nodded in realization, seemingly accepting his explanation.
Teacher Chen speculated, it's possible that after the mental shock, your comprehension has improved.
Have you also made significant progress in your understanding of art recently?
Eugene felt a secret joy and followed Teacher Chen's lead, saying, yes, it seems I'm grasping art faster now, and refining vitality has become much easier as well.
It seems so. Your comprehension has indeed improved. Teacher Chen nodded slightly inside. You could say this is a profound stroke of luck.
Under normal circumstances, after suffering a major mental blow, people often fall into a slump. It is truly rare that you were able to recover from such a setback and even become smarter. Now that you've recovered, don't dwell any longer on the grief of losing your parents. Work hard from now on, and strive to reach the heights your parents achieved, perhaps even go further and higher in the future. Mr. Chen offered these words of advice in a gentle tone. Although he hadn't been Yi Jin's teacher before, they were in the same academy, and he was well aware of the tragedy involving Yi Jin's parents and the rift. As the head teacher who had just taken over Yi Jin's class, there was truly only so much he could do to help him. Yes, I will work hard. Yi Jin nodded earnestly. Even with the system at his disposal, he was determined to double his efforts and strive to become a powerhouse as soon as possible, standing atop the world's peak.
Meanwhile,
Yi Jin was also contemplating something. Since he was using enhanced comprehension to explain the sudden surge in his vitality, he had to find a way to allocate points to his skills as quickly as possible. Otherwise, increasing only vitality without adding skill points would make his excuse seem somewhat incomplete. It was easy for anyone to see that something was wrong with him. Since the system could drop anything, there was no reason it wouldn't drop skill points. He needed to explore this thoroughly. Alright, head back to class. As Yi Jin was lost in thought, Teacher Chen stood up and said, during this afternoon's martial arts technique class, let's see just how good your comprehension is. Yi Jin's heart instantly sank. Whatever you fear most is exactly what happens. Chapter 10, A Breakthrough in Class. Strengthening the excuse. Martial arts techniques are what people used to call kung fu. What is kung fu? The skills and moves used for killing, that is kung fu. Whether it is fist techniques, leg techniques, saber techniques, or sword techniques, as long as it can kill the enemy, it is kung fu. It is a martial arts technique. But regardless of the type of martial art, they are fundamentally the same at their core, the combined application of strength and technique. Take boxing, for example. The speed, angle, and distance of a punch, as well as the exertion of force from the elbow and shoulder, all affect the final impact. What we must do is constantly explore the coordination between these various elements. With good coordination, you can achieve the effect of overpowering 10 opponents with a single strike. However, if your coordination is poor, you will be left with nothing but brute force, unable to unleash your true potential. Today, I will give you all a thorough explanation of the Army Breaker Fist. Inside the ground floor classroom, the space was vast and devoid of desks or chairs. Yi Jin and the rest of the students stood apart from one another, while Teacher Chen paced back and forth at the front, delivering his lecture. Army Breaker Fist is a relatively common boxing style at the school, and quite a few students practice it. As Teacher Chen finished speaking, he instantly assumed the stance of the Army Breaker Fist. Whoosh! The moment he began, Teacher Chen, who had previously exuded a lazy, even defeatist aura, underwent a sudden transformation, as if he had become an entirely different person. If the previous Teacher Chen was just an ordinary-looking old man with salt and pepper hair, nearing 60 and indistinguishable from any crowd. But now, he seemed like a battle-hardened veteran, his entire being exuding a terrifyingly fierce aura, his expression resolute. Even though that ferocity was deliberately suppressed, it still made his classmates feel as if a slumbering king of beasts was awakening. The other students had already witnessed this scene before and were not surprised, but Yi Jin's eyes lit up as he began to watch intently. Whoosh! Hiss! Swish! Teacher Chen performed a complete set of the Army Breaker Fist. His fierce strikes felt as if they weren't hitting thin air, but were truly slaying enemies. Once the demonstration was finished, Teacher Chen spoke again. To master a boxing technique, you must first understand what it means to throw a punch. Teacher Chen glanced at Eugene, intentionally or otherwise, and continued, throwing a punch starts with the mind governing the body, then the body leading the shoulder, followed by power generated through the shoulder, elbow, and wrist to drive the punch out. The most important element among these is the intent. What is intent? It is our thought. Before you throw a punch, you will visualize it in your mind what direction it should take, what result it should achieve, and whether it is a feint or a killing blow. Therefore, intent is the most important element. However, as the saying goes, one must adapt to changing circumstances. During the process of striking, our thoughts often shift to vary the technique based on the actual situation. This is something you must explore for yourselves through actual combat. Now, I will primarily explain to you how to exert force. Teacher Chen raised his right arm, pointing with his left hand to various parts of his body and arm, continuously explaining how to generate power. He explained everything in great detail. Every move, every stance, and every single detail was thoroughly covered. Eugene gained a great deal from the instruction. Just then, having finished his explanation, Teacher Chen suddenly said, "Eugene, try performing the army breaker fist once." "Yes, Mr. Chen." Eugene felt a bit guilty, but he had no choice but to brace himself and nod. Once the surrounding students had dispersed slightly, Eugene began to practice the forms, move by move. However, although both he and Mr. Chen were performing the army breaker fist, the resulting effect was worlds apart. If Teacher Chen's army breaker fist gave the impression of breaking through enemy lines and slaying foes, then Eugene's army breaker fist was a mere stage performance, looking more like flowery, superficial moves. There wasn't much difference in the forms themselves, but neither the power nor the ferocity of the army breaker fist was being displayed. Not to mention, Eugene's execution was somewhat stiff and mechanical. He was far from reaching the level of effortless mastery. Seeing this, many students who also practiced the army breaker fist curled their lips in disdain. With fist technique like that, I really don't know how he managed to beat Mickey. Tisk, so it's only at the minor accomplishment level. I thought he was actually impressive. He's been practicing for 2.5 years, nearly 3, and hasn't even reached proficiency yet? That's pathetic. It looks like the only reason he could beat Mickey was probably just because of his high vitality. Not to mention the students who also practiced army breaker fist, even the others couldn't help but feel a sense of disdain in their hearts upon seeing this. They only refrained from speaking out loud because Teacher Chen was present. But they failed to notice that Teacher Chen's eyes were currently shimmering with a faint light. This kid's comprehension is actually quite impressive. He was surprised to find that although Eugene had not yet finished the full set of the army breaker fist, he was making continuous progress throughout the demonstration. This was especially true regarding his power delivery. At the beginning, he seemed somewhat stiff, as if he were merely following the textbook by rote. However, as the demonstration progressed, his execution of the subsequent moves showed significant refinement and variation. In terms of physical coordination especially, his movements became more fluid, and the transitions between his techniques grew increasingly seamless. By the end, even the fierce aura of the army breaker fist had, imperceptibly, grown much more intense. Whoosh! After finishing a set of the army breaker fist, Eugene let out a long breath and instinctively glanced at the status screen. Art Army Breaker Fist 98%. After just a short time in class and practicing the routine once, his proficiency in Army Breaker Fist shot up by 5%. The progress was significant. Eugene, do it again. Just as Eugene stopped, Mr. Chen seemed to have noticed something. He asked Eugene to perform the routine once more, a look of anticipation visible on his face. He offered guidance. This time, don't focus too much on projecting a fierce aura. Instead, concentrate on withholding your strength. Keep the power hidden within your fists. Got it, Teacher Chen. Eugene knew that Teacher Chen had noticed he was on the verge of a breakthrough in the army breaker fist and wanted him to push through to the mastery level in one go. Without pausing, he continued to execute the fist technique. The other students naturally understood Teacher Chen's intention as well, and they all began to watch intently. Whoosh! Hiss! Eugene once again immersed himself in the execution of the technique. Following Teacher Chen's guidance, he stopped deliberately pursuing raw ferocity and instead began to conceal his edge.
In an instant.
Yi Jin, who had just unleashed 2 fierce strikes of the army breaker fist, suddenly shifted his momentum upon the third strike. The aggressive aura vanished, reverting once more to the appearance of flowery, superficial movements. Just as many students began to show expressions of bewilderment, they noticed Yi Jin's fist technique shift yet again in the following move. The fierce aura reappeared. In that heartbeat, the students realized that Yi Jin's boxing technique had undergone a qualitative leap, advancing from minor proficiency to true mastery. Damn, he broke through just like that? Holy crap, it's only been half a class. Is the payoff really this huge? No way, was Ren's teaching really that bad? Teacher Chen only explained it once, and Yi Jin immediately made a breakthrough in his fist technique. I remember Ren wasn't that incompetent. Where did things go wrong? Simply terrifying. The students were all deeply astonished, and some even cried out in surprise. They never expected that Yi Jin would actually achieve a breakthrough during class. Although it wasn't as shocking as a breakthrough in level, advancing further in his fist technique was equally something they envied. Not bad. His comprehension is indeed quite high. That Ren fellow must have misjudged him and sent a talent my way, but it's a pity. While Teacher Chen was pleased, he couldn't help but shake his head inwardly. There is simply too little time left before the martial trials. No matter how fast he grows, he won't be able to catch up to Hang in terms of level or strength. If only there were enough time. Sigh. Thinking of this, the look of joy on Teacher Chen's face faded significantly, and for a moment, he felt somewhat disheartened. He reverted once again to that same listless, let-it-rot demeanor. Phew. Amidst the envy and jealousy of his classmates, Yi Jin finished a complete set of the army breaker fist, his forehead covered in fine beads of sweat. But he paid them no mind, focusing his attention entirely on the system. Art Army Breaker Fist 1%. Yi Jin couldn't help but feel a secret surge of joy. It seems my comprehension is significantly stronger than my predecessors. Even without the system, my journey on the martial path wouldn't have been half bad. Yi Jin was quite satisfied with his own innate comprehension. It felt rather good to make progress on the martial path without the assistance of a system. Alright, let's get back to the lesson. Teacher Chen clapped his hands to snap the students back to attention and resumed the lecture, continuing his instruction on the army breaker fist. In truth, all boxing styles ultimately lead to the same destination. Although he was specifically lecturing on the army breaker fist, students practicing other fist techniques gained significant insights as well. Even those practicing leg techniques found the lesson equally beneficial. While lecturing, Mr. Chen was a completely different person from his usual self. There was no trace of his typical slacking. He proved to be an exceptionally responsible teacher. The students were also listening with rapt attention. Mr. Chen, I'm back. During the lecture, Mickey returned after having her injuries treated. Before the treatment, she had needed someone to support her, but now she came running back, showing that the treatment had been very effective. From her outward appearance, she seemed to have fully recovered. Yi Jin was not surprised by this. Once one reaches the second major realm of martial path cultivation, they can circulate the vitality within their body. This not only provides a massive boost in strength but also works wonders for healing. The school's infirmary was, of course, staffed with experts of such caliber. Come in. Teacher Chen nodded. Once Mickey had returned to the class, he paused his lecture and said with a solemn expression, I have an announcement to make regarding the martial trials and the field training. Chapter 11, Adventure and Opportunity. Looking forward to the training. Martial trials. Isn't there still 3 months left? Why bring this up all of a sudden? Could it be related to the rift fluctuations? Teacher Chen mentioned the two matters of the field experience and the martial trials, causing a stir among the students, with looks of considerable surprise appearing on their faces. Ahem. Teacher Chen cleared his throat to suppress the students' commotion and continued, you should all be aware that the martial trials score is primarily composed of 2 parts. The first is the assessment of your specific level and realm at the end of your senior year. Whether it be the vitality realm or the aperture breaking realm, it can be detected with absolute accuracy. Whatever your level is, that is the score you will receive. As for the second part, it will test your actual combat capabilities by entering a rift to slay demons and monsters. In the past, a specific rift that had already been discovered, possessed a stable entrance, and was thoroughly documented would be pre-selected for your combat assessment. However, this time, sudden spatial fluctuations appeared near our Panshan city. Just this morning, the higher-ups confirmed that this rift is exactly level 1 and happens to follow the martial path, making it perfectly suited for the martial trials. Therefore, the authorities have decided to use this rift, whose internal conditions remain unknown, as the assessment site for the martial trials for all high school seniors in Panshan City. According to our investigations, this rift entrance is expected to open sometime this weekend. Time is of the essence, so the field training prior to the martial trials must be expedited. Our class's training session has been scheduled for tomorrow. As Teacher Chen finished speaking, the students couldn't help but exchange uneasy glances. Even Yi Jin was no exception. One student went as far as to ask directly, "But teacher, isn't it dangerous to enter an unknown rift so recklessly? How can the school guarantee our safety?" Exactly. In the past, specific rifts were chosen so we could study guides and make targeted preparations to minimize accidents. But now, isn't this a bit too risky? Exactly. Taking such a risk, people could actually die. True. For those students at the Vitality Realm or above, there might not be much danger. But for those of us at Vitality Realm Tier 2, going in is no different from delivering ourselves on a silver platter. The students were all talking at once, their expressions filled with agitation. Even though many students hadn't reacted at first, their faces paled significantly after hearing the analysis from others. Venturing recklessly into an unfamiliar rift is nothing short of suicide for students like them, whose martial path levels are still low. Even if the rift is only level 1, corresponding to the Vitality Realm, it is far too risky. Because the entrance to such a rift has not yet stabilized, one's position upon entry is entirely randomized. If you happen to drop right into a pack of monsters the moment you enter, you'll be turned to ash before you even hit the ground. Even though the probability of that happening is low. But no one could guarantee whether their luck would be good or bad. True, it is indeed very risky. Teacher Chen nodded in agreement with what everyone said, then continued, "Therefore, for this time's martial trials, the higher-ups have decided to let you choose for yourselves. You can either choose this new rift for your martial trials practical combat, or wait 2 months to enter a specific rift for assessment. The choice is yours." As Teacher Chen finished speaking, a collective look of relief instantly washed over the students' faces. That's a relief we can choose freely. I told you, the higher-ups wouldn't gamble with our lives like that. True, if everyone were forced to go in, there's no telling how high the casualties would be. In that case, I choose not to go. Me too. As the lowest-ranked student in the entire school. The overall level of Class 36 was relatively poor. Those in the Vitality Realm and Vitality Realm made up nearly 90% of the class. Since Hang was transferred out, there wasn't a single person left in the Vitality Realm, and there were only 3 or 4 in the Vitality Realm. With such strength, it truly required immense courage for them to enter an unfamiliar rift. This is not merely a matter of martial trials grades, it is a matter of life and death. No one would dare to be careless. Even if their grades are poor and their vitality is low, meaning their future potential is likely limited, as the saying goes, a miserable life is better than a good death. If one can stay alive, who would willingly seek death? Yi Jin remained silent, though his face betrayed a look of genuine interest toward this rift. However, Mr. Chen's voice rang out again, drawing the students' attention. "Although from a personal standpoint, I do not wish for you to enter this new rift, as your teacher, I must explain the stakes involved so that you can make a more informed choice." These words piqued the curiosity of many students. Meanwhile, some students seemed to recall something. Their expression shifted to hesitation and conflict before they fell into deep thought. Without waiting for the students to ask questions, Mr. Chen spoke directly. "An unknown rift is certainly terrifying, but it is also brimming with opportunities. As is widely known, once a rift connects with our primary world, its rank can increase over time or as the creatures within it break through their level caps. Currently, this rift is temporarily classified as rank 1. However, according to investigations from above and based on past experience, there is a high probability it will upgrade to rank 2 within a very short period after connecting with the primary world. This also means that the effects of certain special natural treasures found within will be significantly enhanced. Such treasures often have the power to improve a being's bloodline or comprehension. If you manage to obtain even one, it could benefit you for a lifetime, or even trigger a complete transformation, allowing you to leap over the Dragon's Gate. Furthermore, there are treasures that can cause your level to advance by leaps and bounds in a short amount of time. Therefore, this is both a risk and an opportunity. However, I must remind you that the chances of obtaining such an opportunity are extremely slim. It requires an immense amount of luck. Teacher Chen's gaze swept across each student, his voice grave, so, consider your choice carefully. You must also discuss it with your parents and make a joint decision. There is no need to rush your choice. Give me your answer this Friday. Mr. Chen did not intervene excessively in the students' choices. He simply explained the stakes clearly and asked them to discuss the matter with their parents at home. This was not due to a lack of responsibility. It was because such a momentous decision involving life and death could lead to a lifetime of regret if the wrong choice were made. If his advice were to result in heavy casualties within the class, he would likely live in guilt for the rest of his life. Likewise, if his actions caused some students to be too intimidated to seize such an opportunity, there was no telling how much resentment would be directed toward him. Agreed. Got it, Teacher Chen. Don't worry, Teacher Chen. Upon hearing this, the students nodded solemnly, all recognizing the unique nature and immense importance of these martial trials. Before even returning home to discuss it with their parents, some students with a gambling streak already had looks of grim determination on their faces, as if they had secretly made a life-altering decision. Opportunities like this were truly few and far between. Since they had encountered it, some would naturally choose to go all in. After all, given their natural talent, their lifelong achievements would be limited. Without some kind of stroke of luck, they might as well take the gamble. Yi Jin, what's your choice? Chang nudged Yi Jin's shoulder, wanting to know what he would choose. Yi Jin was just about to speak when he suddenly heard Teacher Chen cough. Ahem. Teacher Chen's stern gaze swept over the many students who were asking others for their opinions, including Chang. He reminded them in a low, sullen voice, regarding how to choose, no one is allowed to offer advice to any other student. Since everyone knows how risky these martial trials are, it's a matter of life and death, and considering your levels are low. If a student who originally had no intention of entering changes their mind because they followed your advice, and something happens to them inside, can you bear that responsibility? So remember, do not give advice, and do not seek advice from your classmates. You must be responsible not only for yourselves but for your fellow students as well. Teacher Chen's voice was exceptionally serious, even carrying a hint of warning. He truly did not want students who were on good terms with each other to suffer any accidents or live with lifelong regrets because of this matter. When it comes to life and death decisions, it is best for anyone other than parents to refrain from getting involved. Even for classmates with the closest of relationships. After Teacher Chen finished speaking, the entire classroom fell silent, and no student discussed the matter any further. No students were angered by Mr. Chen's intervention. Instead, they all fell into deep thought. Alright, give me your answer regarding your choice this Friday. Now, let's talk about the field training. Mr. Chen's voice snapped the students out of their contemplation. Regardless of what you choose, our class 36 will head deep into the Pan Mountains tomorrow to engage in combat with fierce beasts. The purpose of this training is to enhance your practical combat skills through bloody battles. You will be facing beasts with a level similar to your own, so do not be careless. Tomorrow, the 18 lower-ranked classes will go first, and the training will last for the entire day. If you manage to kill a ferocious beast, its carcass will be yours as a reward. I hope you all gain something valuable from this trial. After hearing Teacher Chen's words, all the students couldn't help but fall into a state of excitement and anticipation. For most of them, this would be their very first opportunity to engage in actual combat with a ferocious beast. Yi Jin was equally looking forward to it. If killing insects can make me improve this quickly, then killing ferocious beasts will surely be even faster, right? And
I'm actually quite looking forward to seeing what kind of loot will drop from killing ferocious beasts. Chapter 12, Ren's Ruthlessness. Shui Wei. Alright, let's continue with the lesson.
Mr. Chen resumed the lesson, continuing his explanation of the army breaker fist.
However, as the class progressed, the students' concentration wavered, even though many were well aware that tomorrow's field exercise made today's session exceptionally important.
Amidst this restless mix of excitement and uncertainty, the classroom remained unusually quiet.
The only sound was the steady drone of Mr. Chen's lecture.
Yi Jin, meanwhile, listened as attentively as ever, his mind free from any conflict or hesitation. Almost the moment Teacher Chen announced the assessment time, he had already made a decision in his heart he would participate in this assessment. For Yi Jin, since killing bugs could rapidly increase his level and realm, he was naturally even more expectant about killing monsters.
There was simply no need for any further consideration.
Whether it was training or assessment, both were opportunities for him to rapidly enhance his strength. They were not to be missed.
Soon, the bell rang.
Mr. Chen hesitated for a moment before calling out, "Yi Jin, come with me to the office."
Great!
Yi Jin was slightly taken aback, but he followed along nonetheless. He had a vague idea of why Mr. Chen was calling him to the office.
Sure enough. Upon entering the office, Mr. Chen's first words were, "Yi Jin, do you have any other relatives left in your family?"
No, Yi Jin shook his head.
What about grandfathers, grandmothers, uncles, or aunts?
Yi Jin shook his head again, none of them either.
It's just me.
Teacher Chen suddenly fell silent. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation, and it was considered extremely rare.
Amidst the silence, Teacher Chen finally asked the question he was most concerned about. So, what are your thoughts regarding this assessment? Before Yi Jin could speak, Ren's voice drifted in from outside the office. What is there to consider? He's merely in the vitality realm, of course he won't choose this assessment. Why even bother asking?
Despite the words, Teacher Chen detected a provocative undertone of reverse psychology and his expression immediately darkened. Teacher Ren, watch your language.
What's wrong with my language? Ren let out a cold sneer, looking at Yi Jin with disdain. Is he actually going to choose this assessment? Ordinary people should have the self-awareness of ordinary people. Don't overthink opportunities that aren't meant for you. If they were that easy to obtain, would it ever be his turn? You. Mr. Chen looked at Ren in anger, only to see Ren sitting down nonchalantly with an air of indifference, completely unbothered by the fury on his face. Knowing there was nothing he could do about Ren, he turned his gaze toward Yi Jin. Yi Jin, don't let him influence you. I understand. Yi Jin nodded silently and answered Mr. Chen's previous question in a calm voice. Mr. Chen, I plan to see how much I can improve my strength first before making a decision. That's fine. It's a more stable approach. Teacher Chen nodded, feeling quite satisfied with Yi Jin's composure. He had been afraid that Yi Jin might be unable to withstand the provocation and impulsively choose to take this assessment. Actually, his original intention was to advise Yi Jin not to take risks since his comprehension had improved and he was currently in a period of rapid vitality growth. He should focus on steady cultivation. After all, Yi Jin was only in the vitality realm, and his level was limited. However, since Yi Jin had put it that way, it wasn't the right time to press the matter. He could only wait for Yi Jin to make a decision and then act according to the situation. Perhaps he wouldn't even need to persuade him. Yi Jin might choose not to go in on his own. TCH. Ren let out a contemptuous sneer at the sight. There are only 4 days left. How much more could you possibly improve? You don't actually think that just because you lucked into the vitality realm, increasing your vitality is easy, do you? How much I improve has absolutely nothing to do with you. Yi Jin glanced sideways at Ren. He was well aware of Ren's ruthlessness. This was a deliberate attempt to provoke him into choosing to enter the rift. If he truly were only in the vitality realm, the chances of him perishing inside would be far from small. Yi Jin hadn't expected that a dignified teacher would not only be so narrow-minded but also possess such despicable character. He suddenly spoke with a hint of sarcasm. Some people don't bother caring about the students in their own class, yet they're so obsessed with a student from another class.
Now I finally understand why some people can't teach their own students well and have to resort to poaching others.
So that's how it is. Yi Jin.
Run, who had originally intended to provoke Yi Jin, was instead infuriated by him, standing up abruptly in a fit of rage.
Ren glared at Yi Jin and snapped, "You dare speak to me like that?"
It was clear that Yi Jin's words had struck a nerve, leaving Ren exceptionally livid. Yi Jin replied innocently, "My former homeroom teacher taught me that."
You bastard. Yi Jin's repeated use of the phrase, "my former class teacher taught me that," made Ren seethe with rage.
He desperately wanted to argue that he had never taught such a thing, but Yi Jin had just used his own logic against him moments ago. Ren suddenly realized that, despite being a dignified teacher, he was repeatedly being humiliated by Yi Jin. It was an incredibly stifling and frustrating feeling. In the end, he could only hurl a parting shot, "Humph, no matter how silver-tongued you are, a piece of trash like you wouldn't dare choose this assessment anyway." With that, he slammed the door and left. These words didn't affect Yi Jin, but they infuriated Teacher Chen, who had previously felt a bit of secret satisfaction seeing Ren get snubbed. "To think a dignified teacher could act like this, I am truly ashamed to be associated with him."
Yi Jin, don't take his words to heart, and whatever you do, don't be impulsive.
Teacher Chen comforted Yi Jin, hoping he wouldn't be influenced by Ren and make any rash decisions. Yi Jin smiled and said, "Don't worry, Teacher Chen, I know what I'm doing."
That's good then.
Seeing that Yi Jin truly didn't seem affected, Teacher Chen felt much more at ease. Checking the time, Teacher Chen gestured, "All right, head back to class."
Agreed.
When Yi Jin returned to the classroom, Cheng immediately approached, wanting to say something but not knowing how to start. Yi Jin smiled at the sight and said, "Don't worry about me, just make whatever choice you feel is right." Despite having immense confidence in himself, entry into the rift meant being placed in a random location.
Since he couldn't guarantee Cheng's safety, he didn't dare offer any reckless advice. All right then. Cheng sighed silently.
Compared to Yi Jin's stubbornness, where a decision once made was final, his own personality seemed somewhat hesitant and indecisive. They had barely spoken a few words when the school bell rang for class.
All right, let's get back to the lesson. Teacher Chen entered the classroom and announced, "We won't be continuing with martial arts techniques this lesson. Instead, you will engage in one-on-one sparring. However, pay attention to your strength as always, stop once the point is made." Yes. Next, the 40 students in the class were divided into 20 groups for one-on-one practice.
Yi Jin was naturally paired with Cheng. Cheng's level was only at the vitality realm, just one step away from the next stage. Throughout the sparring process, Yi Jin was consistently going easy on him. However, even so, after the sparring session, both of them had gained a great deal from each other. The entire afternoon was spent in the midst of such battles. During the practice, Teacher Chen would also earnestly guide everyone on combat techniques, such as footwork, dodging, and timing. He truly imparted his combat experience to the students without reservation. Soon, the afternoon classes came to an end. All right, stop. When school was dismissed, Teacher Chen gave a serious reminder, "Don't practice too late when you get home today. Get some rest early and maintain a good mental state. We will gather first thing tomorrow morning." Yes. The students stood tall and responded in unison. After Teacher Chen left, they walked out of the classroom in groups, their faces more or less filled with a mix of excitement and trepidation. "Let's go, it's my treat tonight." Just as they left the classroom, Cheng put his arm around Yi Jin's shoulder, and the two of them headed toward the school exit. Yi Jin smiled and said, "Let me treat you. After all, I just won 30,000. Cheng looked at Yi Jin with a puzzled expression and said, as if it were a matter of course you're treating. "Why on earth did you think it would be me?" "Damn. You just made 30,000. If I don't fleece you for a massive meal, wouldn't I be doing a disservice to our brotherhood?" Cheng laughed heartily and added, "I don't actually eat that much. One serving each of chicken, duck, and fish, that's not asking too much, is it?" Yi Jin feigned a look of disgust. "Look at how fat you've gotten, and you still want to eat that much? You don't understand.
More meat means you can take a beating. It's all about stacking physical resistance.
Eugene couldn't help but break into a wry smile. As they were talking, Chang seemed to spot something and immediately nudged Eugene in the waist with his elbow.
Hey, Goddess Shui is waiting for you.
Eugene followed his gaze and immediately saw a girl with a high ponytail. The girl was about the same age as Eugene, with a pretty face, almond-shaped eyes, and a delicate nose. Although she had an oval face shape, her cheeks still retained a hint of baby fat. She was slender and tall, nearly 1.7 meters in height, and even the loose martial path uniform could not conceal a figure that stood head and shoulders above her peers. Even as she stood at the school gate staring blankly into space without looking left or right, she still drew the casual, stolen glances of countless students. However, the male students seemed to know exactly what the outcome of approaching her would be, so none attempted to strike up a conversation. Meanwhile, the female students were so consumed by envy that they dared not look twice, fearing they would end up sulking over peaks they could never hope to reach. This made her appear somewhat out of place among the other students at the school gate, like a statue, one that exuded an air of cold elegance.
Shui Wei.
She was both Eugene's neighbor in the countryside and a high school classmate who boarded at his home.
Chapter 13, The Secret of Purity. Breathing Pill. Shui Wei.
Hello, Goddess Shui.
The two of them walked up to Shui Wei and greeted her.
As Eugene greeted her, he couldn't help but be secretly amazed. Her figure was indeed exaggerated, feeling as though it had reached a D-cup level. No wonder she was ostracized by the other female students. When the mountains are too high, they tend to make others feel inferior.
Hello. Shui Wei finally came to life from her bored, statue-like state.
Her cold aura instantly dissipated as she waved at the two with a smile, drawing looks of envy from a crowd of boys.
Shui Wei ignored all that and looked at Eugene curiously. Eugene, I heard you had a duel with Mickey? Let's talk on the way.
Eugene didn't want to be stared at. Feeling those gazes made him uncomfortable, so he strode directly toward the school exit, with Shui Wei and Chang following closely behind. On the way, Eugene gave Shui Wei a brief account of the challenge.
Listening to him, Shui Wei's eyes sparkled with wonder. When did you break through to the vitality realm?
You even managed to overpower Mickey.
Recently.
Hearing Eugene's perfunctory response, Shui Wei knew she wouldn't get a straight answer, so she shifted to another topic. Then why did Mickey challenge you?
Did something happen between you and Ria?
Yes, we broke up. Shui Wei was slightly stunned, even coming to a halt. She clearly hadn't expected such an answer. Eugene said helplessly, you guys said it before that she had been deceiving me all along. I didn't really believe it at first, but today I discovered something. Behind my back, she actually accepted a deposit from someone buying my house. I was so furious that, in a fit of rage, I finally came to my senses. I told you long ago not to trust her, but you just wouldn't listen. Shui Wei seemed quite exasperated, her tone tinged with a hint of reproach because of this matter. She had previously endured quite a bit of frustration from Eugene.
Chung stepped in to smooth things over, saying, it's fine, it's not too late to wake up now.
Besides, I've noticed that since Eugene came to his senses, he seems to have become much sharper. In today's martial arts class, his progress was truly lightning fast. Even old Chen is starting to see him in a new light.
Sharp?
Shui Wei glanced at Eugene, a hint of curiosity flickering in her eyes. Eugene pretended to be deep in thought and said, according to Teacher Chen's theory, he says I suffered a major mental shock and was in a daze for a long time. Once I snapped out of it, my perception must have improved. Basically, I got a bit smarter.
Is that so?
Shui Wei frowned, seemingly weighing the credibility of that possibility. Eugene didn't give her any more time to overthink it, immediately interjecting, enough about that, let's go, let's go.
It's my treat today. Eat as much as you want, and don't you dare try to save me money. In a word, it's all you can eat.
Sure.
Shui Wei couldn't help but smile, letting her other worries fade away.
As they spoke, the three of them arrived at a restaurant. The owner greeted them warmly. The three were already regulars at this establishment. As students focused on tempering their vitality, they paid close attention to their diet, especially their meat intake, so they tried to choose restaurants they could trust. After the three of them sat down, Chung proceeded to order. Uncle, give us the fish with pickled cabbage, a stewed chicken, and a roast duck. Also, the stir-fried liver and kidney, and the braised pork.
Chang ordered 7 or 8 dishes straight away, all of which were meat.
Despite facing so many meat dishes, even Shui Wei didn't raise any objections, though she did remind him, ordering this much, I'm afraid we won't be able to finish it all.
It's fine, we'll just pack up whatever's left.
Yi Jin waved his hand with a flourish of generosity and asked the restaurant owner directly, Uncle, for the fish and chicken and everything, would it be alright if I slaughtered them myself?
Do it yourself? Yi Jin, you don't trust me? Do you think I'd serve you guys bad chicken or fish?
The restaurant owner was somewhat disgruntled, feeling as though Yi Jin was questioning the quality of his ingredients. Yi Jin hurriedly explained, Uncle, you've misunderstood. It's because the martial trials are coming up soon, and we're heading out for field training tomorrow. I haven't really killed anything yet, so I wanted to practice my hand on some chickens and ducks first.
Oh, I see. In that case, alright, follow me to the kitchen.
Hearing Yi Jin say this, the restaurant owner naturally wouldn't refuse and led Yi Jin toward the backyard with a cheerful expression, leaving Chang and Shui Wei to look at each other in dismay. Cluck, cluck. Quack. Arriving in the backyard and seeing the dozens of chickens and ducks locked up, Yi Jin couldn't help but feel a surge of killing intent.
Do you know how to kill them? The restaurant owner asked. Yi Jin held the kitchen knife in hand. I think so. For chickens and ducks, you just slit their throats, right? And for fish, you knock them on the head?
Yeah, pretty much.
Pick one yourself.
As the restaurant owner finished speaking, Yi Jin randomly selected a chicken. Swoosh. Kill a rooster to obtain the following items, please choose. 1. 1 vitality pill increases vitality by 100 VP. 2. Pure Spirit Secret Art, a musical art that can awaken dazed ordinary creatures and refresh the mind. This secret art is actually quite good.
Yi Jin's eyes lit up.
The effect of the Pure Spirit Secret Art was very tempting to him, and unlike the vampiric drain art from killing mosquitoes earlier, it didn't require collecting 10 fragments. Yi Jin pondered for a moment and quickly made a decision, option 2.
The next instant, a new art appeared on the system. Art, Pure Mystery Method, uninitiated 0%.
Well, I still have to comprehend it myself. Yi Jin felt a bit helpless, but in truth, he had already anticipated this outcome, so he wasn't particularly disappointed. At that moment, the owner reached out and said, I'll take over the rest, plucking the feathers and cleaning out the organs.
Uncle, let me do it. Yi Jin didn't hand it over.
Noticing the owner's suspicious look, Yi Jin grinned and said, Uncle, how about letting me slaughter all the chickens, ducks, and fish the customers want to eat tonight?
I'll do the work for you.
You kid. The owner shook his head with a chuckle, but still took the rooster from Yi Jin's hand. I have no problem letting you handle all the slaughtering, but it's better to leave these chores to us.
To be honest, I wouldn't feel right letting you do it yourself.
He.
Yi Jin gave an embarrassed smile.
Go on then, start by slaughtering the duck and fish you're planning to eat.
Will do.
Yi Jin hurriedly turned around and picked out another white duck.
Crunch.
You have killed a large white duck.
Choose one of the following drops.
1. 1 vitality pill increases vitality by 100 VP. 2. 1 water affinity pill increases swimming ability by 10% upon consumption.
If ducks improve swimming skills, what about fish?
Seeing the drop from the white duck, Yi Jin almost instinctively thought of fish. After selecting the vitality pill, he headed straight to the side and picked out a sea bass.
Snap.
Yi Jin struck the fish's head with the flat of his blade. You have killed a sea bass.
You may choose from the following drops.
1. 1 vitality pill capable of increasing vitality by 60 VP. 2. 1 breathing pill after consumption, it can slightly enhance underwater breathing capacity or allow for 10 minutes of breath holding underwater.
Whoa, this breathing pill is a great find.
Yi Jin was pleasantly surprised, although he wasn't sure exactly how much the pill would enhance his underwater breathing capacity. The effect of holding one's breath for 10 minutes was quite extraordinary. For an average person, Being able to hold their breath for 2 or 3 minutes is already considered very impressive. As it turns out, a single pill can last for 10 minutes. Not bad, not bad. It might be of great use in the future, but there's no need to choose it for now. Eugene contentedly selected the vitality pill. In a short amount of time, he had obtained a secret technique and 160 VP vitality. And as far as he knew, there were quite a few people who dined at this restaurant every night. Chickens and ducks were one thing after all, they took a long time to stew, and fewer people ordered them at night, but there were many customers who wanted fish. Eugene couldn't help but look forward to tonight's harvest with great anticipation. Seeing that Eugene had finished the slaughtering, the boss gestured and said, "You can head back for now. Once someone orders a dish, I'll call you over." "All right, thanks, uncle." Eugene offered a polite word of thanks and returned to the front of the shop, feeling quite satisfied. Chang and Shui Wei found Eugene's behavior somewhat strange, but they didn't give it much thought. Once Eugene sat down, Shui Wei asked with a serious expression, "Eugene, what are your plans regarding the martial trials?" "I'm not sure yet, we'll see." Eugene shook his head. Seeing that he was reluctant to talk about it, the other two did not dwell on the topic any further. Before long, the dishes began to arrive one after another. The three of them chatted casually while they ate. Throughout the meal, customers kept coming in to order. Whenever someone ordered chicken, duck, or fish, the owner would immediately call Eugene over to slaughter and prep them. This caused many students to cast strange looks in his direction. Eugene even ran into two of his former classmates. In just over 2 hours, Eugene had earned 1,500 vitality points. While eating, he continuously increased his level in increments of 100. Before long, his level reached 1000 VP in the vitality realm. The remaining stat points on the system still totaled 2000. If he wanted to break through into the vitality realm, he could do so at any moment. Crunch! Eugene had just slaughtered another duck, successfully gaining 100 vitality points. As he returned to the front of the shop in high spirits, he unexpectedly ran into Ria. She was in a standoff with Shui Wei. Chapter 14, Shui Wei's assertiveness. Ria's ruthlessness. "Humph, Shui Wei, did you bewitch Eugene into doing this?" Ria stood before Shui Wei with a darkened expression, questioning her in a furious tone. Shui Wei glanced at her indifferently, her voice soft and calm. "Since you chose to do something so blatantly despicable, you should have been prepared to be found out at any moment. Don't resort to incompetent rage and blame others when you're caught. And furthermore, long before you even approached Eugene, we told him that you had ulterior motives. It's just that your deceptive tactics were indeed quite impressive, and you had Eugene wrapped around your finger. Fortunately, he came to his senses in time to stop you from succeeding any further." Shui Wei spoke in a slow and deliberate manner, showing neither anger nor irritation, yet her words made Ria grit her teeth in fury. She snorted coldly, "If you hadn't been whispering bad things about me in his ear every day, how could he have known? It's all your fault, especially yours, Shui Wei. I bet you're just jealous that I was with Eugene, which is why you interfered in our relationship. Now that it's over and he and I have split up, you get to swoop in and pick up the pieces. You must be thrilled, aren't you?" Ria looked at Shui Wei with a series of cold sneers, acting as if she had seen right through her schemes, completely indifferent to whether her accusations were slanderous or not. Shui Wei's expression darkened, and her voice turned icy. "Ria, don't say I didn't warn you. If you dare slander me again, I'll make sure you crawl out of this restaurant in tears." "You?" Ria's expression shifted. She was genuinely intimidated by Shui Wei. Before she could even think of a way to save face, she heard Shui Wei continue her warning, "If you dare to spread rumors about me at school, no matter where it is, whether on campus or anywhere else, I will beat you every single time I see you. I will beat you until you are permanently stuck in the vitality realm, unable to break through to the aperture opening realm for the rest of your life. If you don't believe me, feel free to try." Shui Wei looked at Ria coldly, a trace of anger visible on her face. It was clearly just a verbal warning, but to Ria's ears, it sounded like a solemn vow. It left her certain that Shui Wei would follow through on her word. At that moment, Chang also sneered, "I've never seen someone so shameless.
Shui Wei and Yi Jin grew up together. You actually think her helping him is interfering? That's called common sense. You guys? Ria's chest heaved with indignation at the two of them. Suddenly, something occurred to her, and she couldn't help but sneer. Right, you talk as if you're so close, but what happened? Yi Jin still didn't listen to you. She only trusts me. Ria seemed quite smug as she brought this up. Shui Wei sneered, you're taking advantage of someone's vulnerability to deceive them, and yet you're still so full of yourself. I really want to call the police and have someone like you locked up. Heh, I didn't deceive him. He gave everything to me of his own free will. Ria didn't seem to take the threat of the police seriously. In reality, however, she felt a bit guilty. Everything else was manageable, but the matter of accepting the house deposit made her somewhat uneasy. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been constantly trying to find ways to target Yi Jin. But she feigned composure, leaving behind a parting shot before turning to walk away. Since you and Yi Jin are so close, you can keep this piece of trash I don't want. Hey, that's not quite right. Didn't I break up with you first? Just then, Yi Jin walked over from the back kitchen. Hearing this, Ria reacted as if her tail had been stepped on, instantly bristling. What breakup? Don't talk nonsense, I never publicly claimed to be your girlfriend. Spending 600,000 on you without being your girlfriend, was I sponsoring you then? Yi Jin raised an eyebrow, looking as if he had just realized something. Hearing this, Chung couldn't help but stifle a laugh, while Shui Wei shot Yi Jin a sidelong glance, thinking he was being quite wicked. Ria's chest heaved with anger. Yi Jin, watch your mouth. I never took a single cent from you. You bought those vitality pills and gave them to me of your own accord. I see. Since no money changed hands, that means you were just freeloading. It had to be said that Yi Jin had a wicked tongue. He knew exactly how to say whatever would break someone's composure. These words made Ria so angry she nearly fainted. Yi Jin, you are shameless. There is nothing between us, don't you dare besmirch my innocence. Yi Jin looked Ria straight in the eye and sneered, innocent? Take a look at that thing of yours, it's as black as a piece of coal. Ria didn't quite understand what he meant. She subconsciously touched her face, thinking to herself that her skin was fair and lustrous, so why would Yi Jin say she was black? 3 question marks couldn't help but surface in her mind. But just then, Cheng carefully tugged on Yi Jin's sleeve and whispered, not cool, man. Is that something you should be saying out loud? Ria blinked, and as the realization hit her, she let out a sharp scream. Yi Jin, you're slandering me. You bastard, you don't know anything, yet you dare say I've... She was so livid she could barely get the words out. Shui Wei couldn't help but pinch Yi Jin's arm, signaling him not to make such jokes at a girl's expense. Yi Jin looked at everyone in confusion, then pointed to his own chest and said, what are you all thinking? I meant it's black in here. Ria retorted subconsciously, it's not black there either. Chang and Shui Wei froze for a moment, then turned their heads away in unison. Yi Jin's face darkened as he said speechlessly, your minds are so filthy. I was talking about her heart being black. Her heart. She swindled me out of hundreds of thousands. Isn't her heart black? Yi Jin looked at Chang and Shui Wei in confusion, only to see the two of them burying their heads in their food, pretending to be busy and not daring to look up. Ria also realized what had happened, knowing she had been led astray by Chang and had misunderstood. Her face instantly flushed red with anger, and she wished she could crawl under the table. You despicable, shameless, foul-minded jerk. She felt utterly humiliated. Fortunately, there were few people in the restaurant at the moment, otherwise, if word got out, she truly wouldn't be able to show her face in public. Yi Jin, you're good, you've disguised yourself well. But no matter how well you hide it, you'll always be a piece of trash in the vitality realm, trapped there for the rest of your life. Ria, unable to contain her anger, unleashed another verbal assault on Yi Jin. Then, with a cold glint in her eyes, she lunged forward and slammed her shoulder into him. Startled, Yi Jin quickly commanded in his mind, System, add 999. Level Vitality Realm 1999-2000. Thud. The moment their shoulders collided, Yi Jin felt a surge of immense force crashing into him. The impact sent his body reeling to the side, yet he did not fall as Ria had expected. Ria instinctively glanced toward Shui Wei,
only to see her looking up with a frown at that exact moment. She hadn't helped Eugene absorb the impact at all. Eugene had just withstood the entire force of her collision completely on her own. Your vitality? Rhea stared blankly at Eugene, as if looking at a complete stranger. Even though she hadn't used her full strength in the collision just now, she was, after all, in the vitality realm and not far from the aperture opening realm. Such an impact was not something an ordinary vitality realm cultivator could withstand. But the reality was that she had been slapped in the face by the facts. Eugene had not only blocked her impact but remained uninjured, spared from the humiliation of falling down. Through that collision just now, she also sensed that Eugene was indeed in the vitality realm. His vitality had not undergone a second transformation yet, but he was perhaps not far from the vitality realm. This struck her as somewhat unbelievable. Eugene looked at Rhea coldly. Get lost. Seeing your face has ruined my appetite. You're truly disgusting. Fine. Just you wait. Rhea was so livid she nearly lost control. She was tempted to strike Eugene again, but after a glance at Shui Wei, she remained wary and didn't dare act on it. She turned and stormed out of the restaurant in a fit of rage. Once out on the street, the more Rhea thought about it, the angrier she became. Fuming, she pulled out her phone, found a classmate named Hu Jiaxuan in her contact list, and began typing a message. Do me a favor, and I'll consider accepting your pursuit. Hu Jiaxuan, alright, what do you need help with? Rhea, help me deal with someone. Eugene from class 36. Break him, preferably the kind of injury that, even if it can be treated, would cost millions to recover from. Understood, I'll arrange it right away. Without stopping there, Rhea pulled up the chat window with Mickey and continued sending messages. Mickey, during tomorrow's field training, find an opportunity to target Eugene. Mickey, Sister Royan, I'm no match for him. Rhea, I'm not telling you to attack him directly. I'm telling you to snatch his ferocious beasts. In these trials, don't the beasts belong to whoever lands the killing blow? Just find an opportunity to finish them off. Just make sure Eugene doesn't get his hands on the carcasses. But that won't really affect him much, and he'll definitely hold a grudge against me. Mickey's words sounded hesitant. Clearly, after her failed challenge, she knew she was no match for Eugene and was somewhat afraid of him. Rhea, Eugene's vitality has been increasing rapidly lately. If he gets more ferocious beast carcasses and consumes them, he'll likely break through to the vitality realm. Don't you want to stop him from breaking through? Don't you want your revenge? Mickey, but I can't even beat him now. In the future, it will be even harder. Rhea continued to persuade her, I'm entering the Rift assessment this time, and I'll definitely get plenty of good items. When the time comes, won't it be simple to boost your vitality? Then, alright. Eugene, don't blame me for being ruthless. You brought this on yourself. Chapter 15, Shui Wei's probing. Clinging to the powerhouse. Eugene, just now? In the restaurant, after Rhea left, Shui Wei looked at Eugene with a hint of suspicion. She had been focused on her meal just now and hadn't noticed Rhea's move, but since it was a collision fueled by anger, it certainly couldn't have lacked force. Yet Eugene, who was far outmatched by Rhea, was actually unharmed. This left her somewhat surprised. Eugene chuckled and said, with you here, how could she actually dare to lay a hand on me? He brushed off the question with a casual excuse. Recalling the wary look Rhea had given her earlier, Shui Wei nodded and didn't give it much more thought. The three of them continued devouring their meal. It was already past 9 in the evening at this hour. There were hardly any people left in the restaurant, as most were at home refining their vitality. Eugene and the other two continued eating for another 10 minutes before preparing to head back, fully satisfied. Before leaving, Eugene ordered 2 more chickens and 2 more ducks to go, 1 set for himself and 1 for Chang to take home and stew themselves. Bye, see you tomorrow. Bye. The three parted ways in front of the restaurant, while Eugene and Shui Wei walked together toward the residential complex on Zhuanyuan Street. It didn't take long. The two of them entered Unit 2 of the building and took the elevator back to Eugene's home, room 306. After returning home, Eugene's heart felt somewhat heavy. He thought of his predecessor and his parents.
Leave the chicken stewing to me. Shui Wei took the packaged hen from Yi Jin's hand and said with a smile, go and refine your vitality. The time after a meal is the best for refining, don't let it go to waste. Don't turn it into some kind of dark cuisine disaster. Yi Jin teased, drawing a soft huff from Shui Wei, you actually doubt my cooking? I might not be great at stir-frying, but how hard can it be to stew a soup? Oof. Yi Jin couldn't help but feel amused by her response. He didn't bicker further with Shui Wei and took a look around the living room. The TV, sofa, and coffee table didn't look brand new, but they weren't particularly old either. Yi Jin's gaze swept across the master bedroom, lingering for a moment before he ultimately decided against opening the door. He turned and headed back to his own room. Bang! Yi Jin closed the door and took a careful look around his room. Everything felt so foreign, yet so familiar. He lay straight down on the bed, staring at the ceiling as his eyes gradually grew vacant. Even though a day had passed since his soul traveling, everything that happened today felt like a dream to him, yet it was undeniably real. Regardless, I must live in the moment. Yi Jin quickly composed himself, the trance-like look in his eyes vanishing. However, he did not get up to practice his cultivation. Since tomorrow's trial involved facing ferocious beasts of a similar level to his own, Yi Jin wanted to gain some experience first. And before obtaining skill points to justify his extraordinary comprehension, it would be unwise for him to increase his vitality too quickly while leaving his army breaker fist at the proficient level. I wonder what kind of insects, animals, or ferocious beasts drop skill points. I hope they appear soon, otherwise, it's going to be quite troublesome. Yi Jin rubbed his temples, feeling a sense of helplessness. The system provided no prompts, leaving him to figure it out on his own. Killing drops loot. Yi Jin silently muttered those 4 words. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he bolted upright in bed. Since killing drops loot, if I masturbate, would I hit the jackpot and gain 200 or 300 million stat points in one go? Once this idea emerged, it became impossible to suppress. Even though Yi Jin felt it was unlikely, he still wanted to give it a try. What if it actually worked? As a youth of the new century, he was free from any ideological constraints in this regard. With that thought, Yi Jin stood up and walked into the bathroom. Splash! As the cold water poured down, Yi Jin felt completely refreshed, and the sweat on his body was quickly washed away. TSK, this physique, 8-pack abs while only in the 3rd year of high school. As expected of a martial path world. Yi Jin touched his slightly protruding abdominal muscles, feeling very satisfied. In his previous life, he had only a measly single piece. Yi Jin's mind began to wander as he focused on bathing in the blink of an eye. Over 20 minutes had passed. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, the sound of knocking snapped Yi Jin out of his daze. He jolted in surprise, his voice trembling slightly as he asked, "What is it?" "To use the bathroom, obviously." Shui Wei urged, "Can you hurry up? You usually take 2 or 3 minutes to shower, so why are you dawdling today? You're not up to no good in there, are you? What kind of trouble could I possibly get into in the shower?" Yi Jin replied, feeling a bit guilty. "That's hard to say," Shui Wei huffed. "Well, do you want to come in and see for yourself? Why don't you try opening the door and see what happens?" Crack! As the sound of the door lock turning rang out, Shui Wei was instantly terrified. With a loud cry, she bolted back to her room, only to realize she never heard the sound of the door actually opening. Shui Wei realized she had been toyed with, yet she didn't dare go back. This guy has changed so much. Shui Wei sat on the bed with her face flushed crimson, pounding the mattress in frustration, yet at the same time, she couldn't help but feel a sense of bewilderment. Today's Yi Jin felt significantly different to her compared to before. Creak! A few minutes later, Yi Jin emerged from the bathroom disappointed, only to find Shui Wei, who had changed into a set of athletic short sleeves and shorts at some point, sitting cross-legged on the sofa watching TV. Drying her hair, Yi Jin sat on the other end of the sofa and gave a light cough as a reminder, "Watch yourself, you're exposing too much." "No, I'm not. I'm wearing safety pants. TCH. Don't believe me? I'll show you." "Hey! Since when did you get so unhinged?
Yi Jin hurriedly turned his head away in a panic, only to suddenly hear Shui Wei's surprised mutter, "Huh, I remember putting them on."
Oh right, I just changed and forgot to put the others on.
Hearing this, Yi Jin whipped his head back to look, only to be met squarely by Shui Wei's dangerous gaze. "Yi Jin, oh Yi Jin, since when did you become so lecherous?" As she spoke, Shui Wei even clenched her fists.
Ahem.
Yi Jin rubbed his hair vigorously in embarrassment, his face flushing slightly. But seeing Shui Wei staring at him intently, he suddenly complained, "It's all your fault."
My fault? You're actually blaming me?
Fuming with rage, Shui Wei knelt upright, glaring at Yi Jin with her hands on her hips.
Yi Jin said as a matter of course, naturally.
As the saying goes, if you use a lie to test someone, the only result you'll get is another lie. Just like right now, if you hadn't been pretending to deceive me, how could I have been fooled? So, this is your fault. Just give me an apology and we'll call it even. After speaking, Yi Jin looked directly at Shui Wei without flinching, as if trying to bolster the credibility of his own rhetoric. Shui Wei mused, what you're saying makes sense, my ass. As those last two words dropped, Yi Jin, who had been feeling a bit smug thinking he had successfully hoodwinked her, suddenly saw Shui Wei lunging straight at him.
Then came a violent beating. That's for tricking me, for blaming me, for lying to me.
Yi Jin, whose strength was far inferior to Shui Wei's and who was already feeling guilty, could only passively endure the beating without resisting, eventually collapsing onto the sofa.
Glancing at the rampaging Shui Wei, Yi Jin couldn't help but complain, "Please, watch your image. You're supposed to be a cool and elegant goddess, don't be so violent, okay?"
Of course I have to be cool in front of outsiders, but you're not an outsider. Shui Wei straddled Yi Jin's back, tugging at his collar as she asked, "Now tell me, who was in the wrong?"
I was. Do you yield? I yield. Will you dare to do it again? I won't do it again, I promise. Humph.
Shui Wei let out a triumphant snort before finally letting Yi Jin go. However, when Yi Jin scrambled back up, he noticed Shui Wei staring blankly at the floor, lost in thought. This sudden shift left Yi Jin, who was still in a playful mood, completely bewildered by the situation.
What are you doing?
Yi Jin nudged Shui Wei's arm, sensing that her mental state was a bit erratic. Shui Wei snapped back to her senses, staring at Yi Jin as she asked, "Yi Jin, why have you changed so much?"
Have I? Hearing Yi Jin's counter question, Shui Wei's expression remained calm. We grew up together.
During our school years, because your parents were often away, I stayed at your house as well. Over all these years, I've come to know you deeply enough to notice any change in you.
You feel a bit like a stranger to me today.
Whether it was back at the restaurant, in the restroom, or what just happened, you're completely different from how you used to be. Shui Wei didn't hide her discovery and spoke plainly. In fact, she had been testing him just now.
Yi Jin fell silent.
He knew that while it might be easy to deceive others, fooling Shui Wei would be difficult. Suddenly, his expression turned somber as he began a performance that was half truth and half lie. My parents' passing left me in deep grief these past 3 months. Although I seem to be living in a daze, I was aware of many things and have been reflecting on them. Seeing Shui Wei's expression also turn somber, Yi Jin continued, I knew I couldn't go on like this. When my parents were alive, I might have been able to settle down, get married, have children, and live out an ordinary life. But after they passed away, I no longer had anyone to lean on. If I don't want to be discarded by this world in the future, change is my only option. Fortunately, after enduring such a heavy psychological blow, Mr. Chen said my comprehension has improved.
Naturally, I can't allow myself to remain as despondent as I was before.
As these words were spoken, Yi Jin's expression shifted from dejection to high spirits, giving off an air of immense self-confidence.
It was unclear whether Shui Wei believed him or not. She simply muttered under her breath, "Can't I be someone you lean on? In the past, I didn't want to hold you back. After all, there was quite a gap between us." Yi Jin was telling the truth, and it was also the genuine sentiment of his predecessor. Shui Wei could be described as the pride of their school. Despite her humble origins, her talent was extraordinary, and she had long since reached the aperture-opening realm. As for Yi Jin, He had previously only been in the vitality realm. The gap between him and Shui Wei was worlds apart, and that disparity was only set to widen in the future. They were people from two different worlds. Not only was Yi Jin well aware of this, but Shui Wei knew it just as well. And what about now? As Shui Wei asked this question, Yi Jin suddenly noticed something off about her expression. It was as if she were anticipating something. Yi Jin gave a light chuckle. Now, I just want to ride someone's coattails. Chapter 16, The Celestial Apertures. Corpse Dissolving Powder. Shui Wei, what level are you at now? Yi Jin looked at Shui Wei with curiosity. He knew she was in the aperture opening realm, but it had been a long time since he had asked about her specific progress. Shui Wei gave Yi Jin a resentful glance. 66 apertures opened. That fast? Yi Jin was somewhat surprised. The vitality realm is divided into 4 stages, with a total combined vitality of 10,000 VP. Once a person surpasses 10,000 VP, they can break through into the aperture opening realm. In the aperture opening realm, one primarily uses vitality to break through the acupoints within the body. There are 360 in total, commonly referred to as the cosmic acupoints. In this realm, every 36 acupoints cleared constitutes a minor stage. Therefore, there are 10 levels in total within the aperture opening realm. One must clear all 360 acupoints before being able to advance to the third major realm. Furthermore, the speed and difficulty of opening acupoints only increase with each subsequent one, becoming progressively slower and more arduous. And then there was Shui Wei. By way of comparison, while every member of Yi Jin's class 36 remained at a level below the vitality realm, she had already broken through 66 acupoints. As for Yi Jin's predecessor, he had previously only reached the vitality realm. One can only imagine the magnitude of the gap between them. Not really that fast. Shui Wei wasn't proud of her level. Instead, she spoke with a hint of envy. Never mind our Panshanchi Ki High School, even in other provinces, there are many peers with higher levels than mine. I've heard there are those at the bone tempering stage, or even beyond. Impressive! Yi Jin exclaimed in sincere admiration. The gap between people is truly greater than the gap between humans and dogs. While he was still stuck in the vitality realm, some of his fellow high school seniors had already surpassed the aperture opening stage and reached the bone tempering realm. Compared to them, he felt as if he amounted to nothing right now. He just wondered whether he could overtake them by the time high school ended. Yi Jin looked at Shui Wei and said comfortingly, "Still, you're already considered quite fast. At least those who invested less than you certainly haven't progressed as quickly." "That's for sure." Shui Wei tilted her chin up proudly, clearly confident in her own talent. Yi Jin smiled knowingly at the sight. Shui Wei's talent was indeed formidable, but because she came from an ordinary family, she received almost no external support for her cultivation and had to rely entirely on the school's assistance. Otherwise, her level would be even higher. Even so, her current level is high enough to rank within the top 10 across all 36 classes in the school. Actually, during Shui Wei's cultivation process, Yi Jin's parents had provided some assistance, but it was limited to the vitality realm and only at certain critical junctures. For instance, when she was on the verge of a breakthrough, or during the final sprint for grades in the end-of-term martial trials. However, this kind of assistance was a far cry from full-scale support. After all, she wasn't her own daughter-in-law, so it was impossible to support her cultivation without reservation. The resources she spent throughout her entire cultivation in the vitality realm didn't even amount to what Yi Jin had consumed in the same realm. Speaking of cultivation levels, Shui Wei couldn't help but ask with concern, "Yi Jin, what are your actual thoughts regarding the martial trials?" This was the second time she had asked. This time, Yi Jin did not avoid the topic. Instead, he said thoughtfully, "If all goes well, I should be able to break through to the vitality realm, or perhaps even a bit higher, before the weekend. So, I plan to participate in this assessment." Shui Wei grew a bit anxious upon hearing this, but even at the vitality realm, it's still somewhat dangerous. Yi Jin smiled and said, "Don't worry, I'll decide based on the specific circumstances. We'll see when Friday comes."
Okay. Just make sure you don't take any unnecessary risks. Only then did Shui Wei nod in relief, adding one last reminder.
Yi Jin asked, what about you? You're definitely going into the rift, right?
Yeah, I'll head in once the rift upgrades.
Hopefully, my luck holds up.
Shui Wei prayed for herself, a hint of anticipation flickering across her face. For an ordinary Vitality Realm student, a newly appeared rift might be dangerous, but for someone of Shui Wei's level, it was a land brimming with opportunity.
She certainly wasn't going to let an opportunity like this slip by.
With your strength, even if the rift upgrades and monsters break through to the aperture opening realm, they still shouldn't be a match for you. Yi Jin felt relatively at ease regarding Shui Wei's safety, so he didn't try to dissuade her. However, Shui Wei shook her head and said, that's not necessarily true. According to our homeroom teacher, anything can happen with a newly appeared rift. It's possible for monsters to break through one after another in a short period.
I just hope I don't run into any.
Then be careful. That was all Yi Jin could say to caution her. He wasn't even sure what his own situation would be like when the time came, so offering help was out of the question. Yeah, I'll be careful. Shui Wei gave a sweet smile and then asked curiously, by the way, you said your comprehension has improved, so let me see just how high it is? This. Just perform the army breaker fist once. Didn't Chang say you were making rapid progress in class? Give it a try. At Shui Wei's pleading, Yi Jin remained seated on the sofa and performed the army breaker fist using only his arms, demonstrating his ability to freely control and release its fierce aura. Shui Wei nodded repeatedly, your progress is indeed quite fast. But don't get cocky, and definitely don't get lazy. I'm going to go practice now. With those words, Shui Wei walked back to her room with her hands behind her back and began her cultivation. Although the chicken, duck, and fish they ate were primarily aimed at increasing vitality and seemed unrelated to the aperture opening realm, one could actually continue to temper their vitality even within the aperture opening realm. And the higher the vitality, the easier it is to break through the apertures. Shui Wei did not let the meat go to waste. She circulated her art through the 66 acupoints in her body, absorbing and refining it into vitality. While Shui Wei was practicing, Yi Jin found himself with nothing to do. Out of sheer boredom, Yi Jin returned to his room and began practicing the army breaker fist. Although the results were not as effective as his first class at school, Yi Jin could still sense his progress through the status screen. This led Yi Jin to wonder if the system's art functioned like a hard work pays off interface, but the reality was not quite so. Once he had fully internalized his entire understanding of the army breaker fist, the progress of the technique ceased to show any further change. What a pity! Yi Jin felt a hint of regret, though it was within his expectations. Yi Jin, come out quickly and catch a mouse. Just then, Shui Wei's shout suddenly erupted from the kitchen. Yi Jin's eyes instantly lit up. Where is it? He rushed into the kitchen and saw Shui Wei closing the door next to the washing machine. She pointed behind the refrigerator and said, it's back there. Close the kitchen door first, don't let it escape. She wasn't frightened like most girls. Instead, she seemed rather eager to give it a try. Leave it to me. Yi Jin immediately shut the kitchen door and began the hunt for the mouse. The kitchen instantly erupted into a flurry of chaotic activity. In the end, Yi Jin exerted a tremendous amount of effort before finally stomping it to death. You have killed a rat. The following items can be dropped, please choose. 1. One vitality pill can increase VP vitality by 39. 2. One portion of corpse dissolving powder can turn a corpse into a pool of water within 1 minute, leaving no tissue residue. Corpse dissolving powder, a must-have for any killer, and the ultimate tool for destroying evidence. Yi Jin's eyes lit up. Without a second thought, he chose the corpse dissolving powder. Looking at the powder within his consciousness space, Yi Jin felt deeply satisfied. However, he suddenly paused. Wait, why was my first thought killing and disposing of bodies the moment I saw this? I must have read too many novels in the past, Yi Jin thought to himself. He then headed downstairs, carrying the rat's carcass along with the rest of the trash. By the time he returned, Shui Wei had already finished hanging the laundry and had even served the meal.
Time for a midnight snack.
The two of them polished off an entire chicken and a whole duck. Their stomachs, which had just finished digesting, were bulging once again.
Next,
one returned to their cultivation, while the other resumed their boxing practice. Late at night, after both had finished washing up, they each returned to their rooms to rest. The night passed in silence. Early the next morning, before dawn had even broken, Yi Jin was already out of bed. Even with only 6+ hours of sleep, Yi Jin was well rested and full of energy, without a trace of drowsiness. Just as he opened his bedroom door, he saw Shui Wei in the living room, already finished with her morning routine.
Morning. Morning.
Hurry up and brush your teeth, it's getting late. Yi Jin quickly finished washing up, slung on a backpack, and headed out with Shui Wei. On the way, Yi Jin bought some bread, several bottles of water, a lighter, and other supplies, stuffing them into the backpack. Then, after buying a few steamed buns with Shui Wei, they walked toward the school. Just as he reached the school gates, he saw more than a dozen buses waiting.
Meanwhile, Yi Jin also noticed a crowd of onlookers gathering, and he could even hear Hang's furious voice. Get lost.
It's none of my business if your class is about to be knocked out of third place.
It's your own lack of ability.
If your vitality were higher, wouldn't your class's performance be better? Forget about holding on to third, you could have even pushed for first. Hang seemed to be surrounded by people who were dissatisfied with his transfer to class 33, and they appeared to be looking to vent their anger on him. Someone immediately spat back, bullshit. Everyone in the school knows what kind of trash class 33 is. If you bastards hadn't swapped classes, you wouldn't even be in the top 10. And you're saying it has nothing to do with you? You shameless pieces of shit. Hearing these insults, the students of class 33 couldn't take it anymore. Although they didn't resort to outright cursing, their words became biting and sarcastic. If you're so upset, you can swap classes too. No one's stopping you. Exactly. If you're really that bitter, go find your own head teacher and have them swap a few students back for you. Better yet, swap in a few at the aperture breaking stage that'll shoot you straight to first place in an instant. This class swapping thing has been going on for 2.5 years. Don't you even know how to copy an answer? Do you think everyone is as shameless as class 33? Just because your own grades are terrible, you go and rob class 36. Exactly. Like teacher, like student. And he has the nerve to say it has nothing to do with him. Spit. A bunch of spineless cowards, nothing but belly-crawling vermin. Provoked by the sarcastic remarks from class 33, students from other classes unleashed their full fury, hurling a barrage of insults that left the group from class 33 flushed with shame and anger. The shouting match grew increasingly intense as the momentum of the confrontation surged. Suddenly, Hang caught sight of Yi Jin in the crowd and immediately pointed his right hand at him. If you want to blame someone, blame Yi Jin. His level was too low and he was holding everyone back, which is why he was forced out. Otherwise, there's no way I would have joined class 33. It's easier to deal with the devil you know than the little demons in your way. Chapter 17, backed by a powerhouse. A war of words against the crowd. With a sudden rustle, the two arguing parties suddenly turned their heads and looked toward Yi Jin in unison. Even with Shui Wei present, many people instantly swarmed around Yi Jin. So you're that vitality realm piece of trash? Damn it, 2.5 years of cultivation and you're still only at the vitality realm? Have you been practicing like a dog all this time? What a useless thing. Our class is about to lose its third place spot, and it's all because of a loser like you. Fuck, our class might lose its second place spot too. Why don't you just go die, you piece of trash? The group rushed forward with a barrage of insults, their expressions filled with indignation and spit flying everywhere. A few individuals even looked as though they were on the verge of getting physical. Hang, standing a short distance away, initially looked relieved to have escaped, but seeing Yi Jin surrounded, his lips curled into a smirk as a flash of smugness crossed his face. After successfully shifting the blame onto Yi Jin, he stood aside like an innocent bystander, enjoying the show. Watch your mouth.
Shui Wei's expression turned slightly cold.
Though her voice remained icy, she circulated her art, and driven by her 66 acupoints, her entire body surged with vitality, causing the surrounding students to subconsciously take half a step back. The students looked at Shui Wei with a hint of trepidation in their eyes. But immediately after, some students suppressed their fear, looked away from Shui Wei, and glared at Yi Jin with disdain, saying, "Yi Jin, do you only dare to hide behind a woman? Not only are you trash, but you've got no balls either?" No wonder he was swapped out. Having someone like this in the class is a total disgrace to us. Heh, he's useless himself and relies on a woman to back him up. How the hell can he show his face? Bah! Coward! Despite their fear of Shui Wei, as the first person began to hurl insults, the others gradually grew bolder. All sorts of verbal abuse and mockery erupted from the crowd. Humph! Shui Wei snorted in anger and was about to step forward for Yi Jin again, but she was held back by him. Yi Jin looked at the group with disappointment, shaking his head with regret. Originally, I felt sorry for you all. After all, you worked hard in your cultivation to improve the class ranking, only to have the top 3 spots snatched away by someone using class transfer tactics. But now it seems you don't deserve any sympathy at all. Initially, everyone felt that Yi Jin's words were reasonable and were inclined to agree with him, but his final sentence instantly ignited a wave of public indignation among the crowd. What the hell did you just say? Fuck, I need your sympathy? Who the hell do you think you are? Damn it, a mere piece of trash has the nerve to judge me? What a load of bullshit. You're asking for it. The angry roars rang in Yi Jin's ears, and the flying spit nearly drowned him. Many students, looking fierce and aggressive, craned their necks and glared at Yi Jin. From the looks of it, they seemed ready to lay hands on him. But Yi Jin remained indifferent, sneering, "I don't know how your teachers taught you, turning out a bunch of simple-minded, thick-skulled humanoids like you. You're being used and don't even realize it. You deserve to have your rankings snatched away. Motherf! You dare insult me? You're fucking dead. Screw you. A piece of trash like you actually has the nerve to curse at us? Talk about the world turning upside down. How dare you call us subhuman? Get him!" Almost all the students surrounding Yi Jin flared up in anger, their eyes turning red with rage. Some could no longer restrain themselves and began shoving him. One male student's gaze turned cold as he suddenly swung a fist toward Yi Jin. Standing on Yi Jin's other side, Shui Wei instinctively moved to intervene as she saw the punch coming. To her surprise, Yi Jin reached out and caught the fist. With a slight bend of his left arm, he pulled the boy forward, causing him to lose his balance. Seizing the opening, a ruthless glint flashed in Yi Jin's eyes as he raised his right leg and delivered a sharp kick to the boy's waist. With a loud thud, the kick landed squarely, sending the boy to his knees as he clutched his waist in agony. His face turned a deep shade of purple as he let out a pained growl, "Get him!" The other students, who had been momentarily stunned, snapped back to their senses and began shouting one after another. Damn it, he actually dared to strike first. Get him! Don't be afraid. He's the one who started it. Even if this goes to the teachers, we're the ones in the right. Hit him. Beat the hell out of him. Yi Jin's strike only fueled the other students' rage. They closed in on him, shouting threats and egging each other on to attack. Humph. At the critical moment, Shui Wei stepped in. Her vitality erupted with the crushing force of Mount Tai, causing the surrounding students to instinctively recoil. Looks of trepidation once again flickered across their faces. Yi Jin swept a cold gaze over his classmates, his expression one of utter indifference. You keep calling this person a loser and that person spineless, but as I see it, you lot are the biggest losers and the most spineless cowards of all. These words made the group flush with rage, but Yi Jin didn't care in the slightest, giving them no chance to hurl insults back. Yi Jin continued coldly, knowing full well I was forced to transfer and am losing 3 vitality pills every month for nothing. Isn't my loss greater than yours? You don't have the guts to lay a finger on Hang, nor the courage to curse at Ren, and you certainly don't dare demand an explanation from the school. Instead, you swing your fists at me, a fellow victim.
Is this what you call having balls? To hell with all of you. A bunch of bullies who prey on the weak. Do you really think just because my vitality is low, I'm some pushover you can mess with? How embarrassing. As soon as Eugene spoke those words, the students gathered around him instantly flushed red with shame. In truth, they knew it was irrational to vent their fury on Eugene, but they couldn't resist the pressure when others started jeering and leading the charge. Had it been otherwise, they wouldn't have stopped at verbal abuse, they would have resorted to violence. Even so, while they felt ashamed after being scolded, the fire of anger in their hearts only burned more intensely. Many students glared fiercely at Eugene, their fists clenching and unclenching repeatedly. Just as the situation was about to escalate into something far more serious, a sharp shout rang out from outside the crowd. Who's causing trouble? Which class are you from? With a sudden rustle, the crowd dispersed. The students who had been surrounding Eugene scattered instantly. Damn it! Who the hell called the teacher? Hang, who had been watching the drama unfold, couldn't help but flare up in anger, but he didn't dare linger. He shot a resentful glare and hurried away. Eugene and Shui Wei remained still. They had reason on their side, so Eugene wasn't worried even if they were called to the office. To him, the school's so-called warnings, demerits, or disciplinary actions were of no concern at all. But just then, Eugene noticed that the student he had forced to his knees was also scrambling away in a frantic retreat. Eugene shook his head in silence, then took Shui Wei by the hand and quickly ran into the school as well. In the blink of an eye, the once bustling school entrance suddenly became deserted. The impending brawl was suppressed just like that by a single word from the teacher. You were way too bold just now. Facing so many people and cursing them out without even blinking, weren't you afraid they'd all swarm you at once? As they ran into the school, Shui Wei glanced sideways at Eugene with a look of wonder. The way Eugene had just taken on that crowd of brutes made her feel he was actually a bit cool, though her tone betrayed that she was still a little shaken. Eugene chuckled and said, with such a powerful backer supporting me, what do I have to fear? Humph. Shui Wei quietly rolled her eyes, but her chin unconsciously lifted just a fraction higher. Before they parted, Shui Wei cautioned, be careful during the training. Don't get hurt, and don't push yourself too hard. Eugene waved his hand. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Good luck with the training. Bye. Bye. After parting ways with Shui Wei, Eugene soon spotted Hang walking ahead. Beside Hang was a girl with a pure and innocent look. Eugene didn't know her name, but he vaguely remembered her being a classmate from class 36. Just then, Hang seemed to notice Eugene as well. He turned around and said in a sarcastic tone, "Oh, I really envy some people. Clearly a martial path loser, yet somehow manages to live off a woman and have a girl back him up." He felt extremely disgruntled. He had originally wanted to see Eugene humiliated or even beaten up, but instead of seeing that, he had to watch Eugene show off. Furthermore, what's even more infuriating is that Eugene has girls defending him, and their levels are even higher than his. There's no helping it, some people are just born handsome. You can't help being jealous. Eugene's words made Hang grit his teeth, his fists clenching tight, but the girl beside him pulled on his arm, signaling him to suppress his anger. However, Hang still couldn't let it go and sneered, what's the point of being handsome? In this world, martial prowess is everything. No matter who backs you up, you're still nothing but a piece of trash. You have the nerve to call me a loser? Eugene seemed to laugh out of sheer exasperation, mocking him. I wonder who it was just now, seeing a beating coming and shifting the trouble onto someone else. It might look clever, but isn't that just being a coward? A person with no spine is nothing but a waste of space, no matter how high their level is. Eugene lamented. What the hell did you just say? Hang flared up instantly, trying to charge at Eugene in a rage, but he was held back firmly by the girl. Eugene sneered, how ridiculous. You think it's perfectly fine to call others trash, but you can't handle it when someone says a few words back to you? Truly disgusting. You're asking for it. Hang was livid. He tried to shove the girl aside and rush forward to hit Eugene, but their shouting had already drawn the attention of other students and teachers from the 9th Academy. Stop. Teacher Chen hurried out to intervene, preventing the two from coming to blows.
Ren did not speak, but merely looked at Yi Jin coldly.
Humph. Hang glared fiercely at Yi Jin, useless trash.
No matter how sharp your tongue is, it won't help you one bit on the martial path. Let's see what kind of results you can achieve in today's trial.
After dropping those words, Hang turned around and left. Chapter 18, The Panshan Mountain Range. Mickey follows. What is wrong with this guy?
He's like a ghost that won't go away, acting as if he's taken the wrong medicine.
Chang walked over to Yi Jin, glanced at Hang, and couldn't help but mutter under his breath. Teacher Chen also looked at Yi Jin with a puzzled expression.
He had vaguely overheard that something seemed to have happened between the two of them just now. After a slight hesitation, Yi Jin gave a brief account of what had occurred at the school gate.
Before Teacher Chen could even speak, Chang was already fuming. Damn, do these people have no brains? Can't they tell who's the beneficiary and who's the victim? They're just being used like that.
Yi Jin looked disdainful. It's not that they can't tell the difference, they're just a bunch of bullies who pick on the weak and fear the strong.
Hey, that's not quite right. They aren't picking on the weak, they're clearly throwing eggs against a stone. Chang raised an eyebrow at Yi Jin.
Hearing this, Yi Jin's expression softened significantly, and she couldn't help but tease, "You rascal, when did you learn how to flatter people?"
Don't get me wrong.
Chang immediately waved his hand and said solemnly, "When I say striking a stone with an egg, the stone I'm referring to isn't you, it's Scottish way." Yi Jin rolled his eyes speechlessly, which made Chang chuckle with delight. Throughout this exchange, Mr. Chen hadn't found a chance to interject. It wasn't until now, after a short laugh, that he reminded him, "Yi Jin, be careful.
Hang, he tends to hold a grudge."
"Don't worry, Mr. Chen, I'll be careful."
Yi Jin nodded.
Through their recent encounters, he had naturally picked up on Hang's temperament and would certainly stay vigilant.
All right, let's go. Get ready, it's time to head out. Teacher Chen checked the time and led the two of them into the 9th courtyard, gathering the students of class 36 together. Including Yi Jin and Chang, all 40 students had arrived. At this moment, it wasn't just class 36 assembling in the 9th courtyard, the other two classes were doing the same. All three classes were ranked among the bottom 18. Only class 33, ranked 4th, has its training scheduled for tomorrow. There are 120 students in the courtyard, each carrying a backpack filled with various supplies. It didn't take long. Teacher Chen received the message, exchanged glances with the other two teachers, and nodded, "Let's go." The expressions of the three teachers were very solemn. Led by them, the students from the three classes left the 9th courtyard together and headed toward the school gate. Outside the 9th courtyard, students from other classes had already formed a long, winding queue. The room. As the buses departed one by one, the 18 classes of Panshan No. 1 Middle School began their journey deep into the heart of the Panshan Mountains. Panshan is truly massive. Before long, Yi Jin and the others left Panshan City and began driving along the winding mountain roads. Peering through the car window, Yi Jin felt the towering majesty of the Panshan Mountains. The peaks rose and fell in a continuous, undulating chain. Even the lowest peaks appeared to be over 400 or 500 meters high, while the taller ones pierced the clouds, their summits lost to sight. According to what Yi Jin remembered about the Panshan Mountains, before the manhwa awakening, the Panshan mountain range was not particularly large, covering an area of only about 60 to 70 square kilometers. However, after the manhwa awakening, the Panshan mountain range expanded nearly tenfold. Today, its area has long since exceeded 500 square kilometers. At the beginning of the manhwa awakening, many animals in the Panshan mountain range were nourished by spiritual energy and transformed into ferocious beasts and monsters, rampaging through nearby villages and towns and causing significant casualties. Ultimately, the Huaxia military was deployed to sweep away these ferocious beasts and monsters, preventing even greater casualties. However, a place as vast as Mount Pan could not simply be left vacant. Consequently, other departments of China took over, cordoning off the depths of the mountain to breed and raise ferocious beasts. Firstly, the captive beasts represent a significant source of income. Furthermore, specialized beasts can be bred and trained as war beasts. Secondly,
These low-tier beasts are not particularly powerful, making them ideal for the practical training of students near Mount Pan or for hunting by other martial artists.
It could be considered a way of putting waste to good use.
Time slipped away as they traversed the rugged mountain roads. 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Screech! With the sound of the bus brakes hissing, they had reached their destination. What appeared before Eugene and the others was a military base. Eugene scanned the area around the base and found no fences or power grids. It was clear that ordinary measures were not used to contain the ferocious beasts. As for what exactly was being used, Eugene guessed it might be an energy net. Unlike the towering peaks outside, the mountains near the base were relatively low, standing only a few hundred meters high, but they covered a vast area with numerous slopes.
Everyone, assemble!
While Eugene was looking around, a robust elderly man with a resolute expression soared into the air, his majestic gaze sweeping over the crowd.
Flight! Eugene was thrilled.
This was the first time since his transmigration that he had seen someone capable of flight. Although he knew that most of the school's teachers could do it, he was still filled with envy. He recognized this old man. It was the school principal, whose name seemed to be Hyunping. The principals in this world were not ordinary people like those on Earth. They were powerful experts with profound strength, and many had blood on their hands.
Silence!
As Principal He's voice rang out, everyone fell silent. Principal He looked solemnly at all the students. This training exercise will last for 6 hours. Although the results will not affect your final martial trials scores, I still hope you will approach it with a serious attitude. During the exercise, if you are seriously injured or sense that your life is in danger, remember to call for help immediately.
Do not be blindly overconfident.
After receiving medical treatment, you can choose whether to continue the exercise or end it, depending on your condition. As for the ferocious beasts you kill, leave them where they are. They belong to whoever killed them. The base will keep a record. Once the exercise is over, you can choose to have the base process them for you, or take them back to sell or eat yourselves. It's up to you. As Principal He finished speaking, another elderly man with jet black hair but a snow-white beard also took flight. He looked at the crowd with a chuckle and offered words of encouragement. Give it your all and slay as many ferocious beasts as you can. Don't hold back. Your school paid good money for this. If you don't kill enough, Principal He will be at a total loss, and he'll probably end up complaining to me again.
Ahem!
Principal He coughed, cutting the old man off. Alright, now shoulder your backpacks and come forward to collect your weapons. As he spoke, Principal He gave a wave of his right hand, and a dense array of sabers, swords, axes, and hammers landed neatly on the ground.
A spatial ring?
All the students watched this scene, their faces filled with expressions of envy. Even Eugene was no exception.
Everyone just take one piece.
With a sudden rustle, over 700 students began to select weapons suited to them in an orderly fashion.
Eugene chose a saber.
He actually preferred swords, mainly because he had read too many fantasy and xianxia novels in the past. However, since he hadn't practiced any sword techniques yet, he felt that using a saber to hack and slash through ferocious beasts would be more practical. Alright. Seeing that everyone had finished selecting their weapons, Principal He gave his orders with swift decisiveness. Vitality Realm, enter the first mountain on the left. Vitality Realm, enter the middle one. Vitality Realm. Don't be misled by the fact that these are the bottom 18 classes in the school rankings. In reality, there are still quite a few experts among them.
Vitality Realm aperture opening realm.
Chang, be careful. Eugene gave him a word of caution just as Chang was preparing to leave. Chang's level was only at the Vitality Realm, so he would not be training in the same area as Eugene.
Yeah, you be careful too.
Chang nodded firmly, then ran toward the first mountain without looking back. Eugene nodded silently and began to move as well, praying inwardly, I hope there are plenty of ferocious beasts in these mountains. Please don't let me down. He dashed toward the mountain peak in front of the base, unable to contain his anticipation. At the same time, the other students also began to take action one after another. Some acted alone, some worked in pairs, and others moved in groups of several people. Phew! Even with a backpack on, Eugene ran at an extremely high speed. For a martial artist like him, who had already tempered his vitality and reached the vitality realm, a mere run was practically nothing.
10 minutes later.
Buzz! While running, Eugene suddenly felt as if he had passed through an invisible barrier, plunging headlong into the mountain. He looked back, but saw nothing. Eugene didn't give it much thought and began to climb. But before he had climbed for long, he heard a rustling sound coming from behind him. Eugene looked back and immediately saw Mickey trailing right behind him.
He couldn't help but frown. "Why are you following me?"
"What do you mean following you? You don't own this place. I'll walk however I want."
Mickey looked at Eugene without the slightest hint of fear.
Eugene gave Mickey a cold look and warned, "You'd better not have any other ideas, or don't blame me for being ruthless with you." Regardless of whether Mickey took it to heart, Eugene turned around and continued climbing the mountain.
Humph. Hearing this warning, Mickey hesitated slightly, but ultimately followed anyway.
She simply didn't believe that Eugene would dare to lay a hand on her during the trial.
Chapter 19, Robbed and Intent to Kill. Skill points appear. A meow.
Having just climbed 100 meters or so, a sudden beastly roar erupted from not far beside Eugene. Eugene whipped his head around to see a cheetah, over 2 meters long, lunging toward him with its bloody maw wide open. Its front claws were razor-sharp. With every stride, they tore up large clumps of earth.
Phew!
Feeling the cheetah's ferocious aura, Eugene couldn't help but catch his breath, but he quickly adjusted his breathing and ran to the side, ducking behind a large tree.
SSHHH.
The cheetah's forward-charging body carved a long furrow in the mud, but its physical coordination was exceptional. With a powerful kick of its hind legs, it pivoted and charged toward Eugene once again. "Those claws are way too sharp." Eugene's expression turned grim. Not only did this cheetah possess formidable vitality, but its claws were also razor-sharp. If those claws were to land, Eugene felt certain they would puncture 5 holes into his body and tear away a massive chunk of flesh.
Even if he survived, he would be severely wounded.
Eugene began to run rapidly, weaving through the trees to steadily exhaust the cheetah's stamina while searching for an opportunity to strike. Humph, it would be best if that cheetah swiped him into a state of critical injury. Hiding in the distance, Mickey silently observed the contest between man and beast, secretly praying for such an outcome.
As for this, Eugene was unaware. His entire focus was on the cheetah. Soon, Eugene found an opportunity.
It happened as the cheetah leaped from a rock, pouncing toward Eugene's back from mid-air.
Eugene stopped evading.
He spun around instantly, gripping his long blade with the form of the army breaker fist, and charged head-on toward the cheetah. Swoosh! While sprinting, Eugene bent his legs and slid across the ground. At the exact moment of their head-on encounter, he positioned himself directly beneath the cheetah. He raised the long blade in his hand and delivered a powerful upward slash.
A meow.
The cheetah roared. Seeing that its abdomen was about to be struck by the long blade, it forcibly tucked its body inward in mid-air, despite having no point of leverage.
What was originally a straight, elongated form instantly coiled into a bow shape. Not only that.
At the very moment it arched its body, its 2 hind legs clawed forward to meet Eugene's blade. Its sharp claws shimmered with a cold, menacing light. Screech! The long blade clashed with the cheetah's claws. As the talons tried to grip and slide along the steel, they produced a sharp, metallic screeching that vibrated through the air, leaving Eugene with a wave of piercing discomfort. As the sound faded, the pulling force transmitted through the blade in Eugene's hand vanished along with it. The cheetah hit the ground almost at the exact same moment. But the instant it touched down, one of its hind legs jerked back as if struck by an electric shock, and blood began to drip. It had already been injured in the previous clash.
A meow.
The cheetah was wounded, but this only seemed to further ignite its ferocity. It spun around and roared sharply at Eugene, baring its teeth. Ignoring its injured hind leg, it charged at Eugene once again. Humph! Eugene grinned, continuing to maneuver around the cheetah while searching for another opening to deliver the killing blow. This time, however, the cheetah seemed to have learned its lesson. It no longer dared to leap at Eugene, instead opting to continuously run, pounce, and snap its jaws. This made it difficult for Yi Jin to find an opening for a moment. However, as long as one has enough patience, an opportunity will eventually present itself. As the cheetah continued to run, the strain on its hind legs grew heavier, its speed gradually slowed, and the fierce glint in its eyes began to fade. It was already showing signs of retreat.
Now it's my turn.
Yi Jin naturally had no intention of letting it go. As the cheetah tried to retreat, Yi Jin chose to charge forward. Holding his long blade, he rushed straight toward the cheetah.
A meow.
Yi Jin's actions provoked the cheetah into baring its teeth fiercely once more, and it met Yi Jin's charge without backing down.
But at that very moment,
Yi Jin suddenly flung his clenched left hand toward the cheetah, throwing a handful of dry, fine soil that instantly covered the predator's entire head. The cheetah instinctively closed its eyes and tried to dodge, but Yi Jin seized the opportunity and swung his blade in a horizontal sweep.
Thud!
The cheetah failed to evade this strike. The long blade slashed across its left front leg, instantly carving a wound so deep the bone was visible as blood splattered everywhere.
A meow.
The cheetah went completely feral, charging toward Yi Jin with a guttural snarl. However, with both legs injured, its speed was severely compromised, and even its running gait was visibly distorted. Yi Jin grabbed another handful of dirt and hurled it straight at the cheetah's head.
Thud!
Seizing the moment while the cheetah had its eyes closed and was dodging, Yi Jin struck again. This time, instead of a horizontal sweep, he brought the blade down directly onto the cheetah's head. Instantly, a long gash appeared on the cheetah's forehead, tearing all the way down to its chin. It nearly split the creature's entire head in two.
Yet, it did not die. A meow.
The cheetah let out a pained roar, struggling as it fled toward the woods.
Yi Jin gave chase immediately.
The severely injured cheetah had lost the speed and agility it relied on for survival. It could barely manage to run.
In the blink of an eye, Yi Jin caught up to the cheetah.
Just as he was about to end its life with his blade, a figure suddenly darted out in front of the beast.
Squelch!
The cheetah, its vision blurred, stood no chance of dodging and was pierced through the neck by a single sword strike.
Instant death. Mickey!
Yi Jin's eyes snapped wide instantly, glaring fiercely at Mickey, who had suddenly appeared and killed the cheetah. A dense surge of killing intent erupted in his heart. This murderous urge nearly caused Yi Jin to lose his sanity. He considered himself a rational and measured person, someone who had never harbored murderous intent toward anyone. But at this very moment, for the first time in his life, Yi Jin felt a genuine desire to kill.
Phew!
Mickey, who had just killed the leopard with a single sword strike, was trembling with excitement. She was suddenly startled by Yi Jin's low, guttural growl. When she met Yi Jin's cold and ruthless gaze, Mickey shivered instinctively and swallowed hard. A flicker of fear flashed across her face.
But she quickly regained her composure, stiffening her neck and snapping defiantly, "What?
I came here out of the goodness of my heart to help you kill the beast."
"What's with that look? Get lost."
Yi Jin uttered only one cold word, not even bothering to argue with her.
"So much for my good intentions."
Mickey wasn't angry at all. Instead, she looked rather smug. She let out a cold snort and said, "This leopard is mine now.
You're the one who should leave."
Yi Jin suddenly clenched his fists, the killing intent in his heart swelling uncontrollably.
But reason forced Yi Jin to calm down.
His emotionless eyes stared directly into Mickey's, as he warned, "This is the first time, and it will be the last."
Yi Jin didn't mention any consequences. He simply turned and walked away. TCH.
Watching Yi Jin distance himself, the corners of Mickey's mouth curled into a disdainful smile. This feeling of picking up easy gains and snatching spoils of war is truly quite pleasant.
Stay here like a good boy, and I'll come back to take you with me later.
Mickey patted the cheetah's carcass and once again quietly followed in Yi Jin's footsteps. She had no intention of stopping what she was doing. With teachers and other powerhouses from the base patrolling the area, she didn't believe Yi Jin would dare to lay a hand on her.
Woo!
Suddenly, the roar of another ferocious beast rang out not far from Yi Jin. Judging by the sound, it was not a cheetah, but a wolf. He immediately ran toward the source of the sound. Before long, Yi Jin heard movement in the jungle. Peering closely, he spotted a wolf.
Yi Jin was startled. Wolves usually hunt in packs.
He immediately stopped in his tracks, carefully sensing the surroundings for any movement, but found no sign of other wolves.
This realization instantly put Yi Jin's mind at ease.
Awah! The lone wolf let out a fierce howl and charged straight toward Yi Jin.
Swoosh! Yi Jin lunged forward, drawing his blade to strike.
The cheetah's claws were razor-sharp, making Yi Jin somewhat wary, but this wolf lacked such weapons, and its vitality didn't seem particularly high. Amidst the flashing blade light, the lone wolf dodged to the side.
It charged toward Yi Jin once again with incredible speed.
Whoosh! Yi Jin resorted to his old trick, throwing another handful of dirt. The lone wolf flinched instinctively as dirt struck its eyes, tilting its head to the side.
Squelch!
Yi Jin swung the long blade upward with a sudden burst of power, the sharp edge slicing through the lone wolf's neck in an instant.
A fatal blow. Yi Jin immediately looked toward the lone wolf's corpse with anticipation. Slaughtered one vitality gray wolf. The following items can be dropped, please choose.
1. One vitality pill capable of increasing vitality by 700 VP. 2. 1-star movement technique wolf walk movement, which can significantly enhance movement speed and agility.
3. 6 skill points can be used to allocate points to the proficiency of arts and martial techniques. Phew! Skill points have finally appeared.
Yi Jin stared at the drop notification, unable to contain his ecstasy. The skill point he had been longing for had finally appeared.
Option 3.
Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Jin chose the skill point. Even though the first option offered a full 700 VP vitality and the second provided a movement technique manual, he didn't consider them for even a second. Once the selection was made, the prompt vanished, and Yi Jin turned his gaze toward the system.
Name, Yi Jin.
Level Vitality Realm 1999-2000. Art, Savage Elephant Tempering Art Substantial Success 99%, Army Breaker Fist Proficient 5%, Pure Spirit Secret Method Beginner 0%, Vampiric Drain Art Beginner 0%.
Stat Points 2133. Skill Points, 6.
Yi Jin looked at the Army Breaker Fist art and thought to himself, allocate 1 skill point to Army Breaker Fist.
The next second,
the status screen underwent a change.
Art Army Breaker Fist 30%. Skill Points, 5.
At the same time, a surge of insights regarding the Army Breaker Fist flooded into Yi Jin's mind. After taking a moment to process the realization, Yi Jin turned his attention back to the system, his heart swelling with joy. Consuming just 1 skill point increased proficiency by 25%?
That's actually quite impressive. Allocate points. Next, Yi Jin continued to allocate points to the Army Breaker Fist, steadily increasing its proficiency.
After consuming 4 skill points, Yi Jin's Army Breaker Fist reached the level of Great Mastery, while the excess proficiency points were cleared.
Add the remaining 2 points as well.
Following Yi Jin's command, the proficiency of the Army Breaker Fist rose once again.
Art Army Breaker Fist 40%. Skill Points, 0.
Looking at the proficiency level, Yi Jin felt it was acceptable. Compared to the mastery stage, the proficiency gain per skill point had only decreased by 5%, now standing at 20%. This meant that with just 3 more skill points, the Army Breaker Fist would reach perfection.
Awesome!
As Yi Jin absorbed all the insights regarding the Army Breaker Fist in his mind, he felt a sense of total physical and mental rejuvenation. He clenched his fist casually. It contained a terrifying, ferocious aura, held in check but ready to be unleashed. I need to kill more ferocious beasts. Yi Jin set a plan in his mind and ignored the system. He cast a cold glance at Mickey, who continued to follow him, her face filled with frustration for failing to intercept and kill the lone wolf in time. Yi Jin said nothing and continued along the hillside in search of more beasts.
Mickey followed once again.
Sensing her movements, a slight curl formed at the corner of Yi Jin's mouth, and his gaze turned ice cold.
Chapter 20, Army Breaker Fist Mastery. Wolf Stride Movement Technique.
Awah! Before long, Yi Jin encountered another gray wolf. To the naked eye, Eugene could not discern the exact strength of the gray wolf's vitality. However, based on its running speed and the resonance of its roar, he could vaguely make an estimation. Compared to the previous gray wolf, this one seemed slightly stronger. Swoosh! Eugene repeated his old trick, throwing dirt into the eyes before reaping the life with his long blade. Squelch! The sharp blade plunged into the gray wolf's neck, killing it in a single stroke. Even though Eugene had not cultivated any specific saber techniques, the sheer momentum of his fist darts combined with his own formidable vitality strength made him far superior to an ordinary vitality realm beast like this. 7 skill points, not bad at all. Eugene glanced at the drop notification, feeling quite satisfied. After making his selection, Eugene immediately proceeded to allocate points once again. Name, Eugene. Level Vitality Realm 1999-2000. Art, Savage Elephant Tempering Art Proficient 99%, Pure Mystery Method Not Started 0%, Vampiric Drain Art Not Started 0%, Army Breaker Fist Consummate. Stat Points 2133. Skill Points, 4. Phew. Eugene closed his eyes slightly, feeling the perfected Army Breaker Fist within his mind. He subconsciously clenched his fists, feeling a surge of excitement. The formidable power within his fists gave Eugene a profound sense of strength. He felt that if he were to face that gray wolf again, he wouldn't need a blade at all, he could kill it with a single punch. Can the perfected Army Breaker Fist be hidden so it no longer displays? Eugene commanded the system in his mind with a trial and error attitude, and sure enough, the Army Breaker Fist vanished from view in the next instant. Excellent! Eugene nodded with satisfaction, ignoring the gray wolf's carcass as he began his search once more. He acted as if he hadn't even noticed Mickey standing nearby. Damn it, this guy kills ferocious beasts way too fast. Mickey stomped her foot in frustration, her face clouded with a look of intense resentment. She had attempted to intercept and kill the gray wolves twice, but found no opportunity to do so. Compared to the difficult entanglement with the cheetah, Eugene faced almost no pressure when killing the gray wolves. Each kill was a clean and decisive single-stroke execution. Before she could even get close, Eugene had already successfully completed the kills. However, that trick of throwing dirt is actually quite useful. Mickey's eyes showed a look of contemplation. She felt that although she had not yet fought a fierce beast herself, she had gained some valuable experience. Mickey looked at Eugene's departing figure and muttered, "Using this trick can kill ferocious beasts quickly. Should I keep following him to cause trouble, or should I act on my own?" She felt a bit conflicted. The main reason was that the efficiency of killing beasts by throwing soil was simply too high. Don't be fooled by the fact that these beasts were only in the vitality realm. Each one could be sold for tens of thousands or even 100,000, making them quite valuable. Even if she kept them for her own consumption, the meat could significantly boost her vitality. Following behind Eugene, she found few opportunities to take action. She felt that if things continued to be delayed like this, her losses would be significant. However, in the end, after some consideration, Mickey decided to keep following. As long as I can snatch one more powerful beast like a cheetah, I'll be able to make up for the losses. What a persistent little brat! Eugene sensed Mickey continuing to follow behind him. He couldn't help but shake his head in frustration, his gaze turning even colder. Ignoring Mickey, he continued his search for the gray wolves. Oh whoa! To Eugene's delight, it wasn't long before he located another gray wolf. This hillside seemed to be a veritable wolf's den. Kill! This time, Eugene did not throw dirt or use his long blade. Instead, he fought the gray wolf head-on with his bare fists, giving the impression that he was using the combat to hone his boxing technique. Crack! Eugene slammed a fist into the gray wolf's gaping maw, shattering its razor-sharp fangs instantly. Awoo! Stung by the pain and realizing Eugene's prowess, the gray wolf turned to flee. But a heavy punch came crashing down right onto its head. Thud! Eugene struck out using only the Grandmaster level of the Army Breaker Fist. His punches remained fierce and sharp. A single blow crushed half of the gray wolf's head. The carcass twitched twice on the ground before falling still. Skill points +5. After selecting the skill points, Eugene departed once again. How can his fists be so powerful? Standing a short distance away, Mickey's eyes widened in disbelief, finding the scene incredible. Can a fist technique mastered only to the level of proficient truly be this powerful? After Eugene left, Mickey hurried forward to examine the gray wolf's fatal wound. Seeing that half of the wolf's head had been blasted away, she couldn't help but swallow hard. Can fighting ferocious beasts really improve one's strength so quickly? Mickey's brow furrowed, her resolve to keep following Eugene wavered once more. But she quickly convinced herself, since his strength is improving so fast, he will definitely seek out even more powerful beasts. That will be my opportunity. Gritting her teeth, she followed him once again. Oh whoa! Eugene encountered gray wolves again, and not just one, but a pack more than 20 of them, all ferocious beasts of the vitality realm. Phew! I'm going to have my fill this time. Eugene took a deep breath, not daring to be overconfident. He drew his long blade directly. Oh whoa! The pack of wolves charged toward Eugene. Eugene turned and sprinted into the jungle. Although he wanted to kill all these gray wolves, he didn't dare to recklessly charge into a pack of over 20 ferocious beasts. He needed to force the pack to scatter. According to his knowledge, wolf packs generally have the habit of hunting in a circle, cutting off all possible escape routes for their prey. Sure enough, as Eugene fled, the pack of gray wolves began to scatter, closing in on him from all directions within the jungle. This makes things much easier. With a cold sneer, Eugene grabbed another handful of dirt with his left hand and charged toward a gray wolf that appeared relatively weak. Whoosh! Thud! The two sounds rang out almost simultaneously. After slaying the gray wolf, Eugene did not break his stride. He swept past and continued his charge toward the others. During this process, Eugene had already made his choice mentally. Option 2. Silently, a movement technique appeared on the status screen. Art, wolf walk movement uninitiated 0%. Skill points, 9. Eugene allocate points. With just one skill point, wolf walk movement reached the initiated level. After applying 2 more points, the movement technique reached minor mastery, and after consuming another 3 points, wolf walk movement had reached proficiency. Phew! The moment the point allocation was complete, Eugene executed the wolf walk movement, and his entire body felt significantly lighter. Not only did his speed increase significantly, but his dodging and maneuvering also became much more agile. Such exaggerated speed had already surpassed many of the gray wolves in the pack. Kill! With his new movement technique, Eugene no longer feared being besieged. Executing the technique, he moved like a lone wolf, instantly intercepting another gray wolf. With a sharp poochie sound, he cut it down with a single blade strike. More! Skill points vanished as the wolf walk movement technique reached mastery. His speed increased once again. Eugene's current pace had already surpassed that of most gray wolves. He began to run at high speed, appearing to be hunting down the gray wolves rather than being cornered by them. Poochie! As Eugene's speed surged, his combat power also received a massive boost. The other gray wolves had no chance of getting near him before he caught up and killed them with a single blade strike. Art, wolf walk movement perfection. Feeling his newfound speed and the agility of his body, Eugene's heart was filled with joy. The perfected wolf walk movement transformed him into a human-shaped gray wolf. With every step he took, he covered 5 or 6 meters, and his pace was so incredibly fast that it allowed him to change directions instantly. With the support of the perfected wolf walk movement, Eugene no longer had any reservations and began a total slaughter. Poochie! As the sound of long blades slicing through flesh rang out repeatedly, one gray wolf after another collapsed into pools of blood. Awoo! The surviving gray wolves let out mournful howls and scattered in all directions to flee. Eugene naturally had no intention of letting them escape. Moving with incredible speed, he caught up to them one by one and finished them off with a single strike. In just 10 minutes, Eugene had slain 17 gray wolves. Unfortunately, the remaining gray wolves had already fled far away, leaving no trace behind. Skill points, 100. Looking at his gains, Eugene couldn't help but reveal a satisfied smile. During this process, Eugene saw other students as well, but he didn't recognize any of them. Yi Jin rested for a brief moment, taking a bottle of honey water from his backpack to quench his thirst. Upon spotting a disheveled Mickey fumbling her way over, he stood up to move out once again.
He seems to be waiting for me. Is it just my imagination? Mickey frowned slightly.
She had just tried the same trick of throwing dirt to stop a gray wolf, but she was nearly bitten in the process. She no longer held much hope of hunting ferocious beasts on her own. Her only option was to follow behind Yi Jin. However, Yi Jin was unsure whether she was waiting for him or simply resting, which left her feeling hesitant.
Chapter 21, Mad Lion Saber Technique. Severing the hand and the head. Thud. As he trekked through the jungle, Yi Jin would stomp on any insect he spotted. Each time, he would gain a few stat points. Even the smallest mosquito is still neat. Yi Jin did not let such an opportunity to gain stat points slip away. During this process, Yi Jin also discovered that mosquitoes and ants were indeed the most numerous even in the depths of Mount Pan, where ferocious beasts were plenty. These two types of insects were everywhere. He also encountered quite a few bees and flies. Roar! Suddenly, a massive roar erupted from higher up the mountain. Another one!
Yi Jin was overjoyed and began to run rapidly even while climbing. He showed no signs of shortness of breath or chest tightness. However, the lush vegetation on the mountain proved to be quite a hindrance to his ascent. Hiss! Suddenly, while climbing the mountain, Yi Jin heard a rustling sound. He instinctively stopped and glanced over, only to see a green bamboo snake the size of a baby's arm lunging fiercely toward him. Holy shit! Yi Jin turned pale with fright. Executing the wolf walk technique, he nimbly circled a nearby tree to evade the attack. Seizing the moment it lunged forward, he raised his hand and delivered a swift blade strike. The strike sliced the green bamboo snake clean in two. It thrashed frantically on the ground, not dying immediately. And the front half of its body was still writhing frantically as it crawled toward Yi Jin. Holy crap! Yi Jin cursed as he scrambled backward. He was actually fine with other animals and insects and wasn't particularly afraid of them, but when it came to snakes, he was terrified to his very core. No, it couldn't even be called fear, it was absolute dread. Even though he had already reached the vitality realm level, he still couldn't help but feel terrified of such ordinary snakes. Seeing the green bamboo snake continue to charge toward him, Yi Jin picked up a basin-sized rock and smashed it down hard toward the snake's head. Thud! The rock completely crushed the upper half of the green bamboo snake's body into the soil, with blood faintly seeping out. Before Yi Jin could confirm whether the green bamboo snake was dead, the system prompt had already appeared. 1 green bamboo snake killed. The following items can be dropped, please choose. 1. 1 vitality pill can increase vitality by 120 VP. 2. 1 detoxification pill can neutralize many snake venoms in the world, as well as other common toxins, but is powerless against various special toxins. A detoxification pill. Good, this is a great item. Yi Jin felt a pleasant surprise. The fear of snakes stems primarily from their venom. A single bite from one of these creatures leaves one's life hanging in the balance. Of course, there is another factor. These things can hide anywhere, making them virtually impossible to guard against. But now, with the detoxification pill in hand, Yi Jin's fear of snakes suddenly vanished. However, caution was still necessary. After all, there was only 1 detoxification pill, leaving little room for error. The drop of the detoxification pill was an unexpected pleasant surprise for Yi Jin. Yi Jin didn't linger. After selecting the detoxification pill, he continued his climb. 3 minutes later, Yi Jin spotted a lion atop a massive boulder, devouring its prey, a sick deer. Whoosh! The sound of breaking air rang out as a stone was hurled toward the lion. Roar! The lion roared furiously in Yi Jin's direction. In the next instant, it abandoned its meal and charged straight at him. Whoosh! It was met by a handful of dirt, accompanied by the flash of a blade. To Yi Jin's astonishment, the lion's strength was clearly terrifying. Even with its face covered in mud, its reactions remained lightning fast.
At the very moment the blade's light descended, it swung a foreleg horizontally, striking the side of the blade with unerring precision. Clang! Accompanied by a crisp ringing sound, a surge of immense force traveled from the blade into Yi Jin's body. His right hand nearly failed to grip the long saber, almost letting it fly from his grasp. Is this thing about to break through to the vitality realm? Amidst his surprise, Yi Jin's legs moved rapidly as he began to circle, facing off against the lion. Roar! With a furious roar, the lion lunged forward once more, snapping its jaws at Yi Jin. Yi Jin's expression turned solemn as he executed the wolf walk technique. Leveraging his agility and using the trees as obstacles, he engaged in a fierce struggle with the lion amidst the dense forest. And so, man and beast began a desperate chase through the jungle. After another 40 minutes or so, a faint golden light shimmered over Jiangchen once again. He had leveled up, reaching level 6. Suddenly, seizing the moment the lion pounced, Yi Jin swung the pine branch in his left hand, lashing it toward the beast's eyes. The lion instinctively closed its eyes, while its two front paws continued their original trajectory, clawing toward Yi Jin. Executing his movement technique, Yi Jin spun and dodged behind a nearby tree, striking downward with his blade the very moment the lion leaped past the trunk. Squelch! The blade slashed fiercely into the lion's back, sending its entire body crashing to the ground. Roar! The lion let out a cry of agony, yet it could barely lift its head. Its spine appeared to have already snapped. Striking while it was down. Yi Jin approached the lion decisively and plunged the blade into its neck. Even though the lion instinctively tried to dodge or even bite back at Yi Jin, its severed spine meant its body could no longer keep up with its brain. It could only watch helplessly as the long blade sank into its neck. Dead. Killing one vitality Asiatic lion can drop the following items. Please choose. 1. One vitality pill can increase vitality by 1100 VP. 2. 1-1-star saber technique. Mad Lion Saber Technique. This technique is tied to one's state of mind. The angrier the user, the more ferocious the strikes. It is extremely effective for killing enemies, and upon reaching mastery, it carries an unstoppable momentum. 3. 10 skill points. Mad Lion Saber Technique. Looking at the dropped item, Yi Jin couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. While the wolf walk movement technique had significantly boosted his combat prowess, it primarily focused on agility, leaving his offensive capabilities somewhat lacking. But things were different now. With this Mad Lion Saber technique, which perfectly complemented the long saber in his hand, his combat power was set to skyrocket. Allocate points. After making his choice, Yi Jin immediately allocated points to the Mad Lion Blade technique. Like the wolf walk movement technique, the Mad Lion Blade technique is a 1-star art, and both require the same amount of skill points. It takes only 1 point for entry level, 2 points for minor accomplishment, 3 points for proficiency, 4 points for great accomplishment, and 5 points for perfection. By consuming a total of 15 skill points, a 1-star art was upgraded from uninitiated to perfection through point allocation. Art, Mad Lion Blade Technique Perfection. The system had already fully instilled the insights of the Mad Lion Blade technique into his mind. Holding the long blade, Yi Jin gave it a few casual swings and immediately felt a significant difference from before. If he were to fight that Asiatic lion again, he wouldn't need to go through nearly as much trouble as he did earlier with the Mad Lion Blade technique. He could slay it with ease. This Panshan Mountain really is my lucky place. Yi Jin grinned, ignoring Mickey, who was panting slightly behind him, and continued his search for fierce beasts. Watching Yi Jin walk away, Mickey couldn't help but grit her teeth. Damn it, either he kills them too fast, or the beasts are too strong. I don't get a chance to strike at all. Mickey felt helpless. An opportunity like the one she had to intercept the first cheetah never appeared again. As she looked at Yi Jin's harvest, her eyes were filled with envy, jealousy, and resentment. Roar! Just as Mickey was feeling frustrated, she suddenly heard a beast's roar coming from the direction Yi Jin was heading. Without a second thought, she continued to follow. After advancing several hundred meters, Mickey saw at a glance that Yi Jin was locked in a fierce struggle with a tiger. Moreover, that tiger appeared to be similar in strength to the lion from earlier. Don't kill it too quickly. Mickey offered a silent prayer, gripping her long sword as she crept closer. Hiding behind a large tree,
she kept a close watch on the fierce struggle between Yi Jin and the tiger. She noticed that this tiger seemed somewhat stronger than the previous lion. At the very least, Yi Jin appeared less at ease while contending with it. Hee, this is perfect. Now I'll have my chance to strike. She followed slowly behind the man and the beast, keeping a short distance while constantly searching for an opening. As time passed, the look of joy on Mickey's face grew increasingly intense. Injuries gradually began to appear on the tiger's body, and it showed signs of wanting to retreat. Seeing this, Mickey immediately approached the battlefield with caution, crouching down in a direction she anticipated the tiger might use to escape, waiting for the right moment to strike. It didn't take long. The opportunity presented itself. Roar! Amidst its thunderous growls, the tiger ran toward her, exactly as she had anticipated. Mickey was overjoyed. Seizing the moment, she darted out from behind the tree and thrust her sword fiercely at the tiger's neck from a diagonal angle. A successful strike in an instant. But almost at the same time. The blade flashed, its cold steel hacking down through the tiger's neck. It didn't just bite into the beast's throat, it also caught Mickey's forearm, which had been jerked forward by the momentum. Put! Crack! The two sounds rang out almost simultaneously. The wrist is severed, and the hand is gone. Chapter 22, Terror and Resentment. Utterly terrified. A shrill, agonizing scream echoed in all directions. My hand, my hand. Mickey clutched her right hand, which had been severed at the wrist, in terror. She wailed heart-wrenchingly, her face deathly pale, her entire body trembling uncontrollably. Snap! Suddenly, she heard the sound of a branch snapping. Her whole body jolted, and she instinctively looked over. She saw Yi Jin walking toward her. Mickey was instantly struck with horror. Her legs kicked out wildly as her voice turned shrill and piercing. Help! Yi Jin is going to kill me. Help! Yi Jin, I was wrong. Don't kill me, I'm really sorry. Please don't kill me. It was all Rhea, she made me do it. It has nothing to do with me, wah. Seeing that Yi Jin didn't stop even after her cries for help, Mickey began to beg for mercy frantically. She was sobbing uncontrollably, her face drenched in tears, with none of the arrogance or smugness she had shown while following him earlier. She had even wet her pants. Swish, swish. The sound of breaking air rang out as Teacher Chen and two other powerful experts arrived just in time. Mickey, as if seeing a savior, cried out in desperation, Teacher Chen, help me. Yi Jin cut off my hand, and now he's trying to kill me. Save me, quickly. Don't worry, it can be reattached. Teacher Chen didn't ask about what had happened. Instead, he first calmed Mickey's emotions. Sure enough. Upon hearing that his hand could be reattached, Mickey burst into tears of joy, and the look of terror and unease on his face finally began to ease. Seizing the opportunity, Teacher Chen hurriedly picked up Mickey's severed hand, sweeping away the dirt and crushed leaves with a wave of his hand. Give me your arm. Teacher Chen grabbed Mickey's severed arm, likewise clearing away the filth before aligning the severed hand back into place. Teacher Chen channeled his art with all his might, as a dense surge of vitality flowed from his palms and sank into the severed wrist. It happened almost instantaneously. The bleeding from Mickey's severed wrist stopped. However, Teacher Chen's expression remained solemn as he continuously channeled various other forms of power into Mickey's wrist. Reattaching a severed hand is an extremely difficult task. While the flesh is secondary, the real challenge lies in reconnecting the bones, tendons, and nerves. Not much time had passed. The flesh at Mickey's severed wrist fused together, appearing as if it had fully recovered. Teacher Chen finally let out a long sigh of relief. It's a good thing it was just severed and the cut was clean. If there had been any more delay, it wouldn't have been possible to reattach it. Teacher Chen, is it finished? The feeling of regaining what she had lost moved Mickey to tears. She instinctively moved her arm, but found that while her hand could move, it felt extremely stiff and uncoordinated. And waves of tearing pain continued to radiate from her wrist. This caused her face to turn even paler, her expression once again filled with panic. Teacher Chen hurriedly intervened, "Don't move. Your hand is far from fully recovered. I can only treat it to this extent for now.
Wha, Teacher Chen, please save me.
I don't want to lose my right hand.
Without it, my life is over. Mickey pleaded with Teacher Chen in a state of frantic desperation.
Teacher Chen comforted her, saying, "Don't worry.
I'll ask the principal to treat you in a moment.
Your hand should be able to be reset. It will just hurt for a while and take some time to recover."
Thank you, Teacher Chen.
Mickey was moved to tears, unable to stop herself from wiping her eyes and sobbing.
Only then did Teacher Chen have a moment to look at Eugene, asking in a low voice, "Eugene, what exactly happened?" He did not simply take Mickey's word for it. He wanted to hear what Eugene had to say.
He hadn't known Eugene for long and held a fair amount of appreciation for him. However, no matter how much he admired him, if Eugene truly was someone who would turn a lethal blade against a classmate, he would rather not have such a student. He remembered that there wasn't any major conflict between the two, just a previous sparring match.
Eugene had even been the winner. By all logic and reason, Eugene should not have dealt such a heavy-handed blow to Mickey.
Eugene said with a calm expression, "It was an accident.
When I was with..." But before he could finish, Mickey shouted loudly, "What do you mean accident? You clearly did it on purpose. You just wanted to get back at me, you wanted to kill me."
Mickey glared at Eugene resentfully, her eyes burning with the flames of hatred.
What was he getting back at you for? Teacher Chen caught the key point and asked in a deep voice. Getting back at me for. Mickey froze for a moment, stammering with her head bowed, not daring to reveal the truth. Speak! Teacher Chen barked.
Mickey trembled all over, yet she kept her head buried, stubbornly remaining silent.
Teacher Chen couldn't help but turn his gaze toward Eugene.
Eugene recounted calmly, "While I was hunting the ferocious beasts, Mickey was lurking nearby, waiting for an opportunity to strike and seize my spoils. I didn't do it, don't falsely accuse me." Mickey subconsciously interrupted Eugene, but Teacher Chen suddenly glared at her with a very stern expression. Seeing this, Mickey's attempt to argue back instantly lost its momentum.
She whispered, I was just helping him deal with the ferocious beasts."
Hearing this, Teacher Chen already understood a great deal.
He rubbed his temples, feeling weary. The two of you have a history of conflict, yet you claim you were helping him fight beasts? Who would believe that?
Mickey fell silent, keeping her head down without saying a word. Mr. Chen sighed helplessly and gestured for Eugene to continue. Eugene's voice remained calm, it was the same this time. "While I was locked in a life and death struggle with the tiger, she must have seen an opportunity to strike again. It was just unfortunate that at the exact moment she made her move, I happened to be decapitating the tiger, and I accidentally severed her hand as well. These two teachers just went to examine the tiger's carcass. They should know whether or not I am lying." As she finished speaking, Eugene turned her gaze toward the other two teachers. When Teacher Chen took over for Mickey earlier, they had already surveyed the scene.
Teacher Chen looked toward the two of them. "Teacher Lu, what do you think?" Teacher Lu, who appeared to be in his 40s, nodded and said, "Based on the traces at the scene and the weapons used, it seems that as this tiger was fleeing, Eugene, who was in pursuit, and this female student hiding behind the tree both struck at the same time. The female student stabbed the tiger in the neck with her sword. As the fleeing tiger lunged forward, she failed to let go in time. Simultaneously, Eugene swung his blade, severing the tiger's neck and the girl's hand along with it. However," Mr. Lu paused, then added impartially, "as for whether Eugene saw the female student hiding behind the tree before or during his attack, there is simply no way to determine that. He definitely saw me. He did it on purpose." Mickey spoke up again anxiously, simply dropping all pretenses. "Yes, at the very beginning, I did intercept and kill one of his ferocious beasts, but I only wanted to annoy him." "Who told him to make a fool of me in public yesterday?" Teacher Chen looked at Mickey and sighed repeatedly. He had already learned the full details of yesterday's events. It was Mickey who had initiated the duel and even threatened to cripple Eugene, only to end up being the one crying in front of everyone. As for the public humiliation, at most, she had just said she was worse than trash. How was that any different from what Mickey usually said about Eugene being a waste of space in class?
A thought suddenly struck Mr. Chen, and he said softly, since it was only to spite Eugene, why not return the ferocious beast you intercepted and killed to him?
No. Mickey grew anxious immediately. That's my trophy, why on earth should I give it back to him?
But as soon as the words left her mouth, Mickey realized her mistake.
It was as if she had inadvertently confessed.
She immediately defended herself, saying, besides annoying him, I also wanted to vent my own frustration.
He won 3 vitality pills from me yesterday, what's wrong with me intercepting a ferocious beast? Besides, there are no rules against it. The 3 teachers fell into a brief silence.
It was exactly as Mickey said, there were indeed no regulations prohibiting such interceptions. However, such matters have been covered in martial path classes. Intercepting someone else's beast or seizing their spoils of war is considered a blood feud when it happens in the wilderness or a rift. Even if one were to be killed for it, they would have deserved it. Mickey naturally knew what the school had taught, yet she did it anyway, and now she even intends to file a complaint against Eugene. She is simultaneously exploiting the protection provided during the training exercise, knowing Eugene wouldn't dare to strike her openly while attempting to frame Eugene for attempted murder. It amounts to her committing a despicable act herself, yet still wanting Eugene to be punished for it. Such despicable behavior left the 3 teachers feeling stifled with indignation.
Teacher Chen reprimanded, Mickey, I can't believe you have the nerve to say that. Did I not teach you better in class? You are classmates, yet for the sake of a petty argument, you resorted to snatching someone else's spoils of war?
But Mickey felt wronged by the scolding and immediately said with a sob in her voice, even if that's the case, Eugene shouldn't have been so ruthless.
He clearly wanted to kill me. Why are you only scolding me and siding with Eugene? Teacher Chen was rendered speechless by anger, feeling only a wave of mental exhaustion.
At this moment, Teacher Lu suddenly spoke up, if he truly wanted to kill you, you would be dead by now.
Impossible. Mickey immediately retorted, Teacher Lu, he failed to kill me just now by staging an accident.
If he tries again, it would be premeditated murder. Unless he's willing to trade his life for mine, he wouldn't dare. Thinking back carefully now, Mickey felt her reaction earlier had been a bit excessive. There was actually no need to be so terrified.
Eugene wouldn't dare to kill her.
Teacher Lu shook his head and said, given Eugene's strength in beheading that tiger with a single strike, if he had seen you hiding behind the tree and truly intended to kill you, he could have easily delayed his strike by half a beat. Instead of aiming for the tiger's neck, he could have struck its back, and then. Teacher Lu added gloomily, he could have just as easily sliced it in 2 with 1 stroke, and he could have sliced you in 2 just the same.
Ah!
Mickey froze instantly, feeling a chill surge up her spine and straight to the crown of her head.
She was chilled to the bone. Chapter 23, The Outcome. The teacher's attention. A clean break.
Just the thought of such a possibility sent a chill through Mickey's entire body. Her stomach churned with such intense terror that she nearly vomited. Just as Mr. Lu had said, if Eugene truly wanted to kill her, all he had to do was delay his strike by a fraction of a second.
And that fraction of a second wouldn't even have taken half a heartbeat.
It was clear that Eugene only intended to teach her a lesson, but if she continued to provoke her, she would have to consider the consequences for herself. She understood now, and she was terrified. Mickey buried her head in her knees, trembling like a frightened quail, not daring to utter another word.
Teacher Chen shook his head with a sigh. He didn't say anything more to Mickey, but turned to look at the calm Eugene and asked in a low voice, Eugene, when you struck just now, did you notice Mickey? Although the sequence of events was clear, since an injury had occurred, the proper procedures still had to be followed. However, when Teacher Chen spoke, his tone was slow, even deliberate. Even Mickey could tell that Teacher Chen was giving Eugene a subtle warning to watch his words, yet she remained silent, offering only 2 low, aggrieved sobs. Eugene shook his head calmly, no. Phew. Mr. Chen breathed a secret sigh of relief. Fortunately, Eugene had remained relatively calm. In this matter, Mr. Chen's apparent bias toward Eugene was merely an attempt to prevent the situation from escalating. Had Eugene admitted it was deliberate retaliation, the consequences would have been far more severe. By the same token, if Mickey were to stubbornly insist on pursuing the matter against Eugene, it would not be easily settled.
As a teacher, his only hope was that this incident would not cause too much of an impact.
What happened?
Just then, another sound of breaking air rang out as the principal descended from the sky.
Principal, it's like this. Mr. Chen quickly and simply recounted the events.
Once he finished, Principal he glanced at Mickey with a slight frown, the disgust in his eyes almost unconcealed. Seeing this, Mickey buried her head in her knees once more, her heart filled with a sense of desolation. She felt as if the entire world were conspiring against her. Principal he said no more. He likewise surveyed the scene to clarify the situation. Once he had pieced everything together, he didn't question Eugene, but instead looked directly at Mickey. His voice was stern. Mickey, this incident was caused by your attempt to seize the spoils of war, which led to the accident.
Do you admit to this? I do.
Principal he nodded slightly, his expression remaining stern.
Seeing that your attitude is sincere and that you are injured, the school will not expel you. However, a major demerit must be recorded.
If you cause trouble again, you will be expelled immediately.
Do you understand?
Understood. Hearing the word expelled, Mickey almost broke down in tears. She didn't dare utter a single word of protest. Principal his tone softened slightly. I will treat your broken hand in a moment.
Go back, recover well, and reflect on your actions. Do you understand?
Got it. Principal he nodded with satisfaction, then looked toward Eugene and said, as for you, Eugene, although it wasn't intentional, you did cause an injury, so a demerit will also be recorded against you. Additionally, the ferocious beast that was snatched will still belong to Mickey as compensation for her broken hand.
Do you agree? Agreed. Eugene had no objections. Mickey asked weakly, Principal, this tiger doesn't count as mine?
It does not. Principal he spoke with a firm tone, explaining, this tiger died from that decapitating strike, not from your sword thrust.
Oh.
Mickey dejectedly buried her head again, feeling a sense of self-pity welling up inside her.
All right, as for this matter.
Principal he was about to declare the issue resolved, but Eugene interrupted him. Principal, Mickey mentioned earlier that she was acting on the instructions of her cousin, Rhea, when she tried to seize my spoils of war. Principal he looked at Mickey with a slight frown.
Mickey didn't hide anything and gave an honest account of what happened. I see.
The school will punish her accordingly as the instigator of this incident. Principal he quickly finished handling the matter and began treating Mickey's broken hand.
After a long while,
Mickey's broken hand had recovered significantly. Although it was still far from flexible and remained quite painful, the results were undoubtedly many times better compared to Teacher Chen's treatment. Principal he said, your hand will need another month or so to fully recover, and you'll experience frequent pain in the meantime.
You'll have to bear with it. Go back to the infirmary to have your hand immobilized, and whatever you do, don't move it around. Understood.
Mickey pursed her lips tightly, sorrowfully accepting this painful outcome. She could already feel a burning sensation radiating from her wrist, as if ants were gnawing at it. It was incredibly uncomfortable, and she dreaded to think how agonizing it would be when the actual pain flared up. All right, Teacher Chen, take her back to the base.
The rest of you, continue.
Principal he gave the order and stood up to leave without lingering, acting with swift decisiveness.
Eugene, continue your training. Teacher Chen glanced at Eugene before walking over to Mickey and pulling her up.
Once Mickey stood up, she realized her pants were soaked through, and her face instantly flushed crimson with shame. Teacher Chen thoughtfully took out a long piece of cloth to wrap around her, then lifted Mickey by the arm and flew toward the base. Teachers, Eugene has headed out for his trial.
All right, go ahead. As the two teachers watched Eugene's departing figure, Teacher Lu couldn't help but click his tongue in admiration. Old Yang, did you notice those wounds just now? This kid's blade work is quite impressive. Impressive indeed.
Teacher Yang nodded slightly, musing, that long blade wasn't particularly sharp, yet he managed a decapitation in a single strike.
It's clear his comprehension of saber techniques is quite high. However, saber arts rely heavily on innate talent. If Eugene's savvy is truly that exceptional, why is he still only in the vitality realm? It is indeed a bit strange. I'll have to ask old Chen about it later. Teacher Lu also felt curious. The two of them took flight and soon met up with the returning Teacher Chen to inquire about Yi Jin's peculiarities. Teacher Chen explained, something happened in Yi Jin's family, and he suffered a major mental blow. After he woke up, his comprehension seems to have improved significantly. Teacher Chen then gave the two teachers a brief overview of what he knew about Yi Jin. I see. The two of them suddenly realized. Teacher Lu wore an even more peculiar expression. For Yi Jin to be able to kill this Asiatic tiger which was nearing the vitality realm, his saber technique must be formidable, but his own vitality probably isn't low either, right? Has he really only just broken through to the vitality realm recently? This. Teacher Chen hesitated. He didn't know much about Yi Jin either, so he could only shake his head and say, when Ren transferred him to our class yesterday, the record showed he was in the vitality realm. Mr. Lu was momentarily stunned, then patted Mr. Chen on the shoulder with a smile. Mr. Chen, it looks like you've picked up a genius. Ren really missed the mark this time. I think this kid might just give him a surprise. Mr. Chen shook his head regretfully. What surprise could there be? The time frame is too short, only 3 months. What level is the student he was swapped with? Vitality Realm 9. Then it really is a long shot. Mr. Lu nodded silently, also feeling that it would indeed be difficult for Yi Jin to surpass that level within just 3 months. Let's go, continue the patrol. The three of them didn't chat much further and continued patrolling the nearby peaks. But even from a distance, they were all intentionally or unintentionally keeping an eye on Yi Jin. And the more they watched, the more astonished they became. The three discovered that when Yi Jin slaughtered the fierce beasts, it was simply too easy. No beast could pose even the slightest threat to him. Basically, all ferocious beasts were dealt with in a single strike. For the slightly stronger beasts, it took 3 strikes at most. Teacher Lu flew over to Teacher Chen and said in surprise, Teacher Chen, this kid's vitality is probably not far from the 3rd order, is it? And not only is his saber technique impressive, but he's also proficient in a movement technique? Teacher Yang also exclaimed in amazement, even if he broke through after the last test, it's been less than a month. In just 1 month, he rose from the vitality realm to nearly the peak of the vitality realm? 2000 VP of vitality in 1 month? Mr. Chen was also deeply astonished, muttering to himself, there are still 3 months left. If Yi Jin maintains this cultivation speed. He suddenly found himself filled with anticipation. Originally, he felt that even if Yi Jin's comprehension had improved, he wouldn't be able to catch up to Hang's level within 3 months. But looking at it now, it seemed he might not just catch up, but potentially surpass him. Just then, Mr. Lu suddenly spoke up, Mr. Chen, do you think there's a possibility that Ren might try to take Yi Jin back? Impossible. Teacher Chen shook his head with certainty and said, you don't understand. Yesterday, Yi Jin and Ren had several verbal clashes, and he provoked Ren into a towering rage. Even if Ren wanted Yi Jin to come back, Yi Jin himself probably wouldn't agree to it. Oh? How did he stand up to him? Let's hear it. The two of them began to gossip. When the two heard the phrases black sheep and taught by the former class teacher, they couldn't help but burst into laughter. Meanwhile, on the other side, while the 3 teachers were focusing on Yi Jin naturally sensed it all as well. However, he didn't pay it any mind. Instead, he was considering whether to break through to the vitality realm at this moment. The timing seemed quite appropriate. Chapter 24, Vitality Realm. Operation Mountain Crossing. Sizzle. On the hillside, Yi Jin cleared a large open space, started a fire among a pile of rocks, and began roasting a slab of wild boar meat along with a hind leg. Under the scorching flames, the wild boar meat was roasted until it turned charred and black. Yi Jin didn't seem to mind. It was also his first time roasting ferocious beast meat, and he lacked any prior experience. Using a long blade, he made several deep cuts into the boar meat to ensure the inner layers would cook through. He then pulled a seasoning bottle from his backpack, flipping the meat while sprinkling the spices into the crevices. Phew! Seeing that the boar meat was finally done, Yi Jin stomped out the fire.
He blew on the roast, sliced away the charred outer layer with his knife, and began to feast heartily.
The taste isn't bad at all.
Despite it being his first time roasting wild game, it was unexpectedly delicious. In truth, it wasn't because his technique was superior or the seasoning was particularly fragrant, it was primarily due to the high quality of the wild boar meat.
Wild boars of the vitality realm possess meat that is both tender and rich in fat.
After a round of roasting, not only was it bursting with a savory aroma, but the texture of the meat became even more crisp and refreshing.
Complemented by the seasonings, it tasted exceptionally exquisite.
After 2 hours of hard work, Yi Jin's stomach had long been growling with hunger. Faced with such a delicacy, he devoured it ravenously.
Before long,
Yi Jin had completely finished off a thigh and a piece of pork belly.
He even let out a satisfied burp. It's time to break through. After finishing the meat, Yi Jin immediately began his cultivation on the rock.
This kid certainly knows how to enjoy himself. The 3 patrolling teachers curled their lips slightly, they hadn't even eaten yet, while Yi Jin was already indulging himself.
However,
regarding Yi Jin, the eyes of the 3 teachers were filled with astonishment. They were particularly astonished by Yi Jin's saber techniques and footwork. Upon closer observation, they realized they had never seen the saber techniques or footwork Yi Jin was utilizing. Neither of these were among the arts taught at the school.
Teacher Lu remarked curiously, "Did his parents teach him these arts?" "I suppose so." Teacher Chen didn't know for sure either.
As they were discussing, the 3 of them suddenly noticed Yi Jin beginning to cultivate, and their hearts skipped a beat.
Teacher Lu said in surprise, "This kid ate so much ferocious beast meat, could he be about to break through?" Teacher Chen didn't say a word, but simply looked at Yi Jin with anticipation.
Inexplicably, he felt himself becoming somewhat nervous.
Buzz!
Suddenly, they saw Yi Jin's body tremble slightly, and at the same time, they caught a ripple of vitality, causing them to cry out in surprise.
Vitality realm.
Good lad, he actually managed to break through.
Teacher Chen, your teaching is truly effective.
He's only been in your class for a day and has already made such a significant breakthrough.
Impressive, truly impressive.
Not only was Teacher Chen thrilled, but the other 2 teachers were also genuinely happy for him.
Teacher Chen's face beamed with smiles.
"Not at all, it's all down to his own hard work." The 3 teachers looked at Yi Jin with eyes full of care and affection. Now that Yi Jin has broken through to the vitality realm, it is no longer appropriate for him to remain on this second mountain. After a moment of reflection, Teacher Lu proposed, "Given the strength Yi Jin has displayed in his experience in slaying fierce beasts, I believe there is no need for him to continue this trial. Let him descend the mountain."
Agreed. Teacher Chen and Teacher Yang also nodded in succession.
In just the short time they had been watching, Yi Jin had already slain more than 20 fierce beasts. While many other students were still confronting and struggling with beasts, unable to find a way to kill even one, Yi Jin was actively scouring the entire mountain to hunt them down. It was clear that continuing this level of training would yield little further benefit for Yi Jin. Teacher Chen immediately flew toward Yi Jin to bring his training session to an end. Naturally, Yi Jin could not agree and directly requested, "Teacher Chen, I want to enter the 3rd mountain to undergo Vitality Realm training."
"No!" Teacher Chen refused instinctively. "You've only just broken through, why are you trying to join in the chaos?"
Even though Yi Jin's strength could crush Vitality Realm ferocious beasts, participating in a Vitality Realm trial was a different matter entirely.
The Vitality Realm involves continuing to temper one's strength to reach 3000 VP Vitality.
Between someone who has just entered the Vitality Realm and someone at the peak of the Vitality Realm, there is a difference of nearly 3000 VP Vitality, a gap equal to the total vitality of the previous 2 stages combined. Teacher Chen, of course, would not let Yi Jin take such a risk. Yi Jin said with a light chuckle, "Teacher Chen, although I've only just broken through, my saber technique and movement skills are quite formidable. Compared to other classmates of the same level, I should be stronger, right?"
This. Teacher Chen hesitated, only now realizing what was happening.
In his concern, he had initially thought that Yi Jin, having just broken through to the Vitality Realm, was unfit to enter the 3rd mountain. However, after Yi Jin's reminder, he suddenly realized the truth.
With Yi Jin's current strength, He was far more powerful than other students who had just reached the vitality realm.
His advantages in saber techniques and movement arts were significant. After a slight hesitation, Teacher Chen nodded slowly.
All right then, go to the third mountain and give it a try.
If you encounter a beast that is too strong, head down the mountain immediately.
Great!
Yi Jin was overjoyed and immediately packed his belongings, heading toward the third mountain.
Teacher Chen couldn't help but chuckle, seeing Yi Jin in such an impatient state. This harvest is massive.
On the way to the third mountain, Yi Jin couldn't contain the overwhelming joy in his heart. He glanced at the status screen.
Name, Yi Jin. Level Vitality Realm 03000.
Art, Savage Elephant Tempering Art Proficient 0%, Serene Mystery Method Uninitiated 0%, Vampiric Drain Art Uninitiated 0%, Tiger's Roar Sword Technique Uninitiated 0%.
Stat Points 5600. Skill Points, 222.
In just a single morning, Yi Jin not only saw his vitality break through to the third rank but also harvested over 200 skill points.
Most importantly,
he also acquired 3 arts, Wolf Walk Footwork, Mad Lion Saber Technique, and Tiger Roar Sword Technique. The first 2 have already been maxed out through point allocation, granting him a massive boost in strength. As for the Tiger Roar Sword Technique, it was a drop from killing that Asian tiger. He didn't consider other options and chose this sword technique directly. For the ferocious beasts Yi Jin killed afterward, he chose either skill points or vitality pills. He didn't choose anything else.
Phew!
Yi Jin sprinted through the mountains with his backpack on, racing toward the next peak.
Even though he pushed his wolf walk technique to its absolute limit and didn't stop for a single second, it still took him 20 minutes to reach the third mountain.
Squeak, squeak. The moment he passed through the energy barrier and appeared on the third mountain, Yi Jin encountered a monkey. The monkey was not tall, measuring about half a meter by visual estimation, but it was extremely agile, swinging through the woods with ease.
Even if a branch snapped, its body could flexibly adjust its posture mid-air.
Whoosh! Suddenly, while Yi Jin was observing the monkey, the sound of something cutting through the air erupted from the side. Yi Jin executed his wolf walk technique and dodged instantly, discovering it was a fist-sized rock. Looking toward the source of the sound, he spotted another monkey.
Hey, you actually know how to coordinate, don't you? Yi Jin wasn't annoyed.
He didn't take the initiative to pursue the monkey, but instead kept a close watch on its movements, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Whoosh! Just then, another stone flew toward him at extreme speed. Yi Jin dodged once again.
Just like that. The 2 monkeys coordinated their efforts, one distracted Yi Jin while the other struck from the shadows, launching a relentless series of attacks.
Yet, time and again, Yi Jin managed to dodge them.
As the attempts mounted, the 2 monkeys grew increasingly irritated.
Unable to contain its rage, the first monkey swung from a branch and charged straight at Yi Jin. Squeak, squeak. The monkey moved with lightning speed, arriving in the blink of an eye. Its long forelimbs, tipped with razor-sharp claws, lunged straight for Yi Jin's head.
SSHHH. Instead of retreating, Yi Jin pressed forward. He drew a long blade from behind his back and met the monkey's charge with a fluid, decisive slash.
Thud! The blade fell and blood splattered as the monkey was decapitated. But Yi Jin didn't spare the monkey's corpse a single glance. He swiftly executed the wolf walk technique and charged toward the side. The second monkey was also rushing straight toward Yi Jin. Screech! Seeing the first monkey killed, this one instantly flew into a violent rage. But soon, it fell silent. By slaying a vitality macaque, you can drop the following items. Please choose. 1. One vitality pill capable of increasing vitality by 1300 VP. 2. A 1-star art monkey walk movement technique. Mastering this technique not only enhances physical agility but also allows for effortless jumping and climbing in forests. 3. 7 skill points. Option 2. Yi Jin didn't give it much thought and chose the monkey walk technique immediately. Even though he already possessed the wolf walk technique and excelled in speed and physical agility, Yi Jin still held high expectations for the abilities of jumping and climbing. Allocate points. Upon acquiring the monkey walk technique, Eugene directly spent 15 skill points to allocate them until it reached perfection.
In an instant,
Eugene felt a surge of new knowledge and instincts flooding into his mind. Eugene instinctively wanted to test out the monkey-style movement, but he immediately checked himself.
With the teacher watching, it wouldn't be wise to act too out of the ordinary. Eugene continued on his way.
This time, however, as he moved forward, he hopped to the left and leaped to the right, pretending to experiment with the jumping postures of a monkey. As the number of jumps increased, his movements became noticeably more fluid and agile. This left Mr. Chen, who glanced over at him occasionally, feeling utterly shaken. It felt as if he were witnessing the rise of a genius. And this was exactly the effect Eugene intended to achieve.
Building a persona. Chapter 25, Building a Persona. Ears listening in all directions. Eugene continued his ascent up the mountain.
During this process, Eugene also discovered many other classmates locked in fierce combat with ferocious beasts.
Some students were even wounded, sustaining injuries that were far from minor.
Yet, none of them called for rescue. It seems everyone truly cherishes this opportunity for experience and doesn't want to let it go to waste, well, except for Mickey. Eugene sighed silently to herself. She had no intention of stepping in to help and continued her search for fierce beasts. Whether it was the second mountain or the third, the terrain was vast. Fierce beasts were also extremely numerous. Eugene hadn't been walking for long before she encountered another monkey.
In just a single exchange, the monkey was wounded and immediately turned to flee.
Screech! The monkey leaped incessantly through the forest, while Eugene matched its movements, running and jumping with increasing agility. Gradually closing the gap, he eventually caught up to the creature and cut it down with a single strike. This scene happened to be witnessed by Teacher Chen, who was keeping an eye on Eugene, and Teacher Lu, who had come to patrol the third mountain. Teacher Lu said in shock, "Did I see that right? Was he just imitating that monkey? You're not seeing things. He really is mimicking a monkey's jumping ability, and he's actually succeeded." Teacher Chen swallowed hard, his throat feeling dry and parched. Such innate comprehension was simply beyond belief to him. Suddenly, Teacher Lu remembered something and said hesitantly, "In that case, I just recalled the movement technique he used earlier. Why does it also feel like something learned from an animal?" Mr. Chen's expression shifted slightly. "I took a look at his movement patterns on the second mountain earlier. Before we showed up, it seems he had already killed over a dozen wolves." SSS. Teacher Lu immediately let out a sharp gasp of cold air. "Now that you mention it, his footwork really does resemble a wolf's." A look of shock flashed through Teacher Lu's eyes. "To be honest, I initially thought the movement technique he practiced was derived from a dog, but I didn't say it because it sounded a bit insulting. Looking at it now, it turns out it was a wolf all along." "You can imitate their movements just by observing animals?" Teacher Chen's expression was somewhat dazed as he spoke these words. The shock of the two teachers was within Eugene's expectations. He was currently crafting a persona for himself. A persona of someone with extraordinary comprehension. And so it was. From that point forward, no matter how quickly his level or strength increased, it would appear perfectly reasonable and wouldn't lead others to suspect anything else. He would also be much safer himself. Eugene continued his search for ferocious beasts. With over 2 hours remaining before the end, Eugene needed to make the most of his time to hunt as many beasts as possible. He needed to accumulate not only more skill points but also more vitality. At that time, upon entering the rift, he would be able to immediately max out his vitality to 10,000 VP, reaching the completion of the vitality realm, thereby breaking through to the aperture opening realm. Slash. Thud. Rip. As Eugene moved along, whenever he encountered a fierce beast that no one else was engaged with, he would raise his blade and strike, slaughtering his way through. He didn't care how high that beast's vitality was. However, on this third mountain, Eugene discovered that monkeys were the most numerous. It was just like the gray wolves on the second mountain. But this actually made things simpler after a kill. There was no need to agonize over which option to choose. When Eugene killed a monkey and it dropped vitality 1400 VP, he directly selected the first option. Stat points 7000. Looking at the stat points on the status screen, Eugene couldn't help but reveal a knowing smile, though his expression was also somewhat peculiar. Even though he was only in the vitality realm with a total physical vitality of just 3000 VP, his hidden vitality reached as high as 7000, more than double his own level. This gave Eugene a strange sensation. Yet, he felt deeply satisfied. Having crossed over just a day ago and already rising from the vitality realm to vitality perfection, how could he not be satisfied? Chirp, chirp. Suddenly, the sound of cicadas, which had rarely been heard since leaving the second mountain, drifted down from the trees. Eugene immediately executed the monkey movement technique, swiftly scaling the trunk and darting upward with agility. Snap! 1 cicada killed. The following items can be dropped, please choose. 1. One vitality pill can increase vitality by 5 VP. 2. All hearing ear shard art, all hearing ear. When activated, it significantly enhances hearing. Upon reaching mastery, one can hear all sounds within a 1000-meter radius and control the direction of the audio focus. Collect 10 shards to obtain the art. All hearing ear? Good stuff. Eugene was pleasantly surprised. Arts that enhance hearing are inherently rare, and he certainly wasn't going to let this one slip away. After selecting the shard, Eugene immediately began searching for the chirping of cicadas, tracking them down one by one and swatting them to death. After spending half an hour, Eugene finally gathered all the components for all hearing ears. The art of all hearing, like other arts, belongs to the 1-star rank. Allocating points also requires 15 points. Allocate points. As Eugene allocated the points, the art of hearing in all directions reached perfection in an instant. Eugene subconsciously activated the skill and listened. Hum. Suddenly, a dense cacophony of various sounds echoed through his mind, causing Eugene's head to buzz and his consciousness to go momentarily blank. Hiss. Eugene stopped abruptly, frantically massaging his temples. Once he had regained his composure, Eugene activated his all-hearing ears again, but this time he directed his focus toward the air above. He wanted to hear whether the persona he had crafted for himself was a success. This brat, instead of hunting fierce beasts properly, he's running around catching cicadas. Does he really think he's a monkey? With the time he spends catching cicadas, wouldn't it be better to kill one more beast? Any beast in the vitality realm can be sold for tens or even hundreds of thousands. He really doesn't know how to seize an opportunity. You've already started running the household, yet you still don't know how hard it is to earn money? Listening to Teacher Chen's voice, which was filled with frustration over his failure to live up to expectations, Eugene face turned slightly dark. However, Teacher Chen was right about one thing: he had to seize the opportunity and hunt down as many ferocious beasts as possible. Opportunities like this don't come twice. Eugene sprang into action once again. All hearing ears, search. Now that he had acquired the skill, there was no reason not to use it. Eugene immediately activated all hearing ears to scout for the locations of the beasts. Even if the ferocious beasts didn't roar, they still had to breathe. As long as they breathed, he could hear them. Once he located a beast, Eugene would immediately rush over without pause to kill it. However, during this process, Eugene often ran into some awkward misunderstandings. He would think the heavy breathing he heard came from a beast, only to arrive and find it was actually a classmate hiding. This left the others completely bewildered, thinking they had been discovered by a beast. They nearly fled in panic. When they discovered that Eugene was actively seeking out the ferocious beasts, they couldn't help but be struck with shock one after another. Where did this beast of a man come from? Why is he hunting ferocious beasts so frantically? Wasn't this supposed to be a trial to gain combat experience? Why does it feel like he's here to stock up on inventory? I wonder how many beasts he's killed. I have a feeling he's going to strike it rich after today. Does anyone know who he is? I think his name is Eugene. He was even causing a scene at the school gate this morning. As they spoke, many students took out their phones to snap photos and post threads on the school forum. But Yi Jin remained completely oblivious to all of this.
If there are arts that enhance hearing, there must be arts that enhance visual capabilities as well, right?
Yi Jin felt that combining hearing with vision would be the optimal setup, making the search for ferocious beasts far more effective. It was just like having clairvoyance and clairaudience. Yi Jin looked forward to the day he could acquire these two divine powers. The operation continued. With the help of his all-hearing ears, Yi Jin's efficiency in hunting ferocious beasts instantly increased several times over. 5 beasts, 10 beasts, 20 beasts. The number of ferocious beasts he killed far exceeded that of anyone else. The cumulative total was approaching nearly 100. He had even slain nearly 40 beasts of the vitality realm. Among them were several beasts that were on the verge of breaking through the vitality realm. Such a record left Teacher Chen and the others speechless with amazement. Help! Suddenly, while Yi Jin was in the heat of the slaughter, he heard a cry for help coming from not far away. Without a second thought, Yi Jin charged straight toward the sound. Chapter 26, The Trial Ends. Mickey's Misery. In the blink of an eye, Yi Jin saw a female student with a dirt-smudged face being surrounded and clotted by 3 monkeys. Her sleeves were torn, and she was bleeding profusely. She looked utterly disheveled, and the situation was extremely perilous. Had she not been holding a sword that kept the monkeys somewhat at bay, she likely would have been severely mauled or even bitten to death by now. You're asking for it. Yi Jin executed his movement technique, closing the distance to one of the monkeys in an instant, and delivered a swift slash of his blade. Thud! The monkey tried to dodge but had no time. It was killed instantly by Yi Jin's blade. Without pausing, Yi Jin leaped forward again to strike at the other 2 monkeys. Squeak squeak! In just 1 minute, all 3 monkeys lay dead at Yi Jin's hands. The female student was left completely stunned by the sight. Once she regained her composure, she hurriedly expressed her gratitude. Yi Jin, thank you so much for coming to my rescue. You know me? Yi Jin was somewhat surprised. The female student quickly wiped the mud from her face, revealing a pure and delicate countenance. We've met before. I'm Hang's girlfriend. Oh, it's you. Are you hurt? Yi Jin recognized her as well, but he didn't regret coming to her rescue just because of Hang. He simply offered a casual word of concern. This little injury is nothing. The female student pulled at her sleeve. Her left arm appeared somewhat stiff, and she had lost quite a bit of blood. Yet she wasn't one to act fragile. No intense expression of pain showed on her face, and she even introduced herself with a smile. By the way, my name is Tao Yingying. Hello. Yi Jin offered a casual greeting and prepared to find an excuse to slip away. However, Tao Yingying spoke up again. Yi Jin, the matter between you and Hang is actually just a misunderstanding. He's been the top student in our class for so long that he's become a bit self-righteous. Please don't take it to heart. Whether I take it to heart or not, what does it matter? The bet has already been settled anyway. Yi Jin appeared rather indifferent. In fact, he truly didn't care much about it. Tao Yingying said sincerely, if you're willing, I can persuade Hang to take the initiative to cancel the challenge. After all, the level between you two, huh? Tao Yingying suddenly felt something was amiss and asked belatedly, by the way, Yi Jin, why are you on this mountain? Yi Jin has already broken through to the vitality realm. Teacher Chen answered the question for Yi Jin. He had clearly rushed over after hearing Tao Yingying's cry for help, but after seeing Yi Jin take action, he intentionally slowed his pace. In fact, he also wanted to take this opportunity to let Yi Jin and Hang reconcile their relationship, but unfortunately, it didn't seem to have any effect. Vitality realm. Tao Yingying stared blankly at Yi Jin, unable to process this news for a long time. She hesitated. Yi Jin, I don't mean anything by this, but I remember, weren't you still in the vitality realm just last month? I ate some ferocious beast meat and managed to break through by luck. Yi Jin brushed it off with a casual excuse. He had broken through right under the noses of Teacher Chen and the other 2, so this excuse was solid enough to hold up. Agreed. Teacher Chen nodded in agreement with what Yi Jin said, then glanced at the time and said, alright, time's just about up. The trial is over. You all may begin heading down the mountain. As the trial period concluded, all the students began their descent.
During the descent, Eugene noticed that many of his classmates' martial path uniforms were covered in bloodstains and mud. They looked quite disheveled, almost like beggars, and many were even injured. There was absolutely no one else like him, whose clothes remained perfectly clean. Compared to the miserable experiences of the other students, Eugene looked more like he was there on vacation. This guy probably just hid as soon as he went up the mountain and didn't come out until the trial was over, right? That must be it. Setting aside his face since there is water on the mountain, after all those clothes are just too clean. There are only a few scattered bloodstains. Tisk, treating a trial like a vacation, he's quite the character. Many students looked at Eugene with disdain, and some even openly mocked him. However, they were met with disdain from the other students coming down behind them. Shut up! You're making a fool of yourself by blabbering when you don't know a thing. This guy is a beast. Exactly. A bunch of self-righteous idiots who think everyone is as pathetic as they are. TSK. Trash with zero combat power. You have no idea how powerful this god-tier man is. Who are you to mock him? Faced with this relentless contempt, many students felt indignant, their faces flushing red with frustration. However, there were too many people speaking up for Eugene, and most of them had descended from higher ranking classes, which often implied they possessed greater vitality and strength. This was especially true given that his own classmates knew exactly how formidable he was. Faced with such disdain, the critics found themselves unable to offer any rebuttal. Yet, this only served to pique their curiosity. Just how powerful was this so-called beast? To think he was worthy of such staunch defense from classmates who were also in the vitality realm. But in the next moment, they were left completely dumbfounded. Hey, big shot, can I add you on Huaxin? Hey, handsome, do you need a girlfriend? I can do cosplay. I can pull off any style you like. Big shot, I might be a guy, but I can keep your bed warm. Let's exchange contact info. A crowd swarmed around, clamoring to get Eugene's contact details. Some of the girls were even bolder, bluntly asking Eugene if he wanted a girlfriend while continuously throwing flirtatious glances his way. As for a certain male classmate who offered to warm her bed, Eugene directly distanced herself 3 meters away in pure disgust. No! To be precise, Eugene felt her scalp tingle at the sight of all the enthusiastic classmates and immediately made an excuse to slip away. I have things to do, I'll take my leave first. Eugene didn't even take Tao Ying with her. She directly executed the wolf walk movement technique and dashed down the mountain in a flash, leaving a group of people staring at each other in bewilderment. Phew! Eugene ran all the way to the foot of the mountain in one breath before finally letting out a long sigh of relief. As the saying goes, it is easier to go up a mountain than to come down, but this did not apply to Eugene at all. Possessing the wolf walk movement technique, his descent was equally swift. Before long, Eugene appeared within the base. Quite a few students had already returned to the base, including Chang. However, he appeared to be injured and was waiting for medical treatment outside a base tent. Eugene walked over to Chang and looked at his blood-stained left leg. How is it? Is the injury serious? It's nothing. Just a scratch from a beast. Luckily, I didn't lose any flesh. Chang was grimacing in pain, yet he gritted his teeth and insisted he was fine. His attitude was surprisingly positive. He glanced at the perfectly clean Eugene and remarked oddly, "How are you completely unscathed? Did you not run into any beasts?" Eugene said casually, "I killed a few." Impressive. You killed several fierce beasts and your clothes are still so clean. Unlike me, I only killed 6, but not only are my clothes completely ruined, my thigh is injured too. While praising Eugene, Chang was also complaining about his own hardships. But Eugene could tell that this guy was actually showing off, especially since he emphasized the word 6 quite heavily. Show off. Eugene gave Chang a playful pat on the shoulder, but with these 6 ferocious beasts, you should be able to break through to the vitality realm. Definitely. Chang chuckled, then leaned in close to Eugene and whispered, "Eugene, look at Mickey over there. She seems to be quite badly injured. I wonder what happened." Eugene looked over at Mickey and immediately saw that she was pale and trembling all over. Large beads of sweat were rolling down her face, and her expression was one of intense agony.
It was clear that the recurring pain the principal had mentioned earlier had flared up, and had likely been persisting for quite some time.
One could tell from Mickey's expression that the pain was beyond what an ordinary person could endure.
And she would have to suffer this torment for another month. Yi-jin said coldly. I cut off her hand.
Ah? Cheng's eyes widened, and he couldn't help but look at Yi-jin in shock, whispering, Yi-jin, surely that minor conflict from before didn't warrant such ruthlessness? Or did something else happen between you two? She stole my loot.
Cheng suddenly understood, then she got what she deserved. Initially, he felt a bit of sympathy for Mickey. After all, they were classmates and didn't have any major grievances. However, upon hearing that she had stolen Yi-jin's loot, that trace of sympathy instantly vanished. However, after the initial shock, Cheng's face was once again filled with worry. But Yi-jin, this is a trial after all. Won't you get into trouble for doing this? No, it's not like I cut it on purpose, it was an accident. Yi-jin shook his head and explained, Teacher Chen and the principal have already handled this matter.
That's good then.
Cheng breathed a sigh of relief, his worries finally fading away. Soon, it was Cheng's turn for treatment. By the time he emerged, his left leg had mostly recovered, though his gait remained slightly awkward.
It had to be said.
Whether it was the school teachers or the powerhouses at the base, their healing efficiency was incredibly high. In no time at all, the injured students were restored to full vitality once again. However, through his observations, Yi-jin also noticed that a significant number of students had been severely injured during this trial. Even those in the aperture opening realm were among the ranks of the critically wounded.
Fortunately, there didn't seem to be any fatalities, though Mickey's injuries were among the most severe.
It must be said that the school's safety measures were quite effective.
Before long,
the healing sessions concluded, and the base had finished compiling the performance records for all students during this trial.
Chapter 27, From Skepticism to Shock.
A massive 7.9 million profit. I am very satisfied with today's training exercise. Principal, he hovered in mid-air, facing all the students. A rare smile of satisfaction appeared on his usually stern face. He cast a particularly smug glance at the black-haired, white-bearded elder, causing the old man to huff in frustration, feeling quite stifled. Principal, he continued his speech, today, your overall performance during the training was excellent. Many of you not only gained significant combat experience and killed ferocious beasts, but some even achieved breakthroughs in their martial techniques and levels. I hope that after you return, you will carefully reflect on every detail of today's battles with the beasts. Combine these insights with your own martial techniques to take your strength to the next level. Strive to achieve excellent results in the martial trials. Alright, without further ado. I have distributed the records regarding the types and quantities of ferocious beasts slain by each student to your respective class teachers. Please check them yourselves to ensure they are correct. If there are any errors, bring them up now. Once confirmed, let your class teachers know how you wish to handle the remains of the beasts. With that, Principal, he nodded to the class teachers, signaling them to distribute the data. In an instant, the base square buzzed with excitement, punctuated by numerous gasps of astonishment. Shouts erupted over so and so killing a certain number of ferocious beasts or taking down a specific level of monster, each exclamation filled with envy. Suddenly, a piercing cry rang out across the square, drawing the attention of every student. Holy shit, 101 ferocious beasts? Hearing that number, the students were all stunned into a daze. They instinctively looked toward the source of the voice, only to find it was Class 36, the very last ranked class in the entire school. For a moment, students from other classes exchanged glances, their expressions turning strange. Someone from Class 36, the dead last class, killed 101 beasts? That's got to be fake. It must be the total count for the whole class. That's definitely the class total. How could it possibly be one person? Damn, you scared the hell out of me. I thought someone had soloed 101 beasts, but it turns out it was just a whole class. Seriously? Only 101 beasts for an entire class, and they're making such a fuss? How pathetic. Cut them some slack. After all, they are dead last.
Students from other classes looked toward class 36 as if watching a comedy. Many wore expressions of disdain and contempt, though the mocking voices weren't loud, they were everywhere. The various jeers blended together, making it impossible for class 36 to ignore them. Immediately, a student shot back, "You bunch of clowns." When we said 101 ferocious beasts, we were talking about Yi Jin's personal record, not the whole class. Exactly. Looking down on people with those dog eyes of yours, you don't know a thing, yet all you do is bark. So what if we're ranked last? Combined, our class has killed at least over 200 beasts. I wonder how many classes didn't even hit 200. Heh, surely there aren't classes that only got 100 or so, right? Oh my, if they can't even keep up with us the dead last, then what rank does that make them? I don't know, I'm pretty bad at math. The students of class 36 were no pushovers either, they didn't hold back when it came to talking back. Class 36 had always been ranked last in the entire school. No matter what the ranking was, they were always the ones being mocked. This time, they could finally hold their heads high. They certainly weren't going to let these people ridicule them, they had to strike back. Holy crap, for real? One person killed 101 of them? No way, if he's really that powerful, how could Rin not have stepped in to claim him? Maybe his level is too low, but he's exceptionally strong for his rank? So you're saying, he's invincible in the vitality realm? Put. You've gotta be kidding me. Invincible in the vitality realm? What, did he slaughter every single beast on the first mountain peak? Ha, but you have to admit, finding a loophole like this just to show off is certainly a unique approach. Yeah, it's a pity we actually have a sense of shame. The students from other classes still didn't take it to heart, mocking even more brazenly, clearly looking down on class 36. They were quickly met with cold rebuttals from the students of class 36, see? You didn't believe us when we said you look down on people like dogs. Exactly, Yi Jin killed those in the vitality realm and vitality realm. You bunch of ignorant fools. Some people just love living in their own little worlds, thinking that if they can't do something, no one else can either. Put. I wonder who's the one being shameless. How pathetic. Hearing these mocking voices, students from other classes couldn't help but flare up in anger, yet some began to ponder, sensing that something was amiss. Seeing this, Cheng's eyes darted around as he shouted in a provocatively smug tone, "Oh, hurry up and ask me how someone can only enter one mountain yet kill two different levels of ferocious beasts. Quick, ask me now." Cheng's antics didn't just leave the other students of class 36 dumbfounded, even Yi Jin found it somewhat amusing. Meanwhile, students from other classes who had just realized what was happening and were about to question this strange point felt their faces flush with frustration. They felt stifled if they asked, yet uneasy if they didn't. They felt a sudden urge to give that fat guy, Chang, a good thrashing. In the end, a student clenched his fists and asked indignantly, "Then why don't you tell us why?" So comfortable. Chang narrowed his eyes slightly, putting on an expression of pure bliss. Then, under the furious glares of his classmates, he said as if it were the most natural thing in the world, "I obviously leveled up during the trial, which is why I was transferred from the second mountain to the third mountain." Whoosh! As soon as Chang spoke, a sudden commotion broke out among the students from the other classes. So, the person the principal had just mentioned, the one who made a breakthrough during the trial, was actually Yi Jin. But then, some students began to question, even with a level breakthrough, I doubt he could kill many Vitality Realm beasts. It's just 100 Vitality Realm kills, hardly anything worth showing off. Don't be like that. After all, it is 100 Vitality Realm kills. What we said earlier was wrong, he's not invincible in the Vitality Realm, he's invincible in the Vitality Realm. Ha ha ha, exactly. Invincible in the Vitality Realm. Truly impressive. Even if someone only kills a single beast on the third mountain, they could still claim they've slain 100 Vitality Realm and Vitality Realm beasts. I have to admit, saying it that way really makes us look good. It makes us look good, sure, but it's also incredibly shameless. What started as skepticism gradually turned into snide sarcasm, with many students even feeling a sense of disdain for Yi Jin's behavior. However,
To the students' unease, Class 36 remained remarkably composed in the face of their mockery, looking back at them as if they were watching a group of clowns. Gradually, the cynical voices grew weaker, losing their confidence. It seemed they didn't want to keep getting slapped in the face. As it turned out, Chang gave a mischievous grin, his mouth stretching almost from ear to ear. Sorry to disappoint you, but the number of Vitality Realm beasts Eugene hunted has reached 41. Hiss. Every student couldn't help but gasp in collective shock. Ferocious beasts of the Vitality Realm aren't actually that powerful, and hunting down 41 of them wouldn't normally be a major feat. However, the key point was that Eugene had only just broken through to the Vitality Realm, yet he was already able to slay so many beasts of the same rank. This was quite frightening, terrifying, even. In an instant, the looks all the students directed at Eugene turned into a mix of suspicion and admiration. There was no longer any trace of mockery or sarcasm. Even the students in the Aperture Opening Realm felt the same way. As for the students of Class 36, it went without saying they were all eager to act like best friends with Eugene, sharing in his newfound glory. 101 heads. Among the crowd, Mickey was somewhat dazed. When she looked at Eugene, her eyes were filled with intense fear, and she didn't even dare to steal a second glance. She understood now. From this moment on, she and Eugene belonged to two different worlds. Forget about seeking revenge. It would be a stroke of luck if Eugene didn't continue to retaliate against her. Eugene had no idea what was going through Mickey's mind, nor was his attention focused on her. Eugene, what do you plan to do with these ferocious beasts? Hearing Teacher Chen's inquiry, Eugene didn't need to think twice before deciding. Teacher Chen, I plan to sell them. Teacher Chen nodded. Alright, then let the base handle the sale. The money will be transferred to your VP account shortly. Okay, thank you, Teacher Chen. Mr. Chen shook his head without saying more. After asking Eugene to send him the VP number, he continued to check in with the other students. Finally, unsurprisingly, every student chose to have the base handle the processing for them. Ding! Before long, Eugene received a notification, a text message from the Bank of China. Cheng immediately leaned in, and when he saw the numbers on the text message, the envy in his eyes was almost overflowing. Eugene, you're treating. You absolutely have to treat. I'm going to bleed you dry this time. His 6 Vitality Realm ferocious beasts had only sold for 150,000, while Eugene's went for 7.9 million. How much? How much was it? 100 ferocious beasts. What's the estimated value? It has to be at least several million, right? Maybe even over 10 million? The surrounding classmates immediately gathered around in curiosity, but Eugene tucked her phone away and said with a smile, "It's not that much. I'll treat you all to dinner when there's a chance." Great! The students burst into cheers instantly. At this moment, many students in the square were incredibly excited as they looked at the figures on their bank VPs. Meanwhile, those who hadn't managed to hunt any ferocious beasts could only watch on with envy. Just for a mere 90,000 yuan, sob sob. Beside her, Mickey looked at the money from the cheetah's sale and couldn't help but feel a surge of sorrow. For a mere 90,000 yuan, she had paid the price of a broken hand. What's more, she would be subjected to agonizing pain for the entire month to follow. Eugene glanced at her briefly, unconcerned. Just then, the principal's voice rang out once more. Alright, everyone get on the bus. We're heading back to school. Chapter 28, Mickey's parents demand an explanation. Name, Eugene. Level Vitality Realm 03000. Art, Savage Elephant Tempering Art Proficient 0%, Pure Mystery Method Consummate, Vampiric Drain Art Consummate, Tiger's Roar Sword Technique Consummate. Stat points 7000. Skill points, 660. This training expedition was truly worth it. Eugene looked at the status screen, feeling deeply satisfied. Coming out this time, not only did his level break through, but he also earned enough stat points to reach full vitality at any time. More importantly, he even found a source for skill points. Furthermore, he acquired several arts: Mad Lion Saber Technique, Wolf Walk Movement, Monkey Walk Movement, All Hearing Ears, and Tiger Roar Sword Technique, all of which he has used his allocate points to reach perfection. It could be described as a massive gain. As for the 7.9 million huaxia coins from selling the ferocious beasts, it didn't actually make Eugene that happy. The key was the improvement of his own strength that was what mattered most. I didn't even get injured during the fight with the fierce beasts, so the vampiric drain art didn't even have a chance to be used. Eugene sighed to himself in a display of humble bragging. He then instructed the system to hide the arts that had finished their allocate points process as well. On the status screen, the only art remaining was the savage elephant tempering art. Regarding this art for tempering vitality, Eugene did not choose to allocate points since he could directly allocate points for cultivation. He didn't want to waste skill points on the blood tempering method. Go to sleep. Eugene closed the panel, intending to take a rest during the commute back to school, only to be interrupted by the sound of his phone. Eugene picked up his phone and saw a message from Shuiwei. Shuiwei, I was a bit worried about you at first, but it seems like you made quite a splash today? You have friends in other classes too? Eugene was somewhat curious. As far as he knew, Shuiwei didn't seem to have many friends in other classes besides her own. Her class wasn't even out for field training today, yet she knew exactly what he was up to. Shuiwei, a classmate posted on the forum. Looking at the back of the person in the photo, it's definitely you. Eugene was speechless. He quickly opened the school forum, only to find himself even more at a loss for words. Shocking. Some absolute madman is hunting down ferocious beasts like a maniac. He almost mistook me for one. Thanks for sparing my life, brother. Good heavens. Who is this god-tier expert? Hunting vitality realm beasts as if they were mere chicks. My god. I've spotted a human-shaped monkey, look for yourselves if you don't believe me. Oh my god. I've suddenly discovered a secret. We humans are the most terrifying beasts of all. What is all this nonsense? Eugene looked at these posts and couldn't help but rub his temples, feeling a headache coming on. Although none of these posts captured a clear shot of his face, those familiar with him could still recognize him from his profile. No wonder Shuiwei said he was showing off. What made Eugene's lips twitch even more was that someone had also posted about him killing 101 ferocious beasts on the forum. Shocking. A god-tier student has emerged in our school, slaying 100 beasts in a single trial. Brothers! Have you ever seen someone break through during a trial and even hunt beasts across different zones? This legend did exactly that. 101. That's not a dormitory number, it's the number of fierce beasts hunted by the great god Eugene. Sisters, come and worship. One man slaughters 2 mountains, all hail the great god. With a slight curl of his lips, Eugene replied to Shuiwei's message, these people really have too much time on their hands. Shuiwei, did you really kill 101 ferocious beasts, including 41 from the vitality realm? Yes, my luck was pretty good, wasn't it? Shuiwei, that's not luck, it's a testament to your strength. It's just that your level and power are rising far too quickly, way beyond my expectations. Get used to it, this is only the beginning. Shuiwei, humph, I'll wait and see then. Get some good sleep, see you later. See you tonight. Eugene finished replying and was about to go to sleep when another message arrived. He thought Shuiwei had forgotten to say something, but it turned out to be from Ria. Ria, Eugene, you are so cold-blooded. How could you cut off Mickey's right hand? Are you even human? You're a piece of work. Using your own cousin to snatch someone else's spoils, forget just having a hand cut off, you deserve it even if you were killed. Besides, this was an accident, you could only say it was an act of fate. Ria, you bastard. This isn't over. There's no way you're settling this by simply calling it an accident. Pa! You lowlife, this definitely isn't over. You instigated Mickey to do something like this. Do you really think the school won't hold you accountable? Keep dreaming. Ria, ack. Eugene, you're despicable, shameless, vile, a total scumbag. What a complete lunatic. Eugene shook his head speechlessly, blocked her directly, and ignored her further. Turning off his phone, Eugene tilted his head and fell asleep. It had been a tiring day, and he soon drifted off into a deep slumber. The sun dipped below the horizon, carrying time away with it in the blink of an eye. 2 hours had passed. Eugene and the others arrived back at the school. School had already been out for half an hour, yet many students were still lingering by the school gates. There were even parents present. Before Eugene even stepped out of the car, he spotted Rhea through the window. Standing beside her were a middle-aged man and a woman. Judging by the expressions on their faces, Eugene surmised that these were likely Nikki's parents. Eugene couldn't help but rub the bridge of his nose. Sure enough. When the woman, who had been wiping away tears, saw the pale-faced Mickey in her bandaged right hand, she finally broke down and began to wail uncontrollably. Who was it? Who cut off my daughter's hand? Hand over the culprit. The sound of her bitter crying caught the attention of many students and parents, who began to gather around. They all started to inquire curiously about what had happened. Teacher Chen's expression darkened slightly as he stepped forward and said, Nikki's situation was an accident, and the principal and I have already investigated it thoroughly. You can come with me to the office to learn about the details of the incident. The middle-aged man's face was gloomy, and his tone was resolute. No. Right here, right now, you must hand over the culprit. Teacher Chen's brow furrowed, his expression showing clear displeasure. Just then, the principal walked over. Principal, he maintained a majestic demeanor as he looked calmly at Mickey's parents and said, Since you are here, you must already know the underlying reasons for this matter. Do you truly want me to recount the details of your daughter's situation right here at the school gate? Mickey's parents paused for a moment. In the end, they agreed to go to the office to resolve the matter. Eugene was naturally taken along as well. Shui Wei and Chang wanted to follow, but were stopped by Teacher Chen. Since Rhea was involved in the matter, she followed along as well. Surprisingly, Ren hadn't left either. He followed them toward the office as well. So you're the kid who cut off my daughter's right hand? How cold-blooded can you be? At such a young age, you actually dared to maim someone. Is this how your parents raised you to behave? Before they even stepped into the office, Mickey's father, Lu Qingya, lunged at Eugene. He reached out to grab Eugene by the collar, but was intercepted by Mr. Chen. The teacher urged him to calm down. Eugene said with a calm expression, Given that your daughter was accidentally injured, I can understand your anger. However, you would do well to show my parents some respect. Respect? Their son cut off my daughter's hand, and you want me to show respect? Do they even deserve it? Lu Qingye appeared furious, his eyes practically spitting fire, while Mickey's mother glared at Eugene with deep resentment. Ahem. Teacher Chen cleared his throat and said softly, Eugene's parents were in an accident 3 months ago. They have passed away. Mickey's parents froze instantly, falling into a sudden silence. Even the anger on his face dissipated significantly. Lu Qingye muttered sullenly, but even if his parents aren't around, it shouldn't be like this. We're talking about a severed hand that's just too cold-hearted. Teacher Chen reminded him, that was an accident. Eugene didn't do it on purpose. Whether it was intentional or not, you know the truth in your hearts. Lu Qingye didn't buy that excuse at all, and as he spoke, his anger flared up once again. This left Mr. Chen feeling quite helpless. Throughout this process, Principal he remained silent. It wasn't until they entered the office that Principal he finally spoke. We already investigated and analyzed this matter thoroughly at the scene. It was Mickey's attempt to intercept Eugene's spoils midway that led to this tragedy. However, this was merely an accident. There is no evidence to prove that Eugene acted intentionally. As soon as Principal he finished speaking, Lu Qingye gritted his teeth and said, he definitely did it on purpose. He must have harbored a grudge over his spoils being stolen, which is why he deliberately severed Mickey's right hand. Without evidence, no matter how certain you are that it was intentional, it doesn't count. Principal he looked at Lu Qingye with a serious expression. Just as you said, if Eugene were truly ruthless and did this on purpose, he could have killed Mickey outright. He still wouldn't have left us any evidence of intent, and we still wouldn't be able to convict him. He wouldn't dare. Lu Qingye seemed somewhat startled, instinctively roaring out his response. Principal he replied calmly, it's not a matter of whether he dares. If he is as ruthless and calculating as you claim, then it's simply a matter of whether Eugene wants to or not. Lu Chunye fell silent. He couldn't help but shudder at the thought of the consequences had Mickey been killed.
But he remained deeply resentful, sneering, "So, are you saying we should actually thank him for showing mercy?"
That depends on which possibility you accept. If you believe Eugene did it intentionally, then he only meant to teach her a lesson rather than kill her. If you accept that Eugene did not do it on purpose, then this was simply an accident. Principal He's logical reasoning was so sharp that it left Lu Chunye feeling somewhat lightheaded. Stop with the nonsense.
Eugene did it on purpose.
Lu Chunye couldn't be bothered with logic and said sternly, "You can't just brush off the fact that my daughter's hand was severed. We demand an explanation for this, and my daughter must be compensated for her losses."
Chapter 29, Seeking Compensation? The outcome remains the same. When all was said and done, it was still about the money.
Eugene pursed her lips slightly and remained silent, while Teacher Chen and Principal He both frowned. "Principal," he said in a low voice, "this was an accident, and it wasn't intentional on Eugene's part. If you're talking about compensation, that cheetah could be considered his humanitarian settlement."
Not enough.
Lu Chunye waved his hand dismissively, his attitude resolute.
The compensation must be renegotiated, and his punishment must be far more severe. He severed someone's hand, and all he gets is a single demerit on his record? How are you school leaders even doing your jobs? Are you really going to shield him like this?
As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of Teacher Chen and Principal He darkened instantly.
Renegotiate?
Then let me walk you through the details of our prior handling of the situation once more. Principal He looked at Lu Chunye calmly and spoke slowly. During the field training, Mickey plundered the spoils of his classmates, and did so on more than one occasion. For such egregious behavior, the school should rightfully have expelled him.
Mickey's parents remained silent.
They were already aware of the previous handling of the situation, but Mickey's description to them had been somewhat vague. Now was the perfect opportunity to hear Principal He's account. Principal He continued, however, while attempting to seize the spoils of war, her right hand was accidentally severed by Eugene. In light of this accident, Eugene chose not to pursue charges against Mickey for the attempted theft, nor did he demand the return of the cheetah carcass valued at 90,000 yuan, treating it instead as humanitarian compensation. Since Eugene is not pressing charges, Mickey will be spared from expulsion and will instead receive a major demerit on her record. As for Eugene, although it was an accident, he did ultimately sever Mickey's hand. He will also receive a demerit on his record, with no further punishment. As for our school, we have fulfilled our duty of protection during the field training and provided the best possible treatment for Mickey's severed hand, ensuring she can make a full recovery.
Since you are now saying you want to renegotiate.
Principal He's authoritative gaze swept over Mickey's family as he said calmly, "Then all previous disciplinary results are hereby voided, and we will re-evaluate this matter immediately. First, let's address the matter of Mickey attempting to seize the spoils of war." Principal He's expression was grave. Ignoring the drastic change in the Mickey family's countenances, he looked toward Eugene and asked, "Eugene, regarding Mickey's seizure of your spoils of war, do you still intend to let the matter rest without pursuing any charges, as you did before?"
"I am pursuing them,"
Eugene said with a calm expression. "She has repeatedly stolen my spoils. The fact that her hand was accidentally severed by me does not exempt her from punishment. If she deserves expulsion, she should be expelled. Not only am I pursuing this matter, but I also want the stolen cheetah returned. I hope the school will uphold justice for me."
Principal He nodded solemnly. "Very well.
Since Eugene is pursuing the matter, the school will reconsider its decision."
"No." Before Principal He could even finish, Lu Chunye cut him off sharply. "My daughter was merely intercepting and killing a ferocious beast that is fundamentally different from robbery. On what grounds are you expelling her?" "On the grounds that she is a student of this school, on the grounds that this school provides her with free vitality pills every month to nurture her, and on the grounds that she has tarnished the reputation of my institution." Principal He stared at Lu Chunye with a sharp tone and a majestic expression. "Are these reasons enough?" Lu Chunye was left speechless by the retort. Principal He snorted coldly. "Our school cultivates students to provide talent for the nation. For Mickey to commit such an act of seizing spoils over a petty personal grudge, is that what she should be doing? If word of this gets out, whether she enters a university, a corporation, the government, or the military in the future, ask yourself, would her colleagues, teammates, or comrades in arms be willing to work alongside her? The field trial. What is the purpose of this trial? It is not only to give them combat experience through fighting fierce beasts, but also to provide them with the opportunity to operate in coordination and help one another. While other students were either acting alone or forming teams, Mickey did neither. She had no intention of relying on her own abilities to hunt beasts. Instead, she was solely focused on plundering the spoils of her classmates, not just once or twice, but dozens of times. Is it not right to expel her? As he spoke, Principal He's face was filled with fury, and his final question resonated with powerful authority. Lu Chunye remained silent, his expression incredibly gloomy. They found the previous disciplinary outcome unacceptable. However, they found the prospect of Mickey being expelled even more intolerable. Being expelled in the senior year of high school would virtually sever any possibility of her continuing her education in the future. After all, the school environment is different from society at large. Which school would be willing to take in a student who robs their classmates of their spoils of war? Other high schools won't take her, and universities won't want her either. If she stops attending school and loses access to the state-distributed Marshall Path resources, she will essentially be stuck at the Vitality Realm for the rest of her life, unless she ventures into the wilderness and the rift on her own. But a mere Vitality Realm practitioner, wouldn't that be a death wish? While Lu Chunye remained silent, Mickey's mother asked unwillingly, "What about Yi Jin? He cut off my daughter's hand. Is the school just going to let him off the hook like this?" "That was an accident." Principal He spoke with firm conviction. There is no evidence whatsoever to prove that Yi Jin did it intentionally. If anyone is to blame, it is your daughter for hiding behind a tree and launching a sneak attack. Yi Jin couldn't see her, which is why she struck both the person and the beast together. The two ferocious beasts Mickey chose to snatch both had vitality exceeding hers at least 2,500 VP or more. The last one, an Asian tiger, was especially close to the Vitality Realm. Yi Jin is only at the Vitality Realm herself. Facing such ferocious beasts, how could you expect her to hold back? Principal He looked at the couple, his tone softening slightly. You should be grateful that Yi Jin's strike was so swift. Otherwise, had she been even a fraction of a second slower, it wouldn't have been Mickey's hand that was hit, but her neck or even her torso. The couple fell silent. They knew that the school's stance on this matter was unfair and biased toward Yi Jin. Otherwise, they would not have been so adamant in labeling it an accident. But who could they blame when Mickey was the one in the wrong? And yet, their daughter had her hand severed and would be subjected to agonizing pain for an entire month. Was she supposed to endure all this suffering for nothing? They were truly unwilling to let it go. A mere 90,000 in compensation was, in their eyes, far from enough. Lu Chengya muttered sullenly, "Anyway, this compensation is too little. What can 90,000 even do? Forget a month of mental anguish, it's not even enough to cover a single day's worth of damages." His wife added, "Exactly, the compensation is far too low. Didn't Yi Jin kill over 100 ferocious beasts? He earned so much, at least several million, right? What's the harm in paying a bit more? No matter how much others earn, they earned it through their own ability. It has absolutely nothing to do with the amount of compensation." Principal He's voice was cold, clearly annoyed by their unreasonable pestering. This was an accident to begin with. The fact that Yi Jin is willing to provide 90,000 as a humanitarian gesture is already more than fair. Even if he chose not to pay a single cent, no one could say a word against him. But Mickey's mother wanted to say more, but Principal He cut her off with a wave of his hand. "Enough. There are only two possible outcomes for this matter. Either we proceed as previously discussed, Mickey will not be expelled but will receive a major demerit, Yi Jin will receive a minor demerit, and the matter will not be pursued further, in which case the cheetah will be considered humanitarian compensation. Or, Mickey is expelled and Yi Jin receives a minor demerit. As for your belief that he acted intentionally and your desire for further compensation, you can report it to the police and let them handle it."
After speaking, Principal he looked at the couple calmly, having no intention of dragging the conversation out any longer. Mickey was the one at fault in the first place. The fact that she ended up like this is already a stroke of luck amidst misfortune. Had she been hacked to death by Eugene, Mickey's parents wouldn't even have had time to cry, let alone have the leisure to stand here making such a scene. The couple remained silent, their expressions stubborn and filled with resentment, seemingly unable to find a graceful way to back down. Seeing this, Principal he looked at Mickey, who was gritting her teeth in pain, and said softly, "Mickey, this whole matter started because of you, and the outcome will affect your future. Tell us what you think. Which resolution are you willing to accept?" Whether out of hesitation or because she was trembling too much from the pain to speak, Mickey stammered, "I choose the first option." Having made her choice, Mickey looked at her parents with a sob in her voice. "Mom, Dad, I'm sorry. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have done that. Let's go home. I'll never dare to do it again." At this moment, her heart was filled with immense regret and profound grief. Her parents had originally intended to come to the school to stand up for her, but the outcome felt more like a humiliation. This left her feeling miserable, with a heavy tightness in her chest. But more than anything, her heart was consumed by self-reproach. Why had she done something so thankless? There was clearly no personal grudge between the two of them, yet she had stepped up for her cousin, only to be humiliated time and again. Even her own parents had been dragged into the disgrace along with her. Sigh. Lu Qingye sighed silently, his overbearing aura instantly vanishing without a trace. Looking at his daughter held tightly in his wife's arms, a flicker of guilt appeared on his face. "All right, let's go home." "We're going home." His voice sounded so powerless that everyone else in the office fell into a heavy silence. Principal he even felt a twinge of self-reproach, wondering if he had pushed things too far. But he quickly shook his head again, still standing firm on his decision. Seeing Mickey and her parents preparing to leave, Principal he hurriedly stood up to stop them, saying, "Wait a moment." The reason Mickey acted was because she was instigated by Rhea. The school is now preparing to discipline her, and we need Mickey to wait for a moment. Chapter 30, Punishing Rhea. A complete change in attitude. Mickey and her parents stopped in their tracks, instinctively looking toward Rhea. Lu Qingye clenched his teeth, his jaw muscles twitching as he clearly struggled to suppress the fury within him. His gaze was exceptionally cold, not at all the way one would look at their own niece. Mickey's mother was the same, her icy expression even carrying a hint of resentment. If it hadn't been for Rhea, how could her daughter have ended up like this? "Uncle, Auntie, I." Seeing this, Rhea felt a surge of panic and tried to explain, but Lu Qingye and his wife averted their eyes. She could only look toward her cousin with a pitiful plea for help. But after Mickey glanced at her, she withdrew her gaze and lowered her head in silence. For a moment, Rhea could only glare at Eugene with resentment. Eugene's expression remained calm. She didn't even spare her a glance. "Rhea." Principal he looked at Rhea with a stern expression, his voice simmering with immense fury. "What kind of grudge do you hold against Eugene that would make you come up with such an idea, instigating others to snatch spoils of war? You nearly caused a serious accident for Mickey." Rhea pursed her lips and remained silent. Naturally, she wouldn't reveal that she had deceived Eugene, so she chose to remain silent and play dead. But Principal he had no intention of letting her off the hook. It's a stroke of luck that this happened during a training exercise. If this were in the wild or a rift, do you have any idea how much danger Mickey would be in? She could have been killed without even a trace of her body being found. Rhea continued her silence, but she could faintly feel two icy gazes landing on her. She didn't even need to look to know it was her second father and second mother. This made her expression turn unsightly and filled her heart with resentment. She felt the principal was intentionally saying those things for their benefit, deliberately making them despise her. She felt she was being treated unfairly. Clearly, the principal himself had stated that this was during a field trial, so such a situation should naturally have been impossible. But she didn't dare speak her mind. Even though Mickey was the one who committed the acts during the trial, the real culprit is you, Rhea. Principal He's voice was cold as he delivered the icy decision. Given that Rhea instigated Mickey and used her to seize spoils of war, which not only led to Mickey's accidental loss of a hand but also damaged our school's reputation, the school has now decided. Principal, he paused for a moment. The others also straightened their expressions and listened intently. Principal, he continued in a cold voice, Rhea will be issued a major demerit and stripped of all future vitality pills. Any further misconduct will result in immediate expulsion. Do you accept this punishment? I do. Rhea was about to swallow her pride and accept the penalty, but Rin interrupted her directly, Principal, isn't this punishment a bit too severe? Is it too harsh? Principal, he looked at Rin with a cold gaze, Mickey only suffered a broken hand today, which could be considered lucky. If her luck had been any worse, she could have been hacked to death. The school has already shown the utmost mercy by not expelling her outright. You call this harsh? But after all, that worst-case scenario didn't actually happen, did it? Ren pleaded on Rhea's behalf with a face full of smiles. Besides, the school's primary goal in cultivating students is to hope they reach a higher level. Right now, Rhea is at a critical moment in breaking through to the aperture opening realm. If her vitality pill supply is cut off now, won't the school be down one aperture opening student by the time of the martial trials? This will affect the school's overall performance. Ren proposed, in my opinion, why don't we just record a major demerit? As for the vitality pill, let's keep things as they were. This punishment is non-negotiable. Principal, he maintained a firm stance, completely ignoring Ren's suggestion. He looked coldly at Rhea and said, since you are on the verge of a breakthrough, make sure to perform well in tomorrow's trial. As long as you slay a few more fierce beasts, this loss will naturally be recovered. Rhea lowered her head in silence, her fists tightening unconsciously. This punishment was a heavy blow to her. All vitality pills were confiscated. Although it was only for 3 months, she used to receive 8 vitality pills every month, and that was even before Hang transferred over. Once Hang transferred to Class 33, their class would inevitably break into the top 3. The school-wide rankings awarded 5 vitality pills per person monthly for 3rd place, 7 for 2nd, and 10 for 1st. Adding the 4 vitality pills she received monthly for her personal vitality realm. This meant she would be docked at least 9 vitality pills every month. Over 3 months, that totaled nearly 30 pills, which was equivalent to 300,000. It was all Yi Jin's fault. At this moment, she hated Yi Jin to the core. Since things had come to this, Run was also infuriated by the principal's unwavering stance. However, powerless against the principal, he could only turn his spearhead toward Yi Jin. Ren glared coldly at Yi Jin, Principal, you keep claiming it was an accident, but don't let Yi Jin deceive you. He is not as simple as he seems. Back when he was in our class, he kept the fact that he had broken through to the vitality realm a secret. Mickey was completely unaware when she challenged him, and as a result, she was utterly humiliated in public. This time was even more ruthless. His level is about to break through to the vitality realm, yet he still managed to keep it hidden. Otherwise, how would Mickey have dared to try and seize it? Ran looked at Yi Jin with a cold, piercing gaze. Even if the outcome of Rhea's punishment remained unchanged, he wasn't going to let Yi Jin off easy. Unfortunately. Upon hearing this, Principal, he not only refrained from criticizing Yi Jin but instead turned on him. Humph, you have the nerve to say that? Before the school distributes vitality pills every month, there is a school-wide level check. Didn't Yi Jin get checked last month? His last result was Vitality Realm, so Vitality Realm it is. As for him concealing his level breakthrough, you were his previous homeroom teacher. Why would he hide such a significant matter from you? Shouldn't you reflect on your own conduct? Ron was left speechless by Principal He's sharp rebuttal, his face turning various shades of blue and purple from embarrassment. Suddenly, something occurred to him, and he sneered, fine, let's set aside the matter of him hiding his level. Since he was only at Vitality Realm last month, how could he possibly break through 2 stages in less than a month to reach Vitality Realm? Don't you all find that strange? What is so strange about that? Principal, he looked at Run calmly. Yi Jin recovered from the heavy blow of losing his parents and experienced a massive surge in comprehension. He managed to create his own movement technique just by observing how animals run, so why would a mere vitality breakthrough be impossible?
That's impossible. Ren retorted subconsciously, shouting his disbelief. He wasn't the only one. Mickey's parents and Rhea were also left in a state of shock. None of them could believe it was true. Principal, he said coldly, how could this be impossible? Teachers Chen, Lu, and Yang saw it with their own eyes. Could it be a lie? Even Yi Jin's breakthrough into the vitality realm happened right under their noses. If you don't believe Teacher Chen, you can ask Mickey. She has been following Yi Jin the whole time and should have noticed something. Hearing this, Ren instinctively looked toward Mickey. Even Mickey's parents and Rhea turned their gazes toward her, their eyes filled with inquiry. Mickey nodded slightly, adding with a hint of hesitation, Yi Jin didn't know any movement techniques at first. However, after fighting the wolf pack, his speed and agility improved dramatically. I didn't make the connection to a self-created art before, but now that the principal mentions it, his running posture does seem quite similar to that of a wolf. SSS. Ren gasped, and the other three couldn't help but look at Yi Jin in horror. They never expected that Yi Jin's comprehension would be so high. No wonder the principal favored him so much. What teacher or school wouldn't show favoritism toward such a genius? Even with only 3 months left until the martial trials, and though his level might not increase significantly, if he becomes a powerhouse in the future, he would still be an alumnus of their school. For a moment, all four fell into silence. Ren felt a faint pang of regret for transferring Yi Jin out, while Rhea felt an absurd sense of frustration that she shouldn't have broken up with him, conveniently forgetting that she was the one who had been dumped. As for Mickey's parents, they no longer had any intention of demanding justice for Mickey. The slight resentment and bitterness in their hearts had vanished without a trace. They were even somewhat relieved that Yi Jin hadn't dealt a heavy blow to Mickey. Otherwise, even if Mickey had died, they wouldn't have been able to demand any justice, and Yi Jin would still have been protected by the school. Thinking of this, the couple suddenly felt a great sense of relief in their hearts. Lu Qingye forced a strained smile onto his face and looked at Yi Jin with a sense of helplessness. Yi Jin, Mickey was in the wrong regarding what happened before, he said apologetically. I'm here to offer an apology on her behalf, and I hope you won't take it to heart. Exactly. Mickey is a simple-minded child and easily manipulated by others. She doesn't actually have a mean bone in her body. Mickey's mother wore a face full of smiles. This can be considered a lesson for her to remember. Since everyone is classmates, it's always better to get along harmoniously. Aren't you going to apologize to your classmate yet? As she spoke, Mickey's mother gave Mickey a nudge. Mickey pursed her lips, so aggrieved she nearly burst into tears again, her apology barely audible like the buzz of a mosquito. I'm sorry. Seeing this, Mickey's mother looked dissatisfied and was about to tell her daughter to speak up, but Yi Jin shook her head and said, there's no need. The principal has already handled the matter, so let's leave it at that. As long as she doesn't target me again, I won't dwell on it. She won't, she definitely won't. Mickey's mother shook her head repeatedly in assurance. Well then, Principal and Mr. Chen, we'll be going now. We'll leave you to your work. Lu Chengye and his wife pulled Mickey out of the office. The resentment and anger they had arrived with were gone, replaced by an almost humble demeanor. Seeing this, Rhea followed them out, trying to explain, uncle, aunt. But before she could finish, Lu Chengye turned and looked at her coldly, Ruyan, don't associate with our Mickey anymore. With that, the couple left with Mickey without looking back. Rhea stared blankly at her uncle and aunt as they walked away. She could still faintly hear them scolding Mickey, and you're not allowed to play with her anymore. She nearly got you killed. If something happened to you, how would your mother and I go on living? Got it, Mom. Hearing this conversation, Rhea felt as if she had been struck by lightning. Unconsciously, she clenched her fists once more, her nails nearly digging into the flesh of her palms. The anger and resentment she felt toward Yi Jin could be described as monumental. Chapter 31, Ren's Speculation. Hang's Rage. Rhea. Hearing Teacher Ren's voice from behind, Rhea hurriedly composed her emotions and turned around to look.
Rin scrutinized her with a complex expression and said in a serious tone, "You should have heard the school's punishment clearly. During tomorrow's field exercise, no matter what, you must slay more ferocious beasts. You absolutely cannot let your cultivation fall behind, do you understand?" "Understood," Ria responded, feeling stifled. These words made it sound as if Rin cared deeply about her cultivation, but in reality, he simply didn't want her to drag down Class 33's overall school ranking. Ron was determined to secure the top spot in the entire school, and any slight deficiency in vitality could cause Class 33 to lose its chance at first place. If it weren't for that, he wouldn't have pleaded on Ria's behalf just now. "Agreed." Ron nodded in satisfaction, then his tone softened as he asked, "By the way, do you know when Eugene recovered from the mental trauma?" Ria hesitated. "It seems it was yesterday." "Yesterday?" Hearing this, Rin couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. At this moment, many thoughts flashed through his mind, leaving him with a complex mix of emotions. He had a faint feeling that Yi Jin's recovery seemed to be related to him forcing the class transfer. Otherwise, given the previously excellent relationship between Yi Jin and Ria, there was no reason for them to suddenly become enemies right after the transfer. If it only recovered yesterday. Then his intuition from yesterday might have been correct. Yi Jin only broke through to the vitality realm yesterday, and today he is already firmly in the vitality realm. Sigh. Ren rubbed his temples, feeling a bit of a headache coming on. Yi Jin's current talent was simply too exaggerated, so much so that he almost couldn't resist the urge to swap him back again. "Alright, go back and get some rest. Good luck with your training tomorrow." After dropping those words, Ren left the office corridor, looking preoccupied. Ria also left in a hurry. "Yi Jin, since you have such great comprehension, remember to focus more on leveling up. You earned a lot this time, so don't be stingy by the martial path resources you need. Strive to break through to the aperture opening realm before the martial trials. Remember, level is the foundation." In the office, after the others had left, Mr. Chen kindly advised Yi Jin not to let his talent go to waste. "Principal," he chimed in as well, "that's right, level is the root of everything. It determines not only your performance in the martial trials but also which university you can choose in the future. Therefore, your top priority remains raising your level." "Yes, I understand." Yi Jin nodded, silently grateful for the earnest teachings of the two elders. "Principal," he stood up and said, "Alright, it's getting late. Everyone should head back now." The three of them left the office. Teacher Chen and Principal he walked behind, intentionally slowing their pace to let Yi Jin go ahead first. Once Yi Jin was out of earshot, Principal he sighed and remarked, "This kid is truly impressive. He possesses a character that is both ruthless and kind. I'm quite satisfied with how he handled the situation with Mickey." "Wait, Principal, are you suggesting Yi Jin did that on purpose?" "You can't just say things like that," Teacher Chen quickly cautioned. "Cut the act." Principal he shot Teacher Chen an annoyed look before adding with a note of satisfaction, "Fortunately, the kid only chose to sever the hand rather than something more drastic, otherwise, things would have been quite troublesome. After all, the trials are different from anywhere else." Principal he added one last remark, his tone carrying an ambiguous meaning. Teacher Chen caught the subtext, however, and couldn't help but smile. Yi Jin still has a very good sense of propriety in how he handles things. He certainly does. Principal he also nodded secretly in approval. Yi Jin was unaware of the two elders' evaluation. He was currently walking toward the school gate, expecting to run into Mickey, but instead, he encountered Hang. Hang rushed up to Yi Jin aggressively. "Yi Jin, do you have no damn shame? Are you an idiot? What's wrong with you?" Yi Jin was somewhat bewildered. He was the one who had defeated Mickey, so what did that have to do with Hang? Hang growled in a low, furious voice, "I'm losing it? You fucking seduced my girlfriend and you're telling me I'm losing it? You even called me a dumbass? You've gone way too far." Yi Jin was speechless, looking at Hang as if he were an idiot. "Are you out of your mind? I saved your girlfriend once, but when did I ever seduce her? Then why did she try to talk me into canceling the challenge against you?
She even spoke up for you, saying how great you are in every way. Hang looked like he had completely lost his mind.
Eugene said helplessly, I saved her life.
Isn't it perfectly normal for her to try and talk you out of the challenge to repay the favor? It's obvious she only did it because she thinks I'm no match for you. Bullshit. Hang clearly didn't buy Yi Jin's explanation.
He spat out venomously, only yesterday you said you were going to steal my girlfriend, and today you've already hooked up with her.
She's even putting in a good word for you, and you're calling this normal? Do you take me for an idiot? What?
Eugene was dumbfounded by this.
He said speechlessly, do you just not understand human speech, or did you fail your language classes? Is that really what I meant yesterday? Exactly.
Hang stared stubbornly at Eugene, absolutely certain of his own judgment.
Eugene felt a bit of a headache coming on.
This guy was completely single-minded, the type who just couldn't wrap his head around certain things. The real problem was that explaining what had been said yesterday was going to be genuinely difficult.
Left with no other choice.
Eugene had no choice but to say, relax, I have zero interest in stealing someone else's girlfriend.
Do you see that girl at the school gate? Eugene pointed at Shui Wei and continued, isn't she 100 times better than Tao Ying?
Why would I try to steal your girlfriend when I'd be passing up a girl like that?
You.
Hang felt a tightness in his chest, but he had to admit that Shui Wei surpassed Tao Ying in every way, whether it was her figure, her temperament, or her overall level. Eugene truly had no reason to compete with him. But Hang still felt indignant, leaving behind a harsh warning, you better watch yourself from now on.
Don't let me catch you having any contact with my girlfriend.
Furthermore, not only will I not cancel the challenge, but I'll also make sure you pay for this when the time comes. Don't think for a second that I'll go easy on you just because Ying pleaded for mercy.
You'd better give it your all, humph. Hang let out a cold snort and turned to leave in a huff. This left Eugene looking completely helpless even as he walked up to Shui Wei and Chang, he hadn't quite snapped out of it. However, that guy's reminder to give it his all did come as a bit of a surprise to Eugene. Why do you look like that? Clearly, that guy seemed much angrier than you. Shui Wei looked at Eugene with some confusion, waving her hand in front of his eyes. Eugene said in a muffled voice, that guy said I stole his girlfriend. So, did you actually steal her? Of course not. Then why would he suspect you?
Shui Wei and Chang both looked at Eugene in confusion. Eugene bitterly recounted the trash talk he had exchanged with Hang yesterday, which immediately brought clarity to the two of them. Shui Wei said thoughtfully, when you said his girlfriend would take an interest in you, it really did sound like you intended to steal her away.
Exactly. No wonder Hang was so angry anyone would find that unbearable. Chang also nodded in agreement. Ah. Eugene was stunned again and said anxiously, no, what kind of logic is that? How can those two things mean the same thing? Shui Wei nodded firmly, it certainly carries that implication. No, Shui Wei, listen to me, that's really not what I meant.
Eugene panicked and quickly explained, I just meant there's a high probability his girlfriend would think highly of me. I meant that I will be very powerful in the future, and his girlfriend would, it's the kind of thinking highly one has for the strong, or you could call it respect. I didn't say I was going to steal his girlfriend. Seeing Eugene's anxious explanation, Shui Wei's heart suddenly skipped a beat, yet she deliberately averted her gaze and said, why are you explaining this to me?
Right, why am I explaining this to you? You.
Shui Wei couldn't help but turn back and irritably pinch Eugene's waist, making him cry out in pain for her to let go. After a bit of playful banter, the three of them left the school with light steps and walked down the street. Cheng suddenly looked at Eugene and asked curiously, Eugene, you made so much money this time, what do you plan to buy?
What to buy?
Eugene fell into deep thought. He had never considered this question before.
In terms of cultivation, he didn't seem to lack anything.
Vitality could be increased by allocating points, so there was no need to buy vitality pills, and arts could be dropped by killing ferocious beasts. As for daily life, he was still a student and had no need for luxury goods. He already had a house, and he didn't need a car for the time being. After thinking it over, it seemed there wasn't really anything he needed to buy.
However,
Yi Jin suddenly thought of something, her expression shifting as she said, "Actually, we do need to buy a few things.
come on, let's head to the mall."
The three of them quickly made their way from Top Scholar Street to the bustling Jinrong Street in Panshan City. Both sides of the street were lined with various shops, all selling items related to the martial path. There were vitality pills, arts, weapons, ferocious beast meat, and more. They had everything one could possibly need. Yi Jin picked the largest shop and walked inside. Martial Path. The name had an ancient flair, and the storefront was styled like a traditional pavilion, yet the interior decor was brimming with a sense of high technology. Chapter 32, Wind and Thunder Sword Art. The Drop Storage Space. Welcome. As the three of them stepped into Martial Path Pavilion, a waiter immediately greeted them with warm hospitality, showing no signs of neglect just because they were students. "What can I help you three find today?" Yi Jin said directly, "Show me some martial arts techniques, 2-star or higher." Considering that the arts dropped were all 1-star, Yi Jin planned to buy some higher level arts to ensure his combat power would be significantly stronger than it was now. "Certainly, sir, please take a look." After a few quick maneuvers, the young lady turned the computer monitor toward Yi Jin, scrolling through the screen as she pointed. "These are all the various arts available for sale in our shop. You can choose whichever type you are interested in." Yi Jin was instantly captivated by the arts displayed on the screen. 2-star art, Cyclone Kick. Legs move like the wind, sweeping through all directions. Price, 50,000. 2-star art, Great Wave Saber Technique. The blade moves like surging waves, each strike more powerful than the last. Price, 100,000. 3-star art, Frost Fist. With every strike comes the frost as the ice shatters, the body crumbles. 300,000. 3-star art, Wind Severing Sword Technique. It severs the wind, severs men, and severs even the gods. 400,000. 4-star art, Blazing Blade Technique. Where the blade strikes, fire follows, burning through the very heavens. 700,000. 5-star art, Wind and Thunder Sword Mantra. Yi Jin felt a bit dazzled by the overwhelming selection. 1-star arts Yi Jin gave them a casual glance were generally priced between 10,000 and 50,000, while 2-star arts ranged from 50,000 to 100,000, and 3-star arts fell between 100,000 and 500,000. 4-star arts were expensive, costing anywhere from 500,000 to 1 million. As for 5-star arts, their prices were staggering, exceeding the 1 million mark. In truth, Yi Jin was already somewhat familiar with the pricing of these arts, so he wasn't particularly surprised. His gaze swept across the various arts as he read their detailed descriptions and clicked on their demonstration videos. Shui Wei whispered a reminder from the side, "Yi Jin, to unleash the full power of a 2-star art or higher, you need to be at least at the aperture opening realm and capable of circulating vitality. Don't choose one with too many stars." She was worried that Yi Jin was trying to run before he could walk by buying an art with a star rating that was too high. It would be a waste of money and useless to him for the time being. "I know." Yi Jin said he understood, but in the end, he still bought a 5-star art, the Wind Thunder Sword Manual. When performed, this sword technique is not only as swift as the wind, but its momentum is as fierce as a thunderbolt, combining the dual characteristics of speed and raw offensive power. Among 5-star arts, it was considered top tier. The price was 5 million. SSS. Seeing Yi Jin boldly drop 5 million just to buy a single sword technique, Cheng couldn't help but wince and let out a sharp intake of breath. Shui Wei also shook her head inwardly, thinking that he truly treated money as if it were nothing. But Yi Jin felt nothing of it. After purchasing the Wind Thunder Sword art, he looked at the two of them and asked, "Is there anything you two want to buy?" "Us?" Shui Wei pointed at the two of them and shook her head repeatedly. No, I don't need to buy anything." "Me neither." Cheng also shook his head in refusal. Although they were used to treating each other to meals, it didn't mean he could comfortably accept such an expensive gift from Yi Jin. The cheapest items at Martial Path Pavilion were vitality pills, priced at 10,000 each. Seeing this, Yi Jin didn't insist and turned back to the waiter, asking, "How much is your cheapest spatial ring?" Spatial rings were essential items for the powerhouses of the martial path world. It was said that besides being refined from special materials found in certain rifts, these items could also be made by using special machinery to compress space and fix it onto a ring or other pieces of jewelry. Prices are generally quite expensive. Sure enough, the waiter said, 1 million each, with an internal capacity of 1 cubic meter. So expensive! Yi Jin clicked his tongue in slight surprise. The waiter immediately added, there is also a type of storage bag, but the internal space is unstable and inconvenient to use. For someone in the vitality realm, you would need to reach in and pinch items out by hand or pour the contents out entirely. It is indeed inconvenient. Yi Jin knew that these storage bags cost 100,000 each, offered only 1 cubic meter of internal space, and had a limited number of uses. However, in truth, for Yi Jin, who was in the vitality realm, there was no real difference between a spatial ring and a storage bag. He was unable to channel vitality, so collecting items remained difficult regardless. Nor had he cultivated the divine sense found in xianxia novels. He couldn't simply sweep his consciousness over an object to store or retrieve it from a spatial ring. After a moment's thought, Yi Jin said, give me 3 storage bags, 20 vitality pills, 10 aperture breaking pills, and then that 5-star movement technique. Yi Jin listed many items in one breath, so quickly that even Shui Wei and Chang did not have time to stop him. A moment later, Yi Jin left the martial path pavilion with the storage bags in his possession, feeling thoroughly satisfied. Shui Wei and Chang each carried a storage bag containing various other items. They gazed at Yi Jin's back as he walked ahead, their hearts filled with complex emotions. This was especially true for Chang. Shui Wei was one thing in Chang's eyes, she would eventually become family with Yi Jin. But while he and Yi Jin were friends and brothers, this gift was simply too valuable. It was a full 200,000. Yi Jin turned back and threw an arm around Chang's shoulder, smiling. Alright, don't overthink it. I made a tidy little profit, so it's only right that I let my brothers share in the fortune, isn't it? Yi Jin didn't care at all about the items he had given away. With his current strength, once he entered the rift, he would be slaying aperture-breaking ferocious beasts, which would undoubtedly yield far greater profits. The key issue now was how he would bring the beast carcasses back out. Relying on storage bags or storage rings definitely wouldn't work. The main problem was that their internal space was too small, and he couldn't afford the ones with larger capacities. However, Yi Jin already had a candidate in mind regarding what kind of creature he could kill to get a spatial drop. Great! Chen quickly adjusted his mood and said jokingly, then you'd better earn more in the future so your buddy here can enjoy some of that good fortune with you. Definitely. Yi Jin thumped his chest confidently. Let's go, time to eat. The three of them found a decent restaurant, ordered several types of ferocious beast meat they usually couldn't afford, and began to feast heartily. After finishing the meal, Chang took his leave and departed. As they neared home, Yi Jin suddenly said, Shui Wei, you go on back first. I need to go buy a few things. After crossing a street, Yi Jin entered the wet market and headed to the seafood section. Looking at the various types of shellfish whose names he couldn't even call out, Yi Jin bought several pounds of each. With his purchases made, Yi Jin ducked into a restroom and began the slaughter. Killing a blood clam can drop the following items. Please choose. 1. One vitality pill increases vitality by 10 VP. 2. Storage space can be placed anywhere on the body at will. Depositing and withdrawing items is controlled by thought. Cannot store living creatures. Internal space is 1 cubic meter and is stackable. As I thought, my hunch was right. Yi Jin was overjoyed as he looked at the drops from the blood clam. After 2 days of research, he had finally begun to grasp the patterns behind the system's item drops. For example, mosquitoes drop the vampiric drain art, flies drop dichlorvos, snails drop simple houses, bees drop honey water, rats drop corpse dissolving powder, and so on. The dropped items are all related to the inherent characteristics of the slain creatures. When Yi Jin wanted to obtain a storage space drop, the first thing that came to his mind was shellfish. Just as he expected, it actually worked. What made him even happier was the storage space from the system drop can not only be placed anywhere on the body at will, but its retrieval and storage functions can also be controlled by thought alone. Furthermore, the spaces can even be stacked.
It was simply perfect. Place it in the palm of my left hand.
With a mere thought from Eugene, the storage space was embedded into his left palm. He also discovered that this palm space was entirely under his control.
Compared to a storage bag, this was incredibly convenient.
Eugene moved swiftly, killing all the purchased scallops in a short amount of time. To his delight, the other scallops were also able to drop storage space. By the time he had killed them all, the storage space Eugene had acquired exceeded 100 cubic meters.
But it still wasn't enough.
Eugene returned to the wet market once more and bought several large bags of scallops. On his way back, he killed them one by one, packing them away into his palm space. After 2 purchases of scallops, Eugene's palm space had expanded to over 500 cubic meters.
Refreshing.
Eugene felt a wave of pure refreshment wash over him.
Before long, Eugene arrived back home.
Hearing the commotion, Shui Wei appeared in the living room to see what Eugene had bought. To her surprise, she saw him pull a durian out of his backpack and toss it right toward her.
Wow, you actually went out of your way to buy me a durian.
Shui Wei took the durian with a look of pleasant surprise, her eyes practically sparkling. Eugene said with a look of utter disgust, "I didn't buy it.
It fell out of some beast's dung."
"Humph, you already bought it, so why be so gross about it?
Why don't you just say the beast pooped it out? Ever heard of a dung beetle? It pooped it out. I'm not falling for your nonsense. Humph, no matter how nasty you are, I'm still going to eat it. Do you want some? No. Fine, suit yourself."
Amidst their playful bickering, the relationship between the two gradually warmed up.
Chapter 33, The First Kill. Hu Jiaxuan. Good luck with your training.
Early the next morning, Eugene and Shui Wei arrived at the school. As they prepared to part ways, Eugene gave Shui Wei an encouraging smile.
I'll make sure to slay more ferocious beasts."
Shui Wei nodded firmly, her gaze toward Eugene softening significantly. Last night, Eugene had given her the 2 5-star arts he purchased so that she could practice them as well. They were worth 6 million, and the condition for such arts was that they could only be shared with family members, and with a maximum of 2 people, yet Eugene had given them to her.
Bye.
Eugene waved his hand and walked toward the grade 12 ninth courtyard.
Before long, Eugene stepped into the courtyard.
At this moment, the students of class 33 were gathering in the courtyard, all geared up and ready to go, looking incredibly excited and lively. But when Eugene walked in, the entire class 33 suddenly fell silent. The students' gazes toward him became complex, each wearing a strange expression.
They already knew.
The classmate before them, who had been driven away, was no longer the Vitality Realm waste he once was, but a true Vitality Realm expert. Furthermore, during yesterday's trial, he had gone on a frenzy, slaying 101 ferocious beasts and causing quite a stir. Now, they no longer had the right to look down on Eugene. Ria continued to stare resentfully at Eugene as before, as if she wanted to tear him to pieces. Hang's face was also filled with fury, though he remained silent. Run, however, looked at Eugene with a suddenly inscrutable gaze, his expression gloomy as he brooded over unknown thoughts. Eugene remained calm and indifferent to their reactions, walking straight up to the second floor toward class 36. Just as he reached the outside of the classroom, Eugene saw Tao Ying staring at him with a look that was simultaneously smiling and deeply annoyed. Eugene suddenly felt a wave of awkwardness.
Shui Wei is 100 times better than me?
It was clear that Tao Ying asked this through gritted teeth. Eugene's eyes darted around as he nodded with mock seriousness. Actually, I'm complimenting you.
This gap will only widen in the future. Since it's only 100-fold right now, you should be proud.
Pa!
Why don't you straight men just drop dead?
Tao Ying was so furious she nearly broke into a stream of curses. It was one thing for Hang to tell her about this, but Eugene was even worse. He was practically belittling her as if she were completely worthless.
These straight men are simply beyond saving.
Eugene chuckled, taking the opportunity to slip into the classroom, effectively brushing the matter aside. Upon entering the classroom, Eugene subconsciously glanced at Mickey. He found that she happened to be looking at him as well, but the moment their eyes met, she looked down with flickering eyes, appearing quite fearful. Yi Jin didn't pay it much mind and returned to his seat to chat with Chang. Before long, Teacher Chen arrived and class began. The morning classes were the same as before, consisting of either academic subjects or lectures on how to improve vitality. Yi Jin found the lessons somewhat boring, but fortunately, the morning session ended quickly. Chang, go to the cafeteria by yourself. I have something to take care of back home. At lunchtime, Yi Jin slipped away again. He hailed a taxi at the school gates, and 10 minutes later, he reappeared at the foot of Pan Mountain. All hearing ears. Yi Jin headed up the mountain trail, simultaneously activating his all-hearing ears to search for the locations of ants or other insects. Even though his vitality storage was as high as 7,000, Yi Jin was still not satisfied. He aimed to rely on his all-hearing ears to earn even more stat points. There really are a lot of ants on this mountain. With the Ears of 8 Directions ability, Yi Jin's efficiency in locating ants increased countless times over in just a single second. He could hear dozens of ant nests. Yi Jin followed the same method, tossing out bottle after bottle of dichlorvos. After climbing a bit further up the mountain, Yi Jin threw out the shellfish carcasses from his palm space, which attracted a large number of flies. Yi Jin immediately executed his movement technique, swatting them to death one by one. Having obtained more dichlorvos, he set out once again to find ant nests, repeating the process over and over. Suddenly, Yi Jin, who was thoroughly enjoying himself, overheard someone whispering. What is this kid doing all the way out here in Panshan? Who knows? Probably something shady. Judging by their voices, they were searching for someone. Yi Jin frowned slightly. Could they be looking for me? Through his heightened sense of hearing, he was certain that there was no one else within a 1-kilometer radius. There was an 80% chance these two were looking for him. He continued to listen. Once we find him, we're definitely going to beat him within an inch of his life. Damn it, what the hell is he doing coming to this winding mountain road for no reason? I think we should just kill him and be done with it. They're saying that even if we just beat him to the point of needing medical treatment, it would cost at least several million. Who can afford that? It's better to just cripple him or kill him outright. Fine, then we'll either cripple him or kill him directly. Hearing this, Yi Jin's expression instantly darkened. He immediately thought of Rhea. Specifically, the act of beating someone into critical condition requiring millions in medical fees yet stopping short of killing them. Wasn't this a tactic to force him into selling his house? It bore a striking resemblance to the methods she used when instigating Mickey. However, he had just earned several million, a fact Rhea couldn't possibly be unaware of. What would be the point of doing this now? It was indeed a bit strange. Suddenly, a single sentence from those two caused Yi Jin's expression to shift. I have no idea what kind of grudge young master who holds against this Yi Jin to want to torment him like this. Who cares? We're just getting paid to do a job. Hearing this, Yi Jin's brow furrowed slightly. Who the hell is young master who? When did I offend someone like that? Was it Rhea's doing? Yi Jin didn't know, and had no way to verify. Since you want to cripple me and even intend to kill me, then don't blame me for being ruthless. Yi Jin's expression turned cold. He directly took out the Desert Eagle, and after moving away from the two of them, began to practice his marksmanship. Bayou. With the silencer attached to the Desert Eagle, there was almost no sound when the gun was fired. After firing just a single shot, Yi Jin focused his attention on the status screen. Since sword techniques, saber techniques, and movement techniques could all have points allocated to them, he wondered if marksmanship would work as well. To Yi Jin's surprise, marksmanship was indeed eligible. Even mechanical marksmanship was still considered a skill. Yi Jin immediately consumed 15 skill points, allocating them to reach the level of perfection. Buzz. With the system's infusion, Yi Jin mastered the firing techniques of this Desert Eagle in a mere instant. Not only could he hit any target within a 100-meter range with pinpoint accuracy, but he could also easily strike the bullseye of a moving target. With his marksmanship improved, Yi Jin immediately began to quietly approach the two people heading up the mountain. These were two young men, both appearing to be around 20 years old. Their levels were indistinguishable, but they likely weren't particularly strong. When the two were only 60 or 70 meters away from him, Yi Jin fired decisively. Bayou Bayou. 2 shots, 1 for each, both striking directly in the heart. Arg. Who is it? The two, possessing no small amount of vitality, did not die instantly. They collapsed to the ground, clutching their chests. Bayou. Yi Jin fired again, hitting their limbs and completely incapacitating them before finally revealing himself. Don't scream. Yi Jin walked up to the 2 men, aimed his gun at one of their foreheads, and asked condescendingly, "Are you looking for me?" "No, you've got the wrong." Before he could even finish his sentence, Yi Jin fired another shot directly into his kidney. The young man's face instantly turned purple with pain, and he nearly blacked out. Yi Jin aimed the gun at the other person. Without waiting for him to speak, the young man replied in terror, "Yes, we came looking for you. Hu Jiaxuan sent us to teach you a lesson, but just to rough you up a bit, we weren't going to." Bayou. Yi Jin gave him a shot as well, right in the kidney. This guy was just saying he might as well kill me, and now he is actually claiming he doesn't plan to do anything to me. SSS. The 2 of them were gasping in pain. They were clearly taking in more air than they were letting out, looking as if they were about to succumb. Yi Jin looked at them coldly. "Speak. Who is Hu Jiaxuan? Who told him to come after me? You're not going to let us go anyway, so why the hell should we tell you?" The 2 men were surprisingly stubborn. Even in the face of death, they refused to betray the person behind them. "Why bother?" Yi Jin said coldly, "That Hu Jiaxuan sent you to deal with me without even knowing the extent of my strength and abilities. Isn't that just sending you to your deaths? You could say you're dying by his hand. Don't you want me to avenge you?" The words sounded strange, but upon closer reflection, they seemed to make sense. In the end, one of the young men spoke up resentfully, "Hu Jiaxuan is a senior at your school who just broke through his apertures. According to him, he wanted to deal with you because of a girl. Ria. It really is her." Yi Jin nodded to himself, suddenly understanding everything. Having obtained the answer, Yi Jin showed no mercy and decisively sent the 2 of them on their way. To Yi Jin's surprise and suspicion, he saw the prompt once again. Chapter 34, Star Points. The power of a 5-star art. Killing a vitality martial artist allows you to drop the following items. Please choose. 1. One vitality pill capable of increasing vitality by 2100 VP. 2. Mountain piercing palm. A 1-star art. Upon reaching the great perfection stage, it can easily shatter boulders. 3. 1 star point can be used to upgrade the star level of an art. Holy crap, star points? Yi Jin's eyes widened in sheer disbelief, followed by a surge of pleasant surprise. He never expected that killing a vitality martial artist would drop such a rare item. Arts were categorized by star ratings, and star points could be used to upgrade them. This meant that as long as he had enough points, he could elevate an art from 1 star to 2, or even all the way to 9 stars. But the drop rate for these star points is a bit too low, isn't it? Only 1 point. Yi Jin had a few complaints. But complaints aside, his body remained honest, and Yi Jin selected the star points. After making his choice, Yi Jin didn't use the star points immediately. Instead, he looked at the 2 corpses and took a deep breath. After all, this was his first time killing a person. Even though Yi Jin had killed so many ferocious beasts before, his heart was racing slightly at this moment. Yi Jin felt no guilt or remorse in his heart for killing these 2 men. Since both of them had intended to cripple or even kill him, he naturally wouldn't show any mercy by letting them go. They both should have been in the vitality realm. Fortunately, Hu Jiaxuan didn't find a point-breaking expert to deal with me. Yi Jin frowned slightly. Based on the drops, Yi Jin roughly estimated that these 2 were at the vitality realm level. When he had previously killed vitality realm ferocious beasts, the dropped vitality had never exceeded 2000 VP. Actually, Yi Jin could have easily cut them down even without using a gun. However, his level was still low, and he couldn't see through the levels of these 2. Naturally, using a gun was more convenient. Furthermore, in a sneak attack, even a point-breaking expert, as long as they weren't too powerful, could easily fall victim.
Hu Jiaxuan, Ria.
Eugene muttered these two names, his gaze gradually turning cold. You'll both definitely enter the rift this time, right?
Since you're going in, don't bother coming out.
Having made his decision, Eugene took 2 packets of corpse-dissolving powder from his consciousness space and carefully sprinkled them over the 2 corpses. Eugene still had quite a bit of this corpse-dissolving powder in his consciousness space. In addition to the packet he obtained from killing that rat at home, he had also killed many rats at Panshan and chosen corpse-dissolving powder for all of them, precisely out of concern that he might need it one day.
Sizzle!
As the powder landed on the bodies, the 2 corpses immediately began to rot, as if they had come into contact with sulfuric acid. Even the clothes they were wearing quickly began to decompose. In less than a minute, the 2 corpses dissolved into a pool of foul-smelling liquid. Even the bullets lodged in their bodies changed color under the corrosive effects of the corpse-dissolving powder. Eugene looked on, his expression filled with horror. I really have to be careful with this corpse-dissolving powder.
If I accidentally get any on myself, I'm finished.
Seeing that the bodies had completely dissolved into sludge, Eugene casually shoveled some dirt over the spot to cover it up. It wasn't until now that Eugene finally had the time to study the star points.
Name, Eugene. Level Vitality Realm 0-3000.
Art, Savage Elephant Tempering Art Proficient 0%, Wind Thunder Sword Technique Uninitiated 0%, Flowing Cloud Movement Technique Uninitiated 0%. Star Level, Army Breaker Fist 1 star plus, Mad Lion Saber Technique 1 star plus.
All Hearing Ears 1 star plus.
Stat Points 7000.
Skill Points, 660. Star Points, 2.
Eugene discovered that the arts, which had previously been hidden because they were leveled to perfection through point allocation, reappeared once the star points emerged.
And
a plus sign had appeared behind each of the perfected arts, clearly indicating that their star ratings could now be upgraded through point allocation.
Does it take 2 star points to upgrade, or just 1? Eugene was curious.
After letting his consciousness drift over the various arts, he finally chose to upgrade ear listening in all directions.
The next moment,
the omnipresent hearing skill, which had already been allocated points to reach perfection, suddenly appeared in the art column, and its proficiency level had dropped back down to the mastery tier. However, when Eugene activated omnipresent hearing, he could still hear every sound within a 1,000-meter radius.
Allocate points. Eugene immediately allocated points to bring it back to perfection and activated it once more.
Buzz! In an instant, every sound within a 5-kilometer radius to his left reached his ears with crystal clarity.
Good heavens, such a massive improvement?
Eugene was somewhat taken aback, and then his eyes blazed with excitement. At that moment, Eugene noticed that his skill points had decreased by 45, and his star points had dropped by 1 on the system interface. It was clear that once the art reached 2 stars, the consumption of skill points had increased significantly.
Eugene didn't pay much attention to it. He didn't use the remaining 1 star point.
Eugene began to allocate points to the Wind Thunder Sword art. But to Eugene's distress, allocating points to the Wind Thunder Sword art while it was still at the uninitiated level consumed 1 skill point just to increase proficiency by a mere 1%. This meant that to allocate enough points to reach the entry level, he would need 100 skill points.
5-star art, truly terrifying. Add.
Gritting his teeth, Eugene added another 99 points to reach the entry level.
The next instant,
a terrifying realization of the Wind and Thunder Sword technique flooded into Eugene's mind. He immediately drew a short sword, just over half a meter long, and began to perform the technique. This sword was purchased at Martial Path Pavilion.
Phew!
The moment the Wind Thunder Sword technique was unleashed, the short sword in Eugene's hand seemed to carry the wind itself. It moved with such extreme speed that the trajectory of the dancing blade became a blur. Mid-execution, Eugene swung the sword toward a thick, sturdy tree beside him.
With a sharp shhh sound,
the short sword sank into the wood as if slicing through tofu, and the massive tree thick enough to require a full embrace snapped instantly. This power, even at the entry level, is already stronger than the Mad Lion Saber technique at full mastery. Even as Yi Jin felt a surge of shock, he also felt that this was only to be expected. A sword technique purchased for a staggering 5 million should be exactly this formidable. This left Yi Jin filled with anticipation for what the Wind Thunder sword technique would be like at full mastery.
But there were not enough skill points.
Yi Jin temporarily stopped allocating points to his sword technique and instead allocated points to the floating cloud movement technique to reach the entry level. Upon execution, Yi Jin found that his movement speed had surged. His entire body felt as light as a cloud, weightless, and a gentle shift would carry him several meters away.
Great! Yi Jin was overjoyed.
Seeing that time was almost up, Yi Jin didn't delay and began collecting the drops from the ant kills. He chose vitality pills for all of them. More than 10 minutes later, Yi Jin had obtained over 4,000 stat points.
I can increase my level again.
With that thought, Yi Jin directly allocated points to his level. In the blink of an eye, the system changed once more.
Name, Yi Jin.
Level Vitality Realm 29003000. Art, Savage Elephant Tempering Art Mastery 0%, Wind Thunder Sword Technique Beginner 0%, Floating Cloud Movement Technique Beginner 0%. Star Rating, Army Breaker Fist 1 star plus, Mad Lion Blade Technique 1 star plus.
All Hearing Ears 2 star. Stat Points 8300. Skill Points, 415. Star Points, 1.
I'm only 100 VP away from the Vitality Realm.
Tomorrow, I'll allocate points to Vitality, and the day after is the level assessment. I have to give Ren a surprise. With these thoughts in mind, Yi Jin didn't linger on the mountain and quickly made his way down.
After grabbing a quick bowl of noodles at the school gate, Yi Jin returned to campus just as classes were about to begin. The afternoon classes were far less tedious than the morning sessions. In particular, after Teacher Chen realized the depth of Yi Jin's comprehension, he not only had him demonstrate the Army Breaker Fist but also asked him to explain it, a task that proved to be quite a challenge for Yi Jin. Fortunately, having already mastered the Army Breaker Fist inside and out, he delivered a professional explanation, articulating every detail with precision. His breakdown was, in fact, even more meticulous than Teacher Chen's own explanations. This left Teacher Chen and the rest of the students utterly astonished. In such a relaxed and pleasant atmosphere, the afternoon classes quickly came to an end. After school, Yi Jin, along with Chang and a dozen or so other students, waited for the second batch of 18 classes to return from their field training.
Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye.
Yi Jin spotted the returning buses at the school gate. Judging by the faces of the students getting off the bus, it was clear that they had all gained a great deal from this training expedition. The classes ranked in the top 18 were indeed significantly stronger overall compared to those behind them. Seeing a Tier 2 class like Vitality was exceptionally rare.
How did it go?
Yi Jin quickly found Shui Wei. A trace of excitement still lingered on Shui Wei's face. I certainly can't compare to you. You killed 100, while I only managed a dozen or so.
Drinks are on you. Drinks are on you. Chang immediately started clamoring.
Yi Jin was also happy for Shui Wei. He was about to say something when he was interrupted by an ill-timed voice. Tisk, it's just a few dozen Vitality Realm beasts.
Nothing to be proud of.
Yi Jin turned his gaze and saw Hang, whose face still bore traces of excitement even as he looked at him with contempt. It was clear that he had also had a decent harvest.
Can't you just keep your mouth shut?
Beside him, Tao Ying pulled at Hang, her face full of helplessness. This only made Hang even more annoyed. Yi Jin, if you've got the guts, duel me tomorrow.
Do you dare? Are you scared?
Yi Jin looked at Hang with a faint, knowing smile.
Hang's face was full of disdain. What do I have to fear?
I'm in the Vitality Realm, and you've only just broken through to it.
Why would I be afraid of you? Just say whether you dare or not. No need to wait until the day after tomorrow. Let's do it tomorrow. Fine, tomorrow it is. Yi Jin nodded. It just so happens I have nothing going on tomorrow. Let's have the duel then. Chapter 35, Evenly Matched? Slapping the face with a foot.
I'll show you what's what tomorrow afternoon. Hang let out a smug snort, turned around, and walked away with a helpless-looking Tao Ying in tow. Not far from them, Ria's face had initially been flushed with excitement, but the moment Eugene looked over, she lowered her head to avoid his gaze and headed straight out of the school gates. Eugene took a long, deep look at Ria's retreating figure before leaving with Shuiwei and Chang. Eugene, when Hang was tested last month, he was already at 900 VP in the Vitality realm. You've only just broken through to the Vitality realm, wasn't it a bit reckless to accept his challenge? On the way, Chang asked with a hint of concern. Shuiwei also looked at Eugene with concern. What is your current vitality level? Eugene chuckled and said with full confidence, don't worry, it's fine. Hang is nothing, I can handle him easily. As long as you're confident. Shuiwei and Chang didn't say much more, though they couldn't help but feel worried. After all, there is a massive gap within the vitality realm, especially since Eugene only just broke through yesterday. Even by tomorrow, how much stronger could he possibly get? What are we eating today? The usual, I guess. The three of them headed toward the restaurant they frequented. After the meal, the three of them went their separate ways home. The next day, as soon as Eugene entered the 9th Academy, many students looked over with strange expressions in their eyes. Clearly, they had all heard about the match between Eugene and Hang scheduled for today. But unlike last time, they no longer voiced their mockery. However, it was still evident from their expressions that they remained skeptical of Eugene's chances in the fight against Hang. Eugene, for his part, didn't care in the least. Since the appointment was also set for the afternoon, Eugene didn't linger in the courtyard and walked straight into class 36. As soon as he sat down, Chen leaned in and whispered, well? Did you make any progress last night? It's a guaranteed win. Hearing Eugene say this, Chang stopped questioning him. The morning classes were also focused on vitality tempering. Mr. Chen seemed to have heard about the duel, although he didn't call Eugene to his office for questioning. He asked Eugene to explain blood tempering methods and techniques during class. This was his way of observing Eugene's vitality levels. After his observation, Mr. Chen maintained a stance of tacit approval regarding the duel between Eugene and Hang. Amidst everyone's anticipation, the morning classes quickly drew to a close. At noon, Eugene did not head back into the mountains. After having lunch with his classmates in the cafeteria, he returned to the classroom early to rest. Eugene, where are you? Get your ass out here. While resting, Eugene's expression darkened as he suddenly heard Hang's challenge echoing throughout the 9th Academy. This guy was truly terrified that someone might not know about the duel between the two of them. Chang couldn't help but say angrily, this guy is so arrogant. Eugene, you must give him a good lesson later. Eugene nodded slightly and left the classroom, heading down to the first floor courtyard. At this moment, a large number of students from the 4 classes had already gathered in the courtyard, everyone clearly looking forward to the duel between the two. Even the 4 teachers from the office were looking over from the corridor. Eugene also spotted Shuiwei's figure at the entrance of the 9th courtyard. She was clearly worried about him. Eugene nodded to him and then turned his gaze toward Hang in the center of the field. Heh, I thought you'd stay cooped up in the classroom and wouldn't dare come out. Hang looked at Eugene with contempt, his posture making it clear he didn't take Eugene seriously at all. Eugene said calmly, your mouth is truly obnoxious. I hope that after today, you'll learn how to keep it shut. Talk is cheap. Beat me first, then we'll talk. Come on. Hang shifted his stance slightly, instantly dropping into a combat-ready position. Despite his dismissive words toward Eugene, he showed no trace of negligence once the fight began. Interesting, he's using the army breaker fist too. Eugene recognized Hang's stance at a glance. Seeing that Hang also practiced the army breaker fist gave him a rather peculiar expression. Eugene spread his legs into a semi-squat and extended his right hand, fingers curled inward, as if shouting 4 words, come at me, then. Fuck. Seeing this, Hang flew into a rage. He lunged toward Eugene in a single stride, throwing a straight punch directly at Eugene's face. Phew. With a slight shift in footwork, Eugene leaned his body to the left, evading Hang's punch. Simultaneously, he pressed down lightly with his left hand against Hang's right arm, neutralizing the momentum of the elbow strike Hang had intended to follow through with. However, through Hang's elbow strike, Yi Jin felt a massive surge of power radiating from the man's right arm. As it transferred into his left hand, it caused Yi Jin's hand to recoil slightly. As expected of the vitality realm, his vitality must be at least 1,500 VP higher than mine. Through Hang's simple offensive, Yi Jin roughly gauged his vitality. The moment his left hand retracted, his right hand suddenly clenched into a fist and blasted toward Hang's chest. Humph! Hang let out a cold snort, a flash of ruthlessness crossing his eyes. He likewise clenched his left fist and, without dodging, swung it directly against Yi Jin's right fist. Bang! A muffled thud rang out as their fists collided and immediately recoiled. Yi Jin's body stiffened slightly as he took half a step back, while Hang similarly retracted his left arm and retreated half a step. The crowd of onlookers erupted into an immediate uproar. A stalemate? That shouldn't be possible. Isn't Yi Jin only in the vitality realm? Exactly. Between the vitality realm and the vitality realm, there's one less transformation of vitality, which makes a fundamental difference. Even if Yi Jin has a higher comprehension of the army breaker fist, it shouldn't be enough to bridge the gap in vitality, right? Yi Jin paid no mind to the students' chatter, but Hang found the situation impossible to accept. Again! Hang roared, his fists swinging left and right like a boxer's. He unleashed a frantic barrage of strikes against Yi Jin, seemingly abandoning all defense in favor of pure offense. In reality, however, as long as Yi Jin dodged, his punches wouldn't fully commit, making them appear almost like feints. Yi Jin saw through it instantly. Hang had mastered the army breaker fist to at least the great success stage, reaching a level where he could perfectly control and channel its ferocious aura at will. It wasn't just the ferocity of his aura, the sheer power behind his punches was equally overwhelming. Is all you know how to do hide? You coward! Seeing that he couldn't land a single hit on Yi Jin, Hang grew frantic with rage. His footwork simply couldn't keep up with Yi Jin's pace. Yi Jin's movement technique was simply too fast. Since you're so eager to lose, I'll grant your wish. Yi Jin's expression turned cold, and with a surge of ruthlessness in his heart, he stopped evading. He struck out with both fists, his perfected army breaker fist carrying a fierce aura as he clashed head-on against Hang. Hang sensed the sharpness of Yi Jin's fist technique, and his expression couldn't help but change. He knew that his comprehension of fist intent could not keep up with Yi Jin's, so he could only rely on his vitality. He did not retreat a single step, abandoning all feints to strike with his full power. Bang! Bang! The two traded blows, fist against fist, strike after strike. They either traded blows fist to fist or parried each other's strikes left and right, looking exactly like two boxers brawling on a stage. Bang! 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 The sound of fists hitting flesh echoed throughout the Ninth Academy. The students watched with bated breath, their eyes fixed intently on the two figures. On the surface, it appeared to be a complete stalemate. A mastered army breaker fist is indeed formidable. During the fight, Yi Jin acknowledged Hang's combat prowess in his heart. Despite the man's foul mouth, his strength was indeed genuine. However, by relying on his perfected army breaker fist, Yi Jin was likewise able to bridge the gap in vitality. If the two of them relied solely on the army breaker fist without using other martial techniques, the fight would likely continue indefinitely with neither able to overcome the other, or Hang might eventually emerge victorious. However, Yi Jin knew more than just the army breaker fist. He also possessed movement techniques, allowing him to seek an opportunity to strike at the back of Hang's head. But after all, this was merely a sparring match, not a life and death struggle. There is no need for that. With a slight shift of thought, Yi Jin murmured inwardly, upgrade the star level of army breaker fist and allocate points. In an instant, Yi Jin's boxing stance suddenly shifted. Swoosh! As Yi Jin lunged at Hang once more, the faint whistle of his fist cutting through the air caused Hang's expression to shift violently. But before he could react, crack! Yi Jin's punch landed squarely on his left arm, causing his forearm to fracture instantly. A surge of immense pain flooded Hang's mind, making him realize something was terribly wrong. Seeing Yi Jin's left fist swinging fiercely toward him, he instinctively raised his right arm to block. Crack! The same crisp sound, the same outcome. His right arm bone was shattered, and the immense pain caused Hang's face to flush deep red. But what was even more unbearable was yet to come. Eugene acted as if he were oblivious to the fact that both of Hang's arms were already injured, launching a frenzied bombardment against them. Hang gritted his teeth, enduring the agony and suppressing the urge to scream out in pain. But Eugene's fists were too fierce. Even with Hang's arrogant nature, he found it difficult to withstand the onslaught. Just as he was about to swallow his pride and concede defeat, suddenly, Eugene executed a scorpion kick. His body rose slightly, rotating 180 degrees, before his foot slammed violently into the left side of Hang's face, who was unable to dodge in time. With a sharp crack, Hang was sent flying into the air by the force of the kick, spinning twice before crashing to the ground. Lying on the ground, motionless, the entire courtyard had fallen into a profound silence. You could hear a pin drop. Chapter 36, just one VP vitality away from becoming number 1. Holy crap, Eugene actually won? Defeating Hang, a vitality realm expert, while being in the vitality realm himself and across sublevels? No way, is Eugene's strength actually this formidable? Once the students regained their senses, a massive uproar broke out as they couldn't help but cry out in shock. Everyone stared in astonishment at the victorious Eugene. As for Hang lying on the ground, almost no one spared him a thought except for Tao Yingying. He won! Shuiwei and Chang both looked at Eugene with excitement and pleasant surprise. They were actually somewhat surprised that Eugene could win, especially with such ease. While the two of them were surprised, Ria was even more shocked. Damn it, how can this guy be so strong? Ria found this fact difficult to accept. How long has it even been? In just 4 days, Eugene had not only broken through to the vitality realm, but his strength had become so formidable that he could defeat Hang, a fellow vitality realm practitioner. She couldn't understand how this was possible. Ria was baffled, but the 4 teachers in the corridor understood exactly what had happened. And because they understood, their expressions were filled with shock. Mr. Liu from class 34 turned to Mr. Chen, his eyes wide with horror. Old Chen, did you see that? How did that kid's army breaker fist suddenly change like that? Teacher Chen was also shocked. Before he could speak, Teacher Yang from class 35 spoke up. It seems, he has gained a new understanding of the army breaker fist? Phew! Teacher Chen took a deep breath and murmured, he indeed has a new insight into the army breaker fist. His fist momentum is even stronger. Good lad, his comprehension is even more powerful than we imagined. This is too exaggerated. Not only did he create his own movement technique, but he's even improving his boxing style? Sigh, it's a pity this kid isn't in our class, otherwise. Yeah, what a shame. The 3 teachers marveled repeatedly, deeply shaken by Yi Jin's perceptiveness. However, as they spoke, Mr. Liu and Mr. Yang couldn't help but adopt a sarcastic tone. They both cast sidelong glances at Ren, who was standing nearby. Ren's face was grim, his teeth clenched so hard his jaw muscles quivered. He was seething with a massive surge of fury, yet he had no way to vent it. He harbored some underlying concerns regarding Hang's match today. After all, Eugene possessed extraordinary comprehension, and his level was increasing rapidly. However, when Hang actually suffered defeat at the hands of Eugene, he could not help but feel disappointed and consumed by anger. I am not wrong. At the very least, our class will be second, or even first, in tomorrow's vitality test. In his heart, Ren refused to admit that he had made any mistake. He didn't spare Eugene another glance and headed downstairs to prepare for class. The 3 teachers exchanged smiles and made their way downstairs with relaxed expressions. By this time, Eugene was already surrounded by the students of class 36. Chang even made an exaggerated attempt to lift him up in celebration, but Eugene declined. Ahem, class is in session. As the 4 teachers arrived, the students began to disperse. During the 4 afternoon classes, Teacher Chen specifically asked Eugene to explain the army breaker fist, particularly the improved version. By the end of the 4 sessions, not only had the students gained a great deal, but even Teacher Chen had benefited significantly. Come on, let's celebrate.
After school, Shuiwei insisted on throwing a proper celebration for Yi Jin. She chose a high-end restaurant and ordered several servings of fierce beast meat exceptionally rich in vitality, hoping Yi Jin could break through to the vitality realm before tomorrow's level testing. Chang also tagged along and shared in the feast. The next day. The long-awaited day had finally arrived. Early Friday morning, almost every student arrived at school ahead of schedule, waiting for the level test with a mix of excitement and anticipation. Only the students of Class 36 seemed somewhat lacking in enthusiasm. The measurement of vitality and the number of broken apertures is conducted using specialized instruments. Students simply need to stand in front of the device, and with a quick scan, it can clearly detect their exact vitality in VP and the precise number of apertures they have broken through. Consequently, the level testing process is quite efficient. The testing begins with Class 1 and proceeds sequentially through the subsequent classes. Class 36 is the final class. Yi Jin had no interest in watching the testing sessions of other classes, making an exception only to take a look when Class 3 was being tested. The main reason was that Shuiwei was in Class 3. Her class also happened to be the top-ranked class in the entire school. During the testing process, Yi Jin also overheard many students from Class 3 expressing their concerns or complaints. "I don't know if our class can hold on to the top spot this time. It's hard to say." The gap between the top three was already razor thin, and now Class 33 has replaced one Vitality Realm student with another, gaining over 6,000 VP vitality out of thin air. What a headache! Class 33 is truly disgusting. They can't keep up with us in cultivation, so they resort to these dirty tricks just to boost their ranking. How shameless! How can our school have a teacher like that? But despite their complaining, there was nothing they could do about it. Before long, the test results for Class 3 were released. Compared to last month, there was a significant increase, and the key reason was Shuiwei. After obtaining the aperture breaking pill, she opened several more apertures in just 2 or 3 days, reaching the level of the third layer of the aperture breaking realm. 73 acupoints opened. Not only that, but her vitality has also seen significant growth. Class performance is generally evaluated based on average scores, or rather, the overall collective performance. Therefore, there is a conversion ratio between the number of open acupoints and vitality VP. 1 open acupoint equals 300 VP vitality. Shuiwei's breakthrough of 7 acupoints was equivalent to an increase of 2,100 VP vitality. Combined with the vitality she had gained on her own over these 3 days, her total increase approached 4,000 VP in just a few short days. Single-handedly, she raised the entire class's average martial path level by approximately 100 VP. With these extra 4,000 VP, I wonder if Class 3 can hold on to their throne as number 1. Compared to Class 33, Yi Jin naturally hoped that Class 3 could remain firmly in the top spot. And not let Ren have his way. The average score is out 8302, exactly a whole number. There's been a huge improvement this month, all thanks to Shuiwei. With this score, we'll most likely still be first in the grade, right? Quickly, check Class 7 in second place, Class 9 in third, and Class 33 in fourth. They're so far behind, what a hassle. I hope the other classes didn't score too high. The students of Class 3 were all praying as they followed the testing team, their hearts filled with tension. Yi Jin looked at the nervous Shuiwei and smiled, "You've made such significant progress this time. Don't worry, you'll definitely be able to hold on to the top spot. I hope I can keep it." Shuiwei prayed silently, though she didn't feel very confident. If she could improve, so could the other classes. Moreover, Class 33 had gained over 6,000 VP vitality for free due to the incident involving Yi Jin's transfer. Compared to her progress over the last 2 or 3 days, their overall increase was actually even greater. And so, the nervous students of Class 3 followed along all the way. It didn't take long. The school soon calculated the results for Class 7 and Class 9. Both were lower than Class 3, but only by a narrow margin of about 50 to 60 VP. Just as Shuiwei was able to boost her entire class's performance through her own abilities, other classes possessed similar prodigies. Next, all eyes were on Class 33. Before long, the school's testing team arrived at the 9th courtyard.
Class 33 was the first to be tested. Humph, our class is bound to take first place this time.
Exactly. With the addition of Hang's 6000 plus VP vitality, our average score is already over 150 VP higher. It would be a travesty if we didn't take first. First place. First place. First place. The students of Class 33 were all excitedly cheering themselves on during the testing. When looking at Eugene, even though he knew Eugene was no longer the person he used to be, he couldn't help but show a look of disdain at the thought of his own class taking first place. Their arrogance was momentarily overwhelming. However, every time a student's level was tested, they couldn't help but feel nervous. Run, in particular, appeared calm on the surface, but his fists were already tightly clenched. As each student's level was revealed, the students of Class 3 were silently calculating the average score. Starting from the moment it surpassed 7,000, they kept calling out the numbers and recording them. When the average score surpassed 8,000, the entire class couldn't help but be overcome with excitement. Ren's breathing also began to quicken. They seemed to see the hope of overtaking Class 3 for the top spot. Phew! Over 8,300, it has to be over 8,300. First place. We have to take first place. The top spot belongs to our Class 33. Every student in Class 33 became exceptionally nervous. As the final few students in the Vitality realm completed their testing and the calculations were finalized, not only were Rin and the students of Class 33 stunned, but even the other classes stood there in open-mouthed shock. 8,302. It was exactly the same as the average score of Class 3. However, Class 33, was unable to share the top spot with Class 3. This was solely due to school regulations. If the average scores were tied, the ranking would be determined by which class had the higher peak level. Without a doubt, that was Class 3. The highest level in Class 3 was Shui Wei, with 73 acupoints opened, while Class 33 had only reached 51. This also meant that Class 33 missed out on the top ranking in the entire school by a margin of just 1 VP. In an instant, a massive uproar broke out among all the students and teachers, and even Eugene wore a peculiar expression. Chapter 37, Higher by just 1 VP vitality. Holy crap, is it really this intense? They missed it by just 1 VP. Ha, their scores are identical, but he ended up in second place just because his level couldn't measure up. That's hilarious. Isn't that too much of a coincidence? Their grade point averages are exactly the same. It's not a coincidence, it's destiny. Some classes just don't deserve to take first place. Ha ha ha. In the 9th Academy, many students watching the spectacle couldn't help but burst into laughter. What an incredible coincidence! The scores of the two classes were identical, and they happened to be the top two in the rankings, something that had never occurred in past history. What is even more ironic is that despite having the same score, Class 33 was relegated to second place because their highest level couldn't match that of Class 3. They missed out on the school-wide top spot by the narrowest of margins. If their vitality had been just 1 VP higher, they would have secured first place for the month. But unfortunately, there is no if. Damn it, why? Just 1 VP short, how could this happen? I'm so unwilling to accept this. If the gap were larger, it wouldn't hurt this much, but why does it have to be exactly 1 VP? Exactly. Why is it that even though our scores are identical, our class has to suffer such a huge loss just because of a single VP? This is infuriating. I really can't accept this outcome. The students of Class 33 were filled with resentment, feeling utterly stifled and finding it difficult to accept this reality. A mere 1 VP, the gap was simply too minuscule. So small that some students could have bridged it with just an hour or two of diligent cultivation. And yet, they were short by that exact 1 VP. The results had already been finalized. Even if they were to push themselves to temper another 1 VP of vitality right now, it would be impossible to change this month's rankings. Damn it, how could it be such a coincidence? Hang couldn't help but curse, his fists clenched in fury. Looking at the results, his heart was filled with immense resentment.
They were just one VP short of taking first place. Just because of that single VP, every student in their class would receive 3 fewer vitality pills this month. As for those in the aperture opening realm, their losses were equally devastating. Sigh. Ren let out a long sigh, feeling a profound sense of disappointment. In his pursuit of the top spot, he had gone as far as forcibly swapping students, disregarding the humiliation of doing so in front of the entire school's faculty and students. Every previous instance had been manageable because he knew there was still a gap between Class 33 and the school's top rank, so he hadn't felt particularly let down. However, this time, the sheer coincidence of it all left him feeling miserable. He felt an intense sense of stifling frustration. Why couldn't the difference have been just a little bit greater? It just had to be by a single VP. If they had trailed vitality by even a few more VP, it wouldn't have stung this much. But to end up with the exact same score and lose out solely on level, it was agonizing. The feeling was worse than swallowing a mouthful of filth. The only way to surpass them is next time, but next time. Ren clenched his fists, a wave of suffocating tightness washing over his chest. In the entire Panchon Middle School, the only person he could bully into a forced class transfer was Teacher Chen of Class 36, and now, Class 36 didn't have a single student in the Vitality realm. All the better students had been transferred away by him, leaving behind hardly anyone even in the Vitality realm. Transferring students like these would offer very limited improvement to his class's average martial path level. He had to find another way. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Ren's expression shifted and flickered. Class 33 was devastated, but no one was happier than Class 36, where everyone was now laughing out loud. Oh man, just one VP short. My God, what a shame. Yeah, such a shame, so heartbreaking, so satisfying. Hee, sorry, I accidentally said how I really felt. Ha, no need to apologize. It really is satisfying. They were too clever for their own good, but in the end, they lost to fate. You can't really call it fate. It might just be that their class didn't work hard enough. After all, everyone knew the teacher was bringing someone new in, so why bother trying? Isn't it better to just lie flat? You're right, actually. I just wonder who had the lowest vitality increase last month. That's the one who's been slacking off the most. Oh, you're so wicked. Even though Class 36 had zero expectations for the upcoming level test, knowing they were bound to finish dead last, there wasn't a hint of the dejection usually found in a bottom-ranked class. On the contrary, everyone was overjoyed. The level of excitement was so intense, it felt as if they were more thrilled than if they had actually taken first place in the entire school. Almost everyone in Class 36 was laughing out loud without restraint, feeling a profound sense of relief. Whether it was the original students who felt the class's martial path level had slumped because better-ranked classmates were swapped out, depriving them of more vitality pills, or the other students who had been transferred into Class 36 because of Ren. At this moment, they all felt a surge of pure satisfaction. Because of Ren and the class reshuffle, they had all suffered significant losses. All their previous pent-up frustration was finally being released. They felt like throwing their heads back and laughing toward the heavens. Oh whoa! Oh whoa! This feels so damn good. I haven't felt this great since we switched classes. Phew, what a relief. That was exhilarating. The students of Class 36 appeared a bit manic, but the students and teachers from other classes understood them completely. They didn't find it inappropriate, nor did they try to stop them. Instead, they all shared a knowing smile. Inexplicably, a sense of relief washed over them. They were satisfied, but Class 33 felt even more miserable due to the sarcastic remarks from Class 36. In an instant, the students of Class 33 began to retort sharply. So what if it's just a 1 VP difference? We're happy with it, what's it to you? Even with bad luck, we're still second in the entire school. That's a hell of a lot better than being dead last. Exactly. It's one thing to be ranked last in the school, but to be standing here laughing shamelessly right before the vitality test? Some people really have no shame. Disgraceful. Tooey. I honestly don't know how someone who only gets 1 vitality pill a month has the nerve to mock a class that gets 7.
Well, I certainly wouldn't have the face for it. TCH. Class 33 was also hurling some incredibly foul insults. But Class 36 wasn't about to take it lying down. After being bullied for so long, they weren't going to miss this chance to humiliate their tormentors right back. You still have the nerve to call us the bottom of the rankings? It's as if these shameless people don't know exactly why our class ended up in last place. I've seen shameless people before, but never anyone this thick-skinned. Isn't this just biting the hand that feeds you? TSK, what an eye-opener. I honestly wonder what use it is for our school to raise a group of students like this. What good could they possibly be to the country or society? Throw them out and let them embarrass themselves. What other use do they have? You don't actually expect them to make us look good, do you? Look at that pathetic state they're in, as if they're even worthy. Certain classes and certain individuals are nothing but the scum and disgrace of our Pancheon Middle School. Just mentioning certain classes makes me feel waves of nausea and disgust. It truly makes me want to gag. In an instant, the two classes began trading insults. However, their bickering remained somewhat restrained, consisting mostly of passive-aggressive and sarcastic jabs. He rarely used foul language. But as the cursing continued, a conflict began to erupt, and it looked as though a fight was about to break out. Several teachers hurriedly stepped in to intervene, preventing the situation from spiraling out of control. Ahem, all right, let's begin testing Class 34. Everyone, quiet down. The teacher in charge of the level testing had seen enough of the commotion and was ready to resume the evaluations. The students from Class 33 hadn't left yet either, lingering to watch the spectacle of Class 36. Oomph, look how happy they are. I wonder if they'll start crying once their levels are tested and they set a new record for the largest score gap. Anyway, the point gap between them and the second to last place has been breaking records for a while now. They've long since lost all sense of shame. Why would they cry? Exactly, now that is what I call truly shameless. However, these remarks were only whispered amongst themselves. No one dared to say them out loud. But judging by the expressions on the faces of those in Class 36, it was clear they were up to no good. However, the mere thought of the upcoming level testing filled Class 36 with a wave of helplessness. The current Class 36 consisted almost entirely of those in the Vitality realm in Tier 2. Not only were their levels low, but their talent was also poor. Their monthly progress and level improvements simply couldn't compare to that of other classes. This had also caused the gap between them and the second to last class in the school to grow wider and wider. It has become a literal chasm, to the point where it can never be bridged. This leaves them with absolutely no confidence to push back whenever they face ridicule from students in other classes. Class 34, Class 35. Soon, it was Class 36's turn. Testing generally begins with the higher levels. Just as Class 36 had the level of its first student detected, bursts of stifled laughter erupted from Class 33. Simply because this student's level was the Vitality realm. This meant that Class 36 didn't have a single person above the Vitality realm. The students of Class 33, who had originally been feeling miserable, were suddenly filled with a sense of immense satisfaction. As for Rin, Ria, and Hang, who were closely monitoring Yijin's level, they all breathed a collective sigh of relief for some unknown reason. But before they could fully relax, they saw Class 36 begin testing the students in the Vitality realm. Yijin is also in the Vitality realm. Why isn't he being tested first? Hang suddenly shouted out in dissatisfaction. Yijin shot back, I feel like being tested last. I like being the grand finale. What, you got a problem with that? If you do, keep it to yourself. You. Hang was furious, glaring fiercely at Yijin, yet he still didn't dare to say much more, merely sneering, I'll see just how much vitality you have. Although his strength was inferior to Yijin's, he was still ahead in terms of level, at least for now. But Yijin smiled secretly to himself. It didn't take long. The rest of the students in Class 36 had finished their testing, and finally, it was Yijin's turn. Yijin stood before the apparatus. As the device scanned his body, his vitality count was displayed a moment later. 7,412 VP.
The moment the number appeared, everyone was shocked. Clearly, no one had expected Yi Jin's level to have actually reached the vitality realm. However, Rin, Ria, Hang, and the others understood even more clearly what this number signified. They all fell into a daze, their faces filled with utter disbelief. Simply because this vitality wasn't just higher than Hang's, it was higher by exactly 1 VP. Chapter 38, Becoming a Laughingstock. Ren reaches the breaking point. Put. In the crowd of Class 36, Chung couldn't hold it back anymore and let out a sudden snort of laughter. Even so, he covered his mouth, his face turning beet red as he tried to force down his amusement. Finding it impossible to suppress, he finally gave in and burst into a fit of hearty laughter. Ha ha ha! Cheng's unrestrained laughter echoed throughout the entire 9th Academy, snapping the other stunned students back to their senses as they turned to look at him in confusion. Chang, keep it down! A classmate warned him, fearing that Chang might provoke Class 33 and bring about unnecessary trouble. To their astonishment, however, they realized that despite Cheng laughing so loudly, not a single person from Class 33 scolded him or even spoke up to stop him. Confused students looked toward Class 33 with strange expressions. They were startled to find. At this moment, everyone in Class 33, including Run, had faces turned green with rage. They looked even more miserable than they did just moments ago when they took first place in the school despite being 1 VP vitality short. What's going on? A girl asked in a puzzled whisper. Not just her, but other students were also deeply confused, looking around in a daze. Suddenly, a student had a sudden flash of insight and cried out in shock, could it be that Yi Jin's vitality is even higher than Hang's? Ah! The students all gasped in unison. But before they could even process the shock, Chang, laughing so hard he could barely catch his breath, said, "It's more than just higher, it's exactly 1 VP higher than Hang's." Ha ha, this is killing me. Just 1 VP higher, ha ha. Chang laughed so hard that tears nearly streamed down his face. The students of Class 36 paid him no mind, however, as the realization had finally dawned on all of them, their expressions instantly becoming a sight to behold. Is this for real? Just 1 VP higher? My God, this is like a dream. Not a point more, not a point less, exactly 1 VP higher? Ha ha, I thought they were exaggerating when they called it fate, but looking at it now, it really seems to be the case. It's destiny. What a relief. The students of Class 36 felt dazed. It was simply too coincidental, so much so that they could hardly believe it was real. Class 33 was only 1 vitality point VP away from overtaking Class 3 and becoming the top class in the entire school. And yet, Yi Jin, who had been driven away by Ren, happened to have a vitality score exactly 1 VP higher than Hang, the student he had swapped classes with. Not a fraction more, not a fraction less, exactly 1 VP higher. The coincidence was so uncanny it felt like an act of fate. Students from other classes were initially just shocked by how rapidly Yi Jin had broken through to the vitality realm in such a short time. However, after hearing the explanation from Class 36, the realization dawned on them, and their expressions turned incredibly strange. Holy crap, can such a coincidence actually exist in this world? If this is true, isn't Rin going to be fuming? He basically shot himself in the foot. Exactly. If he hadn't transferred Yi Jin out, wouldn't he be the one with the school's top student right now? Giving away your own class's top student in the entire school? How incredibly generous. Ha ha ha, this is killing me. Students from Class 34 and Class 35 couldn't help but burst out laughing, while some students from Class 3 even started offering mockingly grateful remarks. Oh my, so our class's number 1 spot was just handed to us? This is so embarrassing. Ha ha ha, thanks a lot. This really is a freebie top spot for the month. So this is what it feels like to lie your way into first place. It's truly comfortable, even more so than that narrow victory just now. My thanks to Rin, ahem, my thanks to Class 33 for their generous gift. The students from the other 4 classes were all looking at Class 33 as if they were clowns. The various sarcastic and mocking remarks sounded exceptionally harsh to the ears of those in Class 33. If they could still snap back at the ridicule and derision when they had narrowly lost by a hair earlier.
But now, when the news broke that Eugene's vitality points were exactly 1 point higher than Hang's, even they felt as if it were an act of providence. Otherwise, it would simply be too much of a coincidence. How could such a perfect coincidence exist in this world? They didn't believe it for a second. Precisely because such an absurd situation was unfolding right before their eyes, the students of Class 33 were now trapped in a state of suffocating frustration, completely at a loss for how to offer a rebuttal. How can this be? Even Hang, who was known for his foul mouth, now had his fists clenched tight, trembling with rage. He could not accept this reality. He was supposed to be the one held in high regard, while Eugene was the one cast aside. Why was it that in just 5 short days, not only had Eugene defeated him from a lower rank, but even his vitality had been surpassed? And for this to happen at such a critical moment, it didn't just humiliate him, it brought utter disgrace to Class 33 and to Ren. Hang subconsciously glanced at Ren, wanting to know if Ren already regretted trading for him. Instead, he saw Ren gritting his teeth, his face so dark it looked as if it might drip water. His entire being radiated an endless fury, and within a 3-meter radius, no one dared to approach him. Ren's chest rose and fell slowly, yet his body trembled with small, sharp movements. At this moment, he was doing his utmost to suppress a chest full of rage. Ever since learning that Eugene possessed extraordinary comprehension and that his vitality was breaking through rapidly, Ren had prepared himself for the possibility of Eugene's vitality surpassing Hang's. He was even mentally prepared for the possibility that Eugene's vitality might exceed Hang's during today's test. But he never imagined, under any circumstances, that the turn of events would be this surreal. Everything was far too coincidental. So coincidental that it felt as if heaven itself had intentionally chosen this moment to slap him in the face. It even made him wonder if there truly was such a thing as divine providence. Without a doubt, this matter would inevitably spread throughout the entire school in a very short time, and even reach further in wider places. For a long time to come, Ren, would surely become a laughingstock in the hearts of countless people. At this very moment, Ren didn't even need to look to sense it clearly throughout the entire 9th Academy. It wasn't just the students and teachers from other classes, even his own classmates in Class 33 were looking at him with strange expressions. This caused a wave of monstrous rage to surge within his heart. I don't believe in such coincidences. Eugene must have done this on purpose. He can increase his vitality by 1 or 2,000 VP every day. He must have seen Hang's specific vitality test results and intentionally tempered himself to reach this exact value just to humiliate me. But his control over it is simply too precise. Ren didn't believe in such coincidences at all. He shot a resentful glare at Eugene, then swept a fierce gaze across the crowd, leaving all the students silenced by fear. Without saying a word, Ren walked straight into the office. Boom! 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 Once inside the office, Ren deliberately suppressed the noise as he frantically smashed the desk, venting the fury in his heart. His entire face became somewhat distorted and menacing. But this was not enough to vent his rage. After smashing everything to pieces, he replaced the desk with a new one and continued his rampage. He didn't stop until every single desk, chair, and bench in his storage ring had been reduced to splinters, leaving him with nothing left to break. Yet the fury on his face remained unabated, and his heart was still heavy with stifled resentment. He's totally lost it. Ren's movements in the office were subtle enough to escape the notice of the other students, but they couldn't be hidden from Eugene. Eugene was quite satisfied to see Ren lose his composure. He had finally vented his pent-up frustration. As for whether Ren would realize it was intentional, Eugene wasn't worried. His persona had already been established. From here on, he could focus on raising his level without any inhibitions. As long as he possessed great strength, he would have nothing to fear. Ren's composure shattered. Eugene turned her gaze toward Hang and Rhea, only to find both of them staring fixedly at her. Their expressions were dazed and vacant. It wasn't until Eugene looked their way that they snapped back to reality and hurriedly averted their eyes. Ahem, all right. Now that the results are out,
would all teachers please proceed to the principal's office to collect the resources? As the level testing teacher finished speaking, the students of Class 3 immediately erupted into cheers. The teachers from the other classes of the 9th Academy also headed to the principal's office in a relaxed and cheerful mood. Mr. Chen, in particular, felt an immense sense of relief, even though there was no doubt that Class 36 would once again rank dead last in the entire school. He walked with such a light step that it drew playful teasing from two other teachers. Eugene watched the scene with an amused expression. "Eugene, I'm heading back to class now." Hearing Shuiwei's voice, Eugene immediately waved to her, then turned to look at Hang. "Hang, don't forget, you still owe me 8 vitality pills." Chapter 39, the final choice of the class. "I know." Hang replied in a muffled voice, his expression somewhat dejected. Having been defeated by Eugene yesterday, and now being surpassed in level in such a manner today, Hang felt utterly demoralized. Tao Yingying stepped forward to grab Hang, intending to offer him some comfort, but her hands were flung aside by him. "What are you doing?" Tao Yingying was momentarily stunned, seemingly not expecting Hang to push her away. Hang remained silent. It wasn't until the other students had left that Hang said in a muffled voice, "Why are you still following me? I'm just a piece of trash. I can't compare to Eugene. Since you're so keen on speaking up for him, why don't you just go and join him?" "What did you just say?" Tao Yingying stared blankly at Hang, never imagining that he would actually say something like that. Snap! Coming to her senses, Tao Yingying swung her hand and slapped Hang right across the face. "How dare you hit me?" Hang was instantly enraged, glaring at Tao Yingying with fury. Tao Yingying glared back without backing down, her pure face flushed with anger. "Hang, what kind of person do you take me for? You're actually treating me like this over something that never happened? I hate you." Tao Yingying ran away in tears, but after only a few steps, she turned back and shouted, "You're right, you really are a piece of trash. Your character is worse than most losers. I must have been blind to ever have feelings for an idiot like you." After a harsh scolding, Tao Yingying turned and left without looking back, leaving Hang alone in the courtyard, looking utterly lost and soul-crushed. "Eugene, you were only at the Vitality realm yesterday, and today you're over 1,000 VP? That's an increase of nearly 2,000 VP in a single day." In the classroom, Chang leaned in close to Eugene, winking and nudging him. "Come on, tell me, is there some secret to boosting vitality? Let your buddy show off a bit in front of everyone too." Eugene chuckled, "There's no secret to it, it's all pure talent." Seeing Eugene's smug expression, Cheng didn't want to say another word to him. It was simply infuriating. Amidst their banter, it wasn't long before Teacher Chen returned to the classroom and began distributing the vitality pills. Eugene received 5 pills. Class ranking 1 star, personal level 4 stars. Chang received 3 stars in the 3 days following the trial. His vitality had also increased significantly, breaking through to the vitality realm. Ahem! Once the vitality pills were distributed, Teacher Chen suddenly cleared his throat, his expression turning serious as he scanned the students in the class, saying in a deep voice, "If all goes as expected, tomorrow will be the time the rift opens, so..." He paused for a moment. Teacher Chen continued, "You need to make your choice today. Let me know your decision before school ends." Teacher Chen didn't say much more and proceeded with the lesson. In this class, Teacher Chen did not continue discussing methods and techniques for tempering vitality. Instead, he explained the ways of survival within the rift. In particular, he spoke at length about the dangers found inside the rift. Clearly, from a personal standpoint, he still preferred that the students in his class didn't recklessly enter an unfamiliar rift. Compared to those elusive opportunities, staying alive was far more important. After class, Cheng immediately asked, "Eugene, you're planning to participate in these martial trials, aren't you?" Eugene said helplessly, "You have to make your own decision, I really can't give you any advice." "I know, and I've already made up my mind." Hearing Cheng say this, Eugene suddenly became curious. "Then what do you plan to do?" "I plan to give it my all and take part in this assessment." Cheng's expression was very serious and his tone was firm. It was clearly a decision he had made after careful consideration, not an impulsive one. Eugene frowned slightly and said hesitantly, But you're only at the vitality realm. Did your parents agree to let you participate?
That's right. You know my family's situation, there are a lot of siblings. The words sounded somewhat self-deprecating, giving off the impression that it wouldn't matter much even if one were missing.
But Yi Jin knew that Chang was telling the truth. Chang had a total of 4 siblings. His parents had wanted to rely on having many children to gamble on producing a martial path genius, but the results had been somewhat disappointing.
5 children, all with mediocre talent.
With so many siblings and poor natural aptitude, the fact that Chang could reach the same level as Yi Jin once had was actually quite impressive. But clearly, this was not enough. He wanted to fight for his own future, just this once. Yi Jin didn't know how much of this decision was influenced by Chang's parents, but he found it difficult to offer any words of persuasion. Yi Jin patted Chang on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Don't worry, I've got your back in the rift."
Great.
Chang nodded with a smile, saying expectantly, "I just hope my luck in the rift isn't too bad." He said Yi Jin would look out for him, but in truth, he knew it was hard to say how likely that actually was.
After all, upon entry, the spawn location is completely random. Yi Jin, someone's looking for you.
Yi Jin and Chang were chatting when a classmate suddenly called out to him.
He instinctively looked around and spotted Hang immediately, then got up and walked to the door.
"Here." Hang irritably tossed 8 vitality pills into Yi Jin's arms. With a sour expression, he turned and left without saying another word. That guy, what a terrible temper. Yi Jin shook his head speechlessly, not taking it to heart. After returning to his seat, he pushed the vitality pills onto Chang's desk and urged, "Boost your vitality more tonight."
Chang immediately refused. "You already gave me 10 last time."
"I can't take these, you're still quite a way off from reaching full vitality yourself."
"Just take them."
Yi Jin placed the vitality pills in Chang's hand and said nonchalantly, "I still have 5 left, which is enough.
Besides, you forgot I have a wealthy woman at home.
By the time we enter the rift tomorrow, I might just reach full vitality."
"All right then."
Chang didn't refuse again, nor did he say any words of thanks, he simply etched the gesture into his heart. During lunch, however, Yi Jin took the initiative to ask him for a treat, and the two of them enjoyed a lavish meal together.
Afternoon martial arts class.
Although Mr. Chen was teaching with great dedication, many students in the class were still somewhat distracted while listening.
Mr. Chen knew that these students were actually still agonizing over their final choice. It didn't take long.
As the afternoon classes concluded, the moment of decision arrived. Students who had already made up their minds didn't hesitate, reporting their choices directly to Mr. Chen. Seeing Yi Jin choose to enter the rift came as no surprise to anyone, but Cheng's decision caught almost everyone off guard.
Even Mr. Chen couldn't help but offer a word of advice. "Chang, don't let Yi Jin influence you, this is no laughing matter." "Don't worry, Mr. Chen, this is a decision I made after discussing it with my family." Hearing this answer, Mr. Chen didn't say much more and silently nodded as he registered the choice. In the end, out of all the students in class 36, only 6 chose to participate in these martial trials. Aside from Yi Jin and Chang, there were only 4 others. Vitality realm. Neither Tao Ying nor Mickey, whom Yi Jin knew, chose to enter the rift. "Alright, class dismissed." Teacher Chen looked at the entire class, his gaze lingering particularly on the faces of the 6 students including Yi Jin, as he reminded them, "The 6 of you participating in the martial trials, remember to go home and get plenty of rest to prepare yourselves for the upcoming challenge." "Yes, understood, okay." The students left the classroom with complex expressions on their faces. For some reason, the other students who had chosen to opt out suddenly felt a sense of profound loss as they walked out of the classroom. A hollow emptiness filled his heart. Yi Jin and Chang paid no mind to this and soon met up with Shui Wei at the school gate. Shui Wei was somewhat surprised to learn that Chang would also be entering the rift. However, she didn't try to talk him out of it either. "Let's go, tonight's on me." Yi Jin made a grand gesture, intending to treat the two of them to a meal of beast meat. But Shui Wei looked at him with disdain and said, "Give it a rest. Some people spend money like water and barely have a cent left of what they've earned, yet they're still offering to treat? This meal is on me." Rich lady, so generous. Hearing Yi Jin's words, Shui Wei couldn't help but roll her eyes. The three of them walked toward Jinrong Street, chatting and laughing. However, not long after leaving the school gate, Yi Jin spotted Ria's figure in a small side street from a distance. Beside her was another student from Panshan Middle School. Hu Jiaxuan. Yi Jin frowned slightly and immediately activated his heightened senses. Chapter 40, Ria wants to kill Yi Jin. Another crisis. What is so important that it couldn't be said over the phone? Judging by Ria's voice, she seemed quite displeased with this classmate for calling her out. The male student immediately said, something went wrong. Last time you asked me to deal with Yi Jin, I sent 2 people to do it, but they've gone missing. Missing? Ria was startled by the news. In an era where everyone carries a cell phone, going missing is no ordinary occurrence, especially when they were out on a mission for her. Ria's voice immediately turned grave. When did they go missing? Did they say anything to you before they disappeared? They went missing the day before yesterday. The last time they contacted me, they said they had picked up Yi Jin's trail and told me to wait for good news. Hu Jiaxuan's expression was grim as he spoke. He suspected the 2 might have already been killed, otherwise they wouldn't have left his messages unanswered for so long. However, he wasn't sure if the person who killed them was Yi Jin. Or perhaps, it was someone connected to Yi Jin. Yi Jin's name had already spread throughout the school, and he had no desire to be held in malice by such a figure. It simply wasn't worth it for the sake of a mere woman. Don't panic, something unexpected must have happened to them. Ria calmed Hu Jiaxuan down and analyzed the situation coolly. If something happened to them, it likely has nothing to do with Yi Jin. Given Yi Jin's previous level and strength, it would be impossible for him to take them out instantly. If Yi Jin had attacked them, they would have certainly sent back word or raised the alarm. Phew! Hu Jiaxuan breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this analysis. He felt that Ria's analysis made a lot of sense. But if it wasn't Yi Jin, then who could it be? Hu Jiaxuan didn't care, nor did he have any desire to investigate further. Immediately after concluding that it wasn't Yi Jin, he said to Ria, regarding the matter with Yi Jin, I will no longer be involved. Let's not contact each other again. You. Ria was fuming. She never expected Hu Jiaxuan to be this kind of person. Ria called out to Hu Jiaxuan as he tried to leave, saying coldly, do you think this will just end like this? Regardless of whether their disappearance is related to Yi Jin, the fact that you sent them to deal with him will eventually reach his ears. Impossible. Hu Jiaxuan retorted subconsciously, but seeing Ria's confident expression, his resolve wavered. If it wasn't Yi Jin, how would he find out? Given Yi Jin's recent rise to fame, if someone finds out you hired people to go after him, don't you think they would tell him just to do him a favor? Ria looked at Hu Jiaxuan coldly, feeling that the man wasn't particularly bright. Hu Jiaxuan opened his mouth but found no words. After a long silence, he muttered sullenly, then what should we do? Apologize to Yi Jin? What's the use of an apology? You were planning to cripple him. Do you really expect him to forgive you? Ria sneered. During a previous trial, Yi Jin cut off my cousin's hand just because she was following him to scavenge leftovers. Given how ruthless he is, how do you think he'll deal with you? This. Hu Jiaxuan's face immediately contorted with distress, filled with both regret and a hint of panic. Then, what should we do? A ruthless glint flashed in Ria's eyes as she whispered, Yi Jin will definitely enter the rift this time. You and I will find an opportunity to strike then. No matter what, we cannot let him come out alive. Kill him? Hu Jiaxuan hesitated, clearly not expecting Ria to be so ruthless. He initially wanted to refuse, but under Ria's pressure, he finally agreed, fine, then we'll act quietly and leave him in the rift forever. By the end of his sentence, Hu Jiaxuan's gaze had turned fierce. Let's see when they can get the signal transmitter set up in the rift. We'll get in touch then. Ria didn't linger. She left Hu Jiaxuan after dropping those final words. But just as she departed, she glanced at a message on her phone with a look of helplessness and hurried toward a certain location. Before long, Ria met with the 2 young men again. Ria, pay up.
Eugene could tell from their voices that these were the two men who wanted to buy his house. However, after the deposit was paid, Eugene and Ria had a falling out. Originally, Eugene thought they would come looking for him, since he and Ria had negotiated the deal together and Ria had accepted the deposit in his name. As it turned out, they never approached him. Now, they were not only demanding that Ria return the deposit but also pay additional compensation. Ria wanted to wait until the martial trials were over to pay them back, but the two refused to agree, insisting on being compensated today. Left with no other choice, Ria returned the 600,000 deposit to the two of them and wrote a promissory note, complete with a thumbprint and a photo. She promised to pay the remaining compensation once she returned from the rift. Eugene, this is all your fault. I will never let you get away with this. Hearing Ria's voice through gritted teeth from a distance, Eugene's expression remained perfectly calm. Ria wouldn't let him off the hook, and he had no intention of letting Ria or Hu Jiaxuan go either. The two of them were plotting to kill him in the rift as it happened. He had the exact same idea. Eugene, what's wrong? On the street, Shuiwei noticed Eugene looking a bit dazed and waved her hand in front of his eyes. Eugene snapped back to reality, it's nothing. Let's go, time to eat. Make sure you remember every name and face on this board. In a large room within a building in Panshan City, the wooden board at the front was covered with dense files, each accompanied by a portrait. To an outsider, these might have been mistaken for sketches of criminal suspects. However, the individuals in the portraits all appeared quite youthful. They were all seniors from Panshan High School, many of whom had not even turned 18. There were both men and women, and they shared no common ground other than being seniors in high school. The records show. These students include those in the Vitality realm, Tier 4, as well as those in the Aperture opening realm. Among them was Eugene. At this moment, a middle-aged man with a fierce expression was pacing back and forth in front of a wooden board, instructing the other students in the room to carefully memorize the information and appearance of the person in the portrait. Indeed, this group of people were also high school seniors with youthful faces and tender ages. There were more than 30 of them. The middle-aged man said solemnly, remember, do your utmost to kill them all within the rift. Do not let them return alive. For everyone you kill, you will receive a bounty. Yes. A unified shout echoed through the room. They appeared to be extremely well trained. There was also a sense of excitement in their voices. Suddenly, a student asked hesitantly, do we have to kill Eugene as well? I heard his comprehension is extraordinary. Not only can he create his own arts, but he can also improve existing ones. Once he enters the rift, it probably won't take long for him to reach the aperture-breaking realm. His strength might be formidable and difficult for us to handle. Kill him. Some of you are at the third or even fourth stage of the aperture-breaking realm. Killing someone like Eugene shouldn't be difficult. If necessary, you can coordinate your efforts and strike together. The middle-aged man didn't seem to care much about Eugene. His stern gaze swept across all the students as he said in a low voice, but remember, even if you die, you must not reveal anything. You know full well what the consequences will be otherwise. All the students remained silent, offering no response. The middle-aged man didn't mind their silence, but suddenly sighed. It's a pity. If Shuiwei hadn't rejected our sponsorship, with her talent, she would likely be at the 10th stage of the aperture-breaking realm or even the bone-tempering stage by now. If that were the case, she could have completed all these missions single-handedly. His words were heavy with emotion. They were filled with regret over Shuiwei's refusal of the sponsorship, bordering on a lingering obsession. It was clear just how much he recognized and valued Shuiwei's talent. The students fell into silence once more. Although they weren't entirely convinced by what the middle-aged man said, they didn't offer any rebuttal. Despite also being impoverished, Shuiwei had reached the third level of the aperture-breaking realm without consuming many martial path resources, whereas everyone in their group had received sponsorship. The person before them had provided a significant amount of martial path resources as sponsorship. As it turned out, not many of them had reached a higher level than Shuiwei, and some were even inferior to her. Her talent was clearly extraordinary.
Alright, once you've committed this to memory, leave separately. Do not let yourselves be noticed.
After giving a few brief instructions, the middle-aged man said no more and left straight away. He wasn't particularly worried about whether they could memorize the materials. They had already reviewed them many times before, and this was merely a final brush-up before entering the rift. As for the scene unfolding in the room, neither the students mentioned in the other files nor Eugene knew anything about it. Amidst the surging undercurrents, the night passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, Saturday had arrived. Chapter 41, Cross-Border Merchant? The Special Watch. So, the martial trials are today. Yeah, all these students are carrying packs. Looks like they're all heading out for the trials. Gosh, I heard a new rift has opened. It sounds dangerous. I just hope they all come back safe and sound. Walking down the street, Eugene could hear many citizens discussing the martial trials, expressing their concerns regarding the safety of students like them within the rift. Listening to these voices, Eugene looked at Chang, who was carrying a massive, bulging backpack, and asked curiously, "Don't you have a storage bag? Why are you still carrying so much stuff on your back?" Chang chuckled, "Heh, the rift isn't just full of fierce beasts, there are humans too. To them, these things of mine are all treasures. So, what exactly did you bring?" Shui Wei also looked over with curiosity. Cheng whispered, "I brought some soap, lighters, nail clippers, ear picks, just some small gadgets. They're easy to pack but very practical, so I can sell more of them." Eugene and Shui Wei looked at each other in dismay. They both suspected that Cheng had spent all the loot he gathered during his trials on purchasing inventory. It seemed he was preparing for a cross-border business venture. But it had to be said. Cheng's idea is actually quite brilliant. Based on previous rift openings, the humans inside generally live much like the ancients. Small items like soap, lighters, and nail clippers could truly improve their daily lives and enhance their quality of life. The key is that the wholesale cost is low. As for the selling price, that depends on how well Cheng can hype them up. In short, if he sells even a small fraction of these items, he will have already recouped his initial investment. If he manages to sell everything, it will be an absolute windfall. Eugene teased, "Even if you sell these things at a premium, you won't be able to fit many gold bars back in there." Cheng chuckled and said, "I don't have high expectations. As long as it's full, I'm satisfied." Eugene was speechless. But on second thought, if Shang really did return with a storage bag overflowing with gold bars, then he couldn't even begin to imagine the sheer magnitude of the profit Chang would make from this single trip. Chang's move was driven entirely by a go big or go home mentality, either die in the rift and lose everything, or strike it rich and never have to worry about money again. Truly giving it one's all. Take it easy. Eugene cautioned, "Don't let yourself get targeted because of these things before you've even stumbled into a beast's den. That would be a senseless way to go." "I'll be careful. I certainly won't flaunt my wealth easily." Chang nodded solemnly. He had naturally considered these risks long ago and would not easily allow himself to fall into danger. Hearing him mention the words flaunting wealth, Eugene couldn't help but wear a peculiar expression. The three of them chatted as they quickly made their way into the school. At this moment, nearly all the students and teachers were gathered in the school square. A massive screen stood in the square, displaying rows upon rows of students' names and rankings in dense detail. The rankings are determined based on the amount of malevolent aura accumulated. The so-called malevolent aura refers to the essence collected via specialized instruments from slaying malevolent entities within the rift, such as ferocious beasts, demonic beasts, magical beasts, and exotic beasts. While these auras vary in strength, they can be standardized and quantified into specific numerical values through these specialized instruments. However, at this moment, the malevolent aura values behind every ranking are all 0. Shui Wei, over here. Eugene, Chang, hurry over. As soon as the three of them entered the square, their class teacher waved to them. "See you later." The three parted ways, and Eugene and Chang ran quickly toward Teacher Chen. At this moment, the other 4 members of Class 36 had all arrived. Many other students had also come to cheer them on or simply to join in the excitement, including Mickey, Tao Yingying, and others.
Teacher Chen took out 2 high-tech smartwatches and handed one to each of them.
He cautioned, "These 2 watches are primarily used to collect the baleful aura from the ferocious beasts you kill, which will serve as your martial trials score. Make sure to wear them properly and do not lose them."
Agreed. The 2 nodded and quickly put them on.
The watch was made of exceptional material. Even when Eugene swung his arms with full force or executed the army breaker fist, the watch showed no sign of slipping or falling off. He felt that even if it were struck with immense force, it likely wouldn't break.
Eugene glanced at the watch screen.
Eugene, rank 0, malevolent aura 0. The display was simple, showing only 2 numbers, the ranking and the amount of malevolent energy. Chang asked, "Teacher Chen, although these watches can collect malevolent energy, they are separated by space after all.
What exactly can be seen on the school's display screen?"
Teacher Chen explained, "When you enter the rift, the authorities will have you bring in several machines that can connect to our external signal through the spatial tunnel.
The data on your watches will then be synchronized and transmitted back." "Oh, I see." Eugene and the other student nodded in realization.
They actually had a fair understanding of the martial trials, but in the past, these trials typically took place in rifts that had been open for a long time, where internal and external connections were already well established. Naturally, the signal would not be affected under those circumstances. This time, however, they were entering an unfamiliar rift, their first encounter with such a place, and they lacked knowledge regarding its specific conditions.
"Listen up, everyone."
Teacher Chen gathered the 6 of them together, his expression grave. "After you kill a ferocious beast, remember to use your watches to collect the baleful aura immediately. However, the collection range is limited to 100 meters, so make sure you don't let others beat you to it."
All 6 nodded solemnly.
They were somewhat familiar with this aspect. Once baleful aura was collected, it could not be collected a second time. If it was snatched away, there was no way to reclaim it.
Because
the data collected by the watches could not be stolen by others. Teacher Chen continued, "As for plundering the baleful aura of others, I don't care what your personal thoughts are, but I advise you not to do it. In the rift, it's not like a training exercise. No one will show mercy. Do you understand?" "Understood." The 6 of them nodded in unison. Aside from Eugene, the other 5 were low in both level and strength. They simply didn't have the capability to contend for any of that malevolent aura. In their eyes, Teacher Chen was merely being overly concerned. Standing to the side, Mickey silently lowered her head upon hearing Teacher Chen's words. "Eugene, you are considered the highest level and the strongest in our class." Mr. Chen looked at Eugene earnestly. "If you encounter the 5 of them, please lend a hand if it's within your power, but only if they are in actual danger. I'm not asking you to help them hunt ferocious beasts." "Don't worry, Mr. Chen. I understand," Eugene replied. Eugene nodded slightly. Chang went without saying. Even without Mr. Chen's reminder, Eugene would have stepped in to help. As for the other 4, Eugene held no grudges against them, and since they were classmates after all, he wouldn't mind giving them a hand if they truly found themselves in peril. Phew! Having finished his final instructions, Mr. Chen let out a long sigh of relief. He had said all there was to say and taught them everything he could. As for what kind of results these 6 students would ultimately achieve, it was now in the hands of fate. Only after finishing his reminders did Mr. Chen notice Chang's luggage. He said irritably, "You're going to the martial trials, not on a vacation. What are you doing bringing such a massive bag?" Chang scratched the back of his head awkwardly and gave a mischievous grin. "Just some quicklime. It's handy for killing ferocious beasts." Mr. Chen stood there, mouth agape and speechless. The rest of the students reacted the same way. Yet, it had to be said that Chang's reasoning was quite sound. Lime is indeed highly effective against ferocious beasts. Once it gets in their eyes, they become nothing more than lambs to the slaughter. Eugene, meanwhile, nearly burst out laughing. He felt that Chang was truly quick-witted at times, actually thinking of using this to brush off Mr. Chen and avoid further questioning. Sure enough. Upon hearing it was lime, Mr. Chen didn't ask any more questions. Chang was stout and in the vitality realm, so carrying a mere bag of lime didn't hinder him at all. Meanwhile, Mickey, Tao Ying, and the other classmates looked at Chang with very peculiar expressions.
So many people chose this.
While chatting, Yi Jin quickly scanned the other classes. He discovered that nearly half of the entire senior class at Panshan High School had opted for these martial trials. According to Yi Jin's estimation, these students were basically at the vitality realm or above, with the majority being in the vitality realm and aperture opening realm. Those like Chang, who were only at the early stages of the vitality realm, were few and far between.
It was evident.
The overall strength of the seniors at Panshan High School was certainly not weak.
Before long,
the classes ahead had already begun to move, heading toward the school gate to board buses for the location where the rift was opening.
A moment later,
Yi Jin and several others, along with students from classes 34 and 35, boarded the bus and departed from the school.
Good luck. Be careful. We'll be waiting for your return.
Amidst the waves of cheering and encouragement, over a dozen buses pulled away from the school. One could only wonder how many familiar faces would be missing by the time they returned.
4-2 Rift. Aperture opening realm. Rumble. Amidst the rhythmic roar of the engine, the bus pulled away from Panshan City. Chang, do you have any spare lime?
I'll pay a premium for it. On the bus, the other 4 students from class 36 quietly approached Chang, hoping to buy some lime. They even offered a high price and were ready to transfer the funds immediately. Yi Jin had originally assumed that this deal would never go through. After all, what Chang brought along was something else entirely. To his astonishment, Chang actually pulled out bag after bag of lime, all packed in cheap plastic. Yi Jin watched the scene, rendered speechless. He stared in bewilderment as Chang pocketed over 100,000 before even entering the rift, and the kicker was that his classmates had practically begged to buy it. It was simply absurd. It wasn't just the students from class 36 who were buying. Students from class 34 and class 35 saw what was happening and joined the ranks of buyers as well. However, Chang hadn't brought much with him after all, and in the end, he reserved 10 packs for himself.
And that was only because Yi Jin didn't want any. Just like that.
Half an hour later, the convoy came to a halt in a small village.
At this moment,
the village was crowded with villagers, every one of them filled with intense excitement and even exhilaration. A new rift had appeared near the village, and the land had already been requisitioned at a high price in a very short time. The subsidies had already been paid out.
Not only that,
these villagers would also be granted free slots if they wished to enter this rift in the future.
Rift.
Yi Jin stepped off the bus and, from a distance, spotted the massive, pitch-black curtain of light standing in the middle of the fields. It looked like a colossal beast, ready to devour anyone who approached. Without waiting for instructions from their teachers, the students hurried toward the fields in unison. By now, the fields had been leveled into a vast plaza, where a large crowd had gathered, including military personnel, officials from the Ministry of Education, and government representatives.
Meanwhile,
various pieces of equipment and instruments were also arranged across the square. All of these instruments were releasing various forms of energy, connected to a pitch-black curtain of light. The curtain of light resembled a portal, with various streams of light constantly draining into its interior, looking like water pouring into a whirlpool.
Furthermore,
there was also a massive screen situated on the square. Just like the one at school, it displayed each student's name and ranking, along with the amount of malevolent energy they had collected.
All students, listen up.
Principal, he took to the air, looking at everyone with a solemn expression as he spoke in a heavy voice. Once you enter the rift, focus solely on slaying ferocious beasts and demonic creatures.
Remember, you must not commit any illegal or undisciplined acts. The rift is not a lawless land.
If any of you are found to have committed a crime within the rift, you will be held solely responsible for the consequences. The martial trials will last for 3 days. I hope you all achieve great results. All students in the vitality realm, prepare to set out. As principal he finished speaking, a sudden commotion broke out across the square. All the students, and even the teachers, couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. Teacher Chen gave one last word of caution: be extremely careful, and make sure you all return safely.
His gaze lingered particularly on Chang and the other four. As for Yi Jin, they were quite at ease. Agreed. The six of them nodded in unison and followed the crowd toward the front of the square. At this moment, the energy released by those instruments grew even stronger, and the pitch-black light curtain continued to expand, as if a giant beast had opened its bloody maw. Swish, swish, swish. Under the command of the military powerhouses, the students at the front stepped into the passage one by one. Yi Jin noticed that the students leading the way were each holding a device in their hands. Clearly, those were the instruments teacher Chen had mentioned, capable of transmitting signals within the rift. The moment they entered the passage, it was as if their entire bodies transformed into countless rays of light, flowing into the pitch-black light curtain like liquid. The same was true for the equipment. Yi Jin whispered, "Chang, once you're inside and have confirmed the location, remember to send a message." "Yeah, you be careful too." Chang was trembling slightly all over, though it was unclear whether it was from excitement or fear of the unknown danger. It didn't take long. Yi Jin watched as Ria, Hang, and the others entered the rift. As for Hu Jiaxuan, he had not entered yet. All the students who entered were in the vitality realm. Those in the aperture opening realm were still waiting to the side. They would only be able to enter once the rift had upgraded. "Yi Jin, Chang, be careful." As Yi Jin and his companion walked toward the spatial portal, Shui Wei waved her right hand vigorously from the side, reminding them to stay safe. Both of them nodded with solemn expressions. Phew! Standing before the spatial portal, Yi Jin couldn't help but take a deep breath. Facing the pitch-black tunnel before him, he felt an inexplicable sense of worry about its safety. It was his first time entering such a passage. "I hope this thing is reliable, otherwise I'd be dying a damn unfair death." Yi Jin offered a silent prayer in his heart, and after exchanging a look with Chang, they stepped into the spatial portal together. Buzz! The moment he entered the spatial portal, a wave of dizziness flooded Yi Jin's mind, and his stomach churned so violently he nearly threw up his breakfast. But just as that sensation began to rise, the next second, Yi Jin suddenly felt a sense of solid ground beneath his feet. Glancing around, he found himself in an unfamiliar place. It was a wilderness. There were no signs of human life nearby, nor were there any ferocious beasts. Yi Jin utilized his all-hearing ability to monitor movements within a 5-kilometer radius, but he didn't detect any heavy breathing. This meant that, within a 10,000-meter range, there were no traces of powerful humans or ferocious beasts. Naturally, there were no other students who had entered from the outside either. Not bad, it's relatively safe. Time to level up first. With a slight thought, Yi Jin directly instructed the system to allocate his level points to reach the perfection of Vitality 10,000 VP. Boom! The moment his vitality reached 10,000 VP, Yi Jin felt as if the vitality throughout his entire body was about to boil. It was undergoing a certain transformation. This transformation happened very quickly. In almost the blink of an eye, the process of transformation was complete. Buzz! The moment the vitality transformation was complete, Yi Jin felt a sudden jolt throughout his body. Vaguely, he could sense the dense network of acupoints scattered across his frame. The acupoints of the Great Cycle. Yi Jin closed his eyes, carefully sensing the exact location of each acupoint. Unfortunately, the location was too vague, making it impossible to precisely sense each individual aperture. And after breaking through to the aperture opening realm, Yi Jin felt his vitality continuing to rise. After opening the apertures, the system actually took the initiative to allocate all the remaining stat points to him, leaving nothing behind. As the final stat points were consumed, Yi Jin felt significantly more powerful than before. His vitality alone was already stronger than that of an average first-level aperture-breaking realm cultivator. Yi Jin subconsciously glanced at his system. Name, Yi Jin. Level, Aperture Breaking 0. Art, Savage Elephant Tempering Art Mastery 0%, Wind Thunder Sword Technique Beginner 0%, Floating Cloud Movement Technique Beginner 0%. Star Rating, Mad Lion Saber Technique 1 star, Wolf Walk Movement 1 star.
All hearing ears 2 star, army breaker fist 2 star.
Skill points, 370. Star points, 0.
After reaching the aperture opening realm, vitality stats are no longer displayed. Eugene looked at the panel and shifted his focus with a single thought. He knew that any vitality pills he obtained in the future would, after conversion, allocate points directly to his physical body rather than continuing to be displayed on the status screen. This was actually quite good. Phew, finally broke through the aperture. Eugene exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. Now, he no longer had any misgivings and could boldly increase his level without restraint. Suddenly, Eugene thought of something and prayed silently, "The rift has upgraded. I hope the beasts inside break through quickly. My level depends entirely on you." In Eugene's view, since vitality could be dropped by killing creatures and then used to directly allocate points to his vitality level, then aperture breaking should work the same way. But as for aperture breaking pills? Perhaps they would only drop by killing aperture level creatures. In that case, he would need to wait for those beasts that had long reached the peak of vitality to break through and become aperture level beasts. Suddenly, another thought occurred to Eugene. He couldn't help but stroke his chin in contemplation. Wait, if I kill vitality beasts and use the vitality pills I get to feed other beasts, turning them into aperture breaking beasts before killing them, wouldn't I be able to obtain aperture breaking pills to allocate points? At this thought, Eugene's eyes lit up. Chapter 43, Eyes in All Directions. Spring Rain Tower. This method is indeed feasible, but it's a bit tedious. Eugene rubbed his chin, lost in thought. To cultivate a single aperture-breaking ferocious beast, he would have to waste at least several thousand, or even 10,000 VP vitality. The most critical point is? Once a fierce beast reaches the aperture opening realm, it cannot immediately open its apertures. Therefore, killing it at that stage likely won't result in the drop of an aperture-breaking pill. Just like himself. He had already reached the aperture opening realm, yet he had not opened a single aperture. But at least there's a direction now. Eugene didn't dwell on it further. This is at least a method through which he can continuously increase his level. It applies not only to the aperture opening realm but also to future stages like bone tempering and viscera refining. Why hasn't Chang sent a message yet? Could something have happened? Eugene pulled out his phone and took a look. There was no activity from Chang on Huaxin. After a moment's thought, Eugene sent him a message directly asking for his location and then began to take action. He also needed to determine his current location. Eugene followed the position of the sun, heading east. As he walked, he remained alert, listening intently to every sound coming from ahead. Suddenly, before he had gone far, Eugene spotted a dragonfly. Bang! Eugene raised his hand and fired a single shot. You have killed a dragonfly. The following items can be dropped, please choose. Vitality Pill 10 VP. 2. Eyes in All Directions Shards. Collect 10 shards to obtain a 1-star art that enhances vision. Once activated, you can clearly see any insect within 1,000 meters. Within 1,000 meters? That's incredible. Eugene was pleasantly surprised, yet also somewhat taken aback. Hearing and vision are quite different. Hearing sounds from a kilometer away is actually fairly normal. But being able to see any tiny insect from a kilometer away is truly an exaggeration. Eugene directly selected the fragments and began searching the wilderness for dragonflies to kill. Bang! 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 Before long, Eugene had collected all 10 fragments. Allocate points. After Eugene allocated points to reach perfection in the Eyes in All Directions technique, he immediately activated it. In an instant, Eugene discovered that his vision had undergone a tremendous transformation. Within a range of 1 kilometer, whether far or near, every insect and piece of vegetation was captured with absolute clarity. While performing the art, there were none of the drawbacks typically associated with long-sightedness. Perfect for both near and far. A pity, though, no X-ray vision. Eugene shook his head with regret, but he wasn't too worried. As long as he raised the star level, he would be able to do it sooner or later. This filled him with great anticipation. To upgrade the star level of an art, one needs star points. In other words, it requires killing. While searching for traces of rift humans, Yi Jin killed various insects along the way, focusing particularly on ants.
Ants seemed to be the most abundant type of insect no matter where he went.
This allowed Yi Jin to acquire a large quantity of vitality pills and bullets.
Wah! Suddenly,
after walking for half an hour, Yi Jin heard the sound of sobbing. Even though it was faint, he could tell it was the cry of a child. Before Yi Jin could even show a look of relief, he heard other voices.
Shut up! What are you crying for? Cry again and I'll chop off your fingers.
It's your good fortune to be chosen by our spring rain pavilion. As long as you serve the guests well in the future, you'll earn more gold and silver than you could spend in a lifetime. The two harsh rebukes reached Yi Jin's ears, causing him to frown slightly. Listening to the voice combined with the sobbing, it seemed like a kidnapping, but why kidnap a child to entertain guests at some spring rain pavilion? This brought some very unpleasant images to Yi Jin's mind. As for the fact that the spoken language was similar to Chinese, Yi Jin was not surprised. That was just how the rift worked. Regardless of where a rift opened globally, the language spoken by the humans within that space would basically be the same as the local language.
Human traffickers? Yi Jin's face darkened.
These were the kind of people he loathed the most. Dying 10,000 times would not be enough to atone for their crimes.
It just so happens that I'm short on star points right now.
I hope these two guys are vitality martial artists, otherwise it would be a real shame. Yi Jin offered a silent prayer and began to feel his way toward the source of the sound.
A moment later,
keeping a sharp eye on his surroundings, Yi Jin spotted a simple horse-drawn carriage traveling along the road in the distance. Two burly men in tight-fitting martial attire sat on the carriage, one in front and one behind, their skin somewhat darkened by the sun. They appeared to be practitioners of martial arts. This brought Yi Jin a sense of relief. He couldn't see inside the carriage, but he surmised that the sobbing child must be within. Yi Jin quietly and swiftly approached from the side, synchronizing his pace with the carriage and following it as it moved forward. When he closed in to within 100 meters, Yi Jin instantly raised his hand and stored the watch into his palm space. Then, without further hesitation,
Bayou Bayou.
Accompanied by two sharp sounds, the two men in sturdy attire tumbled straight off the carriage.
Hiss! Who dares to launch a sneak attack on our spring rain pavilion? What kind of hidden weapon is this? How can it be so powerful?
Both men in martial attire had been shot in the side. The bullets entered through their waists and exited through their abdomens, causing blood to spray instantly and leaving their midsections drenched in gore. The immense agony forced them to cry out in pain as they looked toward the direction the hidden weapon had come from with shock and uncertainty. There, they immediately saw a young man who appeared remarkably simple and honest. He held a strange weapon in his hand.
Who are you? How dare you strike against Spring Rain Pavilion? Are you not afraid of death? Kid, what sect are you from? To think you'd dare interfere with the affairs of Spring Rain Pavilion, stop this instant. Both men were putting on a brave front while trembling inside. Yet, every time they mentioned Spring Rain Pavilion, it seemed to grant them immense strength and confidence, to the point where they didn't even seem particularly worried about their own lives. This piqued Yi Jin's interest in the so-called Spring Rain Pavilion. Bayou.
Yi Jin raised his hand and fired several more shots at the two of them. The moment Yi Jin raised his hand, the two instinctively tried to dodge. To their despair, however, the hidden weapons were so fast that they had no hope of evading them. Their limbs were instantly struck by the projectiles, completely stripping them of their ability to move. Hiss! The two let out agonized roars, followed by the sharp sound of teeth clenching and breath being sucked in through the pain. They had never heard of, let alone seen, such a hidden weapon. But at this moment, they couldn't afford to dwell on the pain. Their primary concern was that this young man truly seemed intent on killing them both. Young hero, spare our lives.
Young hero, is there some misunderstanding?
Our Spring Rain Pavilion is merely a brothel. We never offend any sections. Before Yi Jin could even speak, the two of them began begging for mercy.
A brothel? Yi Jin's expression turned grim.
He had wondered just now if this might be the case, and it turned out his suspicions were correct.
Using children to entertain guests? What kind of brothel is this supposed to be?
Eugene ignored the two for the moment, reaching out to lift the carriage curtain and releasing the child contained within the cloth bag. It was a pure-looking young girl. She appeared to be only 7 or 8 years old. However, at this moment, she was weeping piteously, her small face filled with utter terror, and her eyes were largely out of focus.
"Don't kill me, don't kill me."
After Eugene let her go, the little girl screamed in what seemed like a subconscious state of terror. Eugene comforted her, "Don't be afraid, you've been saved." But the little girl continued to scream at the top of her lungs, whether because she hadn't heard Eugene's voice or simply didn't believe his words. Feeling helpless, Eugene turned around and stepped out of the car with a grim expression.
"I ask, you answer."
Eugene stood before the two of them, pointing his gun with a cold expression.
"Where is Spring Rain Pavilion? What kind of establishment is it? What experts are stationed there, and who is backing them?" The two men from Spring Rain Pavilion looked at each other in confusion.
They never expected that within a 50-mile radius, there would actually be someone who didn't know about Spring Rain Pavilion.
Bayou.
While the two remained in silence, Eugene had no patience to wait for them. He simply raised his hand and fired 2 more shots. Arg! The two of them instantly let out screams like pigs being slaughtered.
It didn't take long.
Amidst their agonizing shrieks, the two confessed everything regarding the Spring Rain Pavilion. According to their account, the Spring Rain Pavilion was a brothel in Sky Shadow City, but it operated on a very broad scale. They catered to customers not only with young and beautiful women, but also with young children. These children included both boys and girls. They even specialize in supplying playthings to certain high-ranking officials and nobles. The establishment is filled with powerful experts, including several fourth-realm martial artists and dozens more below that level. Weaker martial artists like them, when not indulging themselves at Chunyu Pavilion, frequently raid the mountain villages near Tianjin City to kidnap young children and women.
Their actions have sparked widespread outrage and resentment throughout the surrounding region.
However, because Chunyu Pavilion is backed by certain influential figures within Tianjin City, no amount of complaints or legal petitions has ever had the slightest impact on them.
Even those who dared to report them would later face retaliation, ending up with their bodies mangled beyond recognition.
As such incidents repeated, no matter how crazed the Spring Rain Pavilion's actions became, no one dared to complain anymore.
This emboldened the Spring Rain Pavilion to become even more unscrupulous. They even went as far as kidnapping people in broad daylight. "Fuck, you guys are absolute scum,"
Eugene cursed under his breath. He holstered his gun and retrieved a bag of crystalline granules from his palm space, scattering them over their wounds to treat them.
In an instant,
screams like pigs being slaughtered echoed in all directions.
Chapter 44, Su Cheng. The motorcycle. "Ah, you'll die a miserable death.
You bastard, you're asking for death.
The Spring Rain Pavilion will never let you get away with this.
Not only will you die, but your sect and your family, none of them will escape.
The water god will not let you go."
Knowing their deaths were inevitable, the two cast aside their fear and began to scream curses at him. Eventually, their voices grew faint as they ran out of strength to keep cursing.
In the end,
the two perished in agonizing torment, leaving behind 2 corpses with faces contorted in excruciating pain.
Sob, sob.
Eugene was just about to search the bodies when he heard a sound from behind. Turning around, he saw that the little girl had, at some point, leaned out of the carriage window. Seeing the two of them killed, she showed no sign of fear or terror. Instead, she wept with the raw intensity of someone whose deep-seated vengeance had finally been exacted. This caught Eugene somewhat by surprise. It was striking to see such an expression on the face of a girl only 7 or 8 years old.
"Are you all right, little one?"
Eugene stepped forward and wiped the tears from her face, looking rather concerned. The little girl shook her head, then suddenly remembering something, she knelt straight down on the carriage and kowtowed repeatedly to Eugene, the sound of her forehead hitting the wood echoing, "Thank you, great hero, for avenging my parents." Great hero. Eugene found the title the little girl gave him somewhat amusing, yet he didn't move to correct her. Instead, his attention was caught by the word avenge. Eugene helped the little girl up and asked hesitantly, "Little sister, your parents? They were killed by them." The little girl pointed resentfully at the two corpses on the ground. Thinking of her parents' deaths, she began to sob uncontrollably again. Eugene watched her, unsure of how to offer comfort. Sigh. With a soft sigh, Eugene patted the little one's head. Wasting no more time, he quickly searched the bodies and then destroyed all traces of them. Eugene managed to scavenge some pieces of silver from the two men. He recognized that it was silver, but he had no idea of its exact weight or value. Fortunately, there were 2 silver banknotes worth 10 taels each. Great hero, is this immortal magic? Just as he finished disposing of the corpses, the little girl had already crept up to Eugene's side. Her eyes were wide with wonder as she gazed at him with pure adoration. Her face practically screamed 2 words, "Teach me." Immortal arts. Eugene chuckled evidently, legends of immortals existed in this world as well. I am no hero, and this is no immortal art. Eugene offered no further explanation regarding the corpse dissolving powder. Eugene asked, "Little girl, what is your name? Do you have any family left?" "My name is Su Qing." You can call me Xiao Cheng, big brother." Su Qing told Eugene her name, but at the thought of her family, she suddenly lowered her head and fell into a heavy silence. Eugene, however, noticed the tears that kept dropping from her eyes. Eugene understood that when the 2 men from Chunyu Mansion snatched her away, they had likely already slaughtered her entire family. Those animals! Eugene felt a surge of anger. The people of Chunyu Tower truly deserved to die. It was one thing to kidnap children, but to slaughter their entire families was an act of utter ruthlessness. Eugene had originally planned to seek out ferocious beasts to collect some malevolent aura first. But now, he intended to make a trip to Tianjin City. It was the perfect opportunity to earn some star points. Killing those 2 just now had earned him 2 star points. However, this matter required careful planning. He couldn't afford to take risks, let alone put himself in a dangerous situation. Eugene looked at the weeping Su Qing, suddenly feeling a bit of a headache. He didn't know where he should send Su Qing. Eugene asked tentatively, "Xiao Cheng, where is your home? How about I take you back? You can live with your neighbors from now on." Su Qing remained silent, merely shaking his head in response. Sigh. Eugene let out a distressed sigh. After a moment of thought, Eugene said, "It's just that I'm heading to Tianjin City. It might be dangerous for you to stay by my side. Are you afraid?" "I'm not afraid." Su Qing shook her head with a determined look on her small face, her eyes filled with anticipation as she looked at Eugene. "Big brother, are you going to destroy Spring Rain Pavilion?" Destroy Spring Rain Pavilion. Eugene was somewhat surprised to hear those words. "Xiao Qing, do you all usually know about Spring Rain Pavilion?" Spring Rain Pavilion specializes in kidnapping women and children." Su Cheng nodded vigorously, a look of terror appearing on her small face. "They are all demons. The elders in the village pray to the gods and Buddha every day, hoping someone can destroy Spring Rain Pavilion, but it never happens." "So that's how it is." Eugene nodded silently. This goes to show just how evil the Spring Rain Pavilion was in the eyes of the nearby villagers. "Let's go. Follow me to Sky Shadow City." Hearing that Eugene was going to take her along, Su Cheng nodded happily in succession and scrambled nimbly onto the carriage. However, Eugene looked at the carriage and frowned slightly. This was a carriage from Chunyu Tower. If they rode it directly into Tianjin City, there was a high probability it would be recognized. Even though many horses looked identical, those familiar with livestock could tell at a glance whether a horse belonged to them. He had no intention of entering the city with Su Qing in such a conspicuous manner. After a moment's thought, Eugene fixed his gaze on the horse. Even though the kidnapping of the children and women was the work of the Spring Rain Pavilion, you did help out in the end. Rest in peace. With that thought, Eugene raised his hand and fired a shot directly into the horse's heart. Nay! The horse collapsed with a heavy thud, struggling for a few moments before falling completely still. "You have killed a horse."
The following items can be dropped, please make your selection. Vitality Pill 300 VP. 2. With the wind movement technique shards, collect 10 shards to obtain the technique. This skill is only suitable for sprinting and is not intended for combat. 3. 1 motorcycle and off-road bike suitable for various terrains, but please be mindful of fuel consumption. As expected, it dropped items related to speed. Yi Jin thought to himself, just as I suspected. Before the kill, he had his guesses, though he hadn't expected the drop to be a motorcycle rather than an off-road vehicle. Fortunately, it was a motorcycle. It was better suited for use in this world. He just had to be mindful of the fuel consumption, otherwise, once it ran out of gas, it would be nothing more than a useless hunk of metal. Option 3. After making his choice, Yi Jin retrieved it directly from his conscious space. The motorcycle was fully equipped. It not only came with a helmet but even had a license plate, Huai 88888. Big brother, what is this? Su Qing stared at the strange-looking motorcycle with eyes full of wonder. This sense of amazement even outweighed her urge to ask Yi Jin why he had killed the horse. It's called a motorcycle. Yi Jin didn't mind giving Su Qing a brief explanation. After all, once the rift connected with the outside world and more people entered, this world would continuously come into contact with external things. They would find out about these sooner or later anyway. There was even hope for those within this rift to escape and live in the world outside. After disposing of the bodies and ditching the carriage some distance away, Yi Jin placed Su Qing onto the motorcycle. Hold on tight. Hearing Yi Jin's voice, Su Qing instinctively wrapped her arms tightly around his waist. Vroom vroom. The next moment, the motorcycle sped away down the road, leaving a trail of dust behind. However, the road was uneven and bumpy, making Su Qing terrified. Her small hands gripped Yi Jin's waist tightly, and her little face inside the oversized helmet turned pale with fear. Yet, the little one didn't make a single sound. Half an hour later, through his upgraded omnidirectional vision skill, Yi Jin could already see Sky Shadow City in the distance. After driving another 3 kilometers, Yi Jin stopped the motorcycle, stored it in his conscious space, and led Su Qing towards Sky Shadow City. Gulp! Suddenly, Yi Jin heard Su Qing's stomach growl. Yi Jin chuckled softly, hungry? Su Qing lowered her head, suddenly feeling a bit shy. Yi Jin smiled. He took out a bottle of honey water and a pack of bread and handed them to her to fill her stomach. Su Qing took them curiously. She was now very intrigued by this older brother she had met for the first time. Everything he brought out was something she had never seen before. This curiosity even caused her to momentarily forget the sorrow in her heart. However, as they drew closer to Tianjin City, she could not help but think of Chunyu Tower and her parents, and an uncontrollable surge of grief welled up within her. Her expression instantly darkened, and she began to weep in silence. There now, don't cry. Yi Jin picked up Su Qing and tucked her head against his chest to avoid drawing any attention from Chunyu Tower. Where are you from? What is your business in the city? I'm from Su Village. I've come to the city to seek medical treatment for my sister. There were guards conducting inspections at the city gate. However, Yi Jin's martial path attire bore a resemblance to ancient clothing, so he didn't face any undue trouble. After a brief inspection, they allowed Yi Jin to enter the city. However, during the check, Yi Jin noticed that the guard's gazes lingered on his face for a few extra seconds. He didn't pay it much mind. However, after entering the city, Yi Jin noticed that the residents of Tianjin City almost all had darker complexions. He could hardly see anyone with fair skin. At the same time, Yi Jin also caught sight of someone among those lingering near the city gate whose eyes lit up upon spotting him. After sizing him up for a few moments, the person ran off excitedly in a certain direction. This immediately made Yi Jin think of Chunyu Pavilion. Yi Jin's expression instantly darkened. Why did it feel like Su Qing, the child, was perfectly safe, while he himself fair-skinned and refined had somehow been targeted by the Spring Rain Pavilion? Chapter 45, Tianyuan. Guidance for a breakthrough. My lord, I've spotted a young scholar. He's fair-skinned, tender-looking, and very easy on the eyes. The high-ranking patrons will surely take a liking to him. Oh? Where is he? At the city gate. He just entered. Oh, and he seemed to be carrying a child. Quick, keep a close eye on them. Don't let them escape. You will be handsomely rewarded later. Yes, my lord.
Listening to this conversation, Eugene nearly crushed his teeth in rage.
This was simply going too far.
As a grown man, to be targeted by a brothel like this and intended as a gift for some nobles was truly infuriating.
Eugene was truly livid.
He had originally entered Tianjin City to cause trouble for Spring Rain Pavilion, partly because of the Su Qing incident and partly to earn some star points. Now, things had taken a turn, and he was the one being targeted. If he didn't destroy this damn Spring Rain Pavilion, he simply wouldn't be able to swallow this insult. Based on the direction and distance of the sound, Eugene knew that Spring Rain Pavilion was not far from the city gate, only about 1,000 meters away. Eugene did not rush into Chinyu Tower. Instead, he feigned ignorance of the matter and continued to listen to his surroundings.
It didn't take long.
Eugene's heart stirred, and he began to move slowly in a certain direction.
Before long, Eugene appeared at the entrance of an inn Tianyue Inn. Welcome, please come.
As soon as she reached the entrance, a waiter rushed out to greet her warmly. However, his expression shifted slightly the moment he saw Su Qing in Eugene's arms.
Instead of leading Eugene straight inside as he had intended, he asked hesitantly, "Guest, are you here for a meal or to stay the night?" "To stay." Eugene acted as if she hadn't noticed the change in the waiter's expression and stepped directly into the inn. The waiter following behind couldn't help but pull a bitter face. He wanted to say something as a warning, yet he seemed to be wrestling with a dilemma. In the end, he remained silent. When Eugene arrived at the counter carrying Su Qing, the elderly innkeeper also looked distressed. He appeared as if he wanted to speak but hesitated, ultimately allowing Eugene to check in. Watching the two of them head upstairs, the innkeeper scolded the waiter, "You idiot, why did you let them in? Couldn't you have driven them away?" His voice was loud enough to carry out into the street. The waiter immediately began to complain, "Brother-in-law, I just thought since he looks so clean-cut and fair, he might stay at the inn for a few more nights, and we could earn a few more taels of silver." "Bullshit!" The innkeeper cursed loudly, "Is this about earning silver? If something happens to them in this inn, do you think I'll even be able to keep this place open?" The waiter said with a forced smile, "Don't worry, brother-in-law. Just look at him, he has such a striking presence. He's probably a disciple from some great family or a major sect, he likely knows martial arts." "I hope so." The innkeeper had no choice but to accept the fact that Eugene was staying. But he still couldn't help muttering, "Even if he's a disciple from a major power, so what? At most, his level is only at the peak of the fourth realm. As long as he isn't a Xiantian expert, once the Spring Rain Pavilion sets its sights on him." He didn't continue, but the implication was crystal clear. After a moment's thought, the innkeeper gave a low, cold snort. "Let's get this straight, if the Spring Rain Pavilion comes to take him, I'll only intervene if it's inside the inn. Once he steps outside, I'm washing my hands of it." The waiter chuckled and said, "Brother-in-law, with your strength, Chunyu Pavilion will surely show you some respect and won't come here to cause trouble. Respect is something that eventually runs out." Sigh. After a slight sigh, the innkeeper suddenly ordered, "Go crouch by the entrance and see if any scouts are keeping an eye on us." "Yes." The waiter immediately took his post at the inn's entrance, scanning the passing crowds. The innkeeper, meanwhile, carried a pot of tea up to the second floor. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at Eugene's door and knocked. Creak. Eugene opened the door and welcomed the innkeeper inside. This completely unguarded demeanor left the owner slightly stunned. When traveling away from home, one usually doesn't let someone into their room so casually, even when staying at an inn. But in the next moment, as the door closed, the owner's heart skipped a beat for some inexplicable reason. If it weren't for Eugene's extraordinary temperament, he would have suspected that Eugene was some sort of brigand or highwayman.
Choosing his words carefully, the shopkeeper asked with feigned casualness, "Young Master Yi, judging by your attire, you don't seem to be from around Tian'an City.
May I ask where you hail from?"
The martial path robes Yi Jin wore did indeed match the local style of dress. However, his shoes and hair were vastly different. Furthermore, he carried no luggage at all, hardly looking like someone traveling from afar.
"From beyond the heavens." Yi Jin gave a mysterious smile, leaving the innkeeper looking utterly bewildered.
Yi Jin pulled the proprietor down to sit and said with a laugh, "You'll understand in a few days. But for now, I need your help, Manager Liu. Please, young master, speak your mind." However, Yi Jin did not immediately mention the favor. Instead, after sizing up the innkeeper for a moment, he suddenly asked, "Manager Liu, if I'm not mistaken, you should be at the level of 4th realm perfection, right?"
Whoosh! Shopkeeper Liu, who was already somewhat bewildered, stood up instantly. With a solemn expression, he looked at Yi Jin and asked, "Young Master Yi, who exactly are you? How do you know my level?"
Yi Jin ignored shopkeeper Liu's wariness and said with a smile, "In fact, you could break through to the 4th realm right now and become what your legends call an innate expert."
"Impossible." Shopkeeper Liu sneered.
The innate realm was considered a legend precisely because no one had ever achieved it. Just as he was about to say something, his eyes gradually widened as if he had suddenly witnessed an incredible scene. He saw Yi Jin suddenly clench his fist, the vitality of his entire body condensing within his palm. The power remained contained rather than released, yet its surging intensity already far exceeded the perfection of the 4th realm. That was the power he had yearned for his entire life.
Gulp!
Shopkeeper Liu subconsciously swallowed, his throat feeling parched and dry.
Shopkeeper Liu asked in a trembling voice, "Young Master Yi, how did you do this? You are actually a legendary Xiantian expert."
Yi Jin smiled and said, "Shopkeeper Liu, I told you just now that you can also break through to the Xiantian realm.
If you don't believe me, you can try it right now."
"Try it?" Hearing this, Shopkeeper Liu suddenly became somewhat agitated. However, he forced himself to calm down and bowed to Yi Jin, saying, "Young Master Yi, please grant this old man some guidance. I will surely repay you most generously." Yi Jin felt a bit helpless.
Dealing with these ancients was always a bit of a hassle.
Yi Jin said patiently, "You don't need my guidance, you can break through the level, bottleneck right now and become a Xiantian expert on your own."
This. Shopkeeper Liu hesitated. It wasn't that he didn't trust Yi Jin, it was simply that every failed attempt to break through a bottleneck would leave his vital energy severely depleted. He had long since stopped daring to try lightly. Even had it not been for Yi Jin's kind face and apparent lack of worldly experience, he would have suspected that Yi Jin wanted him to fail the breakthrough just to rob him. But recalling the formidable power in Yi Jin's fists and palms just moments ago, Shopkeeper Liu felt that what Yi Jin said was likely the truth. If Yi Jin truly intended to rob him, there would likely be no need for such a convoluted approach.
Phew! Shopkeeper Liu took a deep breath, sat cross-legged directly on the chair, and began his attempt to break through his level.
Boom!
The moment his vitality surged throughout his body, the level bottleneck which he had failed to shatter despite countless previous attempts was broken in a mere breath's time. Feeling the transformation of the vitality within him, Shopkeeper Liu fell into a state of complete daze. His face was filled with utter disbelief. This breakthrough had been so effortless that he could hardly believe it was real. As for this, Yi Jin was not surprised at all. The so-called level 4 of this world was, in fact, the vitality realm. Shopkeeper Liu had long ago reached the vitality realm. Previously, when this rift was only level 1, it would have been impossible for him to break through his current level no matter what. But now, with Yi Jin's own level breakthrough, the rift was bound to upgrade to Tier 2. The martial artists within would then be able to break through from the vitality realm into the aperture-breaking realm, the legendary Xiantian realm.
Young Master Yi. Shopkeeper Liu entered an entirely new realm.
Just as he was about to say something to Yi Jin in gratitude, he suddenly sensed further changes within his body. He sat upright once more, carefully experiencing his internal state. Crack! Yi Jin could not see the changes inside Shopkeeper Liu, but he heard the sound.
It was the sound of an acupoint being broken through. Shopkeeper Lu had not only broken through his level, but had also begun to open up his acupoints. This was the foundation he had built through decades of cultivation. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of shattering continued as Shopkeeper Lu broke through more than a dozen acupoints in succession before finally stopping. It wasn't that he couldn't continue, but rather that he needed time. The time required was actually quite short, but he did not want to keep Eugene waiting for too long. With a ruddy complexion and looking significantly younger, Shopkeeper Lu stood up with a face full of joy. He bowed deeply to Eugene and said sincerely, "Thank you for your guidance, young Master Yi. Whatever your commands may be, this old man would not dare to disobey." "There's no need for that, just call me Eugene." Eugene helped Manager Lu up and said with a smile, "To be honest, I had already heard of your fine reputation here in Tianjin City while I was out on the streets, which is why I chose to stay at the Tianyue Inn. As for the favor..." Eugene pulled Su Qing over, mailing, "I would like to entrust Su Qing to your care." Chapter 46, Waiting for their breakthrough, otherwise, it would be a waste. "No. I want to stay with Big Brother." Before Shopkeeper Lu could even speak, Su Qing began to struggle, her small face filled with panic, fearing that Eugene was giving her away. "Xiao Qing, be good, listen to me." Eugene knelt down in front of Su Qing and said soothingly, "Xiao Qing, I don't belong to this world. I will be leaving in 3 days, and I cannot take you with me." "Wah!" Su Qing immediately threw her arms around Eugene and burst into tears. Eugene could only stroke the little one's head helplessly, offering gentle comfort. Actually, if he wanted to bring Su Qing back to China, it was technically possible as long as he made arrangements with the guards at the spatial portal in 3 days and then handled all the necessary paperwork upon his return. However, not only would it be incredibly troublesome, but bringing her back to China so abruptly would also be unfair to the innocent little girl. It wasn't a matter of whether she could adapt to life in China. The real concern was that she knew nothing about the country, which would make her an easy target for bullying once she started school. These were just the things Eugene could think of. There were undoubtedly many more he hadn't considered. Furthermore, he was still a student and truly had no idea how to raise a child. He had no choice but to leave her in this world. It didn't take long. The little one's crying gradually subsided, though she still looked somewhat dejected. Gazing piteously at Eugene, she sobbed, "Big brother, will you come back to visit Xiao Qing in the future?" Eugene opened her mouth but remained silent. His level would inevitably rise rapidly in the future. This world was currently only level 2, so he likely wouldn't be able to enter it again later on. But in an instant, Eugene thought of something, pinched Su Qing's cheek, and said with a smile, "Xiao Qing can also work hard on her cultivation. In the future, you can leave this world and go to Huaxia to find your big brother." "Really?" Su Qing was instantly overjoyed, nodding like a chick pecking at grain as she said earnestly, "I want to practice martial arts too, big brother, teach me." "All right, big brother will teach you." Eugene doted on the little girl, stroking her head, relieved to have finally settled Su Qing's situation. Eugene then turned his gaze toward Shopkeeper Lu. He saw that Shopkeeper Lu's expression was shifting incessantly. Clearly, they were deeply shaken by the information Eugene had just inadvertently revealed. Shopkeeper Lu asked hesitantly, "Young Master Yi, where exactly are these places you called the Great Beyond and Huaxia?" "Shopkeeper Lu, you should just call me Eugene." "I'm not used to being called Young Master Yi," Eugene replied. Eugene waved his hand and explained, "Your world is actually just a relatively large space that has been tucked away in a spatial fold. Now that it is connected with the main world outside, travel between the two is possible. It is precisely because the two realms have merged and this space has upgraded that you were able to break through to the Xiantian realm so easily. As for the outside world..." Eugene paused for a moment before continuing, "There are many countries out there, and China is the largest among them. It is home to countless powerhouses who can fly and tunnel through the earth, capable of anything just like the immortals in your heart. As for those like us at the aperture breaking stage, that is, Xiantian experts, they are as numerous as the hairs on an ox in China." SSS. Shopkeeper Lu gasped, deeply shaken by the information Eugene had shared.
In their world, the highest level practitioners had only reached the perfection of the fourth realm. Yet now, having finally broken through to become Xiantian experts, they learned that in the outside world, there were countless powerhouses just like them.
And that was just one country as for the entire world.
Just thinking about it made his scalp tingle. And these were merely Xiantian experts like himself. As for what Eugene described flying through the sky and tunneling through the earth,
that was something he dared not even imagine. Suddenly,
a thought occurred to shopkeeper Lu, and he asked with a face full of worry,
Eugene, now that the two worlds are connected, how much will our world be affected? Will many powerful experts come in to cause trouble?
He had originally wanted to say slaughter, but remembering that Eugene also hailed from the external Huaxia, he chose a different word.
Eugene offered words of comfort. Rest assured, shopkeeper Lu, that won't happen.
Before long, the powerhouses of China will enter this space and take over this world. Your lives will only get better, not worse.
Is that so?
Shopkeeper Lu murmured a response, but the worry on his face did not diminish in the slightest. Having lived for countless years, he knew deep down that when two sides met with such a complete disparity in power, the weaker side was often only exploited, oppressed, or even treated as slaves.
As for life getting better,
that was something beyond his imagination. Seeing this, Eugene smiled and said, "Shopkeeper Lu, there's no need to worry. Dozens of rifts like yours have already been connected within China's borders, and every single one of them has flourished." However, Eugene noticed that no matter how much he explained, the look of concern on shopkeeper Lu's face was difficult to dispel. Suddenly, Eugene's eyes darted as a thought struck him, and he smiled. "Let me put it this way, once China takes over this place, establishments like Spring Rain Pavilion will be uprooted entirely, not a single one will remain."
"That's good then." A knowing smile immediately spread across shopkeeper Lu's face.
Seeing this, Eugene felt relieved and said, "Shopkeeper Lu, I'll leave Su Qing in your care from now on. As for her living expenses..."
No need. Eugene, say no more."
Before Eugene could finish, shopkeeper Lu waved his hand repeatedly in refusal, saying, "This old man reached the Xiantian realm thanks to your guidance. I can never truly repay such a monumental favor. To take your money on top of that would weigh too heavily on my conscience. As for the matter of the breakthrough, you will understand everything in a couple of days." Eugene didn't care much for so-called favors. To his surprise, shopkeeper Lu shook his head repeatedly.
"No, that won't do.
A favor is a favor. Rest assured, Eugene, Xiaoqing will stay with us from now on. We will not fail your trust. We'll raise her well and send her to Huaxia to reunite with you in the future."
"Don't be in such a hurry, shopkeeper Lu. Listen to me."
Eugene calmed shopkeeper Lu down and whispered, "I'm planning to make a move against Spring Rain Pavilion. They have plenty of silver, which will surely be enough to cover Xiaoqing's living expenses." Shopkeeper Lu was startled by these words. If he hadn't known that Eugene was already a Xiantian expert, he would have certainly thought Eugene was joking. Shopkeeper Lu said in a deep voice, "Then while those thugs from Chunyu Tower haven't broken through to the Xiantian realm yet, if we strike together, we can surely take them down with thunderous force." He was also prepared to take action. However, he was rejected by Eugene. "No, shopkeeper Lu, you help me look after Xiaoqing. I can handle this alone." Shopkeeper Lu hesitated, but what if they also happened to find out how to break through to the Xiantian realm? Wouldn't that be troublesome? They are already breaking through. Hearing this, shopkeeper Lu couldn't help but cry out in alarm, saying anxiously, "Then what are we waiting for? Let's strike now. We can't let them open up too many acupoints." Although those individuals from the Spring Rain Pavilion didn't have a foundation as deep as his, if they delayed for too long, the others would still manage to open more acupoints than him. When that time came, dealing with them would be even more troublesome. To his surprise, Eugene replied with a face full of smiles, "We are waiting precisely for them to break through. The more acupoints they open, the better. Otherwise, wouldn't it be such a waste?" "Ah." Shopkeeper Lu looked at Eugene in a slight daze, his mouth open but speechless. He had realized by now that either Eugene had opened an extraordinary number of apertures and possessed immense strength, or he was arrogant and sought to make a name for himself by eradicating Spring Rain Pavilion.
but regardless of which it was. This mindset was wrong. When dealing with an enemy, one must never underestimate or belittle them, one must strike with full force. It is always best to slay them when they are at their weakest. Who would ever be like Yi Jin, sitting idly by while their enemy grows stronger? After a moment of thought, shopkeeper Lu asked hesitantly, Yi Jin, how many acupoints have you opened? Knowing what shopkeeper Lu was worried about, Yi Jin shook his head and said with a smile, Shopkeeper Lu, you don't need to worry about me. Just make sure Xiao Qing is protected. All right then. Shopkeeper Lu had no choice but to agree. He felt that Yi Jin's personality was somewhat stubborn and he simply couldn't be persuaded. But suddenly, something occurred to shopkeeper Lu, and he asked hesitantly, by the way, Yi Jin, how did you know those people at the Spring Rain Pavilion were in the middle of a breakthrough? Yi Jin didn't say a word, merely pointing to his own ear. Hiss. Shopkeeper Lu gasped in shock. The distance between Tianyue Inn and Chunyu Pavilion was over a mile, yet Yi Jin was able to hear the commotion at Chunyu Pavilion using nothing but his ears. This ability allowed shopkeeper Lu to finally set his mind at ease. At the same time, he felt a lingering sense of dread. Just a moment ago, he felt that Yi Jin lacked experience and was too quick to trust outsiders, but now it seemed he had underestimated him. Yi Jin was not only meticulous in his thinking but also used it to intimidate him. Just then, Yi Jin asked curiously, by the way, Manager Lu, do you know anything about the water god of Chunyu Tower? I'm not sure. Manager Lu shook his head and said with a frown, the legend of the water god was spread by Chunyu Tower itself, but we have never seen them. This person is very mysterious and quite extraordinary, you should be careful. Yi Jin nodded to show he understood. He had actually overheard through his keen senses that the water god of Chunyu Tower seemed to be a powerful figure as well, but something about the sensation felt strange, which was why he had asked. Yi Jin smiled and said, Shopkeeper Lu, you should head back and continue your cultivation for a while. The more you can improve your strength, the better. I won't make my move until tonight. Very well. I'll have my brother-in-law bring some dishes up for you. Shopkeeper Lu nodded, bowed, and withdrew from the room. He not only needed to cultivate but also required some time to process the information he had just learned. Next, Yi Jin didn't leave the room either, staying inside to guide Su Qing in practicing the savage elephant tempering art. The little fellow studied with great earnestness, firmly committing everything Yi Jin said to memory. In the blink of an eye, several hours passed. The sky gradually darkened. Yi Jin stood up, ready to take action. Chapter 47, A Dark and Windy Night for Killing. Big brother, be careful. Su Qing looked up at Yi Jin, her small face filled with worry. Yi Jin crouched down and rubbed the little fellow's head, stay obediently by shopkeeper Lu's side and wait for big brother to come back. The little fellow nodded hurriedly. Standing to the side, shopkeeper Lu asked, Yi Jin, do you really not need me to step in? He was still somewhat uneasy about Yi Jin venturing into Spring Rain Pavilion alone. Shopkeeper Lu, according to Spring Rain Pavilion's plan, they were also preparing to make a move on us tonight, just by using knockout drugs to kidnap people. Yi Jin nodded slightly to him and cautioned, by taking action ahead of time, I will certainly disrupt their plans, but you must still be careful. Make sure to protect Xiao Cheng at all costs. Rest assured, even if it costs me my life, I will keep her safe. This was a rare opportunity to establish a connection with the outside world, and the old man was not about to let it slip away. Yeah, I'm going. Yi Jin nodded and left the room through the window. Under the cover of night, Yi Jin executed the monkey movement technique, flipping onto the roof and crouching low as he rapidly approached Chunyu Tower. Tianyue Inn and Chunyu Tower were located in opposite directions to the left and right of the city gate, but they both belonged to the same street. Yi Jin was able to sneak all the way to Chunyu Tower via the rooftops. Floating cloud footwork. Light as a swallow, even at the entry level, one can sprint across rooftops without making the slightest sound. Before long, Yi Jin had already closed in to within 100 meters of Chunyu Mansion. Chunyu Mansion could be considered one of the landmark buildings of Tianjin City, though it was a brothel, it occupied a considerable area and stood 3 stories high.
Even though the sky had darkened, the spring rain pavilion remained brightly lit, bustling with the shadows of moving people. To avoid detection, Eugene continued to creep in from the rear of the spring rain pavilion. He quickly found a suitable vantage point and fixed his gaze on the top floor. Congratulations, Pavilion Master, on your divine technique's great progress. Your level has reached new heights. Congratulations, Pavilion Master, on ascending to the Xiantian realm.
Congratulations, Master. The top floor of Chunyu Tower was a restricted area, accessible only to the organization's core members. At this moment, 6 or 7 powerful figures had gathered there, offering their congratulations to the burly, middle-aged man seated at the head of the room, celebrating his breakthrough to the perfection of the 4th realm. He had become an unprecedented Xiantian expert. The Tower Master exuded a natural aura of authority, yet at this moment, his face was flushed with irrepressible excitement and joy. He seemed not to have expected that he would break through to the Xiantian realm so effortlessly. Both the Deputy Master and I have reached the Xiantian realm, which calls for 3 days of celebration. However, now is not the time for festivities. The Master scanned the room, suppressed his excitement, and said in a low voice, "Since our strength has increased significantly, we should seize this opportunity to eliminate certain thorns in our side within Tianjin City, especially that man surnamed Lu. Big Brother is right. That man named Lu has repeatedly thwarted the plans of our Spring Rain Pavilion. We absolutely cannot let him off this time." The Deputy Pavilion Master was an ugly-looking middle-aged man. He chimed in, especially since this breakthrough was so bizarre. "I suspect that anyone at the peak of the 4th realm can break through to the Xiantian realm. If that man Lu realizes this and achieves the breakthrough himself, our Spring Rain Pavilion might find him very difficult to deal with." Another subordinate added, "It just so happens that a young scholar and a child checked into the Tianyuan today. We were already planning to strike tonight, so the timing is perfect." Impressive. The building master stood up, waved his hand grandly, and commanded with high spirits, "We set off now to bind that young lad, and as for that man named Lu." Thud. But before he could finish his sentence, it was as if he had been struck in the left temple by something. His body tilted, and he fell straight down. Dead. The several experts of the Spring Rain Pavilion were all stunned, and the Deputy Master was even more bewildered. However, his reaction was swift, realizing that an enemy was ambushing them with hidden weapons of terrifying power. He instinctively moved to dodge. Unfortunately, it was still a step too late. Thud. The deputy poster felt something instantly pierce through his back and exit from his chest, puncturing his heart. Ha! Leaning against the chair, the deputy poster opened his mouth to say something, but felt his consciousness blur. Before his consciousness plunged completely into darkness, he vaguely saw that not a single one of the experts from his Spring Rain Pavilion seemed to have escaped the enemy's hidden weapon ambush. He knew that the Spring Rain Pavilion had crossed paths with a ruthless character. Not only did the intruder strike without a word, but they also resorted to a sneak attack. They were clearly intent on wiping them out entirely. Up until the moment of his death, he never even knew who his enemy was. He died with his eyes wide open, unable to rest in peace. "Ah, don't kill me, don't kill me. Mercy, have mercy." At this moment, only one young man remained alive on the 3rd floor, but he was not only severely injured but also paralyzed with terror. However, after letting out a few miserable screams, he realized that no one had entered the 3rd floor. Just as he was about to find a way to escape, bursts of startled cries echoed from downstairs once again. "Bayou, Bayou, Bayou." At this time, Eugene was hiding in the shadows, launching a relentless slaughter against those inside the Shinyu mansion. They shot and killed not only the martial artists of Spring Rain Pavilion but also some of the guests, all of whom were nobles caught in the midst of their revelry, both men and women. The objects of their pleasure were specifically young children or adolescent boys. As for the ordinary patrons, Eugene thought for a moment and decided to spare them. Creak. Having dealt with the matters outside, Eugene finally leaped through the window and into the top floor. Scanning the scene, Eugene was highly satisfied with the results of his battle. "Hero, please spare me. I have elderly parents and young children to support."
The surviving youth, his face etched with terror, called out frantically to Yi Jin, desperate to save his life.
Unfortunately. Bayou. Yi Jin shattered his kneecaps and said coldly, "Shut up. Say one more word, and I'll kill you instantly."
The young man clamped his mouth shut immediately. Even though he was in agonizing pain, he didn't dare make a sound. Yi Jin nodded in satisfaction before turning his attention to the system drop.
Killed an aperture-breaking martial artist. The following items can be dropped. Please choose. Vitality Pill 3600 VP. 2. One aperture-breaking pill can open 6 apertures, can be consumed or converted into allocate points. 3. Shattering Poem 1-star art. 4. Wave splitting / 1-star saber technique. This guy's foundation is incredibly deep. He's dropped so many acupoints right after breaking through to the Xiantian realm. Yi Jin was as pleasantly surprised as he was shocked. After killing the master of Spring Rain Pavilion, the loot dropped was plentiful.
Setting aside the various arts and martial techniques, the most critical item was the aperture breaking pill.
Just a single pill could open up 6 apertures.
Through his previous eavesdropping, Yi Jin knew that the master of Spring Rain Pavilion had opened about 17 or 18 apertures. He originally thought dropping 3 or 4 pills would be a good result.
He hadn't expected it to be 6. Option 2.
After making his selection, Yi Jin looked at the drops from the Deputy Tower Master, who had also broken through to the Xiantian realm.
Unfortunately, the Deputy Tower Master only dropped 2 acupoints. Yi Jin chose the acupoint breaking pills once again.
In the blink of an eye, Yi Jin had acquired 8 acupoints.
Allocate points.
Following Yi Jin's command, the system began to allocate points to his level and open up the acupoints. He did not recklessly allocate all 8 points at once. Instead, he proceeded one by one. The moment he allocated a point, Yi Jin felt a surge of vitality coursing through his body, charging violently toward an aperture located near his heart.
Crack!
The vitality swept through, clearing the aperture without any resistance.
Then came the second, the third. In just a few seconds, Yi Jin had opened up 8 apertures.
Yi Jin sensed his condition for a moment. He could clearly feel that he was able to transport the vitality within his body, letting it flow freely through the 8 apertures.
Even
he was able to transport the vitality out of his body through these apertures.
A mere 8 is not enough,
Yi Jin murmured to himself. After his level and strength had increased, Yi Jin glanced at the young man and then gestured toward the adjacent room, asking, "Is the water god of your Spring Rain Pavilion staying in there?"
"That's right, the water god is inside. The water god is omnipotent.
If you don't leave now, young hero, I'm afraid you won't be able to get away later." Enduring the intense pain, the young man appeared to be kindly advising Yi Jin to leave, but in reality, he was simply trying to save his own life. Yi Jin paid him no mind. Yi Jin knew nothing of the water deity from the Spring Rain Pavilion, but through his ability to hear in all directions, he had once carefully listened for any movement from the man. The water deity had likewise broken through to the aperture piercing level. However, what struck Yi Jin as strange was that the commotion caused by the water deity's breakthrough was far weaker compared to that of the pavilion master and deputy master. Forget the sound of the breakthrough itself, even his heartbeat was incredibly faint, many times weaker than that of an infant. If it weren't for his exceptionally powerful sense of hearing, he might not have even detected the water god's presence. Originally, Yi Jin had planned to kill the mysterious water god first before dealing with the others. However, the water god was too well protected. There was simply no opening from the outside.
Phew! Yi Jin took a deep breath.
With a gun in his left hand and a sword in his right, he suddenly slashed open the thick door, simultaneously aiming the Desert Eagle into the room.
The next moment,
a massive water vat appeared before Yi Jin.
Gurgle! To Yi Jin's astonishment, the object slowly rising from the water vat was not human at all.
Instead, it was a giant pearl oyster. Chapter 48, The Water Deity Who Satisfies One's Deepest Desires.
This thing is the water deity?
Yi Jin was filled with doubt.
Are the people of Chunyu Pavilion fools?
To think they actually worshipped a pearl clam as a water god.
But his reflexes were lightning fast, and he didn't hesitate for a second. The moment the pearl clam surfaced, Eugene fired his gun with his left hand. Bayou. A rapid succession of bullets streaked out at extreme speed. Bang! 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 However, when the bullet struck the pearl oyster, not only did it fail to kill it, but it couldn't even penetrate the shell. Instead, the bullet ricocheted off the shell and shattered the water tank, leaving the entire pearl oyster exposed. Holy crap, is it really that hard? Eugene was somewhat shaken. However, by keeping a sharp eye on his surroundings, he could still see numerous cracks appearing on the pearl clam's shell. Die for me! Eugene holstered his pistol and performed the wind and thunder sword technique, slashing at the pearl clam in an instant. But just then, with a loud bang, a massive cloud of blood-red gas suddenly erupted from the pearl clam, enveloping the caught-off-guard Eugene head-on. Crack! The moment Eugene was enveloped by the vitality, he sensed his sword strike the pearl oyster. However, before he could follow up with another technique, a wave of dizziness washed over him. With a quick thought, Eugene immediately retrieved and swallowed a detoxification pill while simultaneously retreating at high speed. Yet, the detoxification pill proved useless. And Eugene felt as if hallucinations were beginning to manifest before his eyes. Several curvaceous figures, clad in thin, gossamer gowns, seemed to dance gracefully around him, their lithe bodies constantly brushing against his own. In an instant, Eugene felt his vitality surging, and his throat began to grow parched with heat. Not good. Eugene sensed that things were taking a turn for the worse. He frantically executed the wind thunder sword art to fend off the pearl clam's sneak attacks, while simultaneously racking his brain for a way to break the illusion. In a mere instant, a thought flashed through Eugene's mind, and he immediately commanded inwardly, allocate points to wind thunder sword art. In that split second, the insights of the wind thunder sword art now elevated to the minor achievement stage via the allocated points were surged into Eugene's mind by the system. In an instant, Eugene snapped out of the illusion. The moment he regained consciousness, Eugene saw the pearl clam, its shell already chipped from his previous strike, flinging its two valves wide open, waiting for an opportunity to swallow his head whole. However, his continuous sword swings kept the creature from getting its way. Die! Without hesitation, Eugene raised his hand and brought his sword down in a powerful vertical cleave. Whoosh! This strike was not only faster than the last but also far more powerful. Before the pearl clam could even react, Eugene's sword had already struck home. With a sharp squelch, the pearl clam, whose shell had remained unshattered even after a full-strength blow moments ago, was sliced completely in half by this single strike. It dropped onto the floor with a heavy thud. The flesh inside quivered twice before falling completely still. Kill the aperture-breaking exotic beast to drop the following items. Please choose. Vitality Pill 3100 VP. 2. Aperture-breaking pill 4 apertures. 3. Great Art of Seduction 1-star art. Once cast, it releases one's own vitality to plunge other beings into an illusion that fulfills their greatest desires. After multiple uses, it can even control their minds. For illusion-breaking pill, once consumed, it can dispel basic illusions and low-level inner demons. 5. 40 cubic meters of storage space. What is this? Fulfilling one's greatest inner desire? Is wanting a woman really my desire? Eugene looked at the dropped item and couldn't help but complain. But after grumbling, Eugene muttered again, then again, I'm in the prime of my youth and my vitality is surging so vigorously it doesn't seem abnormal to want a woman. While convincing himself, Eugene also understood why the Spring Rain Pavilion called this thing the water god. To be able to satisfy one's greatest desire and make one sink into it in a certain sense, it truly could be called a god. But what Eugene didn't quite understand was whether the master of Chunyu Tower had already had his mind controlled by the pearl clam. Whether these actions of his were of his own volition, or influenced by this pearl clam. However, none of that mattered anymore. Regardless, he deserved to die, and indeed, he was dead. That was enough. Having cleared his mind, Eugene gazed at the drop notification, lost in thought. A few seconds later, Yi Jin murmured inwardly, option 3. The great art of charm instantly appeared on his status screen. This thing can be taken back for shopkeeper Lu to turn into a gourmet dish. Yi Jin tucked the basin-sized pearl clam into his palm space and began searching the room, but he found nothing of use. Yi Jin walked straight up to the surviving young man. Where has your tower master hidden the gold and silver? If I tell you, will you spare my life, young hero? By now, the young man was already trembling with fear, even bordering on sheer terror. He had never seen the water god before and had no idea it was actually a spirit monster. Yet, that very creature, which had driven the tower master and the others to madness, was slain with a single sword strike by the youth before him. What kind of terrifying strength was this? He had no other thoughts now, he only wanted to survive. Yi Jin shook his head calmly. I cannot, but if you speak, you will suffer less torment. The young man immediately gritted his teeth and remained silent. The gaze directed at Yi Jin was filled with resentment. Why bother? Feeling helpless, Yi Jin took out some fine salt and sprinkled it over the youth's numerous wounds. In an instant, a blood-curdling scream, like that of a slaughtered pig, echoed throughout the entire Chunyu mansion. At this moment, however, the spring rain pavilion was deserted, save for the corpses strewn across the floor, a few individuals paralyzed by terror, and some dazed children and young performers. Yi Jin not only treated his injuries but also thoughtfully rubbed his wounds, leaving him drenched in blood from head to toe. Ah! I'll talk. The young man finally broke, shouting desperately, in the backyard. There's a basement in the backyard, but I don't know how to open it. I swear, I really don't know how to open it. And here I thought you could hold out a little longer. Yi Jin felt a touch of regret. He had just finished allocating points to his charm technique and was about to see just how stubborn the young man's resolve truly was, planning to resort to the charm technique only if all else failed. As a result, he confessed. Yi Jin carried the young man downstairs and headed toward the backyard. As they descended, the young man let out bursts of agonizing screams every time his legs dragged across the ground and struck the stairs. The pain was so intense he nearly lost consciousness. Clatter! Yi Jin tossed the young man into the courtyard like a dead dog, then located the basement following the youth's directions. Thump, thump! Yi Jin stomped his foot to confirm the spot, then executed the wind and thunder sword art to blast through the ground. Amidst a series of rumbling sounds, the ground collapsed into a large pit about 10 meters wide. Yi Jin had already dodged to the side once he saw that everything was clear. He peered down into the basement. That single glance made Yi Jin subconsciously swallow hard. The entire basement was filled to the brim with gold and silver jewelry, exquisite silks and satins, rare paintings, and precious treasures. It had absolutely everything one could imagine. Bayou. Yi Jin raised his hand and sent the young man to the afterlife with a single shot before leaping down into the basement. Just how much treasure has the Spring Rain Pavilion plundered? Yi Jin was somewhat startled, quickly sweeping various items into his palm space. However, as he collected more and more things, Yi Jin became increasingly speechless. There weren't many gold bars or gold cakes, the vast majority consisted of silver ingots and silver banknotes. But these items would be practically useless if brought back to China. As for the paintings, calligraphy, and treasures, they might be valuable in this world, but in China, they would be worth next to nothing, if not completely worthless. In modern-day China, everyone practices the martial path. Not only do people care little for these antiquities from the Rift, but even historical artifacts from China's own past have largely fallen out of favor. The same goes for silks and satins, which are even less sought after. In the end, Yi Jin discovered that the most useful items for him were actually a small pile of gold bars and gold cakes. Taking them back should fetch a considerable amount of money. In addition to these items, Yi Jin also found martial arts manuals and several ledgers in the basement. The ledgers contained detailed records of the Spring Rain Pavilion's dealings with certain high-ranking figures in Tianjin City over the years. Account after account, life after life, though written in black and white, they stained Yi Jin's eyes crimson. It just so happens I need the aperture-breaking pill, so I might as well kill them all together. An invisible killing intent permeated his heart.
There should still be some who haven't broken through yet. I must give them a hand so they can become Xiantian experts as soon as possible. Eugene gathered all the useful items, and after confirming nothing was left behind, he returned to the surface. Ascending to the top floor of the Spring Rain Pavilion, Eugene shouted toward the night sky, "Tonight we enter Xiantian, tonight we crush the Spring Rain Pavilion. Friends of the righteous path, let us ascend to Xiantian together to slay demons and eliminate evil." A vast voice resounded throughout Tianjin City. At this moment, all the experts at the peak of the fourth realm within Tianjin City began to attempt breaking through to the Xiantian realm, filled with uncertainty and alarm. Especially those with a guilty conscience, they wished for nothing more than to become Xiantian experts immediately. Chapter 49, Harmonious Joy. Target, Sea Beasts. Big Brother. Eugene had just returned to Tianyuan after finishing the killings when little Suqing rushed over, tears streaming down his face in large droplets. Shopkeeper Lu also let out a long sigh of relief. Shopkeeper Lu asked, "The people from Chunyu Tower? I killed them all. Not a single member of the tower remains." Eugene nodded with a smile. As he spoke those words, Eugene could clearly sense Suqing's body trembling slightly in his arms, her sobbing growing even more intense. "Don't cry. Big Brother has already avenged you." Eugene offered a few more words of comfort, allowing the little one to gradually drift off into a deep sleep. Eugene placed the little one on the bed and turned back to see that Shopkeeper Lu had still not recovered from the news. It seemed he was still in shock that Eugene had wiped out the Spring Rain Pavilion in such a short amount of time. Eugene didn't mind. With a solemn expression, he asked, "Shopkeeper Lu, there are many children in the Spring Rain Pavilion. Now that it has been destroyed, will the local authorities take proper care of those children and women?" "It's hard to say." Shopkeeper Lu finally snapped back to his senses, suppressing the shock in his heart as he shook his head with a touch of helplessness. In the government offices of Tianjin City, there are many high-ranking officials who maintain very close ties with Spring Rain Pavilion. To put it bluntly, within these estates, there are playthings sent over by Spring Rain Pavilion. Asking them to look after these children and women would be like leading lambs into a tiger's den. However, Eugene spoke up, "What I mean is, if all those scum-like nobles were killed, could the rest of the government officials take proper care of these people?" "Yes." Shopkeeper Lu nodded with certainty, though he was secretly alarmed by Yi Jin's intentions. But considering Yi Jin's strength and status, Shopkeeper Lu did not offer any words of dissuasion. "Great." Eugene nodded silently, then handed over the silver, banknotes, and other items he had no use for to Shopkeeper Lu. Shopkeeper Lu, naturally, refused. However, he only accepted them with some suspicion after hearing that these items were of little use back in China. "Manager Lu, please point out the location for me." As he spoke, Eugene took out the ledger and handed it to Shopkeeper Lu. Shopkeeper Lu took the ledger, and as he looked over the names and transactions recorded within, his shock grew into mounting fury. There were even many individuals who, on the surface, maintained a perfectly noble and upright image and shared a deep acquaintance with him, yet he never imagined they were secretly involved with the Spring Rain Pavilion in such a manner. Sigh. Manager Lu let out a long sigh, his heart heavy with sorrow. Seeing the world for what it truly was filled him with despair, but he took solace in the fact that soon, the tides would turn and the world would change forever. When the time comes, people like them ought to receive the punishment they deserve. Shopkeeper Lu put aside his wandering thoughts and began providing Eugene with detailed information from the ledger, pointing out the addresses, power levels, and physical descriptions of those so-called nobles. As Eugene committed these details to memory, he simultaneously utilized his ear to all directions ability to constantly monitor their movements. Regardless of whether they can break through to the aperture-breaking realm, they will all be killed anyway. Eugene could never have too many star points. After finishing his tasks, Eugene naturally didn't stay idle while waiting for the others to make their breakthroughs. He brought out the carcass of the giant pearl clam. "Manager Lu, can you handle this? I'd like to have a proper meal before I head out." Certainly. This is top quality stuff." Manager Lu examined the pearl clam with astonishment,
then asked in sudden realization, Yijin, could this be the water deity of Shunyu Pavilion? Impressive. No wonder.
So there was such a spirit creature backing Spring Rain Pavilion. I was wondering why they were expanding so rapidly. Manager Lu suddenly understood. He then excitedly took the carcass of the pearl clam to stew it into a soup. He knew that such spirit creatures were extremely precious. Given his personality, he normally would never have accepted it. Yijin's so-called having a good meal before leaving was, in his eyes, merely an excuse to treat him and Su Qing to a fine dinner. But considering Yijin's background, he did not refuse. 3 hours later, it was already late at night. Everyone began to eat. At the dinner table, Yijin also saw shopkeeper Lu's wife and children for the first time. The whole family was very kind and harmonious. The meal left everyone flushed, their faces red and bodies breaking into a feverish sweat. Aside from Yijin and shopkeeper Lu, the others could only manage a few small bites before their bodies surged with such overwhelming vitality that they nearly suffered nosebleeds. This food was indeed far too potent. Even for vitality martial artists, it was easy to overindulge and suffer from excessive nourishment if they weren't careful. They had to fully digest the pure vitality within before they could continue eating. But what surprised shopkeeper Lu was something else. After consuming the meat and broth, his brother-in-law, wife, children, and even little Su Qing all experienced varying degrees of vitality enhancement. They hadn't even begun the process of tempering their vitality yet. Whoa, this stuff is incredibly nourishing. Shopkeeper Lu couldn't help but exclaim. He then stood up, bowed deeply to Yijin, and said sincerely, Yijin, this is an immense favor. On behalf of my entire family, I thank you. His wife, children, and brother-in-law all hurriedly bowed in gratitude. Only after eating did they fully realize how precious this clam meat was. It would not be an exaggeration to call it a peerless delicacy of this world. How could they have ever imagined they would get to eat such a spirit creature? It was no exaggeration to say that this one simple meal alone could save them several years of cultivation time. Yijin smiled and said, don't be like that. It's just a meal, we're all friends. Right, we're all friends. Shopkeeper Lu grinned from ear to ear, then looked at Su Qing, who was practically steaming with heat, and promised, rest assured, as long as Xiao Cheng stays with us, this old man will never let her suffer the slightest grievance. Shopkeeper Lu's wife and children also gave their repeated assurances. The waiter was simply chuckling with joy. Yes, I trust shopkeeper Lu's character. Yijin nodded with a smile. If he hadn't known shopkeeper Lu's character, he wouldn't have dared to entrust a child to him so easily. The meal was enjoyed in a harmonious and pleasant atmosphere. The others took a few bites and then began to refine their vitality. Once they finished their tempering, they continued to eat and drink. Essentially, Yijin and shopkeeper Lu barely touched the pot of meat, leaving almost all of it for the other 5. During the meal, Yijin inquired, shopkeeper Lu, is there a large river nearby? How did a spirit like a clam essence appear here? Not only is there a large river nearby, but there is also the ocean. Shopkeeper Lu explained, heading east from our Sky Shade City, there is a great river about 30 miles away. It spans 50 feet across with torrential currents. Even a powerhouse of the 4th realm wouldn't dare enter those waters lightly. Following that river for 50 miles leads to the vast, boundless ocean. As for this clam spirit, it was most likely hauled up from the sea. There are countless legends of monsters upon that sea. I've heard many people have ended up in their maws. They are incredibly ferocious. Amidst his lamentations, shopkeeper Lu suddenly noticed a flicker of interest from Yijin and hurried to advise him, Yijin, don't you go getting any ideas about those monsters. That's the ocean, not the land. Even with your great strength, once you drop into the water, your power will be severely compromised. I understand. Yijin nodded, though he didn't particularly take it to heart. The system was capable of dropping breath-holding pills. As long as he killed enough fish, he would be able to breathe underwater. However, if he could slay enough ferocious beasts on land, Yijin naturally wouldn't bother making a trip to the sea. Thus, he asked, Manager Lu, where near Tianjin City can I find ferocious beasts? The more the better, and the stronger the better. Around here. Shopkeeper Lu thought long and hard before finally saying helplessly, within a 100-mile radius, there really aren't any powerful ferocious beasts. However, I've heard that in Sunset Mountain, over 1,000 miles away, there are many beasts that even our great Xia kingdom hasn't been able to fully eradicate.
Over 1,000 miles away.
Yi Jin felt somewhat helpless. The distance was simply too far. By the time he ran there, the martial trials would already be over.
It seems I can only set my sights on the sea. Fortunately,
the sea is teeming with spirits and monsters. Perhaps it will allow him to obtain enough aperture-breaking pills all at once.
Time slipped away amidst their casual conversation. After several hours of eating, drinking, and tempering, Su Qing and the other four have all seen significant improvements in their vitality. The other four, being vitality martial artists themselves, might not have noticed a particularly striking difference in their perception. Su Qing, however, was a different story. Prior to this, she had never practiced cultivation. After several hours of absorption and tempering, Yi Jin estimated that her vitality should now exceed 500 VP. She is already halfway through the journey of the vitality realm. This would allow her to break through to the vitality realm even faster. By the time the meal was finished, even the broth in the pots and bowls had been gulped down clean, with not a single drop remaining. Although it was already the early hours of the morning, the group felt as if they had been injected with adrenaline.
Even Su Qing felt no trace of sleepiness at this moment.
His spirit seemed exceptionally excited. It was as if he possessed an inexhaustible reservoir of energy.
As the horizon gradually began to pale, Yi Jin listened intently for a moment before suddenly standing up and saying, "It's about time.
I'm heading out." Chapter 50, Killing at the Break of Dawn. The annihilation of the Spring Rain Pavilion last night had left countless citizens of Tianjin City unable to sleep. They were restless, tossed and turned by waves of agitation and excitement.
Yet, there were others who found sleep even more elusive than the common folk.
On this night,
across the four quarters of Tianjin City, people of all stripes were either gripped by panic or desperately pushing their limits to break through. Those of lower levels spent a restless night in terror, fearing that their dealings with Spring Rain Pavilion would be exposed and they would be hunted down by the same killer who had wiped out the establishment. Those of higher levels, having heard that thunderous roar, were now exerting every ounce of their strength to break through to the Xiantian realm.
As long as one possesses the Xiantian level, why fear those so-called righteous men? And why fear the thugs who wiped out the Spring Rain Pavilion? Finally, the night was drawing to a close, and the sky was beginning to brighten. Those who had been consumed by panic were now completely at ease. It seemed the killer who annihilated the Spring Rain Pavilion was wary of something and had not made a move against them, allowing them to find peace of mind. Those who had broken through to the Xiantian realm were even more fearless and undaunted. Having broken through to the Xiantian realm, their strength had surged. Why should they fear a mere madman? From now on, one can sleep in peace. Phew! As dawn approaches, a gentle breeze brushes by. A figure scaled the walls and leaped across eaves, moving silently across the rooftops. A martial arts hall. Yi Jin crept toward a certain martial arts hall, quickly approaching a room. Through the window, he saw a lean, muscular man sitting cross-legged on the bed. Phew! To think that after entering the Xiantian realm, I, Zhang, would open 16 acupoints in a single night. With such strength, who in this Tianjin city can stand against me? The brawny man clenched his fists, feeling the surging vitality within his body, and couldn't help but feel smug. Immediately after, something occurred to him, and he suddenly grinned maliciously. That thug must have happened to break through to the Xiantian realm and took the opportunity to wipe out Spring Rain Pavilion. Since he knows of my connection with them, he absolutely cannot be allowed to live. He stood up, preparing to get out of bed and take action. Suddenly, Bayou. He had just straightened his right leg and leaned his body forward, not yet having had the chance to step off the bed, when he felt a sudden sharp pain in the back of his head, as if something had shot straight through his forehead. He felt as if the entire world were spinning and plunging into darkness. Assailant. These were the only words he had time to form in his mind before he collapsed onto the bed in utter frustration, drawing his final breath. After choosing the aperture-breaking pill,
Eugene began to wander through the martial arts hall.
Bayou, bayou, bayou. Unbeknownst to anyone, the sound of gunshots rang out repeatedly within the martial arts hall.
With every shot fired, a life was taken. In just 1 minute, Eugene had gunned down everyone on the hit list. After collecting the corpses, he continued on to the next location.
Ha! I have finally broken through to the Xiantian realm.
In the backyard of a medical clinic, a gray-haired old man danced with joy, exclaiming in excitement. After decades of refining countless medicines, monsters, human herbs, and celestial treasures, I thought there was no hope for a breakthrough. I never imagined it would be this effortless today. Heaven has truly shown me mercy. Bayou. Just as the old man was overcome with excitement, he failed to notice a bullet tearing into his heart at a speed far exceeding his reaction time.
Put.
The old man spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground.
Ha!
He opened his mouth to speak, but could only feel the unparalleled power he had gained upon reaching the Xiantian realm being stripped from his body by some invisible force. He was filled with terror, despair, and above all, a bitter sense of injustice, yet he was utterly powerless to stop it.
In the end, he ended his filthy life amidst futile struggles and heart-wrenching agony. Option 2.
Eugene murmured to himself, then departed from the medical clinic, leaving behind several pools of bright red blood.
Father, why so early?
In the backyard of a certain residence, a young man with dark circles under his eyes emerged from the basement, only to see his father performing a saber technique with great excitement. The saber strikes were swift and fierce, exuding a valiant aura. Yet, the young man showed not the slightest bit of interest.
Humph.
The man in his 50s ceased his display and let out a cold snort, though it failed to intimidate the youth in the least. He sighed helplessly, "All you do is spend your days chasing women. If you could actually produce a few children, I would accept it. But you just sigh, can't you be a bit gentler? It isn't easy for me to dispose of the bodies.
Dad, it's just a matter of lighting a fire." The young man seemed completely indifferent, leaving the old man utterly helpless.
Watching the young man's retreating figure as he walked toward the front hall, the old man felt a pang of frustration at his lack of ambition, yet in the end, he said nothing. "Forget it. It wasn't easy having a son so late in life, I'll just let him." The old man thought to himself, but before the thought could even settle, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest. A searing, tearing pain surged through his mind, causing his vision to go black.
My son!
As he collapsed, he instinctively reached out, wanting to shout for his son to run. However, just before he fell, he saw his son turn around. Before he could even utter a warning, a bloody hole suddenly appeared on his son's forehead. Rage and shock filled his heart, his vitality surged violently, and then he breathed his last. Both father and son perished together.
Was there any movement tonight?
In the back hall of the county yamen, the pot-bellied magistrate emerged from his room after a night of cultivation. Suppressing his excitement, he questioned the bailiff guarding the door. A bailiff immediately replied, reporting to the magistrate, "Nothing happened tonight.
After wiping out Spring Rain Pavilion, that murderer has not appeared again.
It's for the best that he didn't show up."
The magistrate nodded, stroking his beard as he asked further, "What was the situation when you went to investigate Spring Rain Pavilion last night?"
Reporting to the magistrate, Spring Rain Pavilion was covered in blood. The pavilion master, deputy master, and the others have all vanished without a trace. They were likely killed, but their bodies are also missing. According to my investigation, they appeared to have been shot by some kind of hidden weapon, yet we found no trace of the projectiles.
Hidden weapons?
The magistrate was inwardly startled. A hidden weapon capable of killing those at the peak of the fourth realm was something even he, having broken through to the Xiantian realm, would need to guard against with caution.
So he thought. The magistrate immediately ordered, "Go, announce to the entire city that Spring Rain Pavilion was forcing women into prostitution and trafficking young children."
On behalf of the people of this county, I express my gratitude to that righteous individual for his intervention. I hope he will come to the yamen for an audience. I shall certainly petition the imperial court to reward his merits with an official title and noble rank.
Yes, magistrate. The bailiff took the order and was about to head out when the magistrate called him back.
The magistrate instructed, furthermore, pay a visit to the martial arts halls, the medical clinics, and the Kai family.
Have them come over quietly and set up an ambush. Once the man from last night appears.
The magistrate's eyes turned cold as he made a sharp throat-slitting gesture.
Yes. The bailiffs understood the unspoken cue and immediately bowed to take their leave.
However, when they looked up again, they saw the magistrate suddenly clutching his throat as blood sprayed uncontrollably. His eyes were filled with absolute terror.
Magistrate!
The crowd was struck with horror, unable to comprehend what had just happened to him.
But in the next moment.
Then, they understood. But it was already too late.
Bayou, bayou, bayou. One by one, the dozen or so bailiffs collapsed.
Some screamed in terror and tried to flee in a panic, but it was all in vain.
In just half a minute, there was not a single soul left alive in the entire courtyard. Phew, finally done.
Eugene flipped down from the roof and landed in the courtyard. After clearing away the corpses, he ignored the terrified screams of the others in the county yamen and crept toward another room to begin his search.
Before long,
Eugene left the county magistrate's office and proceeded to revisit several other locations. He collected all the gold, silver, and jewelry from the martial arts hall, the medical clinic, the Kai family residence, and various other spots before returning to the Tianyue Inn with a sense of deep satisfaction.
Disaster.
The county magistrate is missing. No, the county magistrate has been murdered.
Hallmaster Zhang has been killed as well.
The old immortal physician has also been slain.
Master Kai.
Piece after piece of news spread throughout Tianjin City in an incredibly short amount of time. It triggered panic among countless people. But those who knew the truth laughed toward the heavens.
Ha ha ha, that dog of a county official is finally dead. Justice has been served. Bah! Some old immortal physician, he was nothing but a man-eating demon. Good riddance.
He deserved to die. They all deserved to die.
Relying on their martial arts school's power to oppress us day in and day out. I knew the heavens would take you eventually. Ha ha ha.
As the news spread, the common folk gradually began to link the deaths of these individuals to the Spring Rain Pavilion.
In the end, incited by those with ulterior motives, crowds of citizens stormed into the martial arts schools, medical clinics, the Kai family estate, gang hideouts, and the county magistrate's office. After a thorough search, they uncovered all of their dark, hidden secrets. In an instant,
the city of Tianjin was filled with the sounds of cursing, fighting, and screams of agony.
But none of this had anything to do with Eugene anymore. He had returned to the Tianyue Inn. System.
Eugene called out silently in his mind, and the status screen instantly materialized.
Name, Eugene. Level, aperture breaking 39.
Art, Savage Elephant Tempering Art Proficient 0%, Wind Thunder Sword Technique Minor Success 0%, Flowing Cloud Movement Beginner 0%. Star Rank, Wolfwalk Movement 1 star plus, Great Charm Art 1 star plus. All Hearing Ears 2 star plus.
Skill Points, 155. Star Points, 106. Not bad.
Gaining nearly 40 acupoints in a single day is already quite fast, but it's still not enough.
While satisfied, Eugene also knew it was time for him to leave. Chapter 51, Shang's Bizarre Experience.
Big brother. Hearing that Eugene was leaving, little Su Qing immediately hugged him, reluctant to let go. Eugene comforted him, saying, "Xiao Chang, remember to practice hard.
Come to China to visit me in the future."
The little one was very sensible despite her reluctance. She nodded firmly in agreement, neither crying nor making a scene for Eugene to stay. "I'll leave Xiao Qing in your care." Eugene looked toward shopkeeper Lu and extended an invitation. "Once the Great Xia has stabilized, if you have the time, you are welcome to come to Huaxia to find me. I'll be at Panshan Middle School." "Very well, this old man will certainly bring my entire family to visit you in Huaxia." Shopkeeper Lu nodded with a smile, clearly looking forward to that day.
"All right, no need to see me off anymore. Goodbye." "Goodbye."
Watching Eugene wave his hand and walk out of the city gate toward the east without looking back, shopkeeper Lu and the others all had complex expressions in their eyes. Xiao Qing continued to wave her small hand, not lowering it until Eugene's figure completely vanished from her sight.
Alright, we will meet again in the future. Shopkeeper Lu's wife picked Su Chung up. Seeing the suppressed dejection on the girl's face, she said softly, Xiao Qing, shall we go buy some new clothes? How many should we buy? Just one. No, we're buying at least 10. That way, Xiao Qing can wear whichever one she feels like. How does that sound? Great! Hearing these voices, Eugene, who had already walked some distance away, couldn't help but smile knowingly. Eugene took out his phone and glanced at it. Unfortunately, there was still no news from Chang. Could this guy really be that unlucky? Did he actually fall into a nest of ferocious beasts? Eugene felt a sense of worry. Nearly a full day had passed, yet Chang, who had entered this world alongside him, still hadn't replied to his messages. This wasn't a matter of poor signal, it was simply impossible to get in touch with Chang. One must understand. Even Shui Wei, who had entered later, had already established contact with Eugene. However, Shui Wei was quite far from him. Near Sunset Mountain it was unlikely the two would be able to rendezvous during these martial trials. But perhaps that was for the best. If they were to meet up, it might actually make hunting the ferocious beasts more complicated. The room. Once Eugene was far enough from Tianjin City, he pulled out his motorcycle. With a sudden roar of the engine, he sped off like a bolt of lightning. Fortunately, what dropped was a dirt bike, which is quite practical in this world. Ring ring, ring ring. Only a few minutes after he started driving, Eugene suddenly heard his phone ringing. Eugene pulled out his phone and saw that it was actually a call from Chang. And it was a video call. Eugene scolded crossly, I thought you'd been eaten by some ferocious beast. A whole day has passed and you didn't even reply to a single message. Are you even human? I was busy, really busy. Chang offered a series of apologetic smiles, then suddenly asked out of the blue, Eugene, do you believe in the concept of the child of destiny? Eugene shot back, am I not? Cough, cough. Chang seemed to be choking slightly, speechless as he managed to say, you certainly count as one. Count as one too? Eugene raised an eyebrow, asking curiously, are you saying that you've also become a child of destiny? Naturally. Cheng spoke with a hint of pride and a sigh of emotion, Eugene, to be honest, you probably wouldn't even believe what I've been through today. I believe you. Go ahead. Cheng felt a bit frantic. He just wanted to show off and brag properly, why wouldn't she give him the chance? Seeing this, Eugene finally felt vindicated and said, alright, tell me, what exactly happened? Chang recounted excitedly, guess where I landed after I came out of the spatial portal yesterday? Without waiting for Eugene to guess, Chang said directly, the Imperial Palace. The Great Xia Imperial Palace? Eugene's heart stirred, he was genuinely curious about what Chang had experienced. Exactly, the Great Xia Imperial Palace. Cheng chuckled and said, the kicker is that I appeared right in front of the Golden Throne Room. You have no idea what the scene was like, everyone thought I was an assassin. A massive swarm of soldiers surrounded me, and the entire civil and military court was calling for my head. Chang raised an eyebrow, guess who ended up saving me? Eugene snapped, stop asking damn questions and get to the point. TSK, you have no appreciation for a good story. Chang sighed. Eugene's lack of cooperation had dampened his desire to show off. Chang suddenly asked in confusion, huh? Why is your video shaking so much? Are you riding a horse? No, wait, why do I hear the sound of a motorcycle? It's a signal issue, I'm riding a horse. Oh, I see. Chang didn't give it much thought, assuming it really was a signal problem after all. Where would one find a motorcycle in this world? He continued, it was His Majesty the Emperor who saved me. Everyone else thought I was an assassin or a killer, but he saw at a single glance that I didn't belong to this world, because he is a transmigrator. The Emperor of Great Xia is a transmigrator? Eugene was somewhat stunned. This news was indeed unexpected. In an instant,
Yi Jin began to feel a sense of curiosity toward this emperor of Great Xia.
Chang chuckled and said, "That's right.
His Majesty is a transmigrator who came from Huaxia 100 years ago. In just a few short years, he rose from being an obscure prince to ascending the throne."
Impressive. Yi Jin felt a touch of admiration, but then asked curiously, "Since he's a transmigrator and recognized your origins, didn't he think about killing you? Or perhaps torturing you to force out your golden finger or system or something? Big brother, have you been reading too many web novels?" Chang rolled his eyes speechlessly, then chuckled and said, "We had a very friendly chat.
I shared some information with him, such as the rift upgrade and the possibility of breaking through to the Xiantian realm. Upon hearing this, he immediately notified the Imperial Guard and the military, ordering everyone capable of breaking through to do so at once. He didn't want the ferocious beasts of Sunset Mountain to break through first, otherwise, Great Xia would be in grave danger.
In the process, I played a little trick." According to what Chang said, he only revealed part of the information, while concealing the fact that others had entered the rift and that China would eventually take over this world. This led the Emperor of Daxia, upon becoming the first to break through to the Xiantian realm, to consider the threat posed by the ferocious beasts of Sunset Mountain. He unhesitatingly bestowed numerous heavenly treasures from the imperial palace upon other experts within the court. Even Chang benefited from this generosity. Particularly since Chang had crossed over in his physical body, the Emperor of Daxia held him in extremely high regard. He not only used heavenly treasures to temper Chang's vitality and enhance his level and strength, but also improved his innate bone structure and talent.
Yi Jin listened, utterly dumbfounded.
This works too?
He had originally thought that the experiences Chang mentioned wouldn't be all that extraordinary. As it turned out, they were actually quite ridiculous. No wonder this guy claimed to be the child of destiny. There really was a bit of that vibe to him.
Yi Jin said sourly, "So, you've gone from an earthworm to a true dragon now? What do you mean, earthworm? No matter how useless I was before, I was at least a loach, alright?"
Chang rolled his eyes at Yi Jin. Yi Jin pretended not to notice and asked curiously, "So, what level are you at now?"
"Aperture breaking."
Chang said as if it were the most natural thing in the world, "Let me tell you, the Imperial Palace really has a ton of good stuff. In just one day, I was forcibly boosted from the Vitality Realm to the second stage of aperture breaking.
I've already opened up 37 apertures. How about that? Pretty impressive, right?"
As they spoke, Chang tilted his chin toward Yi Jin triumphantly, seemingly waiting for a word of praise. To his surprise, Yi Jin remained perfectly calm. A thought suddenly struck Chang, and he asked hesitantly, "By the way, Yi Jin, what level are you at now?"
Yi Jin sighed, "I've only opened 39 acupoints. Damn! Even with my cheat-like progress today, I still can't keep up with your normal cultivation speed?" Chang seemed to have a bit of a breakdown, unable to accept the reality.
He said dejectedly, "And here I was thinking of bringing you some natural treasures later, but it looks like you won't need them at all."
Yi Jin was surprised. "You can actually bring things out of the Imperial Palace for me?"
Chang replied helplessly, "Of course.
Once China takes over the palace, do you really think His Majesty will be able to keep those treasures? Since he can't keep them anyway, we might as well use whatever we can right now." Yi Jin nodded to himself in agreement.
As for the fact that the Emperor of Great Xia already knew Huaxia would be taking over, Yi Jin was not surprised. It was inevitable that other students had been discovered. Yi Jin said with a strange expression, "The Emperor of Great Xia found out you were playing him, and he didn't have your head?" Hearing this question, Chang shrunk his neck and said somewhat awkwardly, "He certainly wanted to, but my wife stopped him."
"Wait, your wife?"
Yi Jin felt her mind spinning in confusion. Chang adjusted his hairstyle and said solemnly, "Allow me to reintroduce myself. I, Chang, am the prince consort personally appointed by His Majesty, the Emperor of the Great Xia Kingdom.
My wife is his most beloved youngest daughter." Chang then gave Yi Jin a subtle wink and whispered, "Put." Yi Jin immediately spat out her drink in shock. Ridiculous, absolutely ridiculous. He was genuinely green with envy.
Yi Jin looked utterly speechless. Wait, so before he found out you were lying to him, he not only gave you heavenly treasures but even arranged a marriage for you?
Ahem, my father-in-law is over 100 years old, after all.
Cheng seemed to have it all figured out, whispering, I reckon he saw I was a transmigrator and worried I might rebel later. But since he thought I was a decent person, he didn't want to kill me. So, he groomed me, intending for me to support the crown prince as the prince consort in the future. You could say you've just taken a walk through the gates of hell.
Yi Jin sighed with emotion.
It had to be said that Cheng's experience was indeed far-fetched, but also extremely perilous. One could only say that luck was on his side.
Yeah.
Cheng sighed with emotion before continuing, alright, let's not talk too much for now.
We're about to set off to attack Sunset Mountain. Let's catch up later.
Yi Jin said hurriedly, Shui Wei is also near Sunset Mountain. Please look out for her.
Don't worry.
Cheng nodded and was about to hang up the video call when something suddenly occurred to him.
He asked, by the way, Yi Jin, where are you? You're only asking now that we're freaking done talking?
Yi Jin looked completely speechless. This guy was so focused on showing off that he couldn't care about anything else.
She said helplessly, it's over by the ocean. Cheng looked embarrassed, that's too far.
You'll have to rely on yourself to hunt the ferocious beasts. He had been planning to rely on the army to kill the beasts and collect more malevolent aura, so the two of them could dominate the top 2 spots on the leaderboard.
With him in first place and Yi Jin in second, of course. But now,
regarding Yi Jin's ranking, there was little he could do to help.
Bye, take care of yourself. Bye.
After hanging up the video call, Yi Jin looked a bit dazed.
Cheng's experience felt somewhat surreal, even to him. This guy has the army helping him, surely he's not going to take the top spot in the entire school, is he? The thought suddenly made Yi Jin feel a bit uneasy. You fear for your brother's struggles, but you fear his success even more.
Cheng wasn't just driving a Land Rover anymore, he was practically behind the wheel of a Lamborghini.
No way, I need to hurry up. No matter what, I have to be the one to take first place.
Yi Jin grew anxious and immediately floored the accelerator. Like a bolt of lightning, he charged toward the east. At the motorcycle's speed, the 30-li distance was covered in no time.
Boom!
A winding, surging river appeared before Yi Jin's eyes.
It resembled a colossal, sprawling beast. Its grandeur rivaled that of the Yangtze and Yellow rivers from his previous life.
Yi Jin sped along the riverside path, following the great river toward the sea.
After traveling dozens of miles, suddenly,
Yi Jin heard the sounds of fighting coming from the riverbank.
Yi Jin listened carefully, a strange expression crossing his face. Hang? He hadn't expected to run into Hang by the river.
Yi Jin put away his motorcycle and approached quickly, soon spotting Hang being hunted by several flying fish.
The fish were bizarre. Not only could they fly, but they could also fire projectile spines.
Hang was covered in blood, his body riddled with their quills.
Help! Help!
Hang cried out for help as he fled, his throat raw and coughing up blood.
Suddenly, he spotted a figure appearing not far ahead. Looking closer, he was momentarily stunned. Yi Jin? The next moment, Hang shouted out in desperation. Yi Jin, run!
These fish are all in the aperture opening realm, you're no match for them.
Run! Chapter 52, Sniper Rifle. Flying Movement Technique. Yi Jin watched Hang's stumbling retreat with a complex expression. To be honest,
he had a very poor impression of Hang, who was foul-mouthed, erratic, and completely indifferent to whether his words hurt others. But now, in the face of a life-or-death crisis, Hang's first instinct upon seeing him was to tell him to run, instead of dragging him down as a scapegoat or begging him for help. Yi Jin, naturally, had no intention of running. With 7 aperture opening realm flying fish right there, he wasn't about to let such a catch slip away. Yi Jin stepped forward, heading straight toward Hang.
Furious, Hang cursed at him, "Are you a fucking idiot? Run! This is a marrow-breaking beast. Don't you hate me? Get the hell out of here, I don't need your help."
As he shouted, blood continued to spray from Hang's mouth.
Shut up!
Yi Jin was so enraged that the veins on his forehead were bulging. If she hadn't known he meant well, Yi Jin would have been tempted to shoot him. That mouth of his was truly obnoxious.
I swear to.
Seeing that Yi Jin remained unmoved, Hang grew frantic. He pulled a sharp turn, abandoning his flight toward Yi Jin and instead veering off the riverbank path into the rugged, overgrown woods. But it wasn't long before the flying fish caught up to him. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Sharp spikes shot out from the tails of the flying fish. Though they appeared small, they were propelled by such dense vitality that anyone Hang struck by them would have their body nearly pierced through. Thud! 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 Spike after spike struck Hang, piercing his buttocks, thighs, shoulders, and abdomen. He was suddenly hit by a heavy blow. Hang pitched forward, tumbling headlong into the overgrown weeds. It's over. As Hang coughed up blood, his face was a mask of despair, but a moment later, something felt wrong. Why hadn't the flying fish continued its lethal barrage even after he had collapsed? Hang struggled to look back. The next moment, his eyes widened, his face a mask of utter disbelief. He watched as Yi Jin charged into the school of flying fish with a swift stride. After evading their spikes, Yi Jin extended his hand and unleashed a burst of vitality, enveloping all 7 flying fish at once. Originally, Hang had thought that even if Yi Jin had already reached the aperture-breaking stage, his fate would likely be no better than his own. After all, he was facing 7 opponents alone. He saw the flying fish enveloped by the vitality suddenly freeze, even their wings stopped flapping as their bodies plummeted toward the ground. It was at that very moment Yi Jin raised his sword and struck, slaying the 7 aperture-opening realm flying fish as easily as if he were chopping vegetables. The entire process was so effortless that it left him stunned. Gulp! Hang instinctively swallowed, but choked on the blood in his mouth, feeling a searing, burning sensation in his throat. Yi Jin glanced at Hang. How is it? Still alive? Alive, yes, but it feels like I'm dreaming. Yi Jin couldn't help but chuckle, still joking, I see. Looks like you're fine. He stopped paying attention to Hang and looked toward the system notification. Kill a piercing realm flying barracuda to drop the following items. Please choose. Vitality Pill 3900 VP. 2. 1 Piercing Pill 3 units. 3. 1 Vitality Sniper Rifle condenses vitality into bullets, dealing massive damage. For Soaring Movement Technique 1-star movement technique once activated, it makes the user significantly lighter, though it does not grant flight. These drops are quite good. Yi Jin looked at the drops, lost in thought. The drops from the 7 flying barracudas were identical, differing only in the amount of vitality and the degree of aperture breaking power they provided. Among them, the Vitality Sniper Rifle particularly caught Yi Jin's eye. To his surprise, it didn't use conventional ammunition. Instead, it condensed vitality into projectiles. He wasn't sure exactly how immense the so-called lethality was, but Yi Jin felt that killing an aperture-breaking stage expert would likely be effortless. After some thought, Yi Jin chose a silenced sniper rifle and a flight technique for the other 5 drops. He chose aperture-breaking pills. Aperture breaking plus 17. Instantly, the number of Yi Jin's opened apertures reached 56. Yi Jin was secretly delighted. I encountered 7 aperture-breaking ferocious beasts just by the river. If I were at the seaside, wouldn't I reach the great perfection of the aperture-breaking stage in a matter of minutes? Yi Jin was very happy and full of anticipation. Just then, Hang approached, dragging his battered and bruised body. He looked at Yi Jin in astonishment and asked, Yi Jin, are you actually human? Yi Jin couldn't help but grit his teeth. I'm starting to regret saving you. Ouch. Hang let out a cry of pain before apologizing. I wasn't insulting you. It's just that this is too insane. Those were 7 aperture-breaking beasts, and you slaughtered them like you were gutting fish. It's absolutely mind-blowing. Yi Jin, however, felt nothing at all. Seeing that Hang was speaking with a slight lisp due to his injuries, he couldn't help but worry. Are you sure you're okay? You're not going to drop dead right in front of me, are you? No, no. Hang waved his hand dismissively, quickly pulled a Ganoderma lucidum from his storage bag, broke off a piece, and began to munch on it. As he chewed, Eugene noticed that his wounds were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was only then Eugene noticed that Hang's body was covered in numerous scars that had not yet fully faded. "Want some?" Hang handed the remaining Lingji to Eugene. Eugene said speechlessly, "I'm not injured, so there's no need. This thing can not only heal wounds but also boost vitality. Although you've already broken through the aperture, it should still be quite effective for you." Eugene declined again and asked curiously, "So is this why you were being hunted by those flying fish?" Hang said bitterly, "Yeah, I found this under a tree on a steep slope by the river. As soon as I picked it, those fish targeted me. If it weren't for this spiritual Lingji, I'm afraid I would have died at their hands long ago." Hang still felt a lingering sense of fear. Hang suddenly said, "By the way, I haven't thanked you for saving my life yet. If you hadn't stepped in, I definitely wouldn't have survived, even with this Lingji. It was just a small favor." Eugene shook his head, not taking it to heart. Seeing this, Hang sighed. Ying was right. Compared to you, my character is indeed poor, and I've been quite an idiot. Eugene was momentarily speechless. Why was Tao Ying being mentioned again? Hang suddenly said, Ying and I broke up. Eugene said weakly, "Is this ever going to end? I really have no feelings for her, why the hell won't you believe me?" By the end of his sentence, Eugene was practically gritting his teeth. If it weren't for the fact that Hang was injured, Eugene would have loved to give him a good beating. "I believe you." Hang grinned and said, "I've realized it now. A genius like you simply belongs to a different world than Ying and me. So, once we're back, I'm going to win her back." Eugene was speechless, unsure of what to say. Perhaps this was just the nature of high school romance. Snap! Hang snapped the Lingji mushroom in half and handed one piece to Eugene, saying, "Take this half as thanks for saving me. Don't be so quick to refuse even if you don't need it yourself, you can give it to Chang. The remaining half should be just enough for Ying and me to break through to the aperture breaking stage." Eugene was slightly stunned. Looking at Hang's sincere eyes, a slight smile couldn't help but play across Eugene's lips. Eugene chuckled and said, "Cheng's level is even higher than yours now, he has no need for your Lingji mushroom." "Impossible, he's such a waste." Hang retorted subconsciously, but seeing Eugene's half-smiling expression, he coughed and said, slip of the tongue, slip of the tongue. "But really, Cheng's level is higher than mine? Did he also come across some heavenly treasure?" He felt like slapping himself twice. Why did I have to open my big mouth? Eugene nodded slightly, but offered no further details. Damn, this guy's luck is incredible. Hang's face was filled with envy. He had worked himself to the bone just to get a single spirit Lingji, nearly ending up in the belly of a flying fish, yet Chung, who was at a lower level than him, had already surpassed him. Comparing people to one another is truly infuriating. Alright, I need to keep hunting for fierce beasts, so I'll be heading out now. After a bit of small talk, Eugene put away the carcass of the flying barracuda and prepared to leave. However, Hang pulled him back and reminded him, Eugene, you forgot to absorb the malevolent aura. That stuff disappears if you wait too long. Oh, right, I actually forgot about that. Eugene tapped his forehead. After shooting the people from Chunyu Tower earlier, Eugene had worried that the watch might have surveillance functions, so he had tucked it away and forgotten to take it back out. He had even forgotten to absorb the malevolent aura from the pearl oyster he killed previously. Having been reminded by Hang, Eugene hurriedly pulled out the watch and the carcass of the flying barracuda, then quickly pressed the button on the watch while pointing it at the body. The next moment, the watch screen displayed Eugene's progress. Eugene, rank 49, 70,000 malice points. Eugene was also aware of how malice points were calculated. Vitality realm ferocious beasts were worth 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, and 4,000 points respectively. Upon reaching the aperture opening realm, the first level was worth 10,000 points, with each subsequent level adding an additional 10,000. Alright, I'm heading out now. Bye. At the same time. On the grounds of Panshan High School. Because there had been no movement in Yi Jin's progress or ranking in collecting malevolent energy, the students of Class 36 and Teacher Chen all had faces filled with worry. They were worried whether something had happened to Yi Jin inside the rift. Meanwhile, Ren, watching from the side, couldn't help but let out a few cold sneers. Chapter 53, All Walks of Life. The sensation caused by Chang. Sai, do you think something happened to Yi Jin? It's been a whole day, and there's still no word from him. I don't know. He might be cultivating. After all, he cultivates so fast. If he waits until he breaks through to the aperture opening realm before taking action, he'll be able to slay even more ferocious beasts. You're right, he must be cultivating. But it's also possible that it's just bad luck, dropping right into a pack of ferocious beasts. If that's the case, the consequences would be. Sigh. The students and teachers of Class 36 all had faces filled with deep concern. Especially Mr. Chan and Tao Engying. As Yi Jin's homeroom teacher, the former had personally witnessed his step-by-step growth in such a short period. He now held immense expectations for Yi Jin. He certainly did not want to see a genius like Yi Jin perish within the rift. That would be a catastrophic loss for both Class 36 and Panshan High School. Yi Jin, oh Yi Jin, please, whatever you do, stay safe. Teacher Chen prayed silently in his heart. Unfortunately, although the rift has a signal transmitter, it is far too difficult for their ordinary mobile phones to connect to it. Unless the spatial channel becomes completely stabilized. Yi Jin will definitely be fine. Even Hang managed to collect the malevolent aura, so there's no way anything happened to him. He must be in the middle of cultivation. Tao Engying, who had been rescued by Yi Jin, had been keeping a close eye on his movements while also paying attention to Hang. But as a full day passed, she could only comfort herself this way despite the growing ache in her heart. Beside them, Mickey's expression was incredibly complex. Will he die in the rift? Mickey looked at her right hand. Every time she endured agonizing torture, her heart swelled with endless resentment toward Yi Jin. But now, as she pondered this question, she didn't know what to think. Did she want Yi Jin to die? Or did she want him to live? Mickey didn't know. She felt utterly conflicted. Just then, a calm voice drifted over from the side. Any student entering a rift must be prepared for death. For someone as arrogant as Yi Jin, it's hardly surprising that he might accidentally perish within one. Hearing these words, Mickey felt an inexplicable surge of fury. She wasn't the only one. The other students of Class 36 and Teacher Chen were also visibly incensed. Teacher Chen snapped sharply, "Run, for someone who claims to be a teacher, how can you say such a thing?" Teacher Chen, I'm just telling the truth. Run, however, completely ignored Teacher Chen's fury and sneered, "Of the hundreds of students in the school participating in the martial trials, there are currently over 100 who have yet to collect any baleful aura. You and I both know full well that many of these students have undoubtedly perished. Is it really so strange that Yi Jin would be among them? If we keep our mouths shut and don't mention it, will those students suddenly be fine? I am simply stating the facts. I am not hypocritical like the rest of you." Humph. Ren's expression was cold, and his words were equally indifferent. Yet everyone understood that, in a certain sense, what he said was actually true. If one were to claim that every student entering the rift this time would return unscathed, no one would likely believe it. However, regardless, as a teacher, one should not mention such matters so heartlessly while everyone is filled with worry, especially before the outcome is even known. Therefore, Principal, he flew over, casting a cold glance at Ren. No decent human being would say such things in public. Do you have any idea how worried the other parents are? As they spoke, Principal, he glanced at the parents in the square, who were glaring at Ren with fury. If it weren't for his status as a teacher, these parents would likely have swarmed and attacked him. Ren glanced at the angry parents and said calmly, "I was only referring to Yi Jin. I said nothing about the other students. How you choose to interpret that is your business." You. Teacher Chen pointed at Ren in a rage, so incensed that he was momentarily speechless. The other teachers, parents, and even the staff were all glaring at him with indignation. Even the few remaining students from class 33 felt a sense of shame, lowering their heads to stare at their toes.
Humph.
Principal, he let out a cold snort, not deigning to waste another word on such a shameless individual. Principal, he looked at the names on the big screen of the students who had yet to collect any malevolent energy, the wrinkles on his face deepening. Even though he had long since prepared himself mentally for this, he still hoped that every single one of these students would make it back alive. Principal, he looked at Teacher Chen and said comfortingly, "Don't worry, that kid Eugene seems very level-headed, he'll be fine."
"Yes, I believe in him." Mr. Chen nodded steadily.
No matter how worried he felt, hearing Principal he say this made him feel much better.
TCH.
But Ren, standing to the side, let out a disdainful laugh upon hearing those words.
However, he didn't say anything more.
He continued to look through the rankings of the students in his own class. Overall, their class had done quite well in collecting malevolent energy. Although a few students had yet to make a move, some of those in the aperture opening realm had already secured impressive gains.
3 students had even broken into the top 10.
This time, class 33 also stood a chance at clinching the top spot in the martial trials.
Ha! Suddenly,
Ren habitually scanned the bottom of the rankings for Yi Jin's name, but it was nowhere to be found.
His expression shifted slightly as he quickly scanned the rankings. In an instant,
he found Yi Jin's ranking.
Yi Jin, rank 49, 70,000 points of malevolent aura.
Ren's face darkened instantly, looking as if it were about to drip with gloom. Not only did Yi Jin survive, but he also surged into the top 50 in one fell swoop.
This filled him with burning rage. You should know.
Almost everyone in the top 50 was in the aperture opening realm, and their rankings were the result of a full day's worth of slaying fierce beasts. Yet, the moment Yi Jin made his move, his gains matched what others had taken an entire day to achieve. Ren's changing expression caught the attention of several students in class 36. Their expression shifted instantly as they followed his gaze toward the rankings.
The next moment,
an excited voice rang out from the crowd of class 36. Yi Jin's rank has gone up 49th place.
A collective gasp filled the air.
Everyone in class 36, including Teacher Chen and Principal He, turned their eyes toward the giant screen in unison.
When they saw Yi Jin's ranking, the entire crowd erupted in excitement. Rank 49. My God, a full 70,000 points of baleful aura. Adding 70,000 points all at once, did Yi Jin kill 7 tier 1 aperture breaking realm beasts? Ha, is it possible he killed a single tier 7 aperture breaking realm beast instead? You've got to be kidding me. But regardless, our hunch was right.
Yi Jin really has been cultivating all day. At this rate, he's likely already broken through to the aperture opening realm.
I'm so jealous.
6 days to go from the vitality realm to aperture opening, that's an entire major realm.
I'm so salty right now.
The students of class 36 were buzzing with excitement, the worry on their faces instantly vanishing.
Phew.
Teacher Chen let out a long sigh of relief, and at the same time, he noticed that Principal He also seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. The two smiled at each other, then quickly tucked away the expressions on their faces. Principal He did not stay any longer, continuing to other classes to comfort the worried teachers and parents.
I knew he would be fine.
Tao Ying also breathed a sigh of relief, her eyes scanning back and forth between Yi Jin and Hang's rankings. However, seeing that Hang's collection of malevolent aura had not increased for some time, she couldn't help but feel a bit worried.
Bad seeds really do live forever. Mickey curled her lip, yet she found herself feeling inexplicably more relaxed.
Mickey continued to scan the rankings, focusing her gaze on the names of Ria and Chang.
Ria's ranking wasn't high, sitting at only 90th place. As for Chang, his ranking was 0. At this very moment, almost every student in class 36 had their eyes fixed on Chang's name. It was the only name in their class that had shown no movement so far. Teacher Chen thought to himself, now only Chang is left. I hope he's alright and that everyone returns safely. Just as the thought crossed his mind, a look of joy appeared on Teacher Chen's face. Chang's ranking finally began to shift. Good, good. All 6 students from our class are safe. Teacher Chen was overjoyed, even more excited than when he had seen Yi Jin's ranking rise earlier. The other students of class 36 were also happy for Chang. But soon, they sensed that something was wrong. The speed and volume at which Chang was collecting baleful energy grew faster and larger. This left them stunned. Isn't Chang only in the vitality realm? How did he suddenly collect 4,000 units of baleful energy just now? Did I see that wrong? You didn't see it wrong. Not only did he add 4,000 units of baleful energy at once, but he just added another 10,000. Hiss. Chang can kill a marrow-breaking beast? I don't believe it. I don't believe it either. Could there be something wrong with his watch? Something's not right. How is his baleful aura increasing so fast? He's almost catching up to Yi Jin. Holy crap! Is Chang using some kind of cheat code? The students of class 36 and teacher Chen all stared at the giant screen in stunned silence, watching as Chang's ranking and aura of ferocity continued to climb. Before long, he had broken into the top 50. Then, it bypassed Yi Jin's rank and surged toward the top 40 without showing any signs of stopping. This left everyone in class 36 in a state of complete shock. However, there was someone even more stunned than they were. This is impossible. Watching Chang's ranking continuously climb, Rin couldn't help but roar inwardly. Why did this happen? How could 2 students he abandoned and drove away achieve such incredible results in the martial trials? Yi Jin was one thing after all. With her high comprehension, level, and strength, he could just barely accept it. But what about Chang? On what grounds? His performance was even more outrageous than Yi Jin's. Yi Jin was unaware of what was happening on the school square, though he could guess some of it. However, he didn't care. At this moment, Yi Jin had already approached the sea and spotted Hu Jiaxuan. Chapter 54, The Terrifying Art of Charm. Controlling Hu Jiaxuan. I thought I wouldn't run into this guy. Yi Jin sneered, his expression gradually turning cold. Ever since Yi Jin learned how vast this territory was, he hadn't held much hope for his plan to kill Hu Jiaxuan and Rhea in the rift. But his luck seemed to be quite good. As he approached the ocean, he spotted Hu Jiaxuan's figure from a distance. However, the killing must be done quietly. I cannot expose myself. Yi Jin was well aware. Whether it was killing the people from Chunyu Tower, or the previous master, the divine physician, and the county magistrate, exposure wouldn't have much of an impact. However, killing Hu Jiaxuan definitely could not be exposed. Especially since he had no evidence of the plan between Hu Jiaxuan and Rhea to kill him. Therefore, Yi Jin needed to handle this matter quietly, without letting anyone know. Thinking of this, Yi Jin stowed away his motorcycle and changed into local attire. After donning a hat and applying some camouflage to his face, he continued his journey toward the ocean. Yi Jin was now close to the sea, with only about 3,000 meters remaining. Using his eyes on all sides ability, Yi Jin spotted several students gathered on the beach from a distance, among whom was Hu Jiaxuan. As he approached the shore, Yi Jin utilized his ears in all directions to eavesdrop on Hu Jiaxuan's voice. From their conversation, it seemed that other students had arrived at the beach before them and had already set out to sea. I heard there are several overseas islands where spirits and monsters are quite numerous. Meanwhile, Hu Jiaxuan and his group are also preparing to head out to sea. Are these guys really that bold? Yi Jin was slightly taken aback. Hunting at sea, and specifically heading to those islands to slay monsters, is a remarkably daring move. As shopkeeper Chen had mentioned before, being in the water is nothing like being on land. Even more so when it's the ocean. If one were dragged underwater, even someone in the aperture opening realm would be worn down to death by spirits and monsters, as their strength would be significantly compromised. However, quite a few students had headed out to sea working together. Their collective strength was actually quite formidable. Just don't kill them all for me, my aperture-breaking pills still depend on them. Yi Jin muttered to himself as he quickly approached the coastal city. The city was vast, no smaller than Tianjin City.
The population within the city was substantial, and nearly everyone made their living from the sea. Normally at this hour, they would have already set out to fish. Today, however, few of the city's residents had headed out to sea, and the entire city was permeated with a thick air of sorrow. By listening intently to his surroundings, Yi Jin learned that many of the commoners who went out to sea yesterday had met with misfortune. They never returned. And their boats had been seen by returning fishermen, already sunk to the bottom of the ocean. That group of fishermen, naturally, had not gone out to sea with the students. They were all individuals who had set out early on their own. Clearly, they had encountered spirits or monsters. If this guy stays with the other students, I won't have much of a chance to strike. Should I just take a shot at him from a distance? Yi Jin watched from afar, frowning slightly. With Hu Jiaxuan surrounded by other students, it was difficult for Yi Jin to make a move. Unless he used a vitality sniper rifle to take him out. However, Yi Jin was uncertain whether the vitality bullet would dissipate immediately after the kill or remain behind. If it remained, it would serve as evidence of the murder. Yi Jin continued to observe Hu Jiaxuan's movements from a distance, waiting for the right moment to strike. Hu Jiaxuan, what are you waiting for? Let's go now. If we're late, we won't even get a sip of the leftovers. Exactly. That girl hasn't even reached the aperture-breaking realm. Why are you waiting for someone who's just going to hold us back? Right, someone in the vitality realm is of no help to us at all. If you want to wait for her, wait by yourself. The rest of us are heading out now. Go, let him wait by himself. Hearing these voices, Yi Jin felt a surge of joy and looked over. Sure enough, he saw the others abandon Hu Jiaxuan, hurriedly board a boat, and set out to sea. However, their speed was not fast. Seeing this, Yi Jin couldn't help but ponder, this speed is too slow. If I'm going to sea, it would be great if I had a speedboat. At this thought, Yi Jin couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation. Since even a motorcycle could be dropped, dropping a speedboat didn't seem that far-fetched. Yi Jin stopped overthinking and focused his attention on Hu Jiaxuan. Yi Jin knew that the person this guy was waiting for must be Ria. It was the perfect opportunity to send them both on their way together. Yi Jin watched Hu Jiaxuan tapping away on his phone as if sending messages. After a moment, Hu left the seaside and headed toward the city. With a sudden thought, Yi Jin followed him directly. Before long, Yi Jin saw Hu Jiaxuan enter a certain inn. Now's my chance. Secretly delighted, Yi Jin crept to the back of the inn. After using his heightened senses to ensure no one was nearby, he silently climbed through a window and hid inside one of the rooms. Just as Yi Jin hid under the bed, he heard the sound of the room door opening. Hu Jiaxuan walked in. That bitch is wasting my time for hunting beasts. If my martial trial score ends up being poor, I'm definitely not letting her off the hook. As soon as Hu Jiaxuan entered the room, he flopped onto the bed and couldn't help but curse, damn it, making me wait for her. Does she really think I'm one of her underlings? If it weren't for the sake of killing together, humph. Hu Jiaxuan seemed worried about being overheard, as he didn't finish his sentence. With a cold snort, Hu Jiaxuan took out his phone and continued to urge Ria to hurry up. Phew. After sending the message, Hu Jiaxuan tossed his phone aside and closed his eyes to rest. Buzz. Silently and imperceptibly, a mass of vitality suddenly diffused, enveloping Hu Jiaxuan in a matter of seconds. With every breath, the vitality entered Hu Jiaxuan's body. In an instant, Hu Jiaxuan snapped his eyes open. With a single glance, he saw his pure and innocent deskmate standing before him, completely naked with bedroom eyes, swaying her body seductively to tease him. Hu Jiaxuan suddenly felt his breathing grow shallow and rapid. I didn't expect you to be such a slut. I thought you were the reserved type. Hu Jiaxuan gave a wicked chuckle and lunged like a hungry tiger, pinning his deskmate down before his tongue began to wander frantically over her. From top to bottom, and then from bottom to top. Hu Jiaxuan greedily sucked in everything. Yi Jin had already emerged from under the bed while Hu Jiaxuan was trapped in the illusion. Seeing him rolling around incessantly on the bedding, she couldn't help but feel speechless.
It had to be said. The charm technique was truly somewhat outrageous.
In particular, Eugene had worried the charm effect might be too weak, so to avoid any accidents, she had even upgraded the technique to 2 stars. Consequently, the current effect of the charm technique was beyond absurd. With just a single execution, Hu Jiaxuan was plunged into an illusion from which he could not extricate himself. This mountain may be small, but it's quite lovely.
Come on, grind gently, don't bite hard. This can boost your vitality, swallow it.
Watching Hu Jiaxuan alone on the bed, arranging the bedding into various positions while listening to the filth spewing from his mouth, Yi Jin's face turned grim. This guy looks like a student, but who knew he'd be such a player? I can't tell if he's actually experienced or if he's just watched too many movies, but he certainly acts like a pro. Yi Jin continued to cast her charm spell, allocating points to his vitality once again. The charm spell requires repeated casting. Only by immersing the target multiple times can one truly control their mind.
Yi Jin wasn't sure exactly how many times it would take.
But to be safe, Hu Jiaxuan certainly couldn't be allowed to wake up too soon. The main reason those experts at Spring Rain Pavilion had their minds controlled by the Pearl Clam was that they had underestimated it. Because the vitality it released could satisfy their desires while appearing completely harmless, they kept it as a pet and frequently immersed themselves in those cravings. But Hu Jiaxuan was different. This guy held a grudge against Yi Jin and even wanted to kill him if he woke up and found Yi Jin there. There was no way he would voluntarily ask for another round. Controlling him again would no longer be as easy as it was now. To avoid exposing herself, Yi Jin had no choice but to repeatedly cast her charms, keeping Hu Jiaxuan deeply immersed in the illusion. As he sank deeper into the trance, Yi Jin discovered that the number of people in this guy's fantasies was growing. It started with his seatmate, then shifted to other classmates, teachers, celebrities. It was a truly bizarre and eclectic mix. Sigh, I wonder how many people were like this during their student days. Yi Jin felt a sudden shiver of disgust. An hour passed in the blink of an eye. Watching Hu Jiaxuan's facial features shift from distorted to manic, and finally settling into a state of calm, Yi Jin felt a stir in her heart. Yi Jin did not withdraw the charm technique. Keeping her voice high-pitched and airy, she attempted to command him, Hu Jiaxuan, message Ria immediately and tell her to hurry up. Yes. The Hu family immediately and obediently complied. This brought a look of joy to Yi Jin's face as he continued to instruct, have her meet at that small grove outside the city. Great. Hu Jiaxuan remained completely submissive, continuing to send messages to Ria. Just 10 minutes later, Ria called to say she had already spotted the city and would arrive shortly. She had not sensed anything unusual. Let's go. Yi Jin was the first to leave. After Yi Jin left, the charm technique was withdrawn, and Hu Jiaxuan regained his senses. Ha! Was it just a dream? But it felt so real, as if it actually happened. Hu Jiaxuan sat on the bed, staring at the bedding in deep thought, but then let out a strange laugh. Hee, classmates, teachers, celebrities, TSK, I really want to do it again. But, why would I have a dream like that? Could it be because of this bedding? When I leave, I must take it with me. Muttering to himself, Hu Jiaxuan instinctively glanced at his phone, his expression instantly brightening. Ria has arrived. He immediately left the inn and headed toward the small grove outside the city. Hu Jiaxuan seemed completely unaware of the voice he had just heard, nor could he recall the fact that he had just followed an order to send a message to Ria. Chapter 55, The Death of Ria. Over here, over here. Just as Hu Jiaxuan left the coastal city, he saw Ria waving to him while waiting in front of a small grove. Hu Jiaxuan immediately ran over at a quick pace. He looked at Ria with excitement and asked, Ria, have you broken through to the aperture-breaking realm? Not bad. I had some good luck and found a decent herb, which allowed me to successfully break through to the next level. Ria also appeared to be extremely happy. She hadn't expected that just a few hours after entering the rift, she would accidentally find a high-age herb. After consuming it and performing a simple refinement of her vitality reached 10,000 VP. The process of advancing to the aperture opening realm was even more effortless. The only regret was that she had only just broken through to become an aperture opener and had not yet cleared any of her acupoints. However, Rhea was in no hurry. With 2 days remaining, she believed she could find even better herbs to further her progress in the aperture opening realm. Upon hearing this, Hujashuan couldn't help but clench his fists, whispering excitedly, "Now that both you and I have reached the aperture breaking stage, as long as we find that." Shoo! Before he could finish his sentence, he saw Rhea's expression change drastically as she hurriedly cut him off. She then signaled toward Hujashuan's watch with her eyes. Hujashuan understood immediately. The two of them silently removed their watches and placed them into their storage bags. Only then did Rhea grit her teeth and say, "Rest assured, with our level and strength, as long as we find that Yi Jin, we will definitely be able to kill him." However, as she spoke, Rhea frowned and looked at Hujashuan. "You haven't disclosed this matter to anyone else during this time, have you? And you haven't talked to yourself while wearing the watch?" She appeared to be extremely cautious. Regarding these watches capable of collecting malevolent energy, she was unsure whether they possessed surveillance functions. If there were any, and Hujashuan accidentally exposed the matter, she would have no choice but to temporarily abandon her plan to kill Yi Jin. Hujashuan smiled and said, "Don't worry, there are none. I only spoke out of excitement after learning about your breakthrough." "Machem, that's good then." Only then did Rhea nod in relief. She did not want any unexpected complications to arise in her plan. She not only intended to kill Yi Jin in secret but also planned to make Hujashuan disappear without a trace. Only then would it be truly safe. "You've been by the shore for so long, haven't you found any sign of Yi Jin at all?" Hearing Rhea's inquiry, Hujashuan said helplessly, "This rift is too vast, and we were a random drop. Finding Yi Jin is no easy task." Rhea grew increasingly frustrated upon hearing this. But she immediately consoled herself, "However, there's no need to worry, we have at least a 50% chance of finding Yi Jin." She already knew that this was within the borders of Daxia, and Rhea was somewhat familiar with the areas within the country that had a high concentration of ferocious beasts. One is Sunset Mountain, located near the capital of Daxia. The other is the ocean. No matter where Yi Jin appears, if he wants to slay more beasts and achieve better results in the martial trials, he will need to head to one of these two places. There is a 50-50 chance they will run into Yi Jin. Agreed. Hujashuan nodded. He also knew that this truly came down to luck. After all, their martial trials only lasted 3 days, and now only 2 remained. If Yi Jin headed towards Sunset Mountain, they would have no choice but to give up. If we really can't find Yi Jin, then we can only say it wasn't his time to die. Rhea sighed softly. Suddenly, something crossed her mind, and she asked, "By the way, you haven't been asking around about Yi Jin at the seaside, have you?" Hujashuan shook his head. "No." "That's good then." Rhea nodded in satisfaction and then said, "Then let's plan this out in detail first. We have exactly one advantage, Yi Jin has no idea we're coming to kill him, so..." Put. Before she could finish her sentence, she suddenly felt as if something had pierced through her right chest, and she instinctively clutched her chest as she collapsed onto the ground. The Hu family. Her expression changed drastically as she was about to confront Hujashuan. But then she suddenly saw that Hujashuan was just like her, blood was spreading across his chest, and as he stumbled, he fell to his knees on the ground, his eyes filled with bewilderment. He opened his mouth as if to say something, but his eyes drooped and he collapsed to the ground with a heavy thud. Hujashuan is dead. In an instant, Rhea's face turned pale, and a violent shudder ran through her body. A bullet. The realization struck Rhea instantly with a look of terror. She scrambled to dodge. Puff, puff, puff. Several more bullets struck her, hitting her thighs and arms in an instant. She had nearly lost all mobility. Who is it? Cold sweat poured down Rhea's forehead as she endured the agonizing pain, her expression filled with terror as she stared at the low bushes dozens of meters away. Her voice carried a hint of pleading, "Classmate, please don't kill me. I can leave my storage bag and go. I don't know who you are, I just beg you not to." Even in such a situation, Rhea remained remarkably calm. But before she could finish her plea, she suddenly caught sight of a figure stepping out from behind the bushes.
Ria's eyes instantly bulged. Yi Jin, it's actually you?
She seemed completely blindsided that the person striking at them from the shadows was actually Yi Jin, appearing utterly shocked. Yi Jin walked out slowly, looking at Ria with cold indifference, and sighed, "Ria, oh Ria, is your heart made of coal?
I was the one you swindled out of everything, yet you're the one trying to kill me.
Truly, there is no venom like a woman's heart."
No, I didn't. Please, let me explain. Ria's face turned as pale as snow.
Seeing Yi Jin approaching with a gun as if to kill her on the spot, she pointed at Hu Jiaxuan in a desperate flash of wit.
It was him. He's the one who forced me to do it.
Back when we were together, he wouldn't stop hounding me. Then, a few days ago, you suddenly dumped me, and in a fit of anger, I agreed to be with him. But he hated that you had me first, so he kept pressuring me to help him kill you. He told me if I didn't listen to him, he would beat me. You have no idea how miserable my life has been these past few days.
He even tried to violate me.
I only pretended to agree to protect myself, but I never actually intended to kill you.
Wah!
I swear, everything I'm saying is the truth.
You have to believe me.
Ria wept like a rain-drenched pear blossom, her voice filled with such sorrow that she truly seemed coerced by Hu Jiaxuan, her entire body trembling uncontrollably. It was unclear whether it was due to fear or the agony of the injuries. Yi Jin watched Ria's performance with indifference before saying coldly, "Stop acting,
I'm not acting, and I'm not lying. It's true, he forced me to do everything."
Ria interrupted Yi Jin, defending herself in a panic. "Back then, I was only in the vitality realm, while he was a powerhouse in the aperture-breaking realm.
I couldn't resist him at all. He forced me to agree to it. What, everything I said is true, I'm not lying to you. Yi Jin, let's make up. I know I wronged you before, and I can make it up to you. I'll give you whatever you want, including myself. From now on, I'll be your woman, belonging only to you, and I'll never."
Ria defended herself with a face full of terror. The more she spoke, the more fluid her lies became. When she mentioned compensation, she didn't hesitate for a second, as if she truly had a change of heart.
Enough!
Yi Jin interrupted Ria's rambling with irritation, saying coldly, "I saw with my own eyes that Hu Jiaxuan was forced by you to kill me."
Stop acting. Upon hearing this, Ria's entire body stiffened.
She stared blankly at Yi Jin, her face turning deathly pale.
How could you have seen it with your own eyes?
Yi Jin, naturally, would not explain. He looked at Ria with a cold expression and asked the question he cared about most, "Tell me, besides Hu Jiaxuan, who else did you invite to kill me?"
I will never tell you.
Ria gritted her teeth, appearing quite defiant. Not only that, she endured the intense pain and tried to stealthily reach for her storage bag while Yi Jin wasn't looking.
Baiyu.
Yi Jin casually fired 2 shots at the back of her hands, piercing through both of her palms.
Arg! Ria cried out in pain, her hands trembling uncontrollably. Her entire body shuddered incessantly from the agony. Ignoring Ria's suffering, Yi Jin pulled out a bag of salt.
Without uttering a single threat, she prepared to sprinkle it directly onto Ria's wounds.
Yi Jin, you are so cold-blooded. Ria screamed in terror.
Even though she had never endured such torture, she could imagine the excruciating pain of salt being rubbed into a wound, her expression filled with utter terror. Seeing the bag open and the salt about to be poured out, Ria finally broke down and screamed, "I'll talk."
Stop, I'll talk. No one else, there's no one else, only Hu Jiaxuan.
Ria sobbed as she spoke. Watching Yi Jin put away the fine salt only to raise the pistol again, she asked with miserable desperation the question that had haunted her for days.
Yi Jin, why have you changed so much? Baiyu. The only response she received was a single bullet.
A bullet that pierced straight through her forehead.
Chapter 56, Settling the Score. It's all the fault of youthful vigor. Phew.
Yi Jin looked down at Ria, who lay in a pool of blood with her eyes still wide in death, and let out a long, heavy breath of complicated emotions.
It wasn't that I was reminiscing about anything in particular.
Mainly due to the fusion of memories, Yi-jin felt somewhat moved. The two were once a couple, yet in just a few short days, they had reached the point of a life-and-death confrontation. He felt a sense of wistful melancholy. But this was of Ria's own making. All I can say is you had it coming. Gathering her thoughts, Yi-jin moved quickly into action. He took the storage bags and cell phones from their bodies, then produced 2 portions of corpse-dissolving powder, carefully sprinkling them over the remains to let them rapidly dissolve. At the same time, he cleared away all the surrounding shell casings and bullets. He then covered up the resulting sewage. Yi-jin strode away. Having dealt with these 2 individuals who harbored murderous intent toward him, Yi-jin felt much more at ease. It's time to head out to sea and strive to finish allocating points to my apertures as soon as possible. With these thoughts in mind, Yi-jin calmly made his way back toward Linhai City. On the road. Listening casually, Yi-jin noticed many students lingering in Linhai City, seemingly hesitating over whether to venture out to sea for an adventure. Most of these students were at the 3rd stage of the Vitality Realm. Almost everyone who had reached the Vitality Realm chose not to stay behind, opting instead to head to the islands to hunt spirits and monsters. As for those in the Aperture Opening Realm, it went without saying. Not a single one remained. What gave Yi-jin a peculiar look was that some of the students who stayed in Linhai City were using their storage bags to conduct business with the local residents. There were quite a few students who shared the same mindset as Chang. They managed to make a decent amount of money by selling various daily necessities. Others were trading in ferocious beasts. These ferocious beasts were hunted by them in the mountains and forests. They are full of vitality and are quite suitable for sale to the residents. However, the prices are generally relatively high, and those who can afford them are all wealthy merchants in the city. During this process, some wealthy merchants grew greedy and clashed with the students, but what they coveted was not the beast meat, but the storage bags. Storage bags are something that does not exist in this world. They were extremely envious of these bags that could store numerous items and be carried around easily. Even though they knew the students came from beyond this world and that Huaxia would soon take over Daxia, they still couldn't resist making a move, showing a reckless disregard for the consequences. Furthermore, there was another group of students who left Yi-jin somewhat speechless. These were some of the male students. They stayed in Linhai City not to wait for a ship to sea, nor did they have any immediate intention of hunting ferocious beasts. Instead, they were frequenting brothels. These bastards really can't keep it in their pants. Yi-jin couldn't help but sigh upon hearing this. Yi-jin finally understood that his desires were truly not his fault. Rather, it was the fault of his youthful vigor. At the very least, Yi-jin felt he was far superior to these students. At least he could suppress the side effects brought on by his surging vitality. Judging by the students' frantic discussions, the women in the brothels seemed to be quite exceptional. Not only were they beautiful, but they also possessed exquisite figures. More importantly, they were still quite young. When it came to the act, they were more energetic and far more willing to cooperate. They certainly have boundless energy. Affected by the vitality, Yi-jin felt a slight itch in his heart despite his best efforts to suppress it. However, to Yi-jin's relief, the brothels in Linhai City were not like the Spring Rain Pavilion in Tianjin City, which was influenced by spirits and monsters that kidnapped women and children everywhere. The brothels in this city were quite legitimate. The women in the establishments joined of their own free will rather than being coerced. Otherwise, he could have potentially harvested some more aperture-breaking pills, but it was certainly for the best that there was no such opportunity. Before long, Yi-jin returned to Linhai City and walked straight toward the pier by the sea. Is this young master looking to head out to sea? Young master, my boat is cheap, it only costs 1 tael of silver. Young master, take my boat, it's safe, stable, and reliable. As soon as he reached the pier, boatmen swarmed toward him, vying for his business. Sorry, I've already arranged for a boatman. Hearing Yi-jin's words, the boatmen dispersed in disappointment. They then watched as Yi-jin walked straight toward a large vessel at the very front of the pier. A deckhand on the boat was shouting, "Setting sail! Setting sail! We need 3 more."
Any Huaxia students looking to head out to sea?
The deckhand was a middle-aged man who appeared to be in his 40s. He wore coarse linen clothes, and his skin was tanned dark from long hours in the sun. However, judging by his exposed arms, his muscles were clearly well defined. It was clear that he also possessed a certain level. Seeing Yi Jin approach, he immediately called out, "Young master, are you a student from Huaxia? Looking to head out to sea? We just need 3 more people to set sail immediately. How much per person?" The middle-aged man smiled instantly and said, 5 taels of silver per person. We guarantee a safe trip to the island and a safe return, with food and drinks included along the way.
Great! Yi Jin nodded slightly and stepped onto the boat.
As soon as she stepped onto the ship, a person on the deck ran toward Yi Jin in pleasant surprise. "Yi Jin, I didn't expect to run into you here." He was an ordinary-looking male classmate whose face was covered in acne.
Yi Jin had some impression of him.
He was a classmate from her class 36, in the vitality realm.
Zhao Shang.
Yi Jin nodded at him with a smile and asked casually, "How long have you been waiting here?" Zhao Shang seemed a bit surprised that Yi Jin knew his name and replied hurriedly, "We've been waiting for over 2 hours.
The boatman said we won't set sail until there are 10 students, and we're still short by 2. I see. It shouldn't be much longer then."
Yi Jin nodded, while simultaneously sizing up the students and the crew members who were essentially sailors on the boat. As for the other 6 students, both male and female, Yi Jin did not recognize any of them. As for the sailors, there were more than a dozen of them. The ship was massive, measuring 30 to 40 meters in length, which accounted for the large crew. Each sailor appeared heavily muscled and possessed formidable strength.
Yi Jin stood by the railing, gazing out toward the vast expanse of the ocean.
His heart was filled with anticipation. Standing beside him, Zhao Shang asked curiously, "Yi Jin, what level are you at now?
Have you broken through to the aperture-breaking realm?" Upon hearing this question,
the voices on the boat grew significantly quieter. Whether it was the other students or the sailors, everyone pricked up their ears and listened intently.
Yi Jin gave a helpless smile. "Breaking through to the aperture-opening realm isn't that easy. I'm still in the vitality realm, and I'm quite a long way off from the next stage."
Phew! Through his heightened senses, Yi Jin noticed that after hearing he hadn't reached the aperture-opening realm, both the students and the sailors on board seemed to breathe a collective sigh of relief.
Yi Jin didn't seem to mind.
"Then it seems your luck hasn't been very good." Zhao Shang didn't notice any of this and felt a bit sorry for Yi Jin. He said enviously, "I ran into quite a few students from other classes in Linhai City. It seems they've all had decent harvests. Many have already broken through to the aperture-opening realm.
It's really enviable."
Yi Jin said nonchalantly, "What's there to be envious of? Once we head out to sea this time, you'll find something easily and break through in no time." "I certainly hope so." Zhao Shang shook his head bitterly.
"But I've had no luck. I found absolutely nothing all day.
I hesitated for a long time before finally deciding to head out to sea and take a gamble.
Maybe the good stuff is still waiting for you further ahead."
Yi Jin patted Zhao Shang on the shoulder to offer some comfort. The two of them chatted idly on the deck while waiting for others to board the ship.
Before long, a student boarded the ship, someone Yi Jin didn't recognize.
Nor did he have any intention of getting to know them. Despite everyone being from the same country and the same school, there was no desire to socialize beyond their existing circles. They were all well aware of the reality. Once they set out to sea and landed on the island, they would all become rivals in the hunt for ferocious beasts. There was really no need to get to know them better, unless there were plans to form a team.
Another half-hour passed. Suddenly, Yi Jin's expression turned peculiar. A few minutes later, Zhao Sheng exclaimed in a low voice, "Hang, he's actually here too."
As they spoke, Zhao Sheng looked at Yi Jin with a worried expression. Remembering the previous confrontation between the two, he had a premonition that things were about to take a turn for the worse. He wondered to himself if these two might actually start a fight on the boat. But to his slight astonishment, when Hang boarded and saw Yi Jin, he immediately ran over with joy. "Yi Jin, I thought you had already headed out to sea." Yi Jin said self-deprecatingly, I'm only in the vitality realm, how would I dare to venture out to sea alone?
Hang was momentarily stunned, but he understood instantly and nodded, that's true. There is strength in numbers, it's much safer this way. Yi Jin nodded. She was very satisfied with Hang's reaction. Aren't you too? Zhao Shang looked at the two of them strangely, feeling somewhat bewildered. He couldn't understand why two people who were clearly arch-enemies just 2 days ago had suddenly reconciled. Hang said nonchalantly, everything's been settled between Yi Jin and me for a long time. What's that saying? No discord, no concord. Get it? I see. Zhao Shang came to a sudden realization and didn't press the matter further. All right, everyone is here. Take your seats, we're setting off immediately. At that moment, a lean-looking old man stepped out of the cabin, puffing leisurely on a pipe. He shouted his orders, hoist the sails and set course for the open sea. Chapter 57, If you don't listen to advice, you deserve to be scammed. After another 40 minutes or so, a faint golden light shimmered over Jiangchen once again. He had leveled up, reaching level 6. The sails were hoisted, catching the wind as the vessel set forth. Before long, under the watchful eyes of numerous residents and other Chinese students, the massive ship departed from the pier, heading toward the overseas islands. Distinguished guests, there are resting quarters prepared for you inside the cabins. If any of you feel unwell or suffer from seasickness during the voyage, please feel free to go inside and rest. We shall arrive at the island in less than 10 hours. The lean elderly man looked at Yi Jin and the others with a smile, saying, I have already given orders to prepare meals and drinks for you. Should you have any needs, you may enter the cabin to enjoy them at any time. Seeing the captain's warm hospitality, everyone expressed their gratitude. But none of them entered the cabins. For the students of Panshan High School, this was the first time in their lives going out to sea, so they naturally wanted to take a good look at the ocean scenery. They treated it like a sightseeing trip. While gazing out at the sea, everyone was also chatting idly. Yi Jin asked Hang casually, Hang, how did you get here so fast? Did you run all the way? The place where he had previously rescued Hang was still dozens of miles away from Linhai City. Yi Jin had only managed to arrive so quickly because he was riding a motorcycle. Even though he had been delayed in Linhai City for over an hour, logically, Hang shouldn't have been able to reach the pier so fast on foot. I'm not stupid enough to run all that way myself. Hang rolled his eyes and then grinned. There was a village nearby. I traded something for a horse and galloped all the way here. He didn't specify what he had traded, but Yi Jin guessed it might have been the Lingji mushroom. Suddenly, Hang seemed to recall something and said with envy, while I was changing horses, I heard the villagers mention that a motorcycle appeared by the river earlier. I wonder which filthy rich bastard actually had the foresight to bring a motorcycle in here. By the way, Yi Jin, did you run into that filthy rich guy? As he spoke, Hang looked at Yi Jin with curiosity. Yi Jin's expression remained indifferent, no. He didn't really feel like talking. Although this guy's expression was full of envy, his words made Yi Jin want to punch him. But then again, if it weren't him riding the motorcycle but someone else, he probably wouldn't be able to resist cursing them for being a filthy rich show-off after seeing it. Zhao Shang laughed and said, how is this being a filthy rich show-off? How much can a motorcycle even cost? You can buy one for just a few thousand yuan. Are you stupid? Is this about the motorcycle? Hang curled his lip and said speechlessly, the motorcycle itself isn't worth much, of course. The key is how he brought it, and he must be using a spatial ring. Storage bags like the ones we have only hold 1 cubic meter, which definitely couldn't fit a motorcycle. Only a storage ring would have enough space. And it wouldn't be just any ordinary storage ring, the internal space would have to be quite large. The cheapest spatial rings at Marshall Path Pavilion cost $1 million. To fit a motorcycle, at the very least, you'd need about 10 cubic meters of space. I don't know exactly how much a storage ring like that costs, but it has to be at least several million. Hang's words suddenly brought realization to Zhao Shang. He truly hadn't given the matter much thought before.
Upon hearing this, he couldn't help but sigh with emotion. He really is filthy rich. Spending that much money just to bring in a motorcycle, and once he's done with it, he can just dump it and bring other things back. If the harvest is good, it's a massive profit. Right? It must be nice to be rich. Hang also sighed repeatedly, his voice filled with envy. They didn't notice, however, that Eugene wasn't responding at all, seemingly uninterested in engaging with them. These two guys, with their constant filthy rich comments, left Eugene completely speechless. Yet, their blatant envy gave Eugene a strange sense of secret satisfaction. Zhao Sheng suddenly asked out of curiosity, "Hey, do you think since people can bring in motorcycles, someone might bring in a jet ski or even a speedboat?" "Impossible." Hang waved his hand and laughed. "There isn't even a place selling that kind of stuff in Panshan City. It's impossible for anyone to bring in watercraft." "True enough." Zhao Sheng nodded silently, agreeing with Hang's point. Hang glanced around, and seeing no one nearby, leaned in close to Eugene's ear and whispered, "Eugene, is there something wrong with this ship?" "Yeah." "Be careful, and just stay on the deck." Eugene nodded silently, signaling for the two of them to keep it quiet. Zhao Sheng's expression shifted slightly upon hearing this, and he suddenly grew somewhat nervous. Eugene patted his shoulder and comforted him, "Relax, it's fine." "Agreed." Zhao Sheng calmed down. He didn't ask any further questions, but since Eugene had sensed something was wrong the moment he stepped onto the ship, he must have methods beyond his knowledge. He just needed to trust Eugene. Hang continued to inquire, "What exactly is wrong?" Eugene shook his head without answering. Just then, the lean captain stepped onto the deck and extended an invitation. "Distinguished guests, the meal is ready. We have prepared delicacies using rare fish from our seas. Please, come and enjoy." Upon hearing this, the students did not accept, but instead politely declined. "Thank you, but I'm not hungry for now." "Thank you, old gentleman, but we brought our own food, so there's no need." "Yeah, it's only a few hours anyway. We'll eat when we get back." Although they lacked life experience, they still possessed a necessary level of caution. "Ah, it seems you honored guests look down upon this humble old man." The captain feigned anger and continued, "You are all distinguished guests from beyond the heavens. In the future, Huaxia will take over our Linhai city. If word gets out that I failed to entertain you properly and Huaxia decides to hold me accountable, a lowly old man like me could never bear such a responsibility." The group exchanged glances and politely declined once more. "Don't worry, we're just students, not some kind of VIPs. Hee Grandpa, Huaxia isn't a feudal dynasty like the Great Xia. They won't be handing out punishments for something like this. You're overthinking it. Rest assured, it's fine." The students couldn't help but chuckle, finding this ancient way of speaking and acting quite amusing. "Regardless of whether Huaxia imposes punishment, I must provide thorough hospitality. I dare not risk the lives of my entire family." As the captain spoke these words, his face was filled with worry. Seeing the crowd hesitate, he even went as far as to cup his hands and bow deeply, saying, "I implore you, distinguished guests, to please do me the honor of tasting the food. I would be eternally grateful." The captain's repeated invitations left the students looking at one another in bewilderment. They were students, after all, and easily moved. Seeing an elderly man pleading so humbly for the safety of his family stirred a sense of pity within them. Immediately, one of the female students suggested, "Let's have a bite then. It's a good chance to taste the delicacies of this world." With someone leading the way, the others followed suit and agreed. "All right, let's eat. I haven't tried the fish in this world yet. I wonder how it differs from the ones back home. Is it spicy? I'm not a big fan of overly spicy food. Are you even from Panshan? I can't believe you can't handle spicy food." As they spoke, everyone suddenly grew expectant, eager to head into the cabin for the meal. "Honored guests, please come inside." The captain, his face beaming with joy, stepped aside and gestured for them to enter. Just then, Eugene said with a smile, "Old gentleman, would it be possible to have the sailors bring the food out to the deck? It's a bit cramped inside with so many people. It would be much more comfortable to eat out here in the breeze." This The captain hesitated slightly, his gaze instinctively shifting toward the other students, particularly the female ones.
Sure enough, the female students did not disappoint him. They glared at Eugene in anger, one of them snapping, "Hey, do you really think you're some kind of VIP? Someone invites you to dinner, and you have the nerve to give an excuse like that?" Exactly.
They've already prepared the food, and here you are demanding they haul tables and chairs up here.
Don't you know how inconvenient it is to move things while the boat is rocking like this?
Humph, you have no consideration for others at all.
People like you are an embarrassment to China when you're abroad. You really think you're some big shot, don't you? What a piece of work.
At first, it was only the girls gossiping about Eugene, but eventually, even the other male students joined in with a few mocking remarks.
You motherfuckers.
Furious, Hang couldn't help but snap back at this ungrateful bunch. He almost instinctively blurted out that there was something wrong with the boat, but Eugene stopped him just in time. Zhao Shang also blared angrily at the other students. Eugene, however, didn't seem to care. He said with a chuckle, "Since you're not interested, then forget it.
The three of us won't be joining the meal."
The captain looked humbly at the other students and then at Eugene's trio, seemingly blaming himself for the fact that the two groups were arguing because of him.
Don't mind him. Treating him to a meal is like begging him. What kind of person acts like that? Exactly. Let's go and just leave him to bake in the sun on the deck. Let's go.
If others don't want to eat, there's no need to force them. We'll just eat more ourselves. The group cast disdainful glances at Eugene and his companions before heading straight into the cabin, where they were soon greeted by a table laden with a magnificent feast. Many of the fish species served were ones they had never even seen before in China.
In an instant,
the 7 of them could not wait to sit down and begin enjoying the feast.
The flavor was indeed excellent, a rare and exquisite delicacy.
As they ate, they kept questioning the captain, asking him to identify the fish because they wanted to catch some to take back with them.
And so it went. Everyone ate with great relish, their appetites fully whetted.
However, as they continued to eat, they began to feel that something was wrong, as if they were experiencing a bout of seasickness. The 7 of them immediately sensed trouble and realized they had been deceived, but it was already too late. 3 among them were in the aperture opening realm. They attempted to resist the drug's effects and fight their way out, but were suddenly enveloped by a mass of vitality, falling into an illusion.
Chapter 58, Severing Limbs. The massacre begins.
Heh, these outsiders are so easy to fool. The captain caught sight of the students slumped over in various positions and couldn't help but let out a contemptuous smirk. It was clear that while these Chinese people had decent levels and solid strength, their real-world experience and street smarts were pitifully lacking.
More importantly, they were overflowing with misplaced sympathy.
With just a bit of shameless coaxing and a feigned concern for his family, the group had instantly dropped their guard.
What left him even more speechless was the situation itself.
The fact that they would actually fall out with someone from their own homeland over a complete outsider and over such a trivial matter as easing his concerns was mind-boggling. He found the whole thing utterly incredible.
These people really are out of their minds. They don't even know who to trust and who not to. I honestly wonder how that mighty China they talk about managed to raise such useless trash? Isn't this exactly what happens when people are pampered and live in luxury? They have zero life experience or common sense. This is actually for the best. Otherwise, how else could we have caught them off guard? He. The other sailors exchanged knowing smiles, though they kept their voices low. Despite having long heard of how powerful and terrifying China was, they couldn't resist taking action after seeing how foolish these people were. Alright, stop chatting. The captain cut the conversation short and commanded, "Sever their hamstrings and tendons first to prevent any accidents."
"Yes, boss." The sailors immediately sprang into action. They first tied up the 7 students, then crumpled up rags into balls and stuffed them into their mouths, securing them tightly by wrapping more cloth strips several times around their mouths and the backs of their heads. Finally, using the tips of their knives, they severed all the tendons in the hands and feet of the 7 individuals. Sob. The severing of their tendons caused the three aperture-breaking students who were trapped in illusions but had not yet lost consciousness to cry out in agonizing pain. Veins bulged on the foreheads of the three, and their eyes widened, reflecting intense agony. Yet, while their bodies were in pain, their consciousness remained completely oblivious to what was happening. They were still deeply immersed in the illusion. Gradually, the three of them eventually lost consciousness, and even in their deep sleep, their limbs continued to twitch incessantly. As for the other four, they had long been twitching in unconscious agony, their faces pale and drenched in cold sweat. TSK, this little chick is so tender, so fresh, she looks like she'd burst if you pinched her. What kind of place is China anyway, to be able to raise such a succulent woman? A young sailor pinched the pure-looking female student's cheek with force, kneading her face until it was completely distorted. The other sailors also felt their blood begin to boil. Several of them reached out with wandering hands. Seeing that the sailors were on the verge of losing control and stripping off their trousers, the lean old man immediately spoke up, "Enough. Once we've dealt with the three upstairs, you can toy with these little wenches however you like. There will be plenty of time." He didn't want these fellows to delay other matters just because they wanted to play with women. One sailor said dismissively, "Boss, those three are just a bit cautious, but their strength isn't even worth mentioning. Won't taking them down be a piece of cake? Indeed, the sea is our domain. Even if they jump into the ocean, they can't dream of escaping. They haven't even reached the Xiantian realm, how could anything possibly go wrong?" Despite their words, they did not defy the captain's orders. The group chuckled and stood up reluctantly. "Boss, the storage bag." The sailors handed the collected storage bags to the captain. The captain weighed the 7 storage bags in his hand, a satisfied smile appearing on his face, and casually stuffed them into a cabinet that already contained 5 similar bags. "Let's go. As for the remaining 3, capture them alive if possible, if not, just kill them," the captain ordered as he stood up. The others nodded in silent agreement, each drawing a long blade and following behind the captain as they prepared to step out of the cabin. But suddenly, several blood-curdling screams rang out. "Arg! Boss, help me! Don't kill me, no!" Hearing these screams, the expressions of those inside the cabin shifted drastically. They rushed out and looked toward the deck. There, they saw the 5 sailors who had been left on deck to watch Eugene and the others. All of them were lying in pools of blood, not a single one had survived. Everyone looked at Eugene, who stood nonchalantly before the pool of blood, and their eyes instantly turned bloodshot. "You bastard, you dared to kill them? Kid, I'm going to tear you into 10,000 pieces. How dare you kill our people? Once I catch you, I won't hand you over to the sea god, I'm going to make your life a living hell. I will strip the flesh from your bones piece by piece while you're still alive. I'll make you regret ever coming into this world." The remaining 7 sailors all glared at Eugene with ferocious expressions, each radiating a chilling intent to kill. If looks could kill, Eugene would have likely died 10,000 times over by now. Eugene, however, remained completely indifferent, saying nonchalantly, "Since you can kill our people, we can naturally kill yours. It's only fair, so don't get angry. You motherf." The sailors were livid with rage, but they were held back by the captain. The captain led his men toward Eugene, asking in a low voice, "How did you figure out we were planning to make a move on you? Take a guess?" Eugene replied with a smile. The response made the veins on the captain's forehead throb, his anger becoming increasingly difficult to suppress. However, he forced down the urge to kill, casting a cautious glance at Eugene and the 2 people behind him. He asked in confusion, "You aren't even in the Xiantian realm, how could you kill the 5 of us so quickly?" He was truly perplexed. The screams of the 5 men had occurred almost simultaneously. They hadn't delayed for a single second before rushing out of the cabin, yet they were still too late to save them. Eugene and the others had killed them with terrifying speed. It made him wonder if these 3 were all Xiantian experts, perhaps even beyond the ordinary level of Xiantian. He did not dare to act rashly. "Take a guess?" Eugene responded with a smile once again. This sent the captain into a fit of rage. Gritting his teeth, he commanded, "Kill them!
Kill them all, leave no one alive. Kill. Without a moment's hesitation, the 7 sailors charged toward Eugene to kill him. Screech. 7 sailors charged, 5 lunged toward Eugene, while the other 2 rushed at Hang and Zhaoshang respectively. Each held a long blade that gleamed with a chilling aura even under the blazing sun. They exuded a piercing coldness. Humph. Eugene let out a soft snort. Watching the 5 men charging at him in a formation of 2 in front and 3 behind, he lifted his long sword and advanced instead of retreating to meet them head-on. Swoosh! The wind thunder sword art, its momentum was like lightning, stirring thunder even in the absence of wind. In the blink of an eye, Yi Jin's long sword appeared directly before the 2 men leading the charge. Sizzle! The blade grazed the side of the saber, transmitting a colossal force through the steel that knocked the long blade off course. Yi Jin seized the opening to close the distance, drawing his sword across the sailor's throat in a swift motion. Just as another sailor swung a vicious horizontal slash toward him, Yi Jin raised his left foot, delivering a precise kick to the man's right hand that sent the long saber flying. As the sailor lost his balance and instinctively leaned backward, Yi Jin had already exerted pressure with his right foot, sliding toward him in a near-split stance. But halfway through, his posture had already returned to normal. Thud! With a mid-air strike of his sword, Yi Jin decapitated him while his face was still frozen in a look of sheer terror. Yi Jin did not stop there. Following through with the momentum, he hoisted the headless corpse with his left hand and hurled it toward the other 3. Damn it! The 3 of them instinctively pulled back their blades and dodged. They didn't want to desecrate the bodies of their own brothers. They didn't even have time to consider whether it was the right move. It was purely a subconscious reaction. But this instinctive hesitation cost them dearly. The moment the 3 of them retracted their blades to dodge, Yi Jin executed the floating cloud footwork, closing the distance between them as swiftly and unpredictably as a drifting cloud. With a casual flick of his wrist, he delivered a sweeping sword strike. Poochie! It was but a single strike, yet it swept across both their necks. One was decapitated, the other's throat slashed. Run! Seeing this, the other man was instantly paralyzed with fear, his will to fight gone. He turned to flee, but had barely taken 2 steps. Squelch! When a long blade erupted through his chest, impaling him. Ha! Blood welled up as the sailor's eyes went blank. He finally spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed, dead. In the blink of an eye, all 5 were wiped out. Gulp! Falling a step behind, the captain who had been raising his blade to charge at Yi Jin witnessed the scene and swallowed hard in terror, his expression one of utter shock. The next instant, the captain spun around and bolted, attempting to flee into the cabin to take the other students hostage. But how could his speed possibly compare to Yi Jin's? Executing the flowing cloud movement technique, Yi Jin caught up to the captain in an instant and swung his sword downward. Sensing the movement, the captain instinctively turned around and blocked with his long saber. Crack! Thud! 2 sounds rang out one after another, yet they occurred almost simultaneously. Under Yi Jin's strike, the long saber in the captain's hand, along with the captain himself, was cleaved in 2 by Yi Jin's sword. Ha! The captain stared blankly at Yi Jin, opening his mouth as if to say something, but he was choked by a surge of blood. A line of blood began at the top of the captain's head, tracing down between his eyebrows, along the bridge of his nose, to his chin, then slicing across his chest before finally disappearing between his legs. With a sudden rustle, in just a single second, the corpse split into 2 halves and collapsed, with blood and internal organs spilling all over the cabin entrance. Chapter 59, Killing the Pearl Clam Again. 70 acupoints broken. Seeing this, Yi Jin jumped away with a calm expression. Avoiding the blood and organs falling on him, Yi Jin quickly selected the acupoint breaking pill and turned to look at the other 2 battlefields. Hang was seen overpowering the sailor, while Zhao Sheng was being suppressed by the sailor. The 2 were in completely different situations. Yi Jin was slightly speechless, but didn't care much. A collective gasp filled the air. Yi Jin rushed towards Zhao Sheng's side. Motherfucker! The sailor had already lost his nerve after witnessing Yi Jin strike down the 5 sailors and the captain with thunderous force.
Seeing the current situation, his expression shifted drastically, and he couldn't help but let out a curse. Get lost! The sailor feinted an attack to force Zhao Sheng back, then instantly rushed to the edge of the ship. With a sudden leap, he dove into the sea, submerged deep, and vanished from sight in the blink of an eye. Phew! Yi Jin, I'm sorry. I was too weak to stop him. Zhao Sheng leaned over the side of the boat, panting heavily, his head slightly lowered in self-reproach. Yi Jin patted his shoulder and said dismissively, "You did well enough just holding him off for this long. Don't worry, he won't get away. He seems to be able to hold his breath for a long time. Can we still find him?" Zhao Sheng looked at Yi Jin doubtfully. He felt that Yi Jin was only saying the sailor couldn't escape to comfort him. Yi Jin gave a faint smile and didn't say much more. He glanced sideways toward Hang and made a move as if to rush over. This terrified the already disadvantaged sailor, whose composure instantly crumbled, leaving his defenses wide open. Thud! Taking advantage of the opening, Hang slashed a blade across the man's chest. As blood spurted out, his internal organs were faintly visible. How dare he! A mere Vitality Realm practitioner trying to kill me, a bone-breaking realm expert. Hang glanced disdainfully at the fallen sailor, then turned back to Yi Jin, clicking his tongue in admiration. So, besides that one move, your inherent strength is actually this terrifying as well. Which move? Zhao Sheng looked over, his curiosity piqued. Hang chuckled and said, "The immobilization technique." Zhao Sheng rolled his eyes, thinking Hang was joking. Hang didn't bother to explain, instead looking at Yi Jin and asking, "Yi Jin, how did you realize there was something wrong with this boat?" "Follow me." Yi Jin stepped toward the cabin. Hang and Zhao Sheng, both filled with curiosity, quickly followed suit. In the blink of an eye, the three of them arrived at the ship's main cabin, where they immediately spotted their 7 classmates tied together. Seeing that the tendons in the hands and feet of all 7 had been severed, both Hang and Zhao Sheng felt a violent shudder run through their bodies. A chilling sensation surged from the base of their spines straight to the crowns of their heads. When they noticed the 3 female classmates' clothes deformed and stained with grease and their partially exposed, equally oil-smudged breasts, both men looked away, unable to bear the sight. Hang sighed, "It's a good thing we killed them quickly, otherwise, these people would have suffered a far worse fate." "No, you're wrong. We should say it's lucky we met Yi Jin, otherwise, we would have been in deep trouble." Zhao Sheng countered, and Hang nodded in silent agreement. Indeed. If it hadn't been for Yi Jin, let alone those 7, the 2 of them would likely have met a similar fate. The male students were relatively fine. But as for the 3 female classmates, looking at their current state, Hang and the other person knew exactly what would have happened. Had Yi Jin not intervened, these 3 would have certainly been violated not just once or twice, and not by a single sailor, but by a relentless rotation of them. Just imagining such a fate sent a chill down Hang's spine on their behalf. Tap, tap. Yi Jin did not linger. He merely cast an indifferent glance at the 7 people before continuing deeper into the cabin. Hang and Zhao Sheng did not untie the 7 immediately either, quickly following in Yi Jin's footsteps. In the blink of an eye, the 3 of them passed through the corridor and reached the kitchen at the rear of the cabin. And in the kitchen, there was a large water vat. Seeing Yi Jin fixating his gaze on the water tank, Hang stood on tiptoe and peered curiously. Catching a glimpse of what looked like a shell, he asked in a low, puzzled voice, "Yi Jin, what is this? A turtle?" Yi Jin chuckled softly and said, "The sea god." "The sea god?" Hang was bewildered. What on earth was a sea god? Yi Jin offered no further explanation. After gesturing for them to stay back, he gave a wave of his hand, releasing a surge of vitality that instantly enveloped the entire water tank. Gurgle, gurgle. A few bubbles rose from the water tank as the pearl clam slowly floated upward. However, it neither unleashed its charm technique nor launched any other attacks at Yi Jin, acting as if it hadn't sensed his presence at all. It even opened its shell quite leisurely, swimming freely and contentedly within the tank. Seeing this, Hang and Zhao Sheng couldn't help but exchange bewildered glances. Many were left confused, unable to grasp what was happening. But suddenly, as the giant clam drifted toward Yi Jin,
she raised her long sword and abruptly thrust it deep into the clam's flesh. Thud! Struck by the sudden blow, a burst of blood sprayed from the clam's flesh. Its two shells slammed shut instantly, attempting to snap the sword in two, but the blade held firm, wedged tightly between them. Splash! The pearl clam thrashed violently in the water tank, only to leave itself bleeding profusely from the agitation. Within just a few breaths, the clam went completely still, its shell slightly agape as it slowly sank to the bottom of the tank. It's just a seashell, it looks completely harmless. How can this be called a sea god? Zhao Shang was stunned by the sight, utterly bewildered. What do you know? Hang rolled his eyes at him and snorted softly. Don't go thinking that what Yi Jin just unleashed was simple vitality. There's a great deal of sophisticated knowledge behind it. Zhao Shang asked in confusion, a body-fixing spell? Hang choked on his words. The shell was still moving, so it obviously wasn't a body-fixing spell. Hang looked at Yi Jin curiously and asked with a grin, Yi Jin, what kind of technique was that just now? How did you manage to keep that shell from sensing any danger at all? A body-fixing spell. Yi Jin gave a faint smile. Hang was momentarily speechless. He didn't believe for a second that this was some kind of binding spell. However, when Yi Jin dealt with the flying fish earlier, he really did make them seem as if they were frozen, causing them to lose their ability to fly altogether. Looking at it now, this technique seemed to be anything but ordinary. Yi Jin glanced at the two of them and cautioned, don't mention any of this to anyone. Hang promised, that's for sure, you can rest easy. Me too. If it weren't for you, I'd definitely be dead. I absolutely won't say a word, Zhao Shang added, offering his own guarantee. Zhao Shang also promised repeatedly. Yi Jin nodded in satisfaction. In truth, whether they spoke of it or not didn't matter much after all, it was just a single art. He simply didn't want to cause unnecessary trouble. Yi Jin took out his watch and scanned the water tank. Instantly, his baleful energy increased by another 10,000 points. SSS. Seeing this, Zhao Shang couldn't help but gasp in surprise. This shell was actually in the aperture opening realm? Are you for real? Hang also grinned, watching you kill it so easily. I thought it was just a vitality beast, but it turns out it was at the aperture opening stage. He isn't called the sea god for nothing. Yi Jin smiled faintly and contentedly chose the aperture breaking pill. With the 3 aperture breaking experts killed on the ship this time, plus the pills dropped from killing Hu Jiaxuan earlier, his total number of broken apertures increased by another 14. The overall count reached 70. Regrettably, Rhea had only just entered the aperture breaking stage and had not yet opened a single aperture, so no aperture breaking pills were dropped. Otherwise, Yi Jin now has the hope of surpassing 72 broken apertures and reaching the 3rd level of the aperture breaking realm. Hang asked curiously, by the way, Yi Jin, you haven't mentioned how you realized something was wrong with this ship. He wanted to gain some insight from the experience. Yi Jin said, I've encountered a sea god like this one before. Once they become spirits, they have the power to control people's minds and make others do their bidding. Do what exactly? Zhao Shang asked instinctively, but his expression shifted instantly as if he had just realized something. Sure enough. Yi Jin said, find humans for them to serve as their food. Hiss. The two gasped, feeling a jolt of electricity surge through them as a chill permeated their entire bodies. Hang's face turned pale as he asked, does that mean these creatures captured our classmates just to feed them to it? Not just to it, but to other spirits as well. Upon hearing Yi Jin's response, the two felt an even deeper sense of revulsion. They had narrowly escaped becoming food for the monsters. Hang didn't ask Yi Jin how he had sensed something was wrong, guessing that Yi Jin might have overheard the sailors mentioning the sea god during their conversation. Yi Jin stored the remains of the pearl oysters into his palm space and walked toward the ship's main cabin, saying, clean up the bodies on the ship, I'm going after the other one. Yi Jin, since he's already fled so far, there's no telling where he's gone. Why don't we just let it go? Hang hurriedly tried to stop him, adding, after all, we're out at sea. Even if you're a strong swimmer, it's a bit of a waste of time. He was actually worried that something might happen to Yi Jin in the ocean, yet the words he spoke were full of praise for him. He's really grown up. Yi Jin sighed inwardly, then smiled and said, "Don't worry, it'll be fine. Just wait for me to get back." Yi Jin didn't linger after stepping out of the cabin, he leaped directly into the sea. Chapter 60, An Amphibious Being, Yi Jin? The Speedboat. Splash! Yi Jin dove into the sea. He wasn't just there to kill the last sailor, but also to hunt some marine creatures. Yi Jin held his breath and opened his eyes to observe the life beneath the waves. The seawater appeared azure and crystal clear, and in reality, it was teeming with fish. Yi Jin attempted to swing his longsword and strike. He could clearly sense the resistance from the seawater. Even though he was already at the aperture breaking level, the impact of this resistance was not insignificant. Of course. Even so, Yi Jin was still capable of quickly killing some fish. Poochie! It was a very faint sound, especially underwater, making it almost inaudible, yet Yi Jin could hear it with perfect clarity. As the longsword swept through, small fish were killed one after another. Yi Jin looked at the drop notifications and selected breath-holding pills for all of them. Used to enhance his ability to breathe underwater. To Yi Jin's slight disappointment, these breathing pills could not have points allocated to them like levels they required him to consume them. Fortunately, the breathing pills melted the moment they entered his mouth, integrating directly into his body. There was no need for him to swallow them at all. Yi Jin continued to kill the fish in the sea while listening for the location of the last sailor. Although his swimming skills were far inferior to the sailor's, Yi Jin wasn't worried about losing him at all, advancing slowly and steadily in the sailor's direction. Yi Jin silently opened his mouth and tossed breath pills in one by one, his swimming proficiency gradually improving. He wasn't worried about being spotted by Hang and the others. The ship's sails hadn't been lowered, and since the two of them didn't know how to pilot it, the vessel had already drifted far away in a fixed direction. A bit slow. Seeing that the progress was too sluggish, Yi Jin stopped, feeling helpless. After a brief moment of reflection, Yi Jin took out the pearl clam and let its flowing blood drip into the sea. Before long, Yi Jin soon heard the sound of numerous hearts racing. Thump! 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 Looking around, dense schools of fish were swimming toward Yi Jin from all directions. Holy shit, the effect is this good? Yi Jin was overjoyed and hurriedly swam away, avoiding the patch of sea stained with the giant clam's blood. At the same time, he took out a bottle of dichlorvos and, regardless of whether it would be effective, opened it and threw it directly into that blood-red area. In just a few minutes, Yi Jin saw a dense cluster of drops. There were not only breathing pills but also water affinity pills. It was obvious. Aquatic pills didn't just drop from killing swimming creatures, the fish in the water could drop them as well. This discovery filled Yi Jin with immense joy. This is awesome. Overjoyed, Yi Jin chose to convert all his rewards into underwater breathing pills and water affinity pills. In the blink of an eye. As he swallowed the underwater breathing pills, Yi Jin felt his ability to breathe underwater improve at a visible rate. Submerged beneath the surface, Yi Jin could clearly sense that his skin and pores seemed to be undergoing some kind of transformation. It was as if they were becoming capable of breathing underwater autonomously. Not only that. When he first entered the sea, even though he could hold his breath for 10 minutes after taking the pills, he still felt a slight tightness in his chest. But now, that sensation was completely gone. Yi Jin even felt that. Even if he were to open his mouth underwater, he might not choke. However, after some thought, Yi Jin decided not to try it yet. It wouldn't be too late to test it once he had consumed enough breath pills. Yi Jin continued his selection without a moment's pause. To make a choice, you only need to recite it in your mind. Therefore, while making his choice, Yi Jin was also continuously swallowing the two types of elixirs. Before long, Yi Jin finished selecting the drop and finished consuming the elixirs. Let's see if I'll choke. Yi Jin surfaced, took a deep breath, and then submerged beneath the waves without closing his mouth. The next instant, Yi Jin's eyes suddenly lit up. He discovered that he could indeed breathe underwater even with his mouth open. He would not choke. He could live in the water just like any other aquatic creature. Completely unaffected in any way.
When breathing underwater, he didn't need to rely on his mouth or nose at all, he could do it simply through his skin and pores. And when he opened his mouth, even as seawater poured in, he could swallow and spit it out at will. There wasn't the slightest sensation of choking. Holy crap, this ability is amazing! Eugene couldn't help but exclaim, though when he opened his mouth to speak, his voice sounded completely different than usual. Not only was it impossible to speak with ease, but once the words came out, his voice sounded completely distorted. It was just like a fish blowing bubbles. It looked somewhat comical. However, I still need to improve this further. After playing in the water for a few minutes, Eugene felt a tightness in his chest. It was clear that his underwater breathing capacity was still somewhat insufficient. But it didn't matter. As long as he could obtain a few more breathing pills. Thinking of this, after swimming further away, Eugene repeated the same process, once again attracting a large swarm of various fish. In a short amount of time, Eugene acquired a large quantity of breathing pills and water affinity pills once more. Whoosh! Suddenly, Eugene spotted a massive creature charging toward the pearl clam blood. It was a giant shark, nearly 10 meters in length. Bring it on! Eugene's eyes lit up. After quickly selecting and swallowing the pills, he was in no rush to make a move. He did not approach the sharks. That area was contaminated with dichlorvos, and he had no desire to inhale the substance while breathing underwater. Although he was not afraid of it, there was no need to go looking for trouble. Eugene didn't think it was too much and swallowed all the breathing pills and water affinity pills. Not much time had passed. The blood of the pearl clams had already been diluted to the point of being almost undetectable. After circling the area once, the sharks prepared to leave. It had consumed a significant amount of blood from the pearl oysters, as well as a substantial dose of dichlorvos. However, that small amount of dichlorvos had absolutely no effect on it. With a sudden rustle, the crowd dispersed. Eugene sank beneath the surface, his limbs moving in a way that made him resemble a fish as he darted toward the shark at high speed. He was incredibly fast, covering several meters with a single effortless glide. If he swam at full strength, he could even achieve a speed of over 10 meters per second. Not only that,